Chapter 1. Just as his wife left, the system arrived. I'm sorry, Wuhao. I've remembered my lost memories. I still have a blood feud to settle, so please forgive my departure. I promise you, I will resolve my past affairs as soon as possible and then come back to find you. Until then, promise me that you and our son will live well. In his mind, Wuhao recalled the words spoken by his wife. Her gaze filled with reluctance before she turned and left resolutely. A trace of helplessness briefly appeared on Wuhao's face, but he didn't try to stop her, because with his cultivation, he simply couldn't hold her back. Just after his wife left, a sudden mechanical, electronic voice echoed in Wuhao's mind. Ding, the Bloodline Investment System has found its host. Ding, the Bloodline Investment System has bound to its host system. I thought I wouldn't get any special advantages, but Mei Shangdao, I actually have a system. Repeatedly confirming that he truly had bound the system, Wuhao was practically on the verge of tears. Wuhao wasn't a native of this world. He was, indeed, a transmigrator. The original Wuhao came from a place called Earth, so naturally, he knew about these so-called special advantages. As to why he transmigrated here, it was because when Wuhao was enthusiastically helping an old lady cross the road illegally, he was hit by an out-of-control truck. But at the critical moment, Wuhao pushed the old lady aside and was crushed into pulp himself. When Wuhao opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in this cultivation-based fantasy world. After some time spent understanding this place, he learned that the world was called Shuani Heaven. In this world, powerful experts could live as long as the heavens and wield strength capable of overturning seas and rivers. As a native Earth person, there was no way that Wuhao wouldn't know about systems or wouldn't desire the cultivation path. Just as Wuhao had mentally prepared himself to receive a system, to his surprise, a long period of time passed without any system contacting him. Thinking about it, Wuhao began suspecting that perhaps his special advantage was something else entirely. Because of this, he even conducted many experiments, including testing an ancient, plain-looking ring on his right index finger by dripping his blood onto it. Naturally, in the end, Wuhao fainted from blood loss due to a botched experiment. After he woke up, he no longer tried to tempt death recklessly. If there wasn't any special advantage, then he must at least have exceptional talent. Holding on to this belief, Wuhao casually picked a sect to test his aptitude. Unfortunately, he turned out to possess nothing more than an ordinary low-grade spiritual root. Therefore, unsurprisingly, after staying in that sect for a full 10 years, Wuhao barely managed to advance from an ordinary person to the peak of chi-condensation. Then, unsurprisingly, he failed the sect's assessment and was expelled. Later, while wandering in the mountains, Wuhao rescued an extremely beautiful Xianzi. However, it seemed she had lost her memory, and with his smooth talk, Wuhao successfully tricked her into becoming his wife. 5 years after their marriage, they finally had their own child. But Wuhao never expected that after Su Chaoran gave birth, she would suddenly remember her lost memories and immediately leave, shouting about vengeance. But before leaving, she did throw some cultivation resources to Wuhao, urging him to cultivate properly here, promising that she would definitely come back for him. His memory stopped there abruptly. Very quickly, Wuhao also understood the function of the system. As the name suggests, Wuhao could invest in his descendants. The more outstanding their spiritual roots, the greater the feedback Wuhao would receive. Specifically, 10-fold return for low-grade roots, 100-fold for medium-grade, 1,000-fold for high-grade, and 10,000-fold for Jiping spiritual roots. And if one of his descendants became a heaven-fated child, with the legendary Tianming fate, then the feedback could reach an astonishing 1,000,000-fold. After reviewing the system's capabilities, Wuhao was instantly filled with excitement. That meant the more descendants he had, the higher his cultivation level would rise. And if one of his descendants actually turned out to be a heaven-fated child, he probably only needed to reach foundation-building cultivation. Receiving a 1,000,000-fold feedback could instantly elevate him to godhood. System, what about the new player's gift package? Suddenly remembering something, Wuhao hurriedly asked. He had read on a tomato novel app that other transmigrator systems usually came with a starter gift package. Was it possible that he didn't get one? But Wuhao's concern was clearly unnecessary. Ding, congratulations, host. You have opened the newcomer gift package. You have obtained 100,000 Jifeng Spirit Stones and the Divine Grade Cultivation Technique Emperor of Heaven Myriad Dao Classic. Jifeng Spirit Stone, the best cultivation resource before reaching immortality. Emperor of Heaven Myriad Dao Classic. Once cultivated, one can stand invincible at the same cultivation stage. Overpowering opponents across levels is mere child's play, and it can be cultivated up to the legendary realm. Note, only the host may cultivate this technique. Seeing the contents of the newcomer's gift package, Wuhao couldn't help but inhale sharply. Then he looked down at the baby in his arms, who was blinking those big, innocent eyes at him. A trace of anticipation naturally appeared on Wu Hao's face. Rulong, it seems like your father's path to strength depends on you now. Wu Rulong, ABA. Wu Rulong was the infant boy he and his wife, Su Chaoran, had given birth to. However, he currently wasn't able to begin cultivation yet. He must wait until the age of 8, when his meridians had fully matured and could withstand spiritual energy before starting cultivation. In other words, Wu Hao had to wait another 8 years before he could begin his unbeatable path. After all, if he relied only on his low-grade spiritual root, he might never even break through to foundation-building stage in his entire lifetime. Although low-grade spiritual roots did grant the qualification for cultivation, in reality, there was little difference from ordinary people. The cultivation speed remained extremely slow. Surviving one's lifespan and advancing to foundation building was already considered excellent. Although possessing a god-tier cultivation technique was a blessing, It still depended on hardware capabilities. If the talent wasn't good enough, improvement wouldn't happen easily. He would still need to enhance his innate talent later on. Before long, those 8 years passed swiftly in Wu Hao's excited heart, and the little baby boy who had once been in his arms had now grown into a lovely little boy. Although not as handsome as Wu Hao, he looked much better than average people. And today was the day Wu Rulong could begin cultivation, meaning Wu Hao was finally about to activate his cheating advantage. In the courtyard, Wu Hao looked solemnly at Wu Rulong, who stood straight and serious in front of him, and said gravely, "Son, today is the day you begin your cultivation journey. Are you ready?" "Father, I am ready," Wu Rulong shouted loudly. Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction before continuing. "If that's the case, then I shall personally guide you in your cultivation." The cultivation technique Wu Hao previously used was a yellow tier technique, one with extremely limited potential. Although countless cultivation techniques in the world could lead to immortality, the tiers of the techniques represented one's combat abilities and the quantity of spiritual energy one could store. No one knew exactly what Su Charon's origins were, but before leaving, she threw Wu Hao enough resources to cultivate all the way to the nascent soul stage, along with a heaven tier cultivation technique. Since the Emperor of Heaven Myriad Dao Classic could not be given to Rulong for cultivation, Wu Hao could only reluctantly teach him the heaven tier cultivation method Su Charan left behind. He could always replace it later once he became strong enough. As for Wu Hao himself, after obtaining the Emperor of Heaven Myriad Dao Classic, he decisively abandoned his previous technique. His previous cultivation base dissipated as well. After all, the chi-condensation stage was easy to cultivate again, and Wu Hao wanted to ensure a steadier foundation, even at this early stage. Thanks to his prior cultivation experience, within these short 8 years Wu Hao had successfully recultivated to the peak of chi-condensation, even 2 years faster than when he was in the sect. Chapter 2. Breaking through to foundation building. Although Wu Hao was only at the peak of chi-condensation, guiding Wu Rulong in cultivation was still very easy, so quickly under Wu Hao's guidance, Wu Rulong successfully drew chi into his body, thus breaking through to the early stage of chi-condensation. Since Wu Rulong possessed a high-grade spiritual root, Wu Hao naturally received a 1,000-fold return. Ding! Host descendant with high-grade spiritual root detected breakthrough. 1,000-fold feedback has been provided. As the system's voice sounded, a massive and refined stream of spiritual energy surged directly into Wu Hao's body. In an instant, it shattered Wu Hao's bottleneck. Soon, Wu Hao ascended directly from the peak of chi-condensation to middle stage of foundation building. Wu Hao was actually quite satisfied with this breakthrough. After all, one can't become immortal in one step, right? He would think about future steps later. The most important thing now was to urge his son to cultivate diligently. It might even be best if he married a few more wives and expanded his family line. Wu Hao had his eyes set quite highly upon the repayment of a millionfold promised from the heaven-chosen prodigy. "Father, look, I've broken through to the early stage of chi-condensation." Wu Rulong ran in front of Wu Hao and said excitedly. Wu Hao merely sighed, and an expression of disappointment crossed his face. "My son, you should know that when your father cultivated before, I broke through to the early stage of chi-condensation in less than 1 minute. But now, you've taken a full 2 hours to reach this stage. In my opinion, you're still far too proud of yourself." Upon hearing this, a trace of shame flickered across Wu Rulong's face. He had originally thought that entering the path of immortality within just 2 hours was quite good, yet he hadn't expected that his father was even more remarkable. It looked like he still needed to work harder. But what Wu Rulong didn't know was that in truth, Wu Hao had actually taken a whole year to enter chi-condensation, which was precisely why it had taken him a full decade to merely break through to the peak of chi-condensation, and even then, he had been expelled from the sect. "I understand, father. I will definitely cultivate diligently." Wu Rulong looked earnestly at Wu Hao and said. Seeing this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction and spoke. "Good. If that's the case, then I'll set a goal for you. Within 3 years, you are to break through to foundation building. Do you have the confidence?" 3 years? I understand, father. I will definitely break through to foundation building within 3 years. Wu Rulong readily agreed without hesitation. Then Wu Hao took out a storage ring and handed it to Wu Rulong. Seeing the look of curiosity in his son's eyes, Wu Hao explained. "This is a storage ring. Inside are the resources I have given to you. For now, use these Jiping spirit stones to cultivate." Upon hearing that all of them were Jiping spirit stones, Wu Rulong couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply. He naturally understood how powerful Jiping spirit stones were. Without exaggeration, even emperors still used Jiping spirit stones, clearly showing how valuable they were. In the Xintian world, the currency used by cultivators was also spirit stones, and the multiplier rate for spirit stones was 100-fold. That meant 1 Yifeng spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, or 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. But more importantly, spirit stones were also the cultivation resource used by cultivators. With Jifeng spirit stones, Wu Rulong estimated that just one could probably allow him to break through to the peak of foundation building, or even enter the spiritual sea realm. But after Wu Hao taught him how to use the storage ring, and Wu Rulong saw the number of spirit stones within, he looked at Wu Hao with a rather complicated expression and asked, "Dad, exactly what cultivation level are you?" "Me? Just an ordinary little cultivator, nothing special." Wu Hao considered, then said modestly. After all, he was merely a cheat with help, and hadn't become invincible yet, so he definitely needed to remain low-key. Wu Rulong, however, had apparently learned something from somewhere, as he shot Wu Hao an incredulous eye roll. A cultivator who could casually bring out 100,000 Jiping spirit stones was calling himself an ordinary little cultivator? But Wu Rulong didn't say anything. He merely grew more and more curious about his father's true cultivation level deep in his heart. Someone who could bring out 100,000 Jiping spirit stones, his father's cultivation must be very high. But that was actually not the case. He was merely an ordinary cultivator of middle foundation building, nothing more. Wu Hao wasn't paying attention to his son's thoughts at this moment. As soon as he handed over the 100,000 Jiping spirit stones, the system's voice rang out accordingly. Ding! Host has gifted 100,000 Jiping spirit stones, the target being high-grade spiritual root. 1,000-fold return has been triggered. 100 million Jiping spirit stones have been stored into the host system space. Ding. Host has gifted one celestial grade cultivation technique. Target detected with high-grade spiritual root. 1,000-fold return triggered. 1,000 celestial grade techniques have been stored into the host's system space. Ding. Host has gifted one Xin grade storage ring. Target detected with high-grade spiritual root. 1,000-fold return has been triggered. 1,000 Xin grade storage rings have been stored into the host's system space. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wuhao couldn't help but lower his head in thought. If he gave the spirit stones obtained from the system feedback to his son again, would that trigger the same bug? Thinking of this, Wuhao was just about to test it out when the system voice sounded accordingly. Ding. Host intention detected. System bug has been fixed. Please do not attempt to seek out system loopholes. Alright then. I was originally planning to farm some resources. Wuhao thought helplessly, but at the moment, the current resources were already sufficient for his son's use for a considerable period. Of course, there was still another approach. Wuhao could exchange the 100 million Jiping spirit stones obtained from the system feedback for other resources and then give them to his son. However, doing so would bring Wuhao into enormous danger. After all, for a foundation-building cultivator, Jiping spirit stones were indeed far too precious. If other cultivators knew that Wuhao possessed such stones, even just one, golden core cultivators would likely rush over to seize them. This was clearly not something desirable for Wuhao, who currently wished to stay low-key and develop gradually. Of course, right now Wuhao didn't just possess 100 million Jiping spirit stones. There were also the resources left behind by Su Qiaoran earlier. Without hesitation, he handed all of them over to his son. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting 10 foundation-building pills. 10,000 foundation-building pills have been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting 5 core-forming pills. 5,000 core-forming pills have been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting. Soon, the resources left by Su Qiaoran were multiplied 1,000-fold in Wuhao's hands. It was just unfortunate that the system only returned items of the same rank. That meant gifting a celestial grade technique would only result in getting back the same level of celestial grade techniques, essentially the original one. However, even so, these resources were now more than sufficient for Wu Rulong to cultivate and become immortal. By the time Wu Rulong achieved immortality, Wuhao would probably have broken through to a realm beyond immortal. Looking at the resources inside the system space, Wuhao nodded in satisfaction. He then turned toward Wu Rulong with a serious expression. Alright, go and cultivate. Work hard to break through to the foundation building stage as soon as possible. Yes, father. Soon. Time quietly passed. 3 years passed, although not even the entire 3 years were needed. Just a single year had passed when Wu Rulong successfully broke through to foundation building. Meanwhile, Wuhao had also advanced to the spiritual sea realm due to the massive feedback. At the age of 15, Wu Rulong smoothly broke through to the spiritual sea realm, and Wuhao also naturally advanced to the golden core stage. When Wu Rulong turned 18, he had already successfully advanced to the peak of the spiritual sea realm, while Wuhao had already reached the late golden core stage. TSK. Looks like relying solely on my son's cultivation for feedback is still too little. At this rate, when will I ever break through to Emperor? Wuhao secretly mused. At present, he was at the late golden core stage, and his lifespan had already reached the terrifying 1,000 years. Cultivation was inherently an act of defying heaven. Each successful rebellion against fate brought immense benefits, naturally including extensions of one's lifespan. Foundation-building cultivators could live up to 200 years, spiritual sea cultivators 500, golden core cultivators 1,000, nascent soul cultivators 3,000, and divine transformation cultivators 10,000 years. False ascension cultivators lived 30,000 years, heavenly ascension cultivators lived 100,000, saints lived 200,000, overlords lived 500,000, quasi-emperors lived 600,000, and emperors lived 1 million years. But for Wuhao right now, his cultivation advancement speed was still too slow. It seemed like it was time to let Rulong marry and have children. Thinking thus, Wuhao couldn't help but look at Wu Rulong, who was currently sitting in meditation. Wu Rulong, sensing the gaze, suddenly shivered, somewhat puzzled. Strange, why did I just sneeze? Could it be mother is missing me? Chapter 3. Choosing a daughter-in-law. Father, do I really have to get married and have children? Wu Rulong said reluctantly, his face showing clear hesitation. He had always been focused on cultivating immortality and had never considered romantic relationships. If it weren't for his father's words, he probably wouldn't have thought about marriage at all. Wu Hao sighed, his voice tinged with a trace of melancholy as he spoke. Rulong, do you know what your mother said when she left back then? She said she hoped to see a happy scene of many grandchildren running around when she returned to the Wu family. Also, this vast Wu household with just the two of us feels a bit too empty. I want to hold a grandchild in my arms, do you understand? Looking at his father's serious and solemn expression, Wu Rulong felt helpless deep inside. You want a daughter-in-law? Where am I supposed to get one for you? But he couldn't say no. After all, he had always been filial, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. But father, where exactly am I supposed to find a wife? We are living deep in the mountains now, aren't we? Wu Rulong asked, puzzled, as a thought came to his mind. Wu Hao hesitated. He had just remembered that they had been living deep in these mountains for over a decade. Back then, realizing that his cultivation talent was mediocre and without any miraculous advantages, he chose to retreat into the mountains to live in seclusion. It was precisely during those early days in the mountains that he had met his wife, Su Qiaoran. Later on, wanting to keep a low profile, he had continued living quietly in this mountain. So, could the reason his son had not found a wife simply be because he had no contact with women at all? Thinking this, Wu Hao coughed slightly and then spoke with utmost seriousness. Well then, today I shall accompany you into a nearby city. If you happen to see any high-quality women you like, just say so. I will go personally to propose on your behalf. Of course, avoid those with overly powerful backgrounds. Wu Hao added that reminder because before retreating into seclusion, he had some knowledge of the outside world and knew that the strongest city lord in these regions wouldn't be beyond the nascent soul stage. As long as they stayed discreet, it should be safe. Upon hearing that he could finally go outside, Wu Rulong's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been stuck here for 18 years and was completely bored out of his mind. If it weren't for his father forbidding him from leaving, he probably would have sneaked out long ago. Now, finally allowed to go, how could he not be thrilled? Let's go, we're heading into the city, Wuhao said, stepping toward the entrance of their courtyard. Wu Rulong quickly followed. In the Xintian realm, most land is unclaimed, so after moving into the mountains, Wuhao enclosed a large portion of the area as their private courtyard. Whether it was good luck or coincidence, no fierce beasts had come to trouble them in all these years. Along the way, Wu Rulong acted like an excited child, gazing around and poking at everything. Wuhao didn't stop him. After all, this was the first time in 18 years Wu Rulong had stepped beyond their home, and his knowledge of the Xintian realm had come solely from his father's words. Before long, following Wu Hao's lead, the two finally reached the city. Above the city gate hung a large plaque with 3 grand characters, Lori City. The city gate was bustling with pedestrians and cultivators, presenting a lively scene of constant activity. It was Wu Rulong's first time seeing humans besides his father, and he became immediately thrilled. Dad, look, people, he shouted excitedly. Yes, I see, Wu Hao replied, but instantly felt several curious gazes from the surrounding people. Slightly embarrassed, he hurriedly pulled his overly excited son back. It was his own fault. He should have brought Rulong into Luri City more often. Wu Hao rummaged through his storage ring. While most of the items inside were top-grade spirit stones, there were still a decent number of low and mid-grade ones. Entry into Luri City required a fee, 50 copper coins for commoners, or 5 low-grade spirit stones for cultivators. For low-level cultivators, entering and leaving the city freely was sometimes a real issue. After paying 10 low-grade spirit stones, Wu Hao led Wu Rulong into Luri City, a city he hadn't stepped into for 18 years. Once inside, father and son were immediately greeted by a vast and magnificent scene. Vendors filled the streets, bustling among the pedestrians. Though most were ordinary people, cultivators were also numerous, roughly 2 out of every 10 individuals. Wu Rulong was mentally plotting what to do next when Wu Hao suddenly spoke. Come on, let's find an inn first and rest for a while. Finding a daughter-in-law isn't something that can be done in a short time. After all, this matter of a daughter-in-law couldn't be handled casually. At the very least, she must have reached the foundation building stage of cultivation to qualify as the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. Although high cultivation levels often made it difficult to bear children, having a higher cultivation base would make it easier for their offspring to inherit a decent inn. Wu Rulong naturally followed his father's opinion. Father and son quickly arrived in front of an inn. The innkeeper stared in shock as Wu Hao took out 20 mid-grade spirit stones and rented 2 of the highest-grade rooms, heaven-class suites. Inns in Luri City specially provided private rooms for cultivators, which were classified into 4 categories: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Huang-grade room cost just 1 low-grade spirit stone per day, though it could only be rented for a day. The Xian-grade room was 10 low-grade spirit stones per day, the D-grade 50, and the Tian-grade 100 low-grade spirit stones per day. Since Wu Hao had no idea how long they would be staying, he rented for 10 days in advance. Seated on the bed inside the Tian-grade suite, Wu Hao casually waved his hand, summoning the innkeeper. Esteemed guest, may I ask what you need? The innkeeper nervously inquired. He could clearly sense that Wu Hao was no ordinary guest. Someone who could hand over 20 mid-grade spirit stones without even blinking certainly couldn't be common. Wu Hao paused, choosing his words carefully before asking. Master innkeeper, this is our first visit to Luri City. Our real purpose is to find a suitable wife for my son. Do you happen to have any good suggestions? Don't worry, all we need is a young lady who has reached at least the foundation building stage of cultivation, with at least a middle quality inn. As long as she's of proper character, any other conditions are negotiable. If you can recommend a suitable match, this mid-grade spirit stone shall be your reward. Upon hearing this, and seeing Wu Hao take out yet another mid-grade spirit stone, the innkeeper's eyes immediately lit up. He himself was also a cultivator, albeit barely reaching the foundation building stage. Yet he could not detect even a hint of Wu Hao's cultivation aura, clearly indicating that Wu Hao's power far exceeded his own. Considering how casually Wu Hao handled mid-grade spirit stones, it was possible that he had reached at least the nascent soul stage. Realizing this, the innkeeper felt nervous and quickly waved his hands in refusal. It is truly my honor to serve a senior such as yourself. Please take back the spirit stone. He was genuinely afraid. What if Wu Hao killed him as soon as he accepted the stone? For his own safety, he absolutely couldn't accept it. But Wu Hao instantly became anxious, his face darkening as he said, Master innkeeper refuses to accept my spirit stone. Is this your way of looking down on me? So saying, Wu Hao exuded a faint aura from his body, causing the innkeeper to tremble in sheer terror. From the innkeeper's perspective, Wu Hao's presence was like a storm-tossed ocean, while he was merely a small boat in it, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Realizing this, the innkeeper no longer dared to refuse. He hurriedly accepted the mid-grade spirit stone and began to introduce the eligible young ladies of status and prominence within the entire Luri City. Chapter 4. Proposing Marriage. From the shopkeeper, Wu Hao also learned about 5 relatively suitable candidates. Of course, their ages were close to his son's. Although in the cultivation world, age differences were not considered a big issue, Wu Hao still hoped his young son could marry someone he liked. And after the marriage, she could give him several, or even dozens of grandsons. As for his son's character, as a father, Wu Hao naturally understood him very well. He was a kind-hearted and upright young man, a truly decent person. Combined with the good looks inherited from both him and Su Qiaoran, even among numerous cultivators, his son was undeniably handsome. The shopkeeper recommended 4 eldest daughters from the top 4 golden core families in Sunset City, as well as the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion. During his subsequent observations, Wu Hao immediately eliminated the 4 eldest daughters from the major families, because their characters were disagreeable. On the way, Wu Hao disguised himself as a poor beggar and begged from these 4 young ladies, but unexpectedly, they simply ordered their attendants to beat him away. The 4 families had never imagined they would thus lose the opportunity to attain immortality. Then the only target left was the city lord's eldest daughter. From the information Wu Hao gathered, this young lady from the city lord's mansion was named Su Qingxue, and coincidentally, she was also 18 years old, just like his son. However, her cultivation talent was slightly inferior, only of mid-grade spiritual root, hence at the early foundation building stage. Soon, Wuhao had gathered enough details about Su Qingshua's daily routes, and he also investigated her reputation within Sunset City. Surprisingly, it was all extraordinarily good. Everyone spoke highly of her, claiming she was a genuinely kind-hearted girl and even the most beautiful woman in Sunset City. But words from others can only serve as references. Wuhao still preferred to verify things personally. Only after she passed by him lying on the road and ordered her servant girl to help him and send him to a doctor did Wuhao finally decide to make Su Qingxue his future daughter-in-law. After all this was settled, Wuhao took a portrait of Su Qingxue and came before Wu Rulong, saying, "Son, this is the person I have chosen for you. Have a look, do you like her?" Wuhao originally assumed that upon seeing Su Qingshue's portrait, his son would feel shy. However, unexpectedly, Wu Rulong's expression slightly changed, and he seemed somewhat hesitant. Wuhao clearly noticed the detail and immediately sensed something was wrong, furrowing his brows and directly asking, "Son, it seems like you know her?" "Yes, I met her a while back." Wu Rulong did not hide the truth and explained the situation about having met Su Qingxue on the road a couple of days prior. Upon hearing this, Wuhao was immediately delighted. It seemed that Su Qingxue wasn't repulsed by his son. In this age, not repulsed equaled affection, meaning there was a great possibility this marriage would succeed. Thus, when he heard from his father that he needed to pursue Su Qingxue, Wu Rulong didn't object. Moreover, with the assistance of Wu Hao, a boss-level strategist, it didn't take long for Wu Rulong to successfully win over Su Qingxue. By this time, 2 weeks had already passed. Upon hearing that Su Qingxue had accepted his son's confession, Wu Hao immediately stood up and said, "Let's go. Come with me to the city lord's mansion. We're going to propose marriage." "Yes, father." Hearing his father's words, Wu Rulong's tone was extremely excited. After all, marrying the girl he loved back home. How could this not excite him? Very soon, under Wu Hao's leadership, the two stood before the city lord's mansion. At the gate were 2 guards at the peak of chi-condensation cultivation. When they saw Wu Hao and Wu Rulong, they immediately blocked their path. "Halt! What business do you have with the city lord's mansion? Please tell the city lord that we wish to speak with him about an important matter," Wu Hao said with a warm smile on his face. Coming to propose marriage, after all, did count as discussing important business. After glancing at Wu Hao and Wu Rulong, the 2 guards sensed a certain noble bearing about them, so they didn't stop them further, saying, "Please wait here. I will go inform the city lord." One of the guards turned and left. Wu Hao and Wu Rulong remained calm and unhurried. Shortly after, that guard returned and said, "Please go in. The city lord is already waiting for you in the main hall." "Thank you," Wu Hao politely replied, then immediately walked in, followed closely by Wu Rulong. By the time the two arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion, they saw a middle-aged man with an extremely stern expression seated at the main seat, an unmistakable figure, the city lord Su-in of Sunset City. At this moment, Su-in's expression also carried a hint of confusion. He was quite curious to know who had come to visit him. At the sight of Wu Hao, Su-in's expression instantly turned grave. As a nascent foundation early-stage cultivator, he couldn't even discern the realm of the cultivator before him. This must be a powerful expert indeed. Of course, this was also thanks to the overwhelming might of the Emperor 10,000 Dao Sutra. Unless someone's cultivation was 2 major realms above Wu Hao's, it would be impossible to perceive Wu Hao's true level. "Esteemed Taoist friend, may I ask for your name?" Upon realizing Wu Hao's extraordinary nature, Su-in stood up, a faint smile on his face as he asked with curiosity. Wu Hao simply waved his hand before speaking. "Esteemed friend, you may just call me Old Wu." "Ah, it's Master Wu. I've long heard of your reputation." Su-in wore an expression of sudden realization, though he hadn't heard of Wu Hao at all. But Wu Hao did not expose his pretense. He had come here today to propose marriage for his son, after all. So Wu Hao quickly got straight to the point, explaining his intent to propose marriage. But as soon as the words fell, Su-in's face immediately turned exceedingly gloomy. "Master Wu, if you have come to seek a marriage arrangement, I'm afraid I cannot agree. I will respect my daughter's choice. If she likes him, then all is well. But if not, I won't force anything." "Haha, esteemed Su, you can rest assured about that. My son Rulong is already with your daughter Qingxue. Just bring Qingxue here, and you will see for yourself," Wu Hao said with a smile. Hearing this, Su-in wore a puzzled look, but still summoned his daughter. Unexpectedly, when Su Qingxue arrived and saw Wu Rulong standing beside Wu Hao, her expression instantly turned extremely shy. How could Su-in not understand? His daughter must indeed have already been involved with the other's son. As Su-in was about to say something else, Wu Hao spoke first. He directly pulled out a storage ring and said, "Esteemed Su, don't say I'm stingy. This is the dowry from my side." Su-in was also quite curious about just how much dowry Wu Hao would offer, but upon seeing what was inside the ring, he fell silent, then stood up with a beaming smile and said, "Master Wu, let's leave the children's matters to the children themselves." How could Su-in possibly have room to refuse? As far as strength went, he felt certain he would be no match for Wu Hao. As far as wealth went, Wu Hao had already placed 100 top-grade spirit stones as dowry right before him. After all, those were top-grade spirit stones. Even 10 of them would be beyond his means, let alone 100. With Wu Hao showing such sincerity, how could he refuse? Of course, the most important point was that the 2 young people were in love. Otherwise, Su-in might not have necessarily agreed. Though Su-in didn't know exactly who the Wu family were, if they could offer 100 top-grade spirit stones as dowry, they definitely wouldn't be ordinary. Marrying his daughter off to Wu Rulong would certainly not be a disgrace. As for why Wu Hao chose to offer 100 top-grade spirit stones to Su-in, Wu Hao had thought through it thoroughly. After all, Su-in was his future son-in-law's father. If resources weren't sufficient, Su-in might one day die of natural causes when his cultivation stalled. At that time, Su Qingxue would already be part of the Wu family. If Su-in passed away, she would inevitably be deeply saddened. Thus, Wu Hao had generously handed over 100 top-grade spirit stones to help Su-in enhance his cultivation. For Wu Hao at present, 100 top-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. He had barely used 50 of them even after Wu Rulong's 10 years of cultivation. So instead of keeping them, better to give 100 to Su-in as dowry. As for future acquisition of resources, Wu Hao already had some ideas, though he would need to wait until his son was available to proceed, and until the Wu family became stronger to execute those plans. Soon, the two settled on the wedding date. Since Wuhao was in a hurry, they quickly agreed on a wedding in half a month. The news of the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion getting married quickly spread across the entire Sunset City, and everyone was astonished. After all, in the eyes of the cultivators of Sunset City, Su Qingxue was like a flower on a high mountain, one admired from afar but never reached. Thus, many were curious to know who could possibly have won her heart. Among them, some members from the four great families even came to cause trouble, but Wuhao decisively wiped them out. When it came to his son's marriage, Wuhao naturally could not afford to allow any mistakes. Even with cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage guarding them, the four great families were still no match for Wuhao. If anything, they could only blame their own low-grade cultivation techniques and shallow foundation. That day would later be known as the doomsday of the four great families. Chapter 5. The grandson's birth and the expansion of the family. 5 full years quickly passed. During these 5 years, with the continuous efforts of Wu Rulong and Su Qingshan, their first child was finally about to be born. Outside the delivery room, Wu Rulong paced back and forth, visibly nervous. Although he had already broken through to the golden core stage, in moments like this, he still felt extremely anxious and worried. Look at you, don't be so nervous. Qingshan is at least a foundation-building peak cultivator, so there won't be any problems. Because Wu Rulong had advanced to the middle golden core stage, Wuhao had also been promoted to the nascent soul stage. However, he was still not satisfied. If one day the bloodline members of the family reached 10,000 in number, he would likely break through to the emperor stage within a mere 100 years. Soon, a loud and crisp infant's cry emerged from the delivery room, followed by the midwife walking out with a very adorable baby in her arms. Congratulations, master and young master. It's a boy. Is this really my child? Gently taking the baby from the midwife's arms, Wu Rulong looked at the little one in his arms, who hadn't even opened his eyes yet. At this moment, he truly felt that his responsibilities had increased greatly from this day forward. Not long after, Su Qingshan, now finished giving birth, also got dressed and walked out from the delivery room, although her face still looked pale. You might ask why she didn't need to rest for a month after childbirth? What international joke is that? How could a cultivator possibly need to rest for a month postpartum? Dad, please name my child. Wu Rulong turned to Wu Hao, saying it with an extremely serious expression in his eyes, while Su Qingshan also looked toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Since he is my grandson, let's name him Wu Qianquan. Qianquan means moving the heavens and the earth with martial power. So dad wishes for this child to attain an incredibly powerful realm in the future? What a great name. Wu Rulong murmured, his eyes involuntarily brightening. But Wu Hao swore he had not thought this deeply. He just wanted to have a bit of mischievous fun, wishing for his grandson to have a name like that of a novel's protagonist. But apparently, having a protagonist-like name didn't mean one would actually become the protagonist. When he had just seen his grandson, Wu Hao had also checked the child's talent. Merely a middle spirit root, but still better than none. You two need to work harder. I really hope to see our Wu family grow strong soon. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan couldn't help but blush slightly, while Wu Rulong replied with a serious and determined tone. Mission will be completed, guaranteed. Alright, although growing our Wu family is important, you mustn't neglect your cultivation either. Wu Hao spoke again at this point. After all, one was his son and the other was his daughter-in-law, so naturally, he didn't want them to slack off in their cultivation. Only 2 years quickly passed afterward. During these 2 years, while Wu Rulong and Su Qingshan continued working hard to expand the Wu family, they didn't slack off their cultivation either. Therefore, Wu Rulong smoothly advanced to the late golden core stage, while Su Qingshan progressed to the spiritual C stage and became pregnant again. However, this time, the baby's talent wasn't very impressive, merely a superior spirit root. After consulting Wu Hao's opinion, the couple decided to name their second child Wu Xinyuan. Time flew quickly, passing 6 years in the blink of an eye. During these 6 years, Wu Rulong and Su Qingshan gave birth to 2 more children named Wu Wangu and Wu Qinlong, respectively. Regarding their cultivation stages, Wu Rulong broke through to the early nascent soul stage, while Su Qingshan successfully advanced to the early golden core stage. As for the 2 grandsons' talents, they were superior spirit root and inferior spirit root, respectively. Wu Hao wasn't surprised at all. Although his 4th grandson, Wu Qinlong, only possessed an inferior spirit root, Wu Hao had no shortage of resources, so even if he had to pour all the resources in, he could still force Wu Qinlong to attain immortality. That's just how arrogant and wealthy he was. During these 6 years, Wu Hao's cultivation advancement wasn't so rapid. After all, currently the only Wu family member cultivating in the entire family was just Wu Rulong alone, so progress was naturally slow. Thus, Wu Hao was now only at the nascent soul peak stage. Fortunately, starting from today, his eldest grandson, Wu Qingquan, could begin cultivating, which was great news for Wu Hao, as it meant that in about 10 years, his eldest grandson would also be able to marry and have children. At that time, the Wu family's next generations would multiply, and his speed in cultivating would definitely accelerate. At the same time, to make it convenient for his descendants to find suitable cultivation partners, Wu Hao also relocated the entire Wu family to the Sunset City, which was also convenient for Su Qingshan to visit her parents when she missed home. However, even after Wu Hao presented 100 top-grade spirit stones as a dowry, Su Yin's cultivation progress was still not optimistic. She had only broken through from the early nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage. Under Wu Hao's guidance, his eldest grandson had also successfully begun cultivating the family's cultivation technique, the 5 elements Yin-Yang Sutra, which had been left behind by Su Qiaoran, and smoothly advanced to the chi-condensation stage. Of course, when Wu Qingquan broke through to the early chi-condensation stage, Wu Hao himself didn't react much. After all, Wu Qingquan only possessed a middle spirit root, meaning he could only provide a 100-fold return. Such a small advancement didn't offer him much benefit, but as long as progress was steady and continuous, it was still considered a long-term investment for the future. Moreover, soon, another full 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, with an extravagant investment of resources, Wu Rulong had smoothly advanced to the late nascent soul stage, and Wu Qingquan had already become a spiritual C peak cultivator. Under such circumstances, Wuhao himself had also advanced to the middle soul transformation stage, with a lifespan extending up to 10,000 years. As for offspring, thanks to Wu Rulong and Su Qingshan's relentless efforts, they had already given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. The 5th grandson Wu Wandao, the 6th grandson Wu Tianquan, the 7th grandson Wu Qitian, and the 8th granddaughter Wu Shuiying. Their talents were respectively a superior spirit root, a middle spirit root, a supreme spirit root, and another middle spirit root. This was actually the first time Wuhao had ever seen someone with a supreme spirit root. After all, the appearance of a supreme spirit root would surely even entice Juan emperor-level experts to come out and take them as disciples. After all, cultivators were extremely rare. Perhaps 1 lower spirit root would appear among 10,000 people, and among 10,000 lower spirit roots, perhaps only 1 middle spirit root would appear. In other words, among billions upon billions of people, perhaps there wouldn't even be 1 person with a supreme spirit root. If someone like that appeared, as long as no accidents occurred, they would surely break through to the emperor realm or even reach the Jin emperor stage. If they had the right fate and luck, perhaps they could even become an emperor. But what excited Wuhao the most right now was that his eldest grandson, Wu Qingquan, had finally come of age. It was high time he got married and had children. Chapter 6. The birth of the 4th generation, the heaven-chosen child. Grandfather, I'm still young. Do I really need to get married and have children? Wu Qingquan looked at his grandfather, who was urging him to marry and start a family, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Wu Hao, however, replied with sincere advice. Qingquan, you must understand, cultivators find it harder to have children the stronger they become. While you're not yet powerful, perhaps you can have a few. But once your cultivation reaches great heights, having children won't be as easy as it is now. But, as Wu Qingquan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Wu Hao. Alright, I won't pressure you too much. Just marry within a year. Hearing those words from Wu Hao, what could Wu Qingquan do but helplessly agree? What Wu Hao said about powerful cultivators having difficulty conceiving was not just made up. Otherwise, if emperors could reproduce easily, the entire Xintian realm would be filled with their descendants. After all, the benefit of cultivation is extended lifespan, but the drawback is naturally the difficulty of producing offspring. With Wu Hao's urging, Wu Qingquan, who had originally been focused on his cultivation, could only go into Luri City to look for a suitable partner. However, because the Wu family was extremely powerful in Luri City, many people immediately came knocking once they heard that Wu Qingquan was seeking a wife, including Suan. Old Wu, I heard that young Qingquan is looking for a wife. After arriving at the Wu family residence, Suan went straight to Wu Hao and asked. Wu Hao sighed and spoke with a tone of wistfulness. That's right. The boy has come of age. It's time for him to marry. In that case, how about I introduce someone to Qingquan? After all, she's my granddaughter. Suan pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao cast a curious glance towards Suan. You have someone in mind? The holy maiden of a nearby sect called by Yuyo. She's 18 years old and at the middle stage of foundation building. From Suan's words, Wu Hao learned that there were many cultivation sects around Luri City, and Bai Yuyo was the holy maiden of one sect known as the Azure Water sect. Wu Hao was familiar with the Azure Water sect. Its sect leader was in existence at the nascent Soul Foundation stage. After settling in Luri City, Wu Hao had thoroughly investigated all surrounding forces to ensure safety. The strongest among them was a faction called Bloodstained Sect, whose most powerful member was at the peak of the transformation stage, an existence Wu Hao didn't yet dare to provoke. After pondering for a long while, Wu Hao cast a suspicious glance at Suan and asked, Old Su, why do I feel like you've been planning this for a while? Qingquan is my grandson. Of course, I want to plan for his marriage matters. Suan admitted without hesitation and chuckled. Before long, the two joined forces and went to the Azure Water sect to propose marriage. Nowadays, even if it wasn't Wu Hao himself but just someone like Wu Rulong, they could easily wipe out the entire Azure Water sect. Therefore, when the Azure Water sect master heard that it was about marrying the young master of the Wu family, he naturally agreed without hesitation. As for the dowry, just 100 top-grade spirit stones would suffice. Not to mention 10 such stones were already beyond what the Azure Water sect could ever produce. Under the overwhelming pressure of both power and wealth, the Azure Water sect had no choice but to agree. As for Bai Yuyo herself, she didn't voice any objections either. After meeting Wu Qingquan once, the two quickly decided to marry in 6 months' time. After all, Wu Qingquan's talent was already quite good, and with the Wu family lavishing him with resources like they were free. Although he was only 18 years old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of Spirit Sea. Not only in the small Luri city, even among some top sects, he could easily become a chosen disciple. Thus, Bai Yuyo naturally had a certain fondness towards Wu Qingquan, though it was merely fondness. Matters of love would be discussed later. Wu Hao observed the two's personalities. If he didn't personally intervene, there was a high chance the two would still end up together naturally. If anyone asked how Wu Hao knew this, don't ask, just accept that it's the intuition of an ultimate master of romance. Before long, 3 more years passed. Under Wu Hao's constant urging, Wu Qingquan and Bai Yuyo gradually developed affection for each other, soon bringing forth the Wu family's very first 4th-generation child. Now, outside the delivery room, Wu Rulong looked at Wu Qingquan pacing back and forth anxiously and spoke without much patience. What are you nervous about? My daughter-in-law is a cultivator. How could a cultivator possibly have a difficult childbirth? Before Wu Qingquan could even say anything, Wu Hao slapped Wu Rulong on the back of the head and said in a displeased tone, You were even more nervous than Qingquan back in your day. That's because the person involved gets confused while the observer sees clearly. Wu Rulong replied grumpily. Nowadays, he had naturally slowed down in cultivation progress because he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. Just as Wu Qingquan was about to say something, suddenly the sky outside changed. The sky shimmered with colorful rays of light that could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. Within the clouds, one could see terrifying phantom figures. With the appearance of this anomaly, great cultivators across the entire Xintian realm opened their eyes and were about to investigate the origin of this strange phenomenon when Wu Hao intervened and blocked them. Nevertheless, the disturbance caused by the anomaly was still sensed by many experts. Heavenly anomaly appears. This is someone blessed with great fortune being born. Servants, go and find him. We must bring him under the wings of our Penglai island at all costs. Even mighty cultivators are drawn in reverence. This is an individual of immense fortune, one who can gain the entire world. Turn the entire Xintian realm upside down to find him if you must. Judging by the direction, it seems to be coming from the southern domain. Go and find him. Although Wuhao couldn't hear their words, he could already guess that his grandson would stir the entire southern domain into chaos. Dad, what's going on? Wu Rulong was also startled by the sudden disturbance, his expression involuntarily turning grave. Wuhao inhaled deeply, looking toward the delivery room as he murmured. It seems my great-grandson isn't a simple character after all. As Wuhao's thoughts settled, the voice of the system followed shortly after. Ding! A heaven-chosen child has been detected among the descendants of the master. So it's the heaven-chosen child, huh? If that's the case, everything makes sense now. I just hope this heaven-chosen child doesn't bring any calamity to our Wu family. Wuhao thought inwardly. Although the idea of a million-fold reward from the heaven-chosen child thrilled him, Wuhao also deeply knew that every family possessing a heaven-chosen child either ascended entirely or was sacrificed entirely. But there was no helping it, since the heaven-chosen child had already appeared, and he was his own great-grandson. Wuhao could only give his all and try to lift the entire Wu clan toward ascension. With the help of the system, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 7. Refining Emptiness. Grandfather, please give my son a name. Wu Qingquan held his son in his arms and came before Wu Hao, his eyes full of expectation. After all, their names had all been given by Wu Hao. Carefully taking the baby grandson from Wu Qingquan's arms and looking at the little one who was still sucking on his finger, Wu Hao's mind simultaneously presented the baby's identity. Name, to be decided. Identity, the heaven chosen, a powerful cultivator's reincarnation. Talent, supreme spirit root. Physique, archaic sage body. Looking at the information of his great-grandson, Wu Hao remained deep in thought for a long time before he finally spoke. He has been extraordinary since birth, so let's name him Wu Yifan, hoping his life won't attract too much attention. Grandfather, isn't this name somewhat not very suitable? Wu Qingquan asked hesitantly, but Wu Hao shook his head and spoke with an extremely serious tone. Did you not notice the omens that appeared when Yifan was born? Our Wu family lacks the power to protect him. Throughout the Xintian realm, there are countless powerful forces far stronger than our family. Thus, giving him this name is my hope that he will live a peaceful and safe life in this lifetime. Only the ordinary can remain safe. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wu Qingquan finally understood his grandfather's good intentions, moved beyond words. Because Wu Hao personally concealed the omens, even though powerful forces in the Xintian realm knew the heaven-favored child was somewhere in the southern territory, they could not immediately locate Wu Yifan. Thus, 8 silent years passed. During these 8 years, the third generation of the Wu family began cultivation, while Wu Rulong and Su Qingxue paused their plans of having more children, devoting themselves entirely to cultivation. Of course, the head of the family was naturally Wu Rulong, so nowadays Wu Rulong needed to balance both cultivation and family affairs, which meant the pressure was fairly significant. However, since the Wu family was not yet extremely large and its population not too numerous, the family affairs needing attention were actually not that many. Great-grandfather, can I start cultivating now? Now 8 years old, Wu Yifan had grown into quite a handsome young boy. It was his birthday today, so early in the morning he ran excitedly to Wu Hao and asked. Wu Hao pondered briefly and then nodded. In fact, he had given serious thought to Wu Yifan's method of cultivation. Being a heaven-chosen and possessing the archaic sage body, ordinary cultivation techniques would only become burdens for Wu Yifan. Therefore, during these past 8 years, Wu Hao had searched extensively for a suitable cultivation method compatible with the archaic sage body, and indeed, he found one. This cultivation manual was specially found for you by your great-grandfather. It's called the Archaic Sage Method Sutra. When cultivated to the highest level, it allows you to rival an emperor merely by physical prowess alone. Upon hearing the words of his great-grandfather, Wu Yifan's eyes instantly lit up, and he said excitedly, Great-grandfather, I want to cultivate. I want to rival an emperor. Good, good, good. Then your great-grandfather will teach you now. A faintly satisfied expression appeared on Wu Hao's face. Fortunately, this era was not like the one he once knew, where the heavens severed the archaic sage body's talents. This meant that Wu Yifan's future potential would certainly surpass that of the previous heavenly emperor. Before long, Wu Hao successfully taught Wu Yifan how to cultivate. Within only a few breaths, under the influence of Wu Hao lavishing him with resources, Wu Yifan's cultivation skyrocketed directly to the peak of chi-condensation, only a step away from reaching foundation building. However, Wu Hao suppressed this growth. There was no other reason. He knew that the cultivation path must be walked step by step. Only after solidifying the foundation at this stage could Wu Yifan advance further into foundation building, establishing a solid base that would enable him to rise ever higher in the future. Although he had only reached the peak of chi-condensation, with a millionfold feedback, Wu Hao's cultivation immediately surged with explosive speed. Originally at the late nascent soul stage, because Wu Yifan had begun cultivation, Wu Hao couldn't hold himself back and directly advanced to the middle stage of void refinement. Great-grandfather, what's going on? Looking at Wu Hao, Wu Yifan wore an expression of confusion as he asked. Shaking his head, Wu Hao replied with a very serious tone. Yifan, you must remember, when cultivating, never rush. Cultivation is like building a 10,000-foot tower. Each realm must be fully consolidated before advancing further. Only then can you reach even greater heights in the future. Do you understand? I understand. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan immediately showed understanding and nodded, affirming his agreement. Wu Hao finally revealed a satisfied expression. After all, Wu Yifan's future potential was extremely high, and relying solely on himself, he could definitely rise to an unfathomably powerful realm. Soon, the fourth generation of the Wu family began cultivation, and Wu Hao's cultivation level also started to rise as the entire Wu family continuously progressed. 10 years passed. As Wu Yifan smoothly broke through to the core formation stage, Wu Hao also advanced to the peak of the heavenly ascension stage, only a single step away from becoming the legendary saint. Stay calm. Without becoming an emperor, there are still great dangers within the Shantian realm. Wuhao took a deep breath and clenched his fist. At his current age, still not yet 100 years old, he had already become a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly ascension stage, a feat considered unimaginable even across the entire Shantian realm. However, Wuhao knew that the peak of heavenly ascension was nothing much. Although thanks to a powerful cultivation method, he could rival a saint in battle, against a great sage, he would certainly face certain death. Thus, the immediate priority was to grow stronger. And today marked the coming-of-age ceremony for Wu Yifan, the first of Wu family's fourth generation. Just as Wu Hao was preparing to speak to Wu Yifan about a marriage arrangement, he received unexpected news from Wu Qingquan. Wu Yifan intended to leave the Wu family and travel outside. Great-grandfather, you're here just in time. I want to go out and explore, but father and the others won't let me leave. Inside the great hall of the Wu family, standing before Wu Rulong, Wu Qingquan, Su Qingxue, and Bai Yuyo, Wu Yifan couldn't help but call out excitedly upon seeing Wu Hao's arrival, even resorting to some childish pleading. After all, in Wu Yifan's mind, his great-grandfather was the most doting on him, and he believed that if he acted cute, his great-grandfather would definitely agree. Sure enough, after Wu Yifan spoke, Wu Hao sighed and, with an extremely serious expression, turned toward Wu Yifan and asked once more, "Are you really determined to venture out and cultivate on your own?" "Yes, great-grandfather. I can feel that the overly peaceful life in the Wu family doesn't suit my cultivation method." Wu Yifan replied with an expression of unwavering determination. Endowed with the archaic sage body, remaining within the excessively safe environment of the Wu family for long was not beneficial to his development. Wu Hao naturally had already considered this, so he did not object. He turned toward Wu Rulong and Wu Qingquan and tried to persuade them. A child grows up and eventually must go out and explore. Just remember, the Wu family will always welcome you back. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan's face immediately showed clear joy. "Thank you, great-grandfather." Now that Wu Hao had spoken, what more could Wu Rulong and Wu Qingquan say? As parents, they naturally wished for their child's safety. But that was not a reason to stifle their son's growth within the cradle. After giving some parting instructions, Wu Yifan eventually departed, leaving the Wu family without anyone knowing. Standing high in the sky, Wu Hao sighed deeply. A heaven-chosen child was indeed never content staying in one place. However, venturing out was actually better. These chosen individuals usually grew rapidly through numerous dangers. In other words, after leaving the Wu family, Wu Yifan's progress in cultivation would become faster, and Wu Hao himself would also be able to strengthen more quickly. Chapter 8. Breaking Through to Quasi-Emperor. After Wu Yifan left the Wu family to go out on his cultivation journey, the third generation of the Wu family gradually started families and pursued careers of their own, giving Wu Hao more than a dozen great-grandchildren. Unfortunately, none of them were another mandated child of heaven. The best among them only possessed supreme spiritual roots. However, for Wu Hao at this point, this was already more than sufficient. Time flowed like water. No matter how hard one tried to grasp it, it quietly slipped away. 20 entire years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 20 years, with more than 30 members of the Wu family cultivating simultaneously, combined with the feedback Wu Hao received from Wu Yifan, the mandated child of heaven, cultivating outside, he was able to break through a minor realm almost every month. 20 years later, Wu Hao's cultivation had smoothly surpassed the saint realm and reached the peak of sovereign, standing merely a small step away from breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. Today marked the day Wu Hao was destined to ascend to the rank of quasi-emperor. After reaching the saint level, one could use the saint energy within one's body to create a small, independent world. Wu Hao had chosen to undergo this breakthrough within his own small world. Otherwise, given his foundation, combined with the might of the Emperor Dao 10,000 method scripture, his breakthrough to the quasi-emperor level would have certainly shaken the entire Shantian realm. Wu Hao, however, didn't wish to attract attention at this point, which was why he had chosen the solitude of his small world for the breakthrough. So this is the power of a quasi-emperor. As a thunderous rumble spread from inside him, Wu Hao's aura grew increasingly terrifying, as if reaching a peak limit. In an instant, everything within the small world seemed to freeze motionless. When Wu Hao opened his eyes again, he had already broken through to the level of quasi-emperor. Wu Hao could feel that, with his current strength, a single careless punch could obliterate the entire Sunset City, and possibly even half the southern domain surrounding it. It might have been an overestimation, but it still adequately reflected the might of a quasi-emperor. Moreover, according to what Wu Hao knew, there were basically no openly acknowledged emperors within the Shantian realm. It was as if the realm had been cursed. No true emperor had appeared since 1,000,000 years ago. Even the 4 great super forces in the Shantian realm currently were only protected by quasi-emperors. Naturally, with their deep foundations, even without an emperor expert, they would still stand a chance in a battle against one. Only forces that had once produced an emperor and possessed an imperial artifact could truly be considered a superpower, and imperial artifacts were extremely terrifying. They allowed a quasi-emperor equipped with one to even challenge an emperor directly. With my current strength, I still can't afford to be too ostentatious. I'll wait until I reach an unrivaled realm before making myself known. Wu Hao silently mused, making up his mind. He resolved to only make a public appearance when reaching the transcendent realm. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, how was his wife doing? Thinking of Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao sighed helplessly. He knew he would need to find time to meet her soon, but for now, securing the safety of the Wu family came first. Currently, the most powerful member in the Wu family was Wu Rulong, who had broken through to the early stage of the refinement void realm. Although still quite weak compared to Wu Hao himself, he was practically Wu Di around the small Sunset City. But in the next moment, Wu Hao couldn't help furrowing his brows, and in a flash, he vanished from the small world. At this very moment, just outside the gate of the Wu residence, a blood-soaked figure staggered forward step by painful step, heading toward the Wu family estate. The figure's aura was incredibly weak, as if it might collapse at any moment. Great-grandpa, I'm sorry. I have failed the honor of the Wu family. Looking toward the direction of the Wu family, the figure wore a face filled with shame and regret, then lost consciousness and collapsed. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Wu Hao appeared before him in time, catching him steadily. Seeing Wu Yifan in such a miserable state, Wu Hao's expression remained calm on the outside, but deep within, his fury burned beyond restraint. He hadn't expected his great-grandson to suffer such a disaster simply from going out on a cultivation journey. After all, his grandson was the mandated child of heaven. If not for that blessing, he might have already died. Whoever dares harm my grandson shall pay with blood. Without hesitation, Wu Hao immediately used his power to stabilize Wu Yifan's deteriorating condition. Only after completing this did he carry Wu Yifan back toward the Wu residence. Meanwhile, deep within a distant mountain far away from the Wu family estate, several figures clad in black robes, whose faces were obscured, let out faint auras of rage. Big mistake. Didn't expect this kid to have a high-grade teleportation talisman. If we can't bring him back, it'll be difficult to explain to the Holy Sun. What's there to fear? Although that kid escaped using a spatial teleportation talisman, we still managed to severely wound him. Just a mere saint. He can't have gotten far. Anyway, let's go look for him first. They were indeed the ones who had gravely injured Wu Yifan. As for why they had targeted him, it was purely due to a fortunate discovery. They had stumbled upon the fact that Wu Yifan possessed the ancient holy body. The ancient holy body was famous not only for its extraordinary combat power, but more importantly, because the holy blood of such a body could help certain cultivators break through their cultivation barriers. Hence, they had immediately decided to act against Wu Yifan. What they hadn't expected was that this saint, Wu Yifan, had actually managed to escape from the hands of 3 saint kings. If the Holy Sun found out that the ancient holy body had slipped through their fingers, their fate wouldn't be a pleasant one. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, and immediately set off in the direction Wu Yifan had fled. Back at the Wu family estate, upon learning of Wu Yifan's critical injuries, the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Wu family had gathered around his bedside. Fortunately, Wu Hao had already used the medical expertise passed down by his granddaughter, Wu Shuang, to stabilize Wu Yifan's condition. Whatever had happened would only be revealed once Wu Yifan regained consciousness. Standing beside Wu Yifan's bed, Wu Qingquan's expression was pitch black, while Bai Yuyo wept bitterly as she held her son's hand. Grandfather, what exactly happened? Wu Qingquan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stay calm as he looked toward his grandfather, Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head and replied, I don't know either. We'll only know who gravely injured him once Yifan wakes up. Damn it. If I ever find out who dared to harm my son, I'll have them skinned alive, Wu Qingquan said furiously as a father. Yet Wu Hao felt an odd sensation inside. Wu Qingquan was only at the early stage of soul formation, and he could clearly see that Wu Yifan was at the early stage of saint. Thus, whoever had inflicted such grave injuries on Wu Yifan had to be at least a great saint, or even a saint king. Even if Wu Qingquan trained for another 100 years, he might still not stand a chance against that opponent. But Wu Hao didn't say this aloud. The affairs of his great-grandson should be handled by his great-grandson himself. This was Wu Yifan's inner demon. Only by resolving it could he break through to an even stronger realm. Chapter 9. Wu Yifan awakens. Grandfather, it's up to me now. Finally, with Wu Hao's medical skills supporting him, Wu Yifan gradually regained consciousness after 3 full days. Where am I? Am I dead? Wu Yifan slightly strained to open his heavy eyelids and looked around, puzzled as he spoke. After all, the current Wu family estate had expanded significantly compared to the past, so it was perfectly normal for Wu Yifan to not recognize his surroundings. A servant attending to Wu Yifan quickly rushed out to inform Wu Hao and the others upon noticing that he was waking up. Before long, Wu Hao and the rest hurried in from outside. When they saw Wu Yifan had finally woken up, they couldn't help but release a breath of relief. Bai Yuyo, on the other hand, gripped Wu Yifan's hand tightly and couldn't help but burst into tears. Son, do you know how worried I've been? You almost scared me to death. After seeing his mother crying and the anxious expressions on his family members' faces, could Wu Yifan still not realize he had returned home? Only now, the cultivation inside his body had completely vanished, shattered entirely by the attack of those 3 saint kings. But Wu Yifan didn't feel discouraged. After all, he was a genius. With the heart of a genius, such a setback meant nothing to him. Cultivation could be rebuilt from scratch. Mother, I'm fine, see? I'm right here, safe and sound. Hearing his mother's sobs, Wu Yifan couldn't help but comfort her. But his words unintentionally made Bai Yuyo even more upset. Safe and sound. If it wasn't for your great-grandfather stepping in, you'd probably be dead on the road by now. I understand. I promise. Nothing like this will ever happen again. Wu Yifan hurriedly assured her, and only then did Bai Yuyo stop pressing the issue. Wu Qingquan also approached Wu Yifan, his face extremely grim. Son, who hurt you? Tell your father. Let me go and take revenge for you. No need, father. You're no match for them. Wu Yifan scratched his nose slightly, and replied somewhat embarrassed. But clearly, Wu Qingquan didn't understand the implication. He thought his son didn't dare ask his father to fight, because he believed his father was too weak. He continued firmly. Don't worry, son. Just tell me. Your father is an expert at the early stage transformation realm. After all, since Wu Yifan's cultivation had been completely destroyed upon his return, Wu Qingquan still thought the enemy his son had encountered wasn't too powerful. Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Yifan could only sigh helplessly and finally relented. Alright then, those who crippled me were 3 saint kings at the early saint king stage. Just 3. Wait, 3 what? Wu Qingquan had been about to say something dismissive about 3 early stage saint kings, but soon caught on, as if his throat had been suddenly choked up, unable to say anything more. The faces of the Wu family members present all turned into expressions of shock, clearly unprepared for the fact that Wu Yifan had grown so powerful that he could actually escape from the hands of Saint King level experts. Wu Yifan's face briefly reflected a lingering fear from surviving the ordeal. If it hadn't been for his early stage saint cultivation and his powerful ancient divine body, he might not have even escaped alive. Although he had lost all his cultivation, Wu Yifan was fully confident that he could surpass his former peak once again and become a grand emperor level expert. So son, what cultivation stage did you reach in these 20 years? Wu Qingquan swallowed hard, his voice slightly strained as he asked. He still remembered that before leaving the Wu family, Wu Yifan had only been at the early foundation core stage. Now, within only 20 years, he had managed to escape from 3 early-stage Saint Kings. Just how powerful had his son become? Merely at the early Saint stage, I suppose. Looking at Wu Yifan's unusually calm expression, all the Wu family members present secretly thought he was trying to show off, but they lacked proof to challenge him. At this moment, Wuhao spoke up. Enough. Yifan has only just recovered from severe injuries. Let him rest. Everyone else, go attend to your own matters. Yes, father, grandfather, great-grandfather. The second, third, and fourth generations of the Wu clan all left to cultivate, and soon only Wu Hao and Wu Yifan remained in the room. At this moment, Wu Yifan's expression finally turned serious. Originally, he had thought his great-grandfather Wu Hao was merely an ordinary cultivator. After all, how strong could cultivators from the southern domain really be? The Xiantian realm was divided into 5 regions: northern, western, eastern, central, and southern. The southern domain ranked the lowest among the 5, and many cultivators would leave for the other 4 regions once they grew strong enough. Only after leaving the Wu family did Wu Yifan truly realize the terrifying power of his great-grandfather Wu Hao. The Huanggu Sync Cultivation Sutra seemed tailor-made specifically for his Huanggu divine body, not to mention the resources he had access to. Within the Wu family, even the spirit stones distributed were Jiping spirit stones, whereas outside, even the most powerful factions could only obtain Shangfeng spirit stones. This alone revealed the terrifying might of the Wu family, in fact, more accurately, of great-grandfather Wu Hao. Great-grandfather. Seeing Wu Hao approaching, Wu Yifan quickly tried to sit up from the bed, but Wu Hao simply waved a hand, signaling him not to move, and then spoke directly. So, what do you plan to do about those 3 Saint Kings? Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's expression also turned serious. He understood what his great-grandfather implied. If he were to ask for help, there was no doubt Wu Hao would personally eliminate them. However, he was a genius. A genius possessed his own pride. His enemies should only be defeated by himself alone. Only in this way could his cultivation path remain unobstructed and clear. Therefore, without hesitation, Wu Yifan answered decisively. Great-grandfather, I want to handle this matter myself. Truly my descendant. The resources here will be more than sufficient for you to recover to the Saint King stage, or even break through to the Great Sage realm. Once you reach the Great Sage realm, those 3 Saint Kings should be no match for you. Also, your Huanggu divine body has only reached a minor perfection stage so far. Strive to cultivate it to the major perfection stage as soon as possible. With just one glance, Wu Hao could already see that Wu Yifan's current level of cultivation in the Huanggu divine body was only minor perfection. The Huanggu divine body contained 12 divine seals, and only by breaking through these seals could one fully unlock its power. Breaking one seal marked the beginning of the cultivation. 3 seals signified minor perfection, and only by shattering 9 divine seals could one call it true major perfection. At present, Wu Yifan had only broken through 6 layers. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan helplessly let out a bitter smile. Great-grandfather, I wish I could too, but heavenly treasures capable of breaking the seals of the Huanggu divine body are extremely difficult to find. Even after years of continuous searching, I have only managed to find enough to break through 6 layers. You don't need to worry about that. The family has grown stronger over these years, collecting numerous medicinal herbs throughout the Xiantian realm. Search the family treasury thoroughly. There may be the treasures you need to break the divine seals. Over these 20 years, as Wu Hao's cultivation steadily advanced, he had begun applying knowledge learned from Earth to establish merchant guilds across the southern domain, amassing vast wealth. Since he couldn't continuously invest the rewards given by the system, Wu Hao had instructed family members to earn money and submit it to him, after which he redistributed it accordingly, thus triggering feedback from the system. Within just 20 years, the Wu family's wealth had grown to an incredibly formidable level, enough to rival even the most ancient sacred sects. Chapter 10. The appearance of the second heaven-chosen prodigy. Great-grandfather. So, exactly what level of cultivation are you at? Looking at the mountains of resources piled up within the Wu family estate, Wu Yifan's expression was extremely complex as he asked. Wu Hao waved his hand dismissively, wearing a modest expression as he replied. You only need to know that your great-grandfather will always be above you. That's not necessarily true, great-grandfather. I will definitely surpass you. Immediately, Wu Yifan Bufuqi blurted out, and then went off to train frantically. Upon hearing Wu Yifan's words, Wu Hao's face also showed a satisfied expression. Asterisk work hard, young one. Only by striving can you achieve invincibility sooner. Asterisk. As Wu Yifan went off to recover, Wu Hao suddenly sensed something, his expression involuntarily wrinkling. With a swift blur, he vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already inside a birthing chamber within the Wu family estate. Grandfather. As soon as they saw Wu Hao's arrival, the Wu family members present hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. But Wu Hao ignored them, and instead looked toward the birthing chamber and asked, Xianyuan, is this your son being born? Yes, grandfather. Wu Xianyuan nodded hastily in response to Wu Hao's question, glancing toward the birthing room and involuntarily revealing a trace of concern on his face. Since the grandfather had come in person, could something have happened to his son? Soon, a crisp and loud infant's cry emerged from the birthing chamber. Wah! Shortly afterward, the midwife walked out carrying a baby, and as she saw Wu Xianyuan, she offered her congratulations. Master, it's a boy. Upon seeing this, Wu Xianyuan carefully took the infant from the midwife's arms, then looked toward Wu Hao, and after a moment of hesitation, made a request. Please, grandfather, I hope you would bestow a name upon my son. By now, the Wu family had grown considerably, so name-giving had long ceased to be decided solely by Wu Hao. Most decisions were now left to Wu Rulong. Since Wu Hao happened to be present today, Wu Xianyuan still wanted his grandfather to give his son a meaningful and auspicious name. Wu Hao stared at the little baby in Wu Xianyuan's arms, then took him gently into his own embrace, an expression of satisfaction naturally appearing on his face, before finally speaking. Since he's your son, Xianyuan, let's name him Wu Dao. Name, Wu Dao. Identity, heaven-chosen prodigy. Talent, supreme spirit root. Physique, chaos body. Wu Hao hadn't anticipated that his family would actually produce a second heaven-chosen prodigy. Ordinarily, Having even one heaven-chosen prodigy was already considered extraordinary. After all, only a formidable power can protect a heaven-chosen prodigy. If a clan isn't strong enough, possessing a heaven-chosen prodigy would bring calamity and lead to destruction. However, this wasn't even a concern for Wuhao since his millionfold feedback system already placed him far above any heaven-chosen prodigy. Now, even in the Xintian realm, he possessed sufficient power for self-defense. Yi Dao, what grandfather means is that this child will one day create his own Dao. Wu Xinyuan, listening to his grandfather's words, couldn't help his eyes lighting up with excitement as he murmured. But Wuhao swore he had no such intention. Each heaven-chosen prodigy had his own destined path, and Wuhao couldn't even guess their future development. Still, Wuhao did know a few types of plot development that certain heaven-chosen prodigies usually experienced, and perhaps in the future, he could orchestrate some events. As time passed, 8 more years swiftly passed. During these 8 years, Wu Yifan had completely healed his injuries. He even broke through the 7th seal of the ancient sage body, possessing a physical prowess capable of rivaling even Saint Kings. Of course, this only referred to his brute physical strength. In terms of cultivation realm, he had barely returned to the golden core stage. Despite this, he remained determined to leave the Wu family estate and travel the outside world. On the day of his departure, everyone at home showed deep reluctance to see him go. Bai Yu even pleaded, "Xiaofan, won't you stay and cultivate within the family? The outside world is far too dangerous." "Mother, my decision is final. Staying here will only suppress my growth. It's better to let me go. Moreover, my enemies are very powerful. If I remain in the Wu family, it might bring catastrophe to the clan." Wu Yifan stated firmly, never having been someone who favored a safe and comfortable life. Only through danger and challenges could he rapidly break through. Though he now knew that his great-grandfather was immensely powerful, if his great-grandfather refused to disclose his secrets, he wouldn't press him for them either. "Alright, Yifan is already almost 50 years old now. Let him go," Wuhao finally said. At this moment, Wuhao also stepped forward. Seeing that Wuhao himself had come out to speak, Bai Yu and the others, despite their inner reluctance, could only nod in agreement. After speaking with Wu Qianquan and his wife, Wuhao then turned his gaze toward Wu Yifan and said with a serious expression, "I just hope that before you act, you always consider your own safety first. Don't act recklessly, and preferably, bring back a granddaughter-in-law for me." Wu Yifan's expression subtly changed, as if something had come to mind, and then he nodded in agreement. "I understand, great-grandfather. This kid, it seems like he already has someone he likes." Wuhao naturally noticed Wu Yifan's subtle change in expression, and silently mused to himself. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of heaven-chosen prodigies would almost always possess supreme spirit roots. This meant that if Wu Yifan could have more children, Wuhao's own cultivation progress could speed up even further. Very soon, Wu Yifan stood at a distance and waved goodbye to the members of the Wu family. "I'm off, take care." After speaking, Wu Yifan turned around without looking back and left. The others of the Wu family remained on site for a while before they also departed. "Let's go back. We must also strive hard. Otherwise, we'll fall behind our son's pace." Wu Qingquan stood beside Bai Yu and spoke, then led Bai Yu back. Although Wu Qingquan and Bai Yu had worked hard, their talent limits were evident. Now approaching 80 years old, they had only recently broken through to the late ascendant transformation and early core formation stages. If they didn't keep striving, they might end up like this for the rest of their lives. After all members of the Wu family had left, Wuhao also turned around and departed. He had already secretly left behind a protective force on Wu Yifan's body, powerful enough to ensure that even a quasi-emperor expert couldn't kill Wu Yifan. After all, Wu Yifan was his source of experience. He couldn't afford to let anything happen to him. Still, there was another important matter he needed to attend to, getting the other heaven-chosen prodigy, Wu Yidao, to start cultivating. With the combined strength of 2 heaven-chosen prodigies, Wuhao felt that he would soon be able to break through to the level of an emperor. Especially Wu Yifan, since his cultivation base had been destroyed before, even after recultivating, he could still provide Wuhao with massive feedback in cultivation. For a moment, Wuhao even couldn't help thinking about having Wu Yidao cultivate a certain cultivation technique that required being crippled 99 times, but after thinking about how painful it would be, he simply couldn't bear to do it. Chapter 11. The Emperor. Great-grandpa, can I start cultivating too? Wuhao had just returned to his courtyard when he saw Wu Yidao, dressed in white robes, running towards him with a delighted expression. Seeing this, Wuhao smiled as well and replied, "That's right, Yidao, you can finally start cultivating today." Although Yidao was only 8 years old now, due to the clan rule that forbade the waste of resources in cultivation, all Wu clan children underwent monthly medicinal baths to remove impurities from their bodies, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Therefore, Yidao's height was already about 2/3 of an average adult's, approximately 1.2 meters. Regarding Yidao's cultivation path, Wuhao had already conducted thorough research. The chaos body was a terrifying physical constitution, even more formidable than the ancient holy body. Once discovered, the major sects would definitely compete fiercely to recruit Yidao as their sacred disciple. Of course, as soon as Wuhao realized that Yidao was a divinely chosen child, he immediately suppressed the signs of anomaly, so the various major forces in the Xintian realm remained unaware of Yidao's existence. Otherwise, the southern domain, which was already drawing the attention of the major sects because of Wu Yifan, would surely be plunged into chaos once more. To return to the subject, regarding the chaos body cultivation, Wuhao had made all the necessary preparations. The most suitable cultivation method for a chaos body was the Chaos Sutra. However, this text had long been lost within the Xintian realm. Even Wuhao, despite his efforts to search, could only locate a version of the Chaos Sutra capable of cultivation up to the Holy King stage. After some deliberation, Wuhao looked at Yidao with a very solemn expression and said, "Yidao, great-grandpa needs to tell you something. You should prepare yourself." "Great-grandpa, go ahead. I'm ready." Although slightly nervous, Yidao still nodded firmly with his youthful face. Quickly, Wuhao explained everything about the Chaos Body, including that cultivating the Chaos Sutra would only allow Yidao to reach the Holy King stage, and that the remaining parts of the sutra would need to be found by himself. Although a Chaos body could also cultivate other techniques, none were as suitable as the Chaos Sutra. Only when cultivating the Chaos Sutra could the Chaos body truly fulfill its potential. When Yidao heard that the sutra only allowed cultivation up to the Holy King level, his expression became hesitant for a moment, but he quickly made up his mind and nodded in agreement. Great-grandpa, I've decided. I want to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. Are you sure? If you choose to cultivate the Chaos Sutra, you will have to gather the missing fragments in the Shintian realm. Wuhao asked once more. Yidao then turned his back to Wuhao, confidently declaring. Great-grandpa, since heaven has bestowed upon me a Chaos body, it surely will not prevent me from finding the missing parts of the sutra. Moreover, if I do not cultivate the Chaos Sutra, what good is having a Chaos body? Good. If that's the case, then Great-grandpa will bestow the Chaos Sutra upon you today. Upon hearing this, Wuhao nodded in satisfaction. After all, what was the point of having a Chaos body if not to cultivate the Chaos Sutra? Only by doing so could Yidao provide greater feedback to enhance his own cultivation. Of course, even if Yidao failed to find the remaining parts of the sutra later on, it wouldn't matter. Wuhao would take care of it. By the time Yidao reached the Holy King stage, Wu Yifan would likely already have become a quasi-emperor. At that time, Wuhao himself would probably be an emperor, or even higher. Under such circumstances, would it really be difficult to find a mere missing fragment of the Chaos Sutra? Thanks to the solid foundation laid previously and Wuhao's personal guidance, Yidao soon successfully entered the chi refining stage. And just like Wu Yifan, who had just begun cultivating, he immediately advanced to the peak of the chi refining stage, whereupon Wuhao stopped him. After reminding him of the importance of consolidating his cultivation base before breaking through, Yidao nodded in agreement and eagerly ran off to share the good news with his parents. As for Wuhao, now that he had advanced to the quasi-emperor stage, even with feedback from Yidao at a millionfold rate, he was only getting closer to becoming an emperor. After all, an emperor possessed a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Naturally, reaching that stage would be extremely difficult. In the blink of an eye, 3 more years passed. During this time, as the Wu clan's members continued to cultivate and accumulate strength, Wuhao's cultivation smoothly advanced to the level of emperor. At the very moment Wuhao ascended to the rank of emperor, numerous pairs of eyes in various forbidden zones of the Shintian realm abruptly opened, filled with shock. This aura, an emperor. How is this possible? Wasn't the Shintian realm cursed, preventing anyone from advancing to emperor? Who cares? Since someone has broken through to the level of emperor, doesn't that mean the curse has been lifted? From now on, we can break through to the emperor level. Heaven won't abandon me. Heaven won't abandon me. Come, go find that newly emerged emperor. We must find out how he managed to break through to the emperor stage. This might be our hope. Innumerable terrifying figures hidden within various forbidden zones whispered toward the direction of the southern domain. However, Wuhao had clearly not considered this point. After he broke through to the emperor level, he immediately concealed his aura so that no one could detect it. After all, there was officially no emperor in the Shintian realm now, but secretly? Wuhao wasn't eager to be so ostentatious yet, at least not until he gained absolute power. But something is definitely off about the Shintian realm. It's as if some great being has intervened, cutting off the path from this realm, preventing its cultivators from advancing to the emperor level. After reaching the emperor stage, Wuhao keenly sensed something and his expression grew serious. He could feel that a part of the heavenly Tao of the Shintian realm was missing, a part that contained the exact rules needed for cultivators in the Shintian realm to break through to the emperor stage. Needless to say, even Wuhao himself was completely incapable of doing something like this at the moment, which meant that the Shintian realm definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Low-key must stay low-key. Wuhao muttered internally, his desire to quietly strengthen himself growing more urgent than ever. Moreover, since Wuhao wasn't originally from the Shintian realm, the realm's heavenly Tao had no effect on him. Combined with the help of the system, he was completely unaffected. System, if I break through beyond the emperor level, will I be rejected and forcibly ascended? After reaching the emperor level, Wuhao had already gained a rough understanding of the stages beyond. He didn't get this from the system, but from the instinct of a cultivator about the path forward. As long as the path still existed, he could sense it. Wuhao could feel that the next stage would absolutely be beyond what the Shintian realm could withstand, which was why he now asked. Ding, Master can use the system's aura hiding function to break through. The heavenly Tao won't be able to detect Master's aura, so forced ascension won't occur. I see. Got it. Wuhao thought inwardly. At the moment, he definitely didn't want to ascend too soon. In his previous life, he'd read plenty of such stories about soul transference. If he cultivated to the point of ascension, he might be a celebrated genius in the lower realms. But once he ascended to the upper realms, he might end up being captured and forced to mine or all day. It would be better to wait until he grew a little stronger before ascending. Chapter 12, Searching for his wife. Now that I've already broken through to the level of an emperor, it's about time I go find my wife. After reaching the level of an emperor, Wuhao's first thought was of his wife. After all, the emotions from their years together weren't fake, and besides, could he really spend the rest of his life alone? Therefore, whether emotionally or logically, he had to find Su Qiaoran. But before leaving, he needed to settle all affairs regarding the Wu clan, making sure that their base wouldn't be destroyed while he was away. Soon enough, Wuhao summoned Wu Rulong. Upon hearing that Wuhao wanted to go retrieve his mother, Wu Rulong's expression changed significantly, becoming very complicated. Although he knew that back then his mother hadn't intentionally left them, living so many years without her presence had caused him considerable pain. Still, what could he do? As the son of Su Qiaoran, he couldn't simply ignore his mother's affairs. I understand, father. You go ahead. I'll make sure everything in the Wu clan is taken care of. Over the years, under Wuhao's guidance, the Wu family's business empire had become the largest commercial organization in the entire southern region. Wu Rulong himself had also become a cultivator at the peak of the tribulation crossing stage, only half a step away from reaching the saint stage. Of course, because the Wu clan was willing to invest, 3 Saint King stage experts had been invited to guard the business empire. Combined with Wuhao's remaining contingencies, even a quasi-emperor would be unable to target the Wu clan. Alright, I'll bring your mother back as soon as possible. Having said that, Wuhao set off toward the outside of the Wu clan territory. As for how to locate Su Qiaoran, Wuhao actually didn't have any particularly good leads. After all, back when they were together, Su Qiaoran had been in a state of amnesia, so he didn't know where she came from originally. After regaining her memories, Su Qiaoran, for the safety of Wuhao and Wu Rulong, hadn't told them anything about her origins. Instead, she had simply provided them with some resources sufficient enough for them to cultivate up to the nascent soul stage before leaving. But my wife did say that she was framed and expelled, so it must have been some sort of internal power struggle. Therefore, I should investigate in the southern or central regions factions to see if the name Su Qiaoran appears. Wuhao immediately came up with a plan. He regretted how, back then, Su Qiaoran hadn't left even a single item behind. Otherwise, if he could get a piece of her clothing or a strand of hair, he could track her by sensing her energy signature. But now, no matter how much he regretted, it was already too late. For now, he could only take things step by step. However, given his emperor-level cultivation, finding Su Qiaoran shouldn't take more than a few years. Meanwhile, in the central region, within the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land. As one of the 4 super factions, the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land was naturally extremely powerful. Among them, the Myriad Blossoms' ancestor stood at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor stage. With the help of an imperial weapon, he would even have a chance to fight an early-stage emperor. In the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land, the position of Holy Maiden was currently vacant. Back then, Su Qiaoran had been one of the candidates for Holy Maiden, which was why someone framed her and caused her to fall into the southern region, where she ended up married to Wuhao. After regaining her memories, Su Qiaoran had returned to the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land. Years had passed, and through her immense talent and ruthless decisiveness, she had now become the most likely candidate for the Holy Maiden position. But at this moment, Su Qiaoran sat by the window in her pavilion, looking outside at the blue sky, her expression dazed as she muttered softly to herself. "My husband, I wonder how you and our child are doing. Don't worry though, once I become the Holy Maiden, I'll go and bring you both over. At that time, our family will finally be reunited." Now, Su Qiaoran had already reached the peak of the Saint stage, only a single step away from advancing to the Grand Saint level. Currently, in the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land, besides Su Qiaoran, there were 3 other Holy Maiden candidates. Among the other 2, both had already been eliminated, as they were only at the soul-tempering peak stage. The only remaining candidate was a Saint late-stage cultivator named Murong Shui. But at this moment, Murong Shui's expression was deeply gloomy within her own cultivation grounds. She hadn't expected that even after her scheme to eliminate Su Qiaoran, that wretched woman would still have the chance to return, and worse, surpass her, becoming the top candidate for Holy Maiden. However, soon enough, a mocking expression appeared on Murong Shui's face as a thought came to her. "But what you didn't expect, Su Qiaoran, is that I'm actually the daughter of the Holy Land's sect leader. Just wait, I'll make my move again and completely erase you. Then, becoming the Holy Maiden will be mine by right." Unknown to anyone, Murong Shui, one of the Holy Maiden candidates, was actually the daughter of Murong Huang, the sect leader of the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land. However, since the selection of a Holy Maiden within the Holy Land had always depended on talent rather than status, her lineage alone wouldn't guarantee her the position. The selection of the Holy Maiden happened once every 100 years, and one of the prerequisites to participate was that the candidate had to be under the age of 100. With only 10 years remaining until the next selection, Murong Shui had made up her mind that she must eliminate Su Qiaoran within this decade. Otherwise, Su Qiaoran would surely snatch away the Holy Maiden title. She, Murong Shui, would never allow such a thing to happen. Soon enough, Murong Shui's expression twisted with a sudden realization, turning her face into a vicious sneer. "I remember, the Haoxiang Secret Realm will be opening in a year. At that time, all disciples of the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land will enter it. Su Qiaoran, I'll see how you manage to survive against 3 Grand Saints at their peak." Hee hee. At the thought of soon becoming the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Blossoms' Holy Land, Murong Shui couldn't help but cackle loudly. Unaware of Murong Shui's schemes, Su Qiaoran was currently fully focused on breaking through to the Grand Saint realm. However, the breakthrough was extremely difficult. Even with her supreme gun, it would still take her a long time to accomplish it. This place, is it the central region? It truly is much more prosperous than the southern region. Wu Haofan, after overcoming countless obstacles, finally arrived at the central region. As he stepped foot into the central region, Wu Haofan couldn't help but marvel. This was his first time here, and he hadn't expected the spiritual energy of this place to be nearly twice as dense as that of the southern region. No wonder cultivators who wanted to grow stronger always aspired to come to the central region. But at this moment, Wu Haofan didn't have the time to dwell on this. What he had on his mind now was how to grow stronger as quickly as possible to seek revenge against the 3 Saint Kings who had gravely wounded him in the past. Even now, relying solely on his physical prowess, Wu Haofan could fight against a Saint King cultivator. However, if all 3 of them attacked him at once, he might not necessarily come out victorious. Therefore, Wu Haofan decided to wait until he unlocked the 8th seal of the archaic saint body, at which point he would possess the strength to slaughter sovereigns before taking action. Moreover, Wu Haofan wasn't a fool. Naturally, he considered the possibility that the 3 Saint Kings might be backed by a formidable faction. For safety's sake, he would first break through his physical limits to the 8th seal and advance his cultivation to the peak of the Saint King stage before making his move. Chapter 13. Saving a Spirit Companion. Meanwhile, Wuhao was heading toward the central region, but of course, he couldn't miss the southern region either. Although his wife was more likely to be in the central region, there was still a chance. What if she was in the southern region? The possibility was small, but not impossible. During this period while searching for Su Qianran, Wuhao actually had some rare time to appreciate the scenery and culture of the Shantian realm. Now nearly 100 years old, the past years had been spent solely on thoughts of growing stronger. Now, finally having barely enough strength to defend himself in the Shantian realm, he naturally allowed himself a bit of slack. But whenever passing through certain areas, Wuhao never missed an opportunity to collect heavenly treasures and rare resources. He took everything he could get his hands on, even down to the feathers on a goose. After all, giving these to Yifan would bring a return of millions of times more, so how could he possibly miss out? As Wuhao was about to pass through a certain area, he spotted a figure, snow white from head to toe, dashing rapidly through the jungle. Behind her were several human cultivators at the golden core formation stage. Never thought we'd encounter a nine-tailed spirit fox, a creature of legend, in this tiny Myriachung Mountains. If we can capture and sell her, it would definitely bring us a fortune. Are you stupid? Sell her? A nine-tailed spirit fox, if properly nurtured, can break through to the rank of emperor. If we had an emperor-ranked spirit companion, there wouldn't be a single corner of the Xintian realm we couldn't roam freely, and even the four sacred grounds would fear us. Little fox, surrender now. You cannot escape. Above in the sky, the three golden core foundation stage cultivators' faces were filled with joy as they gazed down at the little fox fleeing frantically below, unable to suppress their expressions of extreme excitement. They hadn't expected that while entering the Myriad Mountains merely in search of some heavenly treasures, they had, by sheer luck, encountered a legendary nine-tailed spirit fox. Of course, if they had encountered a stronger nine-tailed spirit fox, they would have turned and run right away. But the one they encountered was only a nine-tailed spirit fox who had unlocked only 3 tails. Her power was comparable to that of a human cultivator at the spiritual sea stage. Thus, facing the 3 golden core foundation stage human cultivators, the spirit fox could only turn and flee. However, this was not a sustainable situation. If this chase continued, it was almost certain that the spirit fox would be captured by the 3 golden core foundation stage cultivators pursuing her. Curse these damn human cultivators. I merely want to live. What crime have I committed? The nine-tailed spirit fox thought bitterly. After all, beast creatures and spirit beasts referred to those who had gained sentience. How could the intelligence of a nine-tailed spirit fox at the spiritual sea stage possibly be inferior to humans? However, beast creatures must reach the nascent soul stage before they could speak the human language, and the transformation stage before they could take human form. Therefore, no matter how anxious the spirit fox felt now, she could only dart about desperately, hoping for a single chance to survive. But unfortunately, she was soon surrounded by the 3 golden core foundation stage cultivators, with nowhere to escape. Upon seeing this, the spirit fox bared her fangs and glared fiercely at them. But as the suppressive aura of the golden core foundation fell upon her, she was instantly overpowered and forced to the ground. Ha ha, little spirit fox, just surrender quietly. It's said that the nine-tailed spirit fox clan are all peerless beauties. Once she reaches the transformation stage, I will have my fun with her. One of the golden core foundation stage cultivators looked at the spirit fox, eyes full of desire. What made the nine-tailed spirit foxes famous wasn't merely their talent, but their looks. Therefore, once a nine-tailed spirit fox was discovered, powerful factions would almost always act, capturing and taming them, and wait until the transformation stage, when they would take human form for dual cultivation. But just as things were looking hopeless, a sudden change occurred. Oh, didn't expect to run into a nine-tailed spirit fox here. A figure appeared before the spirit fox, speaking with slight surprise on his face. It was Wuhao. Originally, he had intended to pass by without stopping, but after a moment's thought, he realized that the nine-tailed spirit fox could break through to the rank of emperor simply by investing enough resources. Keeping her around might provide the Wu clan with a divine guardian beast in the future. Therefore, after thinking it over, Wuhao decided to intervene. At the moment Wuhao appeared, the faces of the 3 golden core foundation stage cultivators turned shocked, clearly surprised by the sudden presence of such a powerful expert here. However, once they regained their senses, one of the golden core foundation stage cultivators inhaled deeply and spoke. Senior, this nine-tailed spirit fox has already been claimed by us. I'm afraid it's not a good move for you to interfere. Oh really? What if I choose to intervene anyway? Wuhao looked at them coldly. From the beginning, he had no intention of leaving them any path to survival. After all, a being of the nine-tailed spirit fox's caliber, if word got out, many people would surely come seeking trouble. Therefore, to leave no one, with a single thought from Wuhao, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. In an instant, the 3 golden core foundation stage cultivators were crushed to death. For Wuhao, killing cultivators of this level required nothing more than a fleeting thought. The nine-tailed spirit fox crouched on the ground, shocked by what had just happened. She had never imagined that a powerhouse of such a level could exist in this world. One mere thought had instantly eliminated the 3 human cultivators who had just moments ago driven her to desperation. Even more astonishing was Wuhao's appearance. If Wuhao's looks had been merely average before he began cultivation, now he could absolutely be called a heavenly beauty among men. Moreover, the spirit fox could sense a particularly chin-shit feeling from Wuhao. This was because Wuhao had cultivated the Emperor of Heaven's Myriad Tao Sutra. As such, all beings in the world, upon seeing Wuhao, felt an instinctive urge to draw near. After all, within Wuhao flowed the same origin energy as theirs. But clearly, Wuhao hadn't considered all this. Instead, he looked toward the crouching nine-tailed spirit fox and spoke. Will you be my spirit companion? Wuhao wouldn't force her. If she refused, he would simply kill her. Compared to powerful talent, what Wuhao valued more was loyalty. The nine-tailed spirit fox naturally did not refuse, and quickly offered a portion of her core soul essence. Seeing this, Wuhao nodded in satisfaction before drawing the soul essence into his palm. Soon, Wuhao successfully established a spirit companion contract with the nine-tailed spirit fox. Thus, he formally took her in as his spirit beast. Little one, you must not have a name yet. If so, then go by my surname, Wu, and your name shall be Wuhu. Wuhao thought for a moment, and thus named the nine-tailed spirit fox. The fox, resting on Wuhao's shoulder, listened as Wuhao gave her the name, and excitedly nodded in agreement. As for why he named her Wuhu, because he shouted, Wuhu Fei Qi, a play on words meaning let's fly. Chapter 14 Arrival at the Central Region. After subduing Wuhu, Wuhao continued advancing toward the Central Region. On the way, he occasionally saved innocent people in distress. For Wuhao, it was nothing more than a casual act, but in the southern region, stories about an unnamed wandering hero started to spread. Hey, have you heard? There's an unnamed wandering hero appearing in our southern region. If you're in danger, the hero will come to your rescue. I've heard about it. They say even experts at the sage level couldn't withstand even one move from this unnamed hero. Whoa, truly terrifying. I should go look for this wandering hero and ask him to take me as a disciple. At this time, Wuhao was still unaware that his unintentional actions had caused ripples in the once stagnant southern region. On the other side, there was naturally an empire in the Sunset City, known as the Li Imperial Dynasty. In the court of the Li Dynasty at this time, the Emperor Li Suquan, a supreme expert at the peak of his power, was listening to advice from his ministers with a slightly furrowed brow. Of course, he had heard about this unnamed wandering hero. An expert capable of defeating a sage with one move must be at least the level of a great sage or higher, and moreover, a self-taught one. Such a talent definitely should be brought into the ranks of the Li Dynasty. From what I've seen about this unnamed hero, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If possible, we can invite him to join the Li Dynasty and assign him an important position. Do you all have anything else to say? If not, we shall dismiss the court for today. The Emperor of the Li Dynasty waved his hand, intending to conclude the court session directly. However, at that very moment, one of the ministers stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, may I ask if you're aware of the Wu Merchant Guild's rapid rise recently? Upon hearing the name, Wu Merchant Guild, Emperor Li Suquan's eyebrows instinctively furrowed before he asked with interest. What is it? Soon, Emperor Li Suquan, known as Li Suquan, learned about the details of the Wu Merchant Guild from the minister, and his eyebrows furrowed even more as he asked. You're saying that in less than a century, the Wu Merchant Guild has rapidly risen to dominate most of the business in the entire southern region? Precisely. Moreover, according to what this humble minister has gathered, the Wu Merchant Guild is protected only by 3 early-stage sage kings at most. Such an enterprise would be hard to maintain. How about we, Your Majesty, extend our support, so that the Wu Merchant Guild can be incorporated under the protection of our Li Dynasty? At this moment, the minister made this suggestion. The emperor slightly furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Let me think about this matter. For now, the court session is dismissed. Very quickly, the grand palace was left empty except for Li Suquan alone. Only then did he wave his hand slightly, and within the next second, 2 figures appeared beside him, both at the peak of the Sage King realm. Their entire bodies were shrouded in an impenetrable black cloth, and these 2 were the emperor's secret agents, specialized in doing various covert and questionable tasks for Li Suquan. You two, one of you investigate the recent appearance of this wandering hero, and the other looks into the affairs of the Wu Merchant Guild recently. If there is no powerful existence backing the Wu Merchant Guild, then bring them over as our Li Dynasty's subsidiary. The emperor propped his chin in one hand while the other lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, casually deciding the fate of both the Wu Merchant Guild and the mysterious wandering hero. As the 2 shadowy figures vanished, a faintly amused expression appeared on Li Suquan's face. Wu Merchant Guild? Better make sure you aren't being supported by any other dynasty. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind eliminating you completely. In the southern region, there were 3 other imperial dynasties of strength comparable to the Li Dynasty: the Zhongshan Empire, the Bubi Empire, and the Qianxing Empire. The relations among the 4 dynasties could be described as a temporary ceasefire, at best. However, if any of those 3 dared to extend their hands into the Li Dynasty's territory, Li Suquan wouldn't hesitate to chop them off. Meanwhile, Wuhao was still unaware of these events taking place. Although he was essentially leisurely traveling, his speed remained impressive. Very soon, he had arrived with Wu Hu at the bustling central region. So this is the central region? Indeed, it is far more prosperous than the southern region. After all, in the southern region, experts at the Golden Core stage were rare to see, but in the central region, among every 100 people, approximately 20 would be experts of the Golden Core stage, demonstrating how much deeper the central region's resources and strengths were compared to those of the other 4 regions. But what did that have to do with Wuhao? His only reason for coming to the central region was to find himself a wife. Nothing else concerned him. Wu Hu, who was perched happily on Wuhao's shoulder, also began cheerfully glancing around, while his cultivation realm had already, with Wuhao's endless resources, broken through to the peak of the Golden Core stage. After all, the limit of a 9-tailed spirit fox was already known. As long as sufficient resources were invested, the breakthrough speed could be rather fast and very stable. Alright, Wu Hu, we still have things to do. Let's go find some channels first. After speaking, Wuhao began considering his next move. After all, he didn't even know where his wife was. If he were to search blindly, it might only cause her inconvenience. Therefore, the best strategy would be to find a strong, but not overly powerful, force to secretly search for her on his behalf. That would be much faster than him searching aimlessly like a headless fly. However, just as Wuhao was about to start searching for such a force, he sensed something and turned his gaze in a certain direction in surprise. Through infinite space, Wuhao spotted Wu Yifan, who had just arrived in the central region. At this moment, Wu Yifan appeared extremely ragged and was being chased and hunted by 3 early-stage sage kings. However, due to the protection of his ancient holy body, he wasn't in any real danger, though he did look somewhat disheveled. Never mind. These are things a chosen genius destined by heaven must experience. Let him handle it himself. Besides, there's no actual danger. Shaking his head, Wuhao took Wu Hu and vanished into the crowd. On the other side, Wu Yifan was nearly furious enough to curse loudly. What in the world was going on? He had barely arrived in the central region when he had already encountered those 3 early-stage sage kings again. However, since the ancient holy body had now unlocked 7 of its seals, if he really wanted to escape, those 3 wouldn't be able to stop him. Cursed. You wait. What goes around comes around. I will definitely repay this grudge 100-fold someday. Wu Yifan glared venomously at the 3 behind him and then vanished before their very eyes. At this scene, the faces of the 3 early-stage sage kings immediately darkened. They hadn't expected that Wu Yifan, who had previously been so easily injured upon their last meeting, would now escape from their grasp. What would happen the next time they met? At that time, would Wu Yifan be strong enough to kill them? We can't delay things here any longer. We must inform the holy heir as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he becomes powerful enough, we truly won't have any solution left. Chapter 15. My wife is actually the Holy Maiden. For Wu Hao, finding a power that could help him locate his wife wasn't particularly difficult, and soon enough, he found exactly such an organization. Ruffung Pavilion, as the name suggested, could obtain information wherever the wind could reach. When Wu Hao arrived at Ruffung Pavilion, a bronze mask appeared on his face, concealing his identity completely. After entering Ruffung Pavilion, Wu Hao followed the guide of an attendant into a room. Soon after, an old man entered from outside. This guest, since you have come to our Ruffung Pavilion, You should already know the rules here. Once you step in, whether you ask anything or not, you must pay. The old man said indifferently. Wuhao didn't say a word. He simply placed a top-grade spirit stone on the table. I understand the rules. Seeing the top-grade spirit stone, the old man's expression changed completely. His face lit up with a respectful and reverent smile as he asked, esteemed guest, may I ask what information you're seeking? I'm looking for someone. Her name is Su Qiaoran. Wuhao got straight to the point. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the old man furrowed his brows and then continued, esteemed guest, do you happen to know whether the Su Qiaoran you're seeking is a cultivator or a commoner? A cultivator. Wu Hao replied coolly. Soon, the old man turned and left, returning with a thick stack of documents. With a thud, he dropped the pile onto the table and spoke. Guest, this contains all the information on individuals named Su Qiaoran across the entire central domain. The price is 10 top-grade spirit stones. Here. Without hesitation, Wu Hao tossed out 10 top-grade spirit stones and began flipping through the documents about Su Qiaoran. Naturally, Wu Hao remembered his wife's face vividly, so he flipped through the pages rapidly. But as soon as he opened the first page, he froze completely. The very first entry, clearly marked, was about the designated Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land, none other than the information of his own wife. Wu Hao never expected his wife to actually be the famous designated Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land. How intriguing. Now he understood why his wife had insisted on leaving back then. If the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land ever found out she was still alive, and worse, that she had married and even had a child, they would certainly never forgive him for defiling their designated Holy Maiden and their offspring. Seeing Wu Hao close the document, the old man beside him curiously asked, did you find her, guest? I found her. Wu Hao didn't elaborate. He got up and prepared to leave, but soon seemed to recall something and left behind a communication stone as he said, give this communication stone to your pavilion leader. I would like to arrange a private meeting with him. Wu Hao still wished to gain favor with Ruff and Pavilion. If not fully utilize them, then at least maintain a good relationship, as it might prove extremely useful in the future. Seeing Wu Hao's mysterious demeanor, the old man's expression flickered slightly, but he still accepted the communication stone. After all, judging from Wu Hao's casual use of a top-grade spirit stone alone, this guest was likely no ordinary figure. What if the pavilion leader got angry at him for not delivering it in the future? On the other side, after returning to the inn, Wu Hao immediately brought Wu Hu with him and headed straight toward the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land. Now that he had found his wife, Wu Hao naturally wouldn't allow her to remain in danger any longer. Moreover, from the investigation at Ruff and Pavilion, he had learned quite a lot, such as that the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land was currently holding a ceremony to select the new Holy Maiden. If Su Qiaoran were in danger now, he wouldn't have the ability to rescue her. With the cultivation of a middle-stage emperor, it took Wu Hao only a few breaths to reach the outskirts of the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land. Typically, such powerful sects would have formations and restrictions to prevent powerful enemies from infiltrating unnoticed. Unfortunately, Wu Hao was simply too strong, rendering the restrictions completely ineffective against him. Instead, his movement was like a fish in water. His terrifying emperor-grade spiritual sense scoured through the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land until he quickly pinpointed his wife, Su Qiaoran's exact location. Realizing this, Wu Hao immediately made his way directly toward Su Qiaoran's position without hesitation. At the same time, Su Qiaoran seemed to sense something and couldn't help but frown. This feeling is strange. Why do I feel like I'm about to encounter something extremely important? But before Su Qiaoran could react, in the next moment a voice rang out from behind her, long unheard yet familiar, a voice she had only ever heard in her dreams. Wife, turn around. Upon hearing those words, Su Qiaoran's entire body stiffened. Slowly, she turned her head, and before her eyes stood the very figure she had longed for day and night. Husband, how did you get here? You must leave quickly. This place is dangerous. When Su Qiaoran first saw Wu Hao, she thought she was hallucinating, but soon confirmed it was real. Her husband had truly arrived by her side. Yet almost immediately, something crossed Su Qiaoran's mind. Worry painted her face as she stepped forward, attempting to push Wu Hao away. After all, this was the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land, and as the designated Holy Maiden, she was strictly forbidden from having any relations with men from outside. Any man connected to the Holy Maiden would be sentenced to immediate execution. Though she didn't know how Wu Hao managed to come here, Su Qiaoran never believed that within merely a century, Wu Hao could have grown strong enough to rival the power of the 10,000 Blossoms Holy Land. Originally, Su Qiaoran thought that with her St. Peak cultivation, she should easily be able to drag Wu Hao away. But to her shock, when her strength reached Wu Hao's body, it vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, completely gone. For a moment, shock filled her face, but before she could react, Wu Hao in front of her suddenly pulled her into his arms, leaning near her ear and softly whispering, Wife, I've missed you these past years. Very, very much. At Wu Hao's sudden confession, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but stand frozen on the spot, her ears turning red as she mumbled, Husband, I've missed you too. What followed next was like dry firewood meeting flame, the loneliness of decades finally melting away after all this time. Temporary separation is more exciting than a wedding night, let alone now Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran had been apart for nearly a human lifespan. The intensity of their reunion naturally required no further words. Naturally, in the end, Wu Hao emerged victorious. An emperor was just far too powerful. Chapter 16 Let me handle it. Okay, honey? After a round of passionate lovemaking, Su Qiaoran lay in Wu Hao's arms, gazing at him with a look of resentment. This guy, he didn't even know how to cherish her. Wu Hao scratched his nose awkwardly. It wasn't as if he hadn't let out his desires in a long time, and with his wife right here, he couldn't quite control his strength. That was only normal. But soon, Su Qiaoran suddenly looked as if she'd thought of something, her expression turning extremely serious. Honey, I don't know how you got into the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land, but you should leave as soon as possible. The strength of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land is beyond your imagination. Believe me, once I become the Holy Maiden, I will announce your existence publicly. It's all for your safety. Seeing Su Qiaoran's serious expression, Wu Hao couldn't help but smile, gently stroking Su Qiaoran's nose before speaking. Don't worry, I've become a lot stronger recently. The Myriad Flowers Sacred Land is nothing, it can't hurt me. This wasn't a joke on Wuhao's part. After all, there wasn't even an emperor in the present Xintian realm. Even if the Myriad Flowers sacred land possessed an imperial artifact, if Wuhao wanted to leave, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Su Qiaoran was slightly stunned from Wuhao's gentle touch, but quickly regained her composure, thinking he was teasing again as she continued to speak. Ah, honey, what are you doing? I'm not joking with you. The Myriad Flowers sacred land really is powerful. Just leave quickly. I have 10 more years. In 10 years, I will become the new holy maiden of the Myriad Flowers sacred land, and then I can proudly announce your existence. I'm really not joking. See for yourself. Nothing annoyed a man more than being doubted, and Wuhao was no different. Upon hearing Su Qiaoran say that he wasn't as powerful as the Myriad Flowers sacred land, Wuhao couldn't help himself. His aura surged like an endless ocean, fully revealing itself before Su Qiaoran. This left Su Qiaoran speechless mid-persuasion, astonishment flooding her face. She truly hadn't expected that her husband could have advanced to such a terrifying level in such a short time. Even she, a saint at peak cultivation, felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Never before had she felt an aura so strong, not even from the quasi-emperor level experts within the sacred land. Could it be that her husband had really advanced to a level that not even the Myriad Flowers sacred land could threaten? If she hadn't just measured her husband's length and confirmed it was the same as always, she would have suspected that this man before her was an imposter. But honey, I don't want to be a decorative trophy by your side. Let me handle this myself, okay? Once I become the holy maiden of the Myriad Flowers sacred land, we can be together openly. Only then will I be truly worthy of standing by your side. Su Qiaoran looked at Wuhao, her eyes full of sincerity as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Wuhao hesitated slightly, but when he saw Su Qiaoran wearing that pouting expression again, he simply sighed and said, "All right then, since that's your choice, you must always wear this pendant around your neck. It contains my power. As long as you activate it, even a quasi-emperor won't be able to harm you." I knew my husband is the best. Su Qiaoran looked at Wuhao, a sweet smile blooming on her face, and allowed Wuhao to put the pendant around her neck himself. Since it was given by her husband, of course she wouldn't dare take it off now. After another tender moment together, Wuhao reluctantly left Su Qiaoran's room, though he decided he would stay nearby the central region for this period, likely staying for the next 10 years. After leaving the Myriad Flowers sacred land, Wuhao sent a message to Wu Rulong, telling him that he had already found his mother and that he would return home in 10 years. After sending the message, Wuhao looked at the communication stone in his hand with a slight frown, planning to find something to do next. This world is still too monotonous. Cultivators can only cultivate, and ordinary people have too limited ways of life. If something like TikTok existed here, that would be great. Thinking of this, ideas soon appeared in Wuhao's mind. After advancing to the emperor level, memories from his past life became increasingly clear in his mind. He might as well reshape the entire Xintian realm into something resembling Earth. Yet the Xintian realm was far more expansive than Earth, about the size of the entire Milky Way galaxy. If he wanted to transform it into something like Earth, it would likely require a great cost. He immediately took action. Although Wuhao's research capabilities might not have been the best before, now as an emperor, comprehension came easily. As long as he understood the principles, manufacturing items like mobile phones wouldn't pose much of a challenge for Wuhao anymore. It took nearly 15 days for Wuhao to produce a full set of computer. After all, coding and other preparations were required. Looking at the computer in front of him, Wuhao muttered inwardly. How come the originally elegant cultivator style was turning into something like a cyberpunk style? But whatever, it was just too boring here, and Wuhao didn't enjoy cultivation much anyway. It would be better to create something new and reshape the world. Most importantly, making money. The base of the Xintian realm consisted of ordinary people, and cultivators basically didn't care about mundane affairs. That meant the commoners were still living in ancient times. If he could produce mobile phones here, the profit would be enormous. He spent a bit more time researching the code, and roughly a month later, finally finished a complete mobile phone system code. Next step would be to manufacture the phones, and then install the system software into them. It was just a pity that this was going to be a massive project, probably taking a very long time to accomplish. Actually, creating such things in the Xintian realm was quite a challenge for Wuhao. Think carefully. Become our subsidiary under the Li Imperial Dynasty, or else the cost will be one the Wu family trade consortium won't be able to bear. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong was handling affairs outside the Wu estate when, unknowingly, a figure wrapped entirely in black cloth appeared in front of him. He was an agent sent by Li Shuquan. Feeling the terrifying depth of power radiating from the masked figure, Wu Rulong's expression immediately darkened. He had expected that the Wu family trade consortium would attract some attention, but he hadn't anticipated that these people would be so bold as to come directly with an open threat. And what if I say no? Wu Rulong took a deep breath, his gaze meeting the opponents without the slightest trace of fear. Though he was currently only at the peak of the transcendent stage, he was about to break through to Saint soon. Plus, inside the Wu estate were 3 Saint Kings at the early stage, and there was also the unknown power of his father, which had never been revealed. Thus, in the face of pressure from the Li Imperial Dynasty, Wu Rulong did not choose to submit. If they dared to forcefully seize control, then war it would be. If his father were here, he surely would have done the same. Wu Rulong thought silently to himself. Chapter 17. The Li Imperial Dynasty already has a path to death. Alright, you are indeed an interesting person. Since that's the case, then go ahead and die. After hearing Wu Rulong's reply, Anzi was clearly not expecting Wu Rulong to actually refuse. But without hesitation the next second, he immediately made his move. Since Wu Rulong was unwilling, then he would simply kill him. After all, what they needed was the Wu clan's trading consortium, not Wu Rulong himself. Seeing the opponent make a move, Wu Rulong's pupils slightly constricted. He clearly had not expected that the other party would actually attack upon disagreement. A peak transcendent at the Saint King Peak was utterly insignificant before a Saint King Peak expert. Wu Rulong didn't even have time to react, left standing in place helplessly. But just as the attacker was about to kill Wu Rulong, a terrifying aura erupted from Wu Rulong, directly obliterating that Saint King Peak assassin. Even Wu Rulong and the assassin himself couldn't react, and the sudden change simply occurred just like that. How terrifying a power. Is this a technique left behind by father? Wu Rulong stood in place for quite a while before regaining his composure, muttering to himself. He had clearly not expected such a powerful enemy to be utterly unable to last even an instant against a single force left behind by his father. This also made Wu Rulong begin to grow curious about his father's cultivation realm. Had he already reached the half-emperor stage? On the other side, Wuhao, who had been busy conducting research with his head lowered, seemed to sense something, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he gazed toward the distant southern territory. The restrictions on Rulong have been triggered. So quickly someone has targeted our Wu family. As the master of the restrictions, Wuhao could naturally sense whose restriction had been activated. It was indeed Wu Rulong's. From the very beginning, Wuhao had known that if their Wu family was to build the Wu clan's trading consortium, they would inevitably attract attention from some people. However, he had not expected the opposing side to dare to go so far as to attempt murder so soon. After all, the triggering condition of the restriction Wuhao left behind was that only when the attacker possessed the ability to kill the restricted target would the restriction activate. That meant the attacker's previous strike was enough to kill Wu Rulong. However, Rulong is clearly unharmed, and even the power of the restriction was barely consumed. It's evident that the enemy isn't very powerful. I'll handle it when I return. Wuhao did not immediately rush back since this matter wasn't yet that severe. Besides, Wuhao wanted to treat this as a test for Wu Rulong, to see whether Wu Rulong possessed the ability to stand on his own. Meanwhile, within the Li imperial dynasty, Li Shuquan, who had been handling governmental affairs, suddenly furrowed his brows. As the master of the assassin, he could naturally sense that the assassin had already perished, and his expression immediately darkened. The Wu clan's trading consortium. You are behind someone after all? To the point where even my Saint King Peak assassin couldn't defeat you. If that's the case, then this emperor shall personally visit the Wu clan's trading consortium. Clearly, Li Shuquan hadn't expected a mere Wu clan's trading consortium to actually possess the capability to kill his assassin. And he had specifically instructed that if the Wu clan's trading consortium was found to lack a powerful force behind them, then they should be subdued. But now, the Wu clan's trading consortium dared to kill his assassin. That meant this matter had escalated to an irreversible point of life or death. Regardless of who was behind the Wu clan's trading consortium, they must be eliminated. Within the Wu clan's trading consortium, the three Saint King initial stage elders who had been assigned to guard the premises sensed the disturbance coming from Wu Rulong and quickly arrived at his location. President, what happened? The three Saint King initial stage elders were named Ouyang Feng, Chen Chuqiang, and Wang Xiaoyu. Nothing serious. It was just someone sent by the Li imperial dynasty. They've already been dealt with. Upon hearing Wu Rulong's words, Ouyang Feng and the others couldn't help but wear expressions of shock. One reason was their astonishment that Wu Rulong possessed such formidable power, capable of killing someone at the Saint King Peak. Earlier, when they sensed the disturbance, they briefly perceived the cultivation level of the person who had been killed. Though only momentarily, they had clearly sensed it was a Saint King Peak expert. The other reason was that they hadn't expected the Li imperial dynasty to set their sights on the Wu clan's trading consortium. Yet, considering how rapidly their trading consortium had expanded within the southern territory recently, perhaps it wasn't so strange after all that the Li imperial dynasty had taken notice. President, so you personally eliminated someone from the Li imperial dynasty just now? Chen Chuqiang's face was filled with worry. Wu Rulong snorted coldly before slowly speaking. What? If the Li imperial dynasty dares to strike against my Wu clan's trading consortium, am I not allowed to strike back? Well, not necessarily that, but the Li imperial dynasty has several half-emperor level ancestors protecting them. With our trading consortium's current strength, we might not be their match. Chen Chuqiang quickly spoke up. Although Wu Rulong had just eliminated a Saint King Peak expert, none of them truly believed the Wu clan's trading consortium could stand against the Li imperial dynasty. After all, if the trading consortium were genuinely powerful, they wouldn't have needed to hire people like them. Thinking of this, Chen Chuqiang hurriedly explained. President, you may not be aware, but the Li imperial dynasty isn't as simple as it appears. Although the strongest figure publicly in the Li imperial dynasty right now is its ruler, Li Shuquan, in reality there are sleeping ancient ancestors within the Li imperial dynasty who have reached the half-emperor stage. At this point, the expressions of the three elders turned extremely grave. Wu Rulong naturally understood the implication behind Chen Chuqiang's tone. Without hesitation, he spoke out. If you're afraid of making enemies with the Li imperial dynasty, then you may leave the Wu clan's trading consortium right now. President, it's not that we're scared. We just want to offer a warning. We were all taken care of by you during our times of hardship. How could we abandon you just because you are now in danger? Chen Chuqiang and the others exchanged glances before speaking together. They had all been supported by Wu Rulong when they were desperately short of spirit stones. That was why they had become protectors of the Wu clan's trading consortium, to repay Wu Rulong's kindness, though their salary as protectors was slightly higher. Of course, this was also a gamble for them. They were betting that the president had a backing force capable of matching the Li imperial dynasty. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm after knowing that the Li imperial dynasty had targeted them? I understand. Go down first. I have my own plans regarding this move by the Li imperial dynasty. Yes, President. After Chen Chuqiang and others had left, Wu Rulong immediately took out a communication stone and sent a message to his father. Father, the Li imperial dynasty has already made a move against the Wu clan's trading consortium. Do you have the strength to back us up? Not long after, the communication stone vibrated, and from the other end came Wu Hao's voice. Just go ahead. Your father is right behind you. Wu Hao's words were like an injection of calmness into Wu Rulong, strengthening his confidence. I understand, father. I will make the Li imperial dynasty taste the power of our Wu family. Chapter 18, a warning? Wu Rulong acted immediately after speaking, quickly initiating a series of actions targeting the Li imperial dynasty. Within a mere month, the industries under the Li dynasty suffered heavy losses. Upon hearing this news, Li Shuquan's expression immediately turned extremely grim. He obviously did not expect the Wu trading company to dare strike against his Li imperial dynasty. This is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. The Wu trading company dares to target my Li dynasty. There must be support behind it. They might be waiting for us to fall into their trap. Li Shuquan deeply understood that now, more than ever, he needed to stay calm. He couldn't let a moment of rage lead the entire Li dynasty to ruin. Now that the Wu trading company dared to openly attack his dynasty's industries, it was clear there must be a powerful force supporting them, giving the Wu family the courage to fight him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Li Shuquan waved his hand to summon a servant. Prepare the arrangements. I shall visit the Wu Trading Company in 3 days. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Trading Company. I'll see just who or what is hiding behind you. I hope you're not foolish enough to oppose the Li dynasty. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to ask the elders to wipe you out completely. At this moment, terrifying killing intent erupted from Li Shuquan's body. His cultivation at the peak of the supreme sovereign gave him the confidence to do anything he desired. On the other side, Wu Rulong soon received the news, and a faintly amused expression appeared on his face. Funny, he actually dares to come? In that case, let's give him a little warning. After gaining confidence from his father, Wu Rulong had become fearless, especially after those covert assassins had nearly taken his life. How could he possibly have a good attitude toward Li Shuquan, the mastermind behind it all? Before long, the third day arrived. Standing in front of the imperial palace, Li Shuquan waved his hand, and in an instant, 9 enormous figures flew in from the distance. Unmistakably 9 mighty dragons, each radiating an aura at the peak of the great sage. This was the exclusive transportation method used when the ruler of the Li dynasty went out, the 9-dragon mount. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Li Shuquan immediately appeared atop one of the dragons. The 9 great sage peak dragons roared, their terrifying dragon cries echoing across the entire palace of the Li dynasty. Then they soared toward the Wu Trading Company. If not for the need to intimidate the Wu Trading Company, Li Shuquan wouldn't have chosen to use the 9-dragon mount. After all, the cost was just too great. Beside Li Shuquan, several bodyguards at the peak of the Saint King realm also accompanied him on his way to the Wu Trading Company. Although, should they truly encounter a problem even Li Shuquan himself couldn't handle, even the great sage-level warriors wouldn't be of much use. Their primary role was to act on his behalf when it was inconvenient for him to make a move personally. After all, what was Li Shuquan's status? He couldn't possibly handle every matter by himself, could he? Before long, under the escort of the 9-dragon mount and his Saint King peak bodyguards, Li Shuquan arrived at the Wu Trading Company. But just as he reached the entrance of the Wu Trading Company headquarters, his expression involuntarily darkened. The entrance of the Wu Trading Company looked almost exactly as it did on any normal day, with no visible signs of special preparation to welcome his arrival. At this thought, Li Shuquan grew even angrier. The Wu Trading Company had better not let me discover you're just bluffing me, or I shall exterminate your entire clan. Soon, as soon as the thought left Li Shuquan's mind, one of the Saint King peak bodyguards descended from the sky and appeared before the headquarters of the Wu Trading Company. His voice thundered across the skies. The Emperor is personally here. Why haven't you all come out to greet him yet? Li Shuquan had assumed he had given the Wu Trading Company ample respect. He had also thought Wu Rulong should at least show him the courtesy of personally coming out to greet him. However, there was still not even the slightest movement from inside the Wu Trading Company. As Li Shuquan was about to fly into a rage, he suddenly saw a figure slowly walk out from within the Wu Trading Company. The figure looked up toward Li Shuquan and the others in the sky with a completely fearless expression on his face. If the Emperor has arrived, then please enter. However, not everyone can come. Only the Emperor and 3 of his bodyguards may enter. The person who stepped forward was Wu Qingquan, the 3rd-generation head of the Wu family. After receiving the news from Wu Rulong, he had already arrived at the Wu Trading Company to assist. In truth, when he learned the Li dynasty had targeted the Wu Trading Company, Wu Qingquan had been deeply worried. However, after hearing from his father that his grandfather was so powerful, there was absolutely no need to fear a mere small faction like the Li dynasty. Wu Qingquan had summoned his courage and stepped forward. Of course, Wu Qingquan was currently only a mere nascent soul peak cultivator, so naturally he still felt a bit frightened when facing someone like Li Shuquan. After all, any of the figures up in the sky could kill him dozens of times over with just a single breath. After seeing Wu Qingquan enter, Li Shuquan's expression turned even darker. He hadn't expected that even with his personal appearance, the Wu Trading Company would still refuse to show even the slightest respect. Your Majesty, the Wu Trading Company dares to act so arrogantly and disregards us completely. Why should we still bother showing them any courtesy? Let's just attack directly. One of the early-stage Jin generals who had accompanied Li Shuquan had an extremely grim expression and stepped forward to make the suggestion. But clearly, Wu Rulong's actions had made Li Shuquan even more cautious. How else could Wu dare to be so bold without absolute confidence? Everyone, remain here and await orders. Chun Zhe, Yuan Chong, Wang Feng, you 3 will follow me inside. The 3 names Li Shuquan mentioned were all his closest and trusted aides, each at the early stage Jin realm. Upon hearing Li Shuquan's words, the rest of the people felt unwilling, but could only choose to wait outside. Then, escorted by the 3, Li Shuquan arrived at the entrance of the Wu Trading Company and soon saw a representative standing there. The representative wore a polite smile on his face as he spoke. You must be the Emperor, right? Please, follow me, Your Majesty. After finishing his sentence, the representative walked directly deeper into the Wu Trading Company headquarters, with Li Shuquan and others having no choice but to follow closely behind. Soon enough, Li Shuquan and his group arrived at the inner chambers of the Wu Trading Company. Inside, Wu Rulong had already set up a banquet table, and upon seeing Li Shuquan's arrival, he remained seated at the main seat with a smile on his face. You must be the Emperor, right? Please, take your seat. How dare you? The Emperor himself has come, and you dare remain seated. Chun Zhe, already having a temperamental personality, became enraged at Wu Rulong's disrespect and was about to strike, only to be stopped by Li Shuquan himself. Your Majesty? Chun Zhe asked in confusion. Li Shuquan took a deep breath, his gaze towards Wu Rulong filled with deep contemplation. He could sense that although Wu Rulong was only at the late-stage heavenly ascension, there was a faint sense of danger surrounding him. That very sense of threat was telling Li Shuquan that Wu Rulong was definitely not an ordinary figure at all. Chapter 19. You eat shit. That's fine. Today I'm the guest visiting Minister Wu's place. How could there be a rule that makes Minister Wu stand up and greet me? I'll just sit down. Li Shuquan took a deep breath to calm himself. Something that could pose a threat to him at least meant that there was a Ding Beat level expert backing Wu Rulong. His Li Imperial clan wasn't lacking in Ding Beat level experts either, but the problem was that their Ding Di ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan. If he were to emerge, he might not even be able to return to his coffin in time. Therefore, Li Shuquan would absolutely not mobilize the old ancestor unless absolutely necessary. According to his knowledge, the other 3 imperial clans were in the same situation. Hehe, your majesty is indeed a reasonable person. Wu Rulong looked at Li Shuquan and said slowly with a smile on his face, though that smile, no matter how you looked at it, seemed to contain mockery. Chen Zhe and the others couldn't bear it. You've gone too far. How dare you mock his majesty? Stand your ground and do not act recklessly. Li Shuquan inhaled deeply and stopped Chen Zhe and others with a stern expression. Are you kidding? If they did start a fight, Li Shuquan was certain that they would be the ones dying for sure. But Chen Zhe and the others didn't know this and had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Li Shuquan, however, ignored them, directly sat down opposite Wu Rulong, and put on a smile once again. Minister Wu, I'm quite curious indeed. How have you managed to build such a massive Wu commercial guild within less than 100 years? Is there a secret to your success or have you received help from a powerful benefactor? Since everyone present understood each other's positions, Li Shuquan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Wu Rulong, however, sighed and looked deeply distressed. His voice carried a desolate tone as he spoke. It's not like I wanted this. You know how it is with one's career. I merely intended to dabble at it for fun, but before I knew it, I'd accidentally built such a massive commercial guild. Truly helpless, how unfortunate. Hearing the tone of arrogant modesty in Wu Rulong's voice, Li Shuquan's expression instantly stiffened. Why did Wu Rulong seem so arrogantly annoying? Still, Li Shuquan restrained himself from lashing out at Wu Rulong and instead laughed heartily. Minister Wu, you're truly humorous. But no matter how I look at it, it seems you've received support from a mighty benefactor. There's no outsider present today, so why not just tell me who exactly is backing you? You're making things up again. Who said there's no outsider here? Aren't you an outsider yourself? Moreover, why should I tell you who's backing me? Wu Rulong slightly furrowed his eyebrows and bluntly retorted. Upon hearing such disrespectful words, even before Li Shuquan could speak, Chen Zhe and others behind him couldn't contain themselves anymore. After all, in their hearts, Li Shuquan had always been an unsurpassable authority, so how could they allow Wu Rulong to insult him like this? Bold move. How dare you speak to his majesty like this? Looks like you've long deserved death. Prepare to die. The hot-headed Chen Zhe immediately lunged angrily at Wu Rulong. But the moment he moved, Li Shuquan struck him in the stomach with a palm, making him kneel on the ground instantly. How dare you have such courage? His majesty hasn't even spoken yet. Who gave you the permission to act? Chen Zhe's face was full of astonishment, clearly unable to believe that Li Shuquan would actually strike him. Didn't he just act to defend the dignity of his majesty? How could his majesty possibly strike him? At the moment, however, Li Shuquan was in a situation where he couldn't express his bitterness. After all, the faint sense of threat from Wu Rulong could only be perceived by himself. Even if he expressed it, there was no guarantee that Wu Rulong wouldn't take action. This palm is meant as a warning for you. Next time, don't act rashly without receiving my decree. Li Shuquan snorted coldly and then no longer paid attention to Chen Zhe behind him. He turned his head to look at Wu Rulong again, putting on the previous smile on his face. Minister Wu, please forgive the spectacle. Indeed quite a spectacle. After all, these days subordinates need to be properly managed. When they're wrong, they must admit it. If they get hit, they must stand straight. If subordinates act recklessly, then what's the point of having supervisors? Wu Rulong also laughed along, his eyes brimming with teasing without the slightest concealment. Seeing this, although Li Shuquan felt somewhat annoyed, he could only laugh along with him. Just as Li Shuquan intended to speak again, Wu Rulong finally opened his mouth. Your Majesty, not long ago, a despicable person approached me claiming you had issued orders to eliminate me, but I ended up taking him out instead. I wonder if your Majesty is aware of this matter? After all, I'm worried that someone might be slandering your Majesty under your name. Hearing Wu Rulong suddenly bring up the matter, Li Shuquan's pupils slightly constricted, but he quickly regained his composure and displayed an expression full of anger. What? Someone actually dared to make a move against Minister Wu? And under my name? How absolutely daring. This is nothing but slander, blatant, shameless slander. If I ever find out who is slandering me, I will surely make them suffer a terrible death. Li Shuquan assumed that Wu Rulong had only mentioned the matter to intimidate him a bit. However, he hadn't anticipated that the next second, Wu Rulong would let out a cold snort and say, Li Shuquan, stop pretending to be ignorant. Everyone knows who's truly behind this. If you were a real man, you'd just admit it. I might even respect you as a genuine man. Upon hearing this, Li Shuquan lowered his head for a moment. When he looked up again, his eyes were calm, and he spoke indifferently. It seems Minister Wu has already made up your mind. If that's the case, then there's nothing more for this emperor to say. Do as you please. The immediate priority was to leave this place. Li Shuquan could sense that Wu Rulong had already prepared to confront him openly, and even had the confidence to survive, or even strike back, against the 4 heavenly sovereigns under his command. In that case, regardless of what happened, the most important thing was to leave here first. Once he returned to the Li Imperial clan, if Wu Rulong still pursued him, then it would be necessary to mobilize the Dingdi ancestor to eliminate Wu Rulong. Starting today, the Wu Commercial Guild will launch an all-out attack on the Li Imperial clan's industries. We shall never stop until one of us is destroyed. After speaking, Wu Rulong stood up to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something. He cast a cold smile toward Chen Zhe and the others. Feeling proud to follow an emperor like this? Is being a heavenly sovereign really that impressive? Does it give you face enough to ride the 9-dragon carriage? Chen Zhe and the others, upon hearing this, were furious but dared not respond. However, Wu Rulong wasn't finished yet. He turned his cold gaze directly toward Li Shuquan once more. You eat shit. Chapter 20, A Humble Retreat, the first mobile phone in Xiantian. Li Shuquan and the others still left in a miserable state. Although furious, they chose to swallow their pride due to apprehensions. Dad, are we really going to strike against the Li Imperial clan? After Li Shuquan and others had left, Wu Qingquan approached Wu Rulong's side with a slightly worried expression and asked. Wu Rulong sneered coldly. They, the Li Imperial clan, have already decided to strike against your old man. If I can really stomach this, could I still deserve to be your father? Are you scared? Scared? How could I be scared? It's just that the Li Imperial clan has an almost emperor-level ancestor guarding it, so I'm worried our family might not be their match. Wu Qingquan thought for a moment before responding. After all, he didn't know exactly what level his grandfather was at. Only that the strongest figure in the family was his son, and even his son barely matched up to a Saint King. It seemed unlikely they could stand against the Li imperial clan. Don't worry. Your grandfather said he will personally oversee everything, so we can just go ahead fearlessly. Upon hearing his father's words, despite his concerns, Wu Qingquan had no choice but to agree. Then, he returned to the Wu family mansion and began cultivating diligently. On the other side, after Li Shuquan returned to the imperial court, he didn't even bother to talk to people like Chunzhe and went straight to the forbidden area of the Li imperial clan. The current emperor of the Li imperial clan, Li Shuquan, respectfully requests an audience with the ancestral elders. Standing respectfully at the entrance of the forbidden area, Li Shuquan announced, as formations protected the chamber. Unless allowed by the ancestral elders, even as the emperor, he couldn't directly approach them. As Li Shuquan spoke, the formation guarding the entrance was soon deactivated. Seeing this, Li Shuquan immediately stepped into the forbidden area. Following Li Shuquan inside, one could see there were 18 coffins standing solemnly within. These were no ordinary coffins. They were the coffins of the departed, which could greatly extend one's lifespan when lying within. An almost emperor's lifespan of 600,000 years could hide fate's detection inside the coffin of the departed, and their lifespan could be prolonged up to the horrifying 1.2 million years. Now, in the Xintian realm, it was already extremely difficult to break through even to the almost emperor level. Hence, the almost emperors of Xintian generally remained in a deep slumber unless under special circumstances. Shuquan, what's the matter? Why have you come seeking us? After Li Shuquan entered the forbidden area, a deep and ancient voice came from one of the coffins. Hearing that, Li Shuquan promptly replied, Ancestral elders, our Li imperial clan is facing a serious crisis, and thus I have come to seek your help. After finishing his words, Li Shuquan immediately explained the situation regarding the Wu clan's trading company. Upon hearing this, all the ancient elders within the 18 coffins fell silent. They naturally trusted Li Shuquan wouldn't deceive them, meaning there could indeed be a new almost emperor appearing in the southern domain, one that specifically targeted the Li imperial clan. After a long pause, a voice came from the central coffin. You may proceed as you wish. It seems that because we haven't acted in a while, everyone believes the Li imperial clan is now easy prey. If the other party dares to retaliate, I shall personally step in. Upon hearing the voice from the central coffin, Li Shuquan's face lit up with joy. He recognized that particular coffin. It contained the body of the peak almost emperor ancestor, Li Thunran. Yes, elder. After hearing the reply, Li Shuquan hurriedly left to carry out the orders. Soon enough, the battle between the Li imperial clan and the Wu trading company erupted. Naturally, this battle wasn't physical combat. If it were, the elders within the forbidden area would have already awakened. This was a battle of commerce, which aligned precisely with Wu Rulong's current thinking. If it were a matter of strength, unless his father Wuhao returned, they likely couldn't match the Li imperial clan. But when it came to commerce, he had nothing to fear. In recent years, he had learned about 70 to 80% of his father's commercial strategies, and naturally knew what to do. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The commercial war between the Li imperial clan and the Wu trading company was growing more intense. Meanwhile, Wuhao was focused on developing his mobile phone. Finally, after half a year, the first mobile phone prototype was completed. Looking at the phone in his hands, Wuhao's face carried a nostalgic expression. The last time he had seen such a device had been the last time. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. He tried turning the phone on and off, which worked fine. The interface was clean, though, after all, the other applications still needed to be developed. Didn't my son start a conflict with the Li imperial clan? I should send this device over to him. As Wuhao thought of this, he immediately sped back toward the southern domain at full force. Now, Wuhao had already broken through to the late Emperor King stage. After all, with feedback from two heavenly chosen sons, Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao, it was nearly impossible for his cultivation not to improve. Soon enough, Wuhao arrived at the headquarters of the Wu trading company. At this moment, Wu Rulong's face was filled with exhilaration, as just recently he had finally broken through to the Saint King realm. Think about it. He had not even reached 100 years old yet. A Saint King before the age of 100. Throughout the entire Xintian realm, such a case was extremely rare. But Wu Rulong didn't stay excited for long before deciding to return to work. After all, reaching the early Saint King stage was nothing significant in the face of the Li imperial clan. However, just as he turned around, he saw Wuhao already seated in his own chair. Dad, how did you come back? Didn't you say you wouldn't return for another 10 years? Wu Rulong said with a look of surprise on his face, but Wuhao simply waved his hand dismissively before pulling out the mobile phone. This is a little device I've created. Here are the manufacturing procedures, along with some additional mini-programs and base station construction blueprints. I want you to deploy all these throughout the entire southern domain as soon as possible. Seeing the thick stack of documents and the uniquely designed phone Wuhao had brought out, Wu Rulong stood there frozen in shock for a moment. However, soon after regaining his composure, he eagerly began flipping through the proposal. He also picked up the phone and started playing with it. His face quickly became even more excited. He knew very well that his business acumen had all been inherited from his father. Therefore, he also understood that if he could successfully bring this invention into reality, it could potentially reshape the entire Xintian realm. Father, I understand. I will make it happen as quickly as I can. Wu Rulong understood just how important this matter was. If they managed to produce these things, their Wu trading company would surely become the most powerful force in the entire Xintian realm. MMIC, I have faith in you. After saying this, Wuhao stood up and left. Since his son had already taken full responsibility for this task, he no longer needed to worry about it himself. He was waiting for his son to transform the entire Xintian realm into the vision he had always dreamed of. And surely, it wouldn't take too long. After all, in his previous life, the transition from ancient times to modern civilization had taken less than 300 years. Now, with his assistance and the terrifying cognitive abilities of cultivators, perhaps the transformation of the southern domain could be completed within a mere 100 years, and within 1,000, the Xintian realm itself might witness a complete rebirth. Chapter 21. A little modern shock to the ancient cultivators. Needless to say, Wu Rulong was truly a talented individual. After receiving the materials from Wuhao, he quickly began mass-producing mobile phones. Of course, it wasn't enough to simply produce them. All functions needed to be perfected before release. Although the cultivators were powerful, it still took a full 2 months to complete the construction of modern companies and the production of various hardware. President, this thing is truly remarkable. If what the books say is true, then our Wu family Songwei becoming the largest in the Xintian realm is no problem at all, Ouyang Feng said excitedly while fiddling with the phone. At the same time, he felt extremely fortunate internally for not leaving when the president was in a difficult situation. Otherwise, how could such a massive fortune possibly fall into their hands? Sai, don't get too excited yet. Focus on finishing the base station construction first. Signal coverage is the most important. Once we have signal, we can start selling the phones. Also, get the programmers to start developing various apps. I'll make a promise here and now. If our Wu family Songwei eventually becomes the biggest in the Xintian realm, I will personally help all of you break through to the quasi-emperor level. Wu Rulong had also learned about 70 or 80% of Wu Hao's persuasive manipulation techniques. Upon hearing Wu Rulong's words, the excitement on the faces of Ouyang Feng and the other two could hardly be concealed. They were practically ready to kneel before Wu Rulong to express their enthusiasm. President, we understand. As long as we are still alive, we will absolutely not let anything happen to you. Just get back to work for now. After learning the technology from Wuhao, Wu Rulong gathered many Gene Dan stage cultivators to quickly learn and master the technology. The Gene Dan cultivators' learning ability goes without saying. They grasped concepts quickly and easily learned how to write code. After 2 months, they had already completed the development of several products. Next, they simply needed to wait for the base station construction to finish and establish signal coverage before starting to sell the phones. Wu Rulong firmly believed that once phones were released, they wouldn't only interest ordinary mortals, but would also surely attract a great deal of attention from cultivators. After all, traditional communication stones require spiritual energy to operate, but mobile phones only require electricity and signal. More importantly, communication stones have extremely limited functions, whereas phones are capable of doing practically anything. Once he added the Douying app onto them, Wu Rulong believed that many cultivators would definitely love it. Perhaps later he could even integrate some formations into the phones, making them even life-saving tools. This was sure to bring massive success and popularity to his Wu family Songwei. Meanwhile, the Li imperial dynasty also felt exhausted after their commercial struggle against the Wu family Songwei, not only due to the strange and peculiar business models introduced by the Wu family Songwei, but more importantly, the Wu family Songwei's terrifying financial resources. After all, the Li imperial dynasty had poured as much as 100,000 top-grade spirit stones into this commercial battle. Even an ordinary empire would find such a large amount difficult to muster, showing that Li Shuquan had truly invested heavily this time. However, it hadn't even created the slightest ripple. Instead, the Li imperial dynasty's enterprises were retreating one after another. Cursed. Could it be that I have no choice but to solve this by force? After confirming that the Wu family Songhui had quasi-emperor level strength behind it, Li Shuquan no longer wanted to take them on directly. After all, if he were to mobilize the ancestral elders, the cost wouldn't be something that could be compensated with just 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The effect of the reincarnation coffin only works once, meaning that once someone emerged from it, the additional 600,000 years of lifespan would instantly vanish. The elders of the Li imperial dynasty had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, which meant that emerging from the coffin would lead to death. They wouldn't last long. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never call upon the elders. Cursed. For now, we must persevere. Although the Li imperial dynasty's situation isn't great, how much better could the Wu family Songhui's situation truly be? Wait and see. The loser will definitely be them. What Li Shuquan didn't know was that, due to Wu Hao's previous help, the resources obtained by the Wu family Songhui were multiplied by 10,000-fold. Compared to them, not only did the Li imperial dynasty pale in comparison, but even a holy land might not match the Wu family Songhui's vast resources. Before long, it was already time for the opening of the Hideo secret realm. Lying in Wu Hao's arms, Su Qiaoran wore a face full of reluctant expression. Honey, the Hideo secret realm is opening. I must enter it now. You must take care while I'm gone. Don't you dare flirt with other women. When she said this, there was a subtle tone of threat in Su Qiaoran's voice, though it would have been much more convincing if her hand weren't gently resting on the soft flesh of Wu Hao's waist. Wu Hao quickly coughed and spoke up. Are you kidding? Honey, I'm the god of pure love. I would absolutely never open a harem in the cultivation world. What's the god of pure love? Su Qiaoran had never heard this term from Wu Hao before, and curiosity filled her beautiful eyes. Wu Hao then explained seriously. Listen carefully. The god of pure love means someone who will love only one person their entire life. So, for me, the only woman in this life will be you, my wife. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran felt deeply satisfied in her heart, but on the surface, she maintained her tsundere expression. Since you said it like that, I guess I'll choose to believe you. Alright, honey, how long are you going to be in there? Wu Hao thought of something and asked curiously. After all, secret realms always had time restrictions for entry. Of course, there were also cultivation level restrictions, though naturally, none of that mattered to Wu Hao. The Hideo secret realm had been established by a quasi-emperor peak expert before their death. Within it lay that expert's inheritance. Over the years, countless geniuses had tried to enter this secret realm seeking the inheritance, because whoever found it would have a great chance of breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. Of course, as a grand emperor, Wu Hao could easily ignore the restrictions placed by someone at the quasi-emperor peak. It would only take a single thought for him to enter if he wished. Well, for about a year. Be a good boy. I'll come out after a year. Su Qiaoran spoke as if she were holding a child, but Wu Hao, upon hearing that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for a whole year, couldn't help feeling reluctant inside, yet stubbornly replied. No, I'm very angry. It won't be easy to pacify me, unless you feed me milk. They were already husband and wife after all, so how could Su Qiaoran not understand what Wu Hao meant? Heck, sometimes Wu Hao didn't even need to speak. Just a glance was enough for Su Qiaoran to know which position to change to. Well then, since the child wants milk, this mother has no choice but to feed him. But of course, what followed was more than just feeding milk. There were also other grown-up activities. Chapter 22. Honey, I'm going in. Soon came the day of departure. Wuhao watched the figure of Su Qiaoran leaving and couldn't help but sigh. A brief separation surpasses a brand new marriage. Now they would have to part ways for another year, and it made Wuhao feel somewhat gloomy. Upon learning his wife was entering the Haodong secret realm, Wuhao had thoroughly investigated everything about it. First, the origin of the secret realm. It was formed 1,000,000 years ago when the Jin Emperor Haodong accidentally perished and, at the moment of death, opened this secret realm. Inside lay his inheritance, though throughout these years no one had managed to find it. Then there were the restrictions. The Haodong secret realm naturally also had barriers. It only allowed cultivators below the Saint King stage who were under 10,000 years old to enter. Su Qiaoran clearly qualified. No, I still can't fully relax knowing her safety is at risk. But if I go inside, it'll be a bit of a hassle. Oh right, send Wu Yifan in instead. With Wu Yifan's current strength, wreaking havoc within a small place like this should be doable. Besides, with Wu Yifan being the fated chosen one, he might even locate the inheritance of the Jin Emperor Haodong. Before long, Wuhao made up his mind. When he located Wu Yifan, he just so happened to be running away again from 3 Saint Kings at the early stage. After all, his cultivation hadn't fully recovered yet, and his desolate ancient Sung body was still stuck at the 7th layer without breaking through. So against these foes, he could only flee in embarrassment. Cursed, why are they always able to find me? Wu Yifan inwardly felt puzzled. Why was it that every time he moved somewhere new, they would locate him not long after? He never suspected that perhaps they had placed a mark on him. Just as Wu Yifan was about to escape, everything around him suddenly changed. The unexpected transformation immediately made Wu Yifan tense up, but the voice that followed caused him to relax slightly. Yifan, great-grandfather? Why have you come to the central territory as well? Putting down his guard, Wu Yifan turned to face the figure behind him. Who else could it be other than Wu Hao? I came to the central territory for my own reasons, but now there's something I need you to do. Wu Hao looked at Wu Yifan, then explained what he needed him to do. To secretly enter the Haodong secret realm and protect Su Qiaoran. Upon hearing of the Haodong secret realm, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up immediately. Great-grandfather, do you know that I also intended to enter the Haodong secret realm? Well then, truly the fated chosen one indeed. Such a beneficial opportunity definitely wouldn't miss him. This is a painting of your great-grandmother. Remember, when you enter the Haodong secret realm, keep an eye on her. If necessary, you can reveal your identity, but under no circumstances should you say that I sent you. Wu Hao reminded him, for such matters it was better to be done secretly rather than openly. I understand, great-grandfather. I guarantee mission completion. Wu Yifan solemnly agreed, and before long, Wu Hao transported him to the entrance of the Haodong secret realm. Because entry required only the saint stage of cultivation, regardless of one's background or sect, even wandering cultivators could gain access. That was why, each time the realm opened, it attracted so much attention from various factions in the Xintian realm. Blending into the crowd, Wu Yifan scanned around and quickly located Su Qiaoran. So that's my great-grandmother? So beautiful, no wonder I'm so handsome. He thought inwardly, and naturally drew Su Qiaoran's attention with his gaze. Looking toward the distant Wu Yifan, she felt surprised. Somehow, the moment she saw Wu Yifan, a feeling of closeness stirred within her, as if the young man before her were a relative. But before she could think more about it, the Haodong secret realm opened. Seeing this, Su Qiaoran could only suppress her curiosity, following the crowd as they entered. At the same time, following Su Qiaoran, Murong Shui watched her disappear into the realm, her lips curling into a cold sneer. Just wait, Su Qiaoran. This time, you will die here. 3 great sages at peak stages. I would love to see how a mere peak saint can possibly survive. With that, Murong Shui entered the Haodong secret realm as well. After a moment of dizziness, Wu Yifan and the others entered the secret realm. Transport within the Haodong secret realm was random. One would be transported to a random location within the secret area once stepping into the teleportation gate. Once time ran out, those still alive would be expelled from the realm. Those who died, however, would simply become sustenance for the realm itself. The Haodong secret realm is truly vast. It's larger than any secret realm I've encountered before. Wu Yifan muttered as he looked around, completely unaware that a peak saint beast had silently approached from behind him and was now opening its blood-dripping mouth to bite him. Yet just as it lunged, Wu Yifan suddenly turned around and with a clean, decisive punch shattered the beast into pieces, without a single drop of blood or flesh staining his body. What a disgusting creature. If only my cultivation had fully recovered to my previous level, you would never have been able to approach me. Wu Yifan sighed helplessly. His current cultivation had only restored up to the late refinement void stage, so it was still possible for a peak saint beast to ambush him. Of course, the moment it moved against him, his physical body was able to sense it instantly. Wu Yifan's physical body could be considered something of a loophole. After all, entry into the Haodong secret realm only considered one's cultivation realm, not the strength of one's physical form. That allowed him, someone capable of defeating even great saints or even saint kings at the late refinement void stage, to enter this place unnoticed. Alright, I should go find my great-grandmother first. Fortunately, great-grandfather gave me a way to locate her when he sent me in. Otherwise, I'd have no idea how to find her at all. Thinking this, Wu Yifan retrieved from his spatial ring the item Wu Hao had given him earlier, a compass, whose needle pointed directly north. Seeing this, Wu Yifan immediately hurried northward. Honestly, he wasn't all that interested in the inheritance of the Haodongtan Emperor. After all, with his great-grandfather around, what was Ntun Emperor anyway? Although he didn't know exactly what cultivation realm his great-grandfather had reached, deep inside, Wu Yifan felt certain that Wu Hao was far more powerful than any damn Jin Emperor. If he protected his great-grandmother well, and made his great-grandfather happy, perhaps some even better fortune would come his way, one that would far surpass whatever inheritance the Haodong Emperor had to offer. Meanwhile, after Su Qiaoran entered the Haodong secret realm, she planned to go in search of her own opportunity. Those who entered the realm either came to hunt fierce beasts for cultivation training or to search for opportunities to increase their strength. Yet, Su Qiaoran was unaware at that moment that 3 peak great saints and 1 late refinement void ant were already heading in her direction. Chapter 23. Su Qiaoran is caught up with. Meanwhile, after entering the secret realm, Su Qiaoran took out an intricately crafted compass from her storage ring. As she infused the compass with her energy, traces of nearby powerful ferocious beasts appeared on its surface. With my current strength, even ordinary peak saints can't match me anymore. Now, only beasts at the Great Sage level can give me enough pressure to successfully break through to the Great Sage realm. Su Qiaoran was only a step away from the Great Sage realm, hence she urgently needed a powerful battle to stimulate her potential and ascend to that level. Once she reached the Great Sage realm, her position as a saintess would be practically guaranteed. Very soon, Su Qiaoran found the most suitable target according to the beastly aura detected by the compass, an early-stage Great Sage level beast, and hurried in that direction. Meanwhile, the three-peak Great Sage cultivators sent by Murong Shui into the Grand Secret Realm had already arrived. As long as one entered hand in hand, they would be transported to the same area, which was precisely what happened to these three-peak Great Sage experts under Murong Shui's orders. Once inside the vast secret realm, the leader among the three-peak Great Sages took out a jade plate from his storage ring, given to them by Murong Shui when they entered. After infusing it with his own energy, the jade plate flew in a specific direction, the exact direction of Su Qiaoran. Seeing this, the three-peak Great Sage experts didn't hesitate further and sped in Su Qiaoran's direction. At the same time, Su Qiaoran quickly located her ideal target, a three-eyed skyhawk at the early Great Sage stage. Upon seeing someone invading its territory, the three-eyed skyhawk emitted a series of threatening shrieks. Observing the enraged beast, Su Qiaoran's expression turned solemn. As the name suggested, the three-eyed skyhawk possessed three eyes, one closed eye located above the other two, which contained the inherited talent of the three-eyed skyhawk clan, the Annihilation Beam. It was said that once that third eye opened, nobody at the same cultivation level could withstand it. But Su Qiaoran had no other choice at this point. With a wave of her hand, a sword appeared in her grasp, and she charged toward the three-eyed skyhawk. Only by getting close to the beast and not giving it the chance to use the Annihilation Beam did she stand a chance of defeating it. Seeing Su Qiaoran charging toward it, the three-eyed skyhawk immediately realized this human had come for it and roared angrily as it lunged at her. "Human, daring to trespass in my domain, you shall die." The body and claws of the three-eyed skyhawk were extremely sharp. Upon contact, Su Qiaoran's sword clashed with its talons, and a terrifying force sent her retreating several steps. But Su Qiaoran did not give up and charged forward once more. Her speed was extremely fast, not giving the three-eyed skyhawk any chance to activate its Annihilation Beam. Under her continuous attacks, streaks of blood appeared on its otherwise hard feathers. "Human, you're asking for death." The three-eyed skyhawk screamed as it finally seized an opportunity. The third eye on its head slowly opened. Almost simultaneously, Su Qiaoran felt an immense sense of danger. Not good. Her expression changed instantly. The next second, the Annihilation Beam shot from the third eye of the three-eyed skyhawk, enveloping Su Qiaoran's body. However, as the third eye slowly closed and the Annihilation Beam vanished, the three-eyed skyhawk suddenly felt an enormous pressure from behind. Before it could fully turn around, a slash of sword light passed across its head. The three-eyed skyhawk fell dead. Truly worthy of the name three-eyed skyhawk. Even I almost got caught off guard. After defeating the three-eyed skyhawk, Su Qiaoran took a deep breath. Her aura weakened slightly. During the Annihilation Beam's release, she had barely managed to resist it, yet still sustained minor injuries from its collateral effects. However, the benefits from this battle far outweighed the downsides. For example, Su Qiaoran's combat awareness had significantly increased. Once she exited the realm, she could start preparing for her breakthrough to the Great Sage realm. After collecting the corpse of the three-eyed skyhawk, Su Qiaoran turned to leave. The commotion caused by this battle might attract others, and she certainly wasn't fond of being watched. However, just as she was about to leave, her body instinctively reacted, and she vanished from the spot in an instant. Just as Su Qiaoran left, the next second, a colossal spear-shaped projection directly obliterated an area within a 10-kilometer radius. Su Qiaoran, who had narrowly escaped death, felt a lingering sense of fear, her face filled with shock. This power, it belongs to a peak Great Sage. Who exactly is targeting me? After regaining her senses, Su Qiaoran's expression turned grim. She clearly hadn't expected to be targeted. Moreover, judging from the intensity of the attack just now, it was obvious the opponent had come specifically to kill her. Oh, truly worthy of being the Saintess Su. You actually dodged it. Just as Su Qiaoran was about to leave the area, she didn't expect to see a figure holding a long spear slowly approaching from the distance. The moment she saw this person, Su Qiaoran's pupils immediately constricted. Dragon-slaying spear, Chen Feng. Never thought I'd meet you here. Since you're here, I suppose Fengblade Qinbo and Ink Spirit Sword Li Yuan are nearby as well. As Su Qiaoran finished speaking, two figures gradually materialized beside her. Never thought the Saintess Su would still remember us. Truly an honor for me, Qinbo. Fengblade Qinbo looked at Su Qiaoran with what he considered a charming smile. Su Qiaoran let out a cold snort in response. In the entire central region, who doesn't know about you three flower-stealing brothers? Since you've set your sights on me, it's clear someone must have sent you. Let me guess, is it Murong Shui? That's something the Saintess Su doesn't need to know. We accept payment and fulfill the task. Saintess Su, just peacefully go on your way. Chen Feng replied indifferently with a cold and emotionless expression. They weren't foolish people. Before killing Su Qiaoran, they would never reveal the identity of their employer. If Su Qiaoran managed to escape, it would be considered their failure. So cautious of you. If that's the case, then come at me. Su Qiaoran snorted coldly. Although she already suspected Murong Shui was targeting her from behind the scenes, she had no evidence to prove it. She originally thought that Chen Feng and others might think her already as good as dead, and thus let slip the name Murong Shui, yet she didn't expect them to be this cautious. Realizing this, Su Qiaoran didn't hesitate any longer. She directly took out a teleportation talisman and vanished from the spot. Chapter 24 Wu Yifan strikes. Damn it, chase her. After seeing Su Qiaoran disappear from the spot, Chen Feng and others only slightly changed expressions. After all, they could track Su Qiaoran's location. There was still plenty of time until the one-year deadline for the closing of the mighty secret realm. With their cultivation at the peak of Great Sage, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with her. Su Qiaoran naturally had also considered this, her expression darkening. Damn it, I was found by them not long after I entered the mighty secret realm. I absolutely won't believe this is just bad luck. When did they make their move? But Su Qiaoran didn't have time to investigate further, as she already sensed Chen Feng and others chasing over. With no time to think, she could only activate another teleportation talisman and escape into the distance. Her immediate priority was how to survive inside the secret realm for a year. Su Qiaoran thought inwardly, but soon despair crept into her heart. Although she could defeat the three-eyed flying hawk at the early Great Sage stage, that was only the early stage, and even that required a great deal of effort. But Chen Feng and others were all at the peak of Great Sage, far beyond her capability to match. The moment they met face to face, Su Qiaoran would be defeated. Soon, Su Qiaoran's supply of teleportation talismans was exhausted, and at that moment, Chen Feng and others arrived again, surrounding her. Vice Holy Maiden Su, I really didn't expect you to have so many teleportation talismans. Are you out now? If so, then we'll have to take action. Qinbo looked at Su Qiaoran with a sneer on his face, and seeing Qinbo's gaze, Su Qiaoran felt another wave of despair in her heart. Why were Chen Feng and others called the flower-plucking three brothers? The key was precisely those two words, flower-plucking. Every time they encountered a beauty, they would choose to act, and many attractive female disciples from various sects had suffered at the hands of Chen Feng and others. Damn it, is self-destruction my only option? No, wait, I still have the necklace my husband gave me. Shouldn't the necklace from my husband protect me? At this moment, Su Qiaoran finally remembered that she was still wearing the necklace Wuhao had given her. According to what her husband had said, it contained enough power to protect herself. Although Su Qiaoran didn't know Wuhao's exact cultivation realm, she thought it should be no lower than sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move freely in and out of the myriad flower holy land. Though she didn't understand how her husband had managed to break through from chi-condensation peak to sovereign in less than 100 years, Su Qiaoran knew that her husband would never endanger her. Seeing that Su Qiaoran was still preparing to fight back to the death, Chen Feng and others couldn't help but become somewhat irritated. After all, Morong Shui had specifically ordered them to violate her first before killing. In that case, we'll just have to cripple you first, Vice Holy Maiden Su. Chen Feng sneered coldly and prepared to strike out and cripple Su Qiaoran. However, just at that moment, a teasing voice drifted slowly from a distant direction. Oh, what are you all doing? Looks pretty interesting. Can I join in? Chen Feng and others turned toward the direction the voice had come from, and saw Wu Yifan arriving late, looking at Chen Zhe and others with apparent interest as he spoke. When Chen Feng and others saw that the arrival was merely a trash cultivator who had only just broken through to the peak of soul refinement, they immediately sneered. Kid, blame your bad luck for witnessing our affairs. Following that, Chen Feng gave Li Yuan a meaningful glance, and immediately, Li Yuan understood the signal. In the next second, he drew his long sword and appeared before Wu Yifan, slashing downward powerfully. Chen Feng and Qinbo then turned around, preparing to defile Su Qiaoran, yet they never expected a sudden thunderous sound from behind. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Feng and Qinbo's faces changed slightly, because the sound of being struck by a sword shouldn't be like that. Thinking of this, both Chen Feng and Qinbo hastily turned around only to find Li Yuan standing still. Only the head that should have been on his shoulders was gone. Standing before Li Yuan was Wu Yifan, unscathed but splattered with some blood. Su Qiaoran's pupils slightly shrank, for she had seen it clearly. The moment Li Yuan was about to strike down Wu Yifan reacted in response, landing a punch that shattered Li Yuan's skull. Before anyone at the scene could react, Wu Yifan struck again, unleashing his full strength to blow Li Yuan's body into pieces. Not even the nascent soul managed to escape. Only until now did everyone on the scene finally understand. They had been played. Wu Yifan had pretended to be weak all along. Damn it, brother, gang up on him together. Chen Feng's face turned angry, but he didn't believe that Wu Yifan possessed extraordinary strength. After all, there were restrictions within the mighty secret realm. No one above the sovereign king realm could enter. In other words, Wu Yifan should also only be at the peak of Great Sage. It was probably just due to a sneak attack that he had managed to kill Li Yuan earlier. However, they clearly underestimated Wu Yifan's power while overestimating their own strength. Having held back for so long, finally a chance to let loose. Hope you guys can at least entertain me a bit. Wu Yifan stretched his body slightly. If he hadn't encountered such powerful enemies recently, he really might have thought himself to be a weakling. But just when Wu Yifan was about to enjoy some fun, before even a full clash could occur, Chen Feng and Qinbo were already killed by a single punch from Wu Yifan. Seeing this, Wu Yifan looked slightly astonished. Wait, I haven't even used my full strength yet. How did you all die already? But Wu Yifan didn't dwell too much on it. After all, he had already unlocked the seventh seal of his ancient divine body. Wasn't it natural that killing a great sage expert would be so easy? If he couldn't kill them, that would be truly strange. After killing Chen Feng and others, Wu Yifan also inherited a fine tradition of each chosen destined protagonist, looting the corpses. A destined protagonist who didn't loot corpses was definitely not a good destined protagonist. Quickly, Wu Yifan stripped the corpses completely clean, not even leaving their undergarments. Only after this did he nod in satisfaction before turning and walking towards Su Qiaoran. Seeing Wu Yifan walking toward her, Su Qiaoran finally recovered from her earlier shock. The gaze she cast toward Wu Yifan was filled with caution. She had never seen such an existence before, someone who could easily massacre great sages simply with his peak soul refinement cultivation. No, something wasn't right with his physical body. It was terrifyingly powerful. Now, Su Qiaoran finally realized how terrifying Wu Yifan's physical body truly was. It probably wouldn't be inferior even compared to sovereign kings. However, right now, Su Qiaoran didn't know whether Wu Yifan was friend or foe. Although he had slain Chen Feng and others earlier, this alone didn't prove that Wu Yifan was a good person. Perhaps Wu Yifan simply didn't like sharing the spoils and preferred to work alone. If Wu Yifan had known Su Qiaoran's thoughts, he might have knelt down begging her not to think nonsense. Otherwise, his great-grandfather would want to kill him later anyway. Chapter 25. Descendant of the Wu clan, paying respects to great-grandma. Halt, stop right there. Don't come any closer. Who exactly are you? Just as Wu Yifan was about to stand directly in front of her, Su Qiaoran finally snapped back to her senses and shouted to stop him. Wu Yifan, hearing Su Qiaoran's words, obediently stopped as well. What choice did he have? The woman standing in front of him was his own great-grandma. If his great-grandfather found out he disrespected her, who knew if the old man might actually destroy him? Seeing Wu Yifan had stopped, Su Qiaoran let out a breath of relief before looking at him and inquiring, "Who are you? And why did you attack Chen Feng and the others?" Hearing Su Qiaoran ask, Wu Yifan thought for a moment. Apparently, his great-grandfather hadn't instructed him to hide his identity. Thinking thus, Wu Yifan immediately knelt down on one knee before Su Qiaoran, respectfully addressing her. Wu Yifan, descendant of the Wu clan, pays respects to great-grandma. Seeing Wu Yifan's sudden move, Su Qiaoran was momentarily stunned. But as soon as she regained her senses, her internal shock only deepened. Well, she had indeed heard from Wuhao about the fact that they already had a great-grandson. However, Wuhao had never mentioned how incredibly powerful their great-grandson was, powerful enough to defeat a Saint Emperor. In that instant, Su Qiaoran found herself questioning her reality. Wait, how could it be that she, as the great-grandma, had lower cultivation than her own great-grandson? That was just embarrassing to the public. But Su Qiaoran wasn't immediately convinced of Wu Yifan's identity. Thinking for a moment, she started asking questions. Who was his great-grandfather? And who was his grandfather? Only after confirming the answers did Su Qiaoran finally believe that Wu Yifan was indeed her true great-grandson. Get up, my great-grandson. Now fully convinced that Wu Yifan was indeed her great-grandson, Su Qiaoran's attitude had visibly improved. She quickly urged Wu Yifan to rise. Thinking for a moment, Su Qiaoran then asked, "Did your great-grandfather send you in here?" My great-grandfather said he was worried you might encounter danger inside, so he sent me here to ensure your safety." Wu Yifan answered without hesitation. Come on, sure he loved cultivation, but that didn't mean he didn't understand matters of romance. Why wouldn't he share such information that could help strengthen the relationship between his great-grandparents? Upon hearing Wu Yifan's words, Su Qiaoran clearly felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Unexpectedly, Wuhao had been considerate enough to do something like this. However, since they were still in front of her great-grandson, Su Qiaoran suppressed the sentiment, coughed once, and said, "All right then, since the danger is gone now, go do whatever it is you're supposed to do." Though Wu Yifan was her great-grandson, this was their first meeting, an unexpected one at that, and Su Qiaoran hadn't quite figured out how to properly interact with him yet. Therefore, it made sense to ask Wu Yifan to leave. But upon hearing her, Wu Yifan's face showed a somewhat unwilling expression. "No can do, great-grandma. My instructions for my great-grandfather were to protect you while we're inside here. If anything were to happen to you, or if he found out I abandoned my post, he'll probably scold me severely. Is that so? Then I'll just tell him it was on my orders. You go do what you need to do. All right then. Take care, great-grandma. If anything happens, contact me." Wu Yifan handed his communication jade to Su Qiaoran before turning and leaving. Another reason he had come into the vast secret realm was because it was said that among the inheritances of the quasi-emperor Haodong, there existed some rare and divine treasures that could help remove the 8th seal restricting his Huagu Saint body. Obtaining such could significantly boost his power, perhaps even enough to seek vengeance. Once Wu Yifan had left, Su Qiaoran finally let out a breath of relief. It wasn't just on a whim that she'd sent Wu Yifan away. She knew that the only enemies arranged for her inside the secret realm by Morong Shui were likely limited to the three, Chen Feng and his companions. After all, 3 peak-level Saint Emperors were already quite formidable. That was practically the strongest force Morong Shui could currently muster. So she didn't expect any more peak Saint Emperors to show up. Even if there were, wouldn't she still have the necklace from her husband to handle the crisis? Meanwhile, on another side, Morong Shui had no idea yet that everyone she had sent had already been completely wiped out. At this moment, sensing a breakthrough opportunity, Morong Shui had without hesitation begun her breakthrough within the secret realm. As for Su Qiaoran, after Chen Feng and the others perished, she no longer wandered aimlessly inside the secret realm. Instead, she sought out a suitable location and began preparing to break through to the Saint Emperor stage. She had remained at the peak of the Saint King stage for 2.5 years already. It was high time for her to advance to the Saint Emperor level. Half a year quickly passed, and at this time in the southern region, thanks to Wu Rulong and others working tirelessly, the base stations across the Li dynasty had been gradually completed. Of course, Wu clan's massive undertaking soon became known to Li Shuquan and others. Looking at the reports handed to him by his subordinates, Li Shuquan slightly furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled by Wu Rulong's true intentions. "Everyone, what do you think Wu Rulong is trying to accomplish with this move?" Li Shuquan glanced at his ministers below and slowly asked. During this period, the ministers of the Li dynasty had witnessed the unusual nature of the Wu Clan Commerce Association, so upon hearing Li Shuquan's question, they all lowered their heads, murmuring evasively without daring to speak. Seeing this, Li Shuquan let out a cold snort. "What? All of you used to loudly boast about bringing the Wu Clan Commerce Association under our Li dynasty's control. Now when I ask, why are you all silent?" Upon hearing Li Shuquan's words, they bowed their heads even lower. Lately, Li Shuquan had been extremely angry due to the commercial conflict with the Wu Clan, and they were afraid that if they spoke out of turn, they might be executed by him. Seeing the ministers completely unmoved by his words, Li Shuquan helplessly sighed, his face filled with deep exhaustion as he waved his hand. "Fine, you may all leave for now." The court quickly emptied, leaving Li Shuquan alone. At this moment, Li Shuquan's eyes were filled with sinister intent. Though he did not yet understand what Wu Rulong was doing, he knew that if left unchecked, it could bring a fatal blow to his Li dynasty. Therefore, he had to stop Wu Rulong. Thinking thus, Li Shuquan waved his hand. In the next instant, 5 figures appeared before him. It was none other than the Shadow Agents. "You 5, go destroy everything the Wu Clan Commerce Association has built recently. Not a single thing must remain." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 5 Shadow Agents, all at the peak of the Saint King level, soon departed. However, what they didn't know was that exactly this kind of move by Li Shuquan had already been anticipated by Wu Rulong. Thus, as the 5 Shadow Agents prepared to secretly strike and destroy everything built by the Wu clan, their only awaiting fate was death. Chapter 26. Surprising, right? I still have a formation for protection. This is it. The thing the Emperor ordered us to destroy? It looks fragile. Looking at the giant base station towering up to 10,000 meters ahead, Anzi showed nothing but disdain. After all, for someone at the Sage King level, even something 10,000 meters tall, or even an object countless kilometers large, was nothing but a fragile object that could be destroyed instantly. Thinking about this, Anzi decided to act and destroy the base station immediately with a swift, lightning attack. However, just as his strike made contact with the station, the expected result, complete destruction in one hit, did not occur. Instead, a faint bluish glow appeared upon the station's surface. Upon seeing that light, Anzi realized something was wrong. And in an instant, the attack he had unleashed was absorbed by the formation on the base station, and then reflected back with 10 times the original power, instantly killing him. The other 4 assassins met the same fate. Once they attacked the base station, their attacks were similarly absorbed by the formation embedded within, reflected tenfold, and used to instantly kill them as well. At the moment the formation was activated, inside the Wu Clan commercial guild, Wu Rulong sneered. Didn't expect Li Shuquan would resort to the lowest of tactics, yet I didn't expect my base station has a formation. Not only can't Sage Kings break it, even if an emperor personally showed up, it wouldn't break. Only a quasi-emperor could possibly destroy it. Thinking this, Wu Rulong felt astonishment inside, never expecting that the item given to him by his father was this terrifying, with even a formation embedded within. Indeed, the formation placed inside the base station had been given by Wuhao to Wu Rulong when he returned earlier. It was a portable formation Wuhao created himself. While the area it covered wasn't vast, easily protecting a mere base station was not an issue at all. Within Wuhao's plan, 10 base stations would be built across the entire southern region. With only 10 of them, signal could envelop the entire southern region with 360-degree, no blind spots coverage. After all, in Xintian world, many materials were far more advanced than those found on Earth in Wuhao's previous life, so it was only reasonable that signal could be broader. At this point, around 5 base stations had already been constructed, and the software had nearly been completed as well. Next step was preparing for the release of mobile phones. With this in mind, Wu Rulong ordered his subordinates that 7 days later, they would hold a product launch event across the entire southern region. Currently, the Wu Clan Commercial Guild had already become an entity well known not only within Li Dynasty, but even across the entire southern region. Although it was originally a conflict only between the Wu Clan Guild and the Li Dynasty, even other forces in the southern region of similar scale to the Li Dynasty now knew of the power of the Wu Clan Guild. Thus, once the Wu Clan Guild announced the upcoming product launch event 7 days later, many factions stated that they would attend. Almost at the same time, Li Shuquan sensed the moment Anzi died, and his expression turned extremely grim. Though he knew it was technically wrong of him to send subordinates first to attack the base station of the Wu Clan Guild, upon discovering that all his assassins were completely eliminated, he could not suppress his rage. Sigh, I wonder whether the assassin I sent to look for the nameless wandering hero has found him yet. At this moment, Li Shuquan recalled that one of his assassins had gone in search of the mysterious nameless wanderer. Yet he couldn't figure out why. The nameless hero hadn't appeared recently, nor had his assassin been seen again. Unbeknownst to Li Shuquan, his assassin had already followed the trail of the nameless wanderer all the way to the central domain. Soon, Li Shuquan also received news about the product launch event announced by the Wu Clan Guild in 7 days. His face suddenly turned serious. After so much investigation without uncovering exactly what the Wu Clan Guild was planning, now he would finally find out. How could he not be excited? Of course, Wu Rulong wasn't that petty either, so the invitation to the product launch had already been sent into the Li Dynasty's imperial court. Wu Rulong, I'll see for myself exactly what you're going to announce in 7 days. Meanwhile, in the 3 great empires, when the rulers of the 3 great empires received the invitation, they couldn't help but become slightly interested. Although the Wu Clan Guild had also expanded into their respective empires, they had not targeted any of the subordinate factions under their empires. Therefore, the 3 great empires had not paid much attention. However, now, after receiving the product launch invitation from the Wu Clan Guild, they couldn't help but be curious and wanted to know who could have caused Li Shuquan so much trouble. Oh, interesting. Who exactly sent you to find me? Meanwhile, at this moment, Wuhao was walking leisurely on the street with Wu Hu. However, he never expected that the surrounding scenery would suddenly shift. With merely a single breath passing, Wuhao was suddenly taken away. Of course, Wuhao could naturally sense the cultivation realm of the one who had grabbed him. It was merely the peak of the Sage King level. As long as Wuhao himself didn't wish to be taken, there was absolutely no way that opponent could forcibly move him. But Wuhao was somewhat curious, so he simply allowed the other to take him away. The one who took Wuhao away was Anzi himself, who had been chasing Wuhao's trail for a long time. At this moment, after seeing Wuhao, Anzi's expression subtly brightened with joy. After searching for Wuhao for so long, how could he not be happy to finally find him? As for why Anzi was certain that Wuhao was the legendary nameless wandering hero, it was because those saved by the nameless hero all said that the hero always had a 9-tailed spirit fox resting on his shoulder. And since the 9-tailed fox Huli was indeed on Wuhao's shoulder, he was easily recognized by Anzi. Sir, I am from the Li Dynasty. The emperor of our dynasty sincerely wishes to recruit you. We hope you can join our Li Dynasty. We can guarantee to nurture you all the way to the Supreme Sage realm. Anzi spoke without hesitation. Of course, all of this seemed like empty promises to Wuhao. If he agreed and followed Anzi back to the Li Dynasty, there would be countless ways for the Li Dynasty to force him into service. Besides, what was this Li Dynasty anyway? Not long ago, they had dared to make a move against his son. In Wuhao's heart, the Li Dynasty was already a doomed dynasty. It was just a matter of whether his son would destroy it or whether he himself would finish it off. Once his wife became a holy maiden and returned with him, if his son still hadn't destroyed the Li Dynasty by then Wuhao himself could just as easily eliminate it. Getting sidetracked, right now, the most important thing was to deal with the Anzi in front of him first. Wait, I have something to say. Wuhao interrupted Anzi mid-speech. Anzi did not show anger at Wuhao's attitude but instead politely replied, please speak. Wuhao leaned his head near Anzi's ear and whispered, you know, I have a grudge with your Li Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Anzi's pupils suddenly constricted, and then, before he could understand what had happened, he had already been instantly killed with a single slap from Wuhao. What? My other Anzi has disappeared too. Feeling that the Anzi located in the central domain had also perished, Li Shuquan's heart finally sank. Although he was a supreme sage at peak power, in truth, even he did not have many Anzi-level sage kings at his disposal. only 10 in total. He had lost 7 of them in less than 10 years. The fury was so intense that Li Shuquan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But what could he do? Who told him to provoke someone he shouldn't have? Even if he couldn't swallow this anger, he had no choice but to force it down. Time quickly passed, and 7 days later, the Wu Clan Commercial Guild's product launch event was held as scheduled. Chapter 27. The Shock of the 4 Emperors and 6 Sects. Within these 7 days, Wu Rulong had already finished handling everything regarding the upcoming product launch. The software had also been properly debugged, and the phone's pricing had been finalized. Ordinary humans would get standard configurations, while cultivators would receive specially tailored versions, and naturally, the prices would differ accordingly. The phone designed for ordinary humans was priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones per unit. Since humans use copper coins as their currency, and approximately 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for a single low-grade spirit stone, this meant that an average person could afford a phone within a year. The phones sold to cultivators were naturally more expensive. There were models embedded with formations, phones that could withstand powerful attacks from cultivators of various levels. There were many varieties available, each with different price tags. Moreover, following Wuhao's concept, Wu Rulong had also crafted 10 limited edition phones, each selling for a staggering price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Quickly, the 7th day arrived, and the conference hall inside the Wu Clan's business association had already been arranged for the event. Although product launches were not uncommon in the Xintian world, they usually targeted either ordinary humans or cultivators separately, rather than combining both groups. Therefore, it was quite rare to see something like Wu Rulong's event, which had widely distributed invitations to many people. Meanwhile, outside the venue of the Wu Clan's business association launch event, the leaders of various major factions began arriving one after another. In the southern region of the Xintian world, the most powerful forces consisted of the 4 emperors and 6 sects. The 4 emperors were the Li dynasty, the Zhongshan Empire, the Bubi Empire, and the Qianxing Empire. The 6 sects were the Liehua sect, Pasong sect, Panshir sect, Wantian sect, Zhantian sect, and Huawu sect. Each of the 4 emperors and 6 sects had quasi-emperor level experts as protectors, and their faction leaders were all peak-level sovereigns. To show their importance toward the Wu Clan's business association, these leaders had personally arrived at the event today. The first to arrive was Shun Wanyun, the ruler of the Zhongshan Empire, possessing cultivation at the peak of the sovereign level. Right after Shun Wanyun arrived, reporters from various newspapers across the southern region outside the venue immediately took out their memory stones to record this moment. After all, this was none other than Shun Wanyun, one of the 4 emperors. Normally, they barely had any chance to even catch a glimpse of him. However, before they could fully recover from their astonishment, Zhan Ting, the ruler of the Bubi Empire, also arrived. Upon seeing a familiar face, Shun Wanyun couldn't help but smile and greet him. Brother Zhan, long time no see. Among the 4 emperors, aside from the Li dynasty, whose relations with the other 3 empires were not very good, the other 3 maintained a relatively friendly relationship. Therefore, after seeing Shun Wanyun greeting him, Zhan Ting also smiled slightly as he replied. Brother Shen, long time no see indeed. It feels like the last time we met was during the grand competition among the 4 emperors. That's right. If I recall correctly, the next competition should also be approaching soon, right? Shen Wanyun thought for a moment and asked. Zhan Ting nodded. Yes, the next 4 emperors grand competition is due to begin in about 10 years. As Shen Wanyun was about to say something else, another voice, unwelcome and sharp, came from not far away. May I ask what the 3 of you are chatting about? Would you mind if I join the conversation? Upon hearing that voice, the 3 frowned. Gao Qiqiang, the ruler of the Qianxing Empire, was the first to speak. Brother Shun, Brother Zhan, time is getting late. I'll head in first. Wait for me. Let's go in together. Seeing Shun Wanyun and the others entering together without even acknowledging him, Li Shuquan's already unpleasant expression darkened even further. But soon, Li Shuquan inhaled deeply, calming his inner agitation, before heading into the venue of the event. After all, what mattered most today was to figure out what Wu Rulong was planning. As for those 3 emperors, given their already strained relationship, there was no point in making overtures now. After the 4 emperors arrived at the venue, the 6 sects also gradually began to show up. However, only the sect leaders of Zhantian sect, Huawu sect, and Wantian sect personally came to the event, while the Sun sect, Pasong sect, and Panshir sect were instead represented by their elders. The 6 sects always remained aloof from worldly affairs, rarely interacting with outsiders except during their disciple recruitment periods. Had it not been for Wu Rulong personally sending them invitations, they probably wouldn't have come at all. Inside the event venue, besides the 4 emperors and the 6 sects, Wu Rulong had also invited influential forces protected by sovereign-level experts, as well as the famous newspaper Southern Region Cultivator Daily News from the Southern Region. The cultivation world, after all, was not devoid of social customs and human relations. Therefore, the existence of a newspaper like the Cultivation Daily wasn't strange at all. Otherwise, there wouldn't be distinctions between the righteous and demonic paths in the first place. As the time arrived, Wu Rulong took a deep breath. Then, he walked to the center of the stage and smiled at the honored guests seated below. Welcome, everyone, to Wu Clan's Business Association's new product launch today. I won't waste any words. Let's dive straight into the topic. Today, we will present to you a product that will surely change the entire Xintian world. The moment his words fell, curiosity began to arise among the audience, especially among the representatives of the 4 emperors and 6 sects. They were all wondering where Wu Rulong had gained the confidence to claim he had brought a product capable of changing the entire Xintian world. However, as Wu Rulong took out the phone, everyone's eyes became curious. Then, as they watched Wu Rulong demonstrate and explain the phone's functions, everyone present involuntarily quickened their breathing. If what Wu Rulong said was true, then this so-called phone truly possessed the power to change the entire Xintian world. Alright then, such an amazing product must naturally have a price. So what is its price? At first, the price was indeed very high. However, after persuading Wu Clan's Business Association's executives all night, we finally negotiated a price that all of us found quite reasonable. Please look at the large screen. Dong. As the price appeared on the screen, the leaders of the various factions present inhaled sharply. A treasure capable of connecting with others in every corner of the southern region. A treasure capable of allowing one to see another's life. It was incredibly cheap. Only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Naturally, this was the version for ordinary humans. Right after announcing the human version, Wu Rulong immediately proceeded to announce the cultivator version. Upon hearing about the additional life-saving and cultivation-assisting features of the cultivator version, the leaders of all the factions finally couldn't remain calm anymore. Especially Li Shuquan, who thought to himself that this kind of technology absolutely couldn't be allowed to remain in the hands of Wu Clan's business association. It must fall into the possession of his Li dynasty's imperial family. As for the others from various factions, they didn't share Li Shuquan's thoughts. After a moment's reflection, they could easily understand that since Wu Clan's business association dared to reveal such an advanced technology, there must definitely be a powerful backer behind them, perhaps even an existence at the quasi-emperor level. Under such circumstances, it was clearly far better to cultivate a good relationship with Wu Clan's business association than to antagonize them. Chapter 28. The Courting of Various Powers, and Li Shuquan's Loss of Composure. This must be President Wu. Indeed, he is a man of remarkable talent. I wonder if he is already married. What are you talking about? People like President Wu would never be interested in someone from your undefeated imperial court. President Wu, as a guest in our prosperous empire, I'll prepare 180 beautiful young women for you. Get out of here. President Wu is obviously a pure love warrior god. President Wu, I have a daughter. Her beauty is unmatched. I wonder if you would deign to meet her. Looking at the rulers of the three great empires eagerly throwing their offers at him, Wu Rulong couldn't help shivering involuntarily. If his wife found out, he would surely be in for some kneeling on the washboard when he got home. Thinking about it, Wu Rulong hurriedly declined. Please, all of you, don't say another word. I'm already married. Upon hearing that Wu Rulong was already married, Shen Wanyun and the others couldn't help but look disappointed. Seeing their dejected expressions, Wu Rulong still couldn't bear it. Sighing, he finally spoke. Friends, my Wu family still has many fine young men who are not yet married. If possible, I think it would be good to introduce them to my family's bachelors. Upon hearing that, Shen Wanyun and the others' eyes couldn't help lighting up again. Although they couldn't marry Wu Rulong himself, marrying into the Wu family and cultivating a good relationship with them would also be beneficial. So, Shen Wanyun and the others gladly agreed. But just then, Zhang Ting suddenly had an idea and spoke up. Oh, right, President Wu, would you mind selling me that limited edition mobile phone a bit early? Seeing that Zhang Ting had spoken first, Shen Wanyun and Gao Qiqiang were not about to be left behind either. President Wu, give me one too. Me as well. Naturally, Wu Rulong did not refuse. The limited edition was created specifically for cultivating good relations with the various powers. The people in front of him, like Shen Wanyun, were precisely the ones with whom the Wu family needed to build ties. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing to Shen Wanyun and the rest. It was more than worth it to use that to build a relationship with Wu Rulong. After all, though they devoted themselves to cultivation, they could still see that whoever released the phone, Wu's commercial guild, would benefit greatly once it was launched. It was even possible that the commercial guild would become the most powerful force in the entire southern domain, perhaps even challenging one of the four holy lands. Thinking of the four holy lands, Shen Wanyun and others couldn't help but feel serious. Although each of their forces had done emperor-level guardians, the truth was they could never match the four holy lands. Any one of the four holy lands alone could easily sweep across the entire Xintian world, because the holy lands possessed emperor-grade weapons. A Tai emperor wielding such an artifact was at a completely different level compared to one without. A Deng emperor in possession of an emperor's weapon could be invincible below the emperor level, showing just how terrifying these artifacts were. With Wu Rulong's help, Shen Wanyun and others quickly learned how to use the phones, and a sense of novelty quickly emerged on their faces. As for the phones, they came pre-installed with a SIM card the moment they were sold. Although currently there were only 5 base stations, they already covered more than half of the southern domain. Once another 5 were constructed, the signal would cover the entire southern domain. Very soon, Shen Wanyun and others departed one after another. Although reporters from the Southern Domain Cultivation Daily wished to interview Wu Rulong, they were all fobbed off with Wu Qinquan as a substitute. Just as Wu Rulong was preparing to take a break, he suddenly heard a voice coming slowly toward him. Wu Rulong, let's have a talk. Wu Rulong turned his head and saw Li Shuquan standing not far away, his expression shadowy and unreadable. Wu Rulong only sneered slightly and immediately declined. Li Shuquan, I think we probably have nothing to talk about. So forget it. After saying that, Wu Rulong began to walk away, but Li Shuquan continued. Wu Rulong, do you really think your Wu family has the strength to protect something like this after releasing it? This thing is beyond what your Wu family can safeguard. Upon hearing this, Wu Rulong's steps paused slightly. He didn't turn around, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. So, what you're saying is, the Wu Commercial Guild should hand this technology over to your Li Imperial Court? No, that's not exactly what I meant. What I mean is, the Li Imperial Court will invest in your company. The profits will be split 50-50, and should the Wu Commercial Guild face any danger, the Li Imperial Court will surely come to your aid with all our strength. Although the words seemed to place the Li Imperial Court and the Wu Commercial Guild on equal footing, in truth, Wu Rulong could sense the arrogance in Li Shuquan's tone. Wu Rulong didn't much care for that tone. Besides, what level was the Li Imperial Court even at? Did they really think themselves capable of protecting the Wu family? So, without the slightest hesitation, Wu Rulong rejected the offer outright. Sorry, but the Wu Commercial Guild has no plans to allow any outside investment. And if the Wu family ever finds itself in danger, we certainly won't be needing the Li Imperial Court to step in. That's all I have to say on the matter. After saying that, Wu Rulong simply turned and walked away, not even sparing Li Shuquan with a glance. Li Shuquan's expression turned even darker, clearly unprepared for how utterly Wu Rulong had disregarded him. This only further solidified Li Shuquan's determination to strike against the Wu Commercial Guild. Naturally, this time, it wouldn't be a mere commercial battle, but a full-scale war. After all, if such terrifying technology fell into the hands of the Li Imperial Court, Li Shuquan was absolutely certain that within 10,000 years, the entire Li family could be elevated to a level rivaling the four holy lands. On the other side, Wu Rulong naturally knew that with the release of the mobile phone, both the southern domain and even the Xintian world would soon erupt into uproar. After all, for the people of Xintian who live monotonous lives, the phone was undeniably a groundbreaking invention. It was just like how, in a previous life, the greatest joy people had before the invention of the mobile phone was having children, and after phones appeared, their greatest joy became watching videos on Douyin. With the southern domain Cultivation daily reporting rapidly, the news soon spread throughout the southern domain, immediately triggering a huge uproar. To them, a device like that could only be a fairy artifact, something only cultivators could use. Could ordinary mortals really operate it? Of course. Many people believed that the Wu Commercial Guild was just seeking attention and that the phone would never actually be released. But Wu Rulong didn't bother coming out to explain. After all, the official release was only 7 days away, and then everyone would know the truth. Nowadays, the Wu Commercial Guild ranked among the top commercial guilds in the southern domain, and its branches could be found everywhere throughout the region. On the 7th day, crowds gathered outside every Wu Commercial Guild branch, all coming for that so-called mobile phone. Chapter 29. The Li Imperial Dynasty prepares to act, the goodwill of the 3 great imperial dynasties. Are you certain that this thing is truly something the Wu Merchant Guild could produce? At the same time, deep within the restricted area of the Li Imperial Dynasty, 18 elders of the Li clan had already learned of the outside events, and asked Li Shuquan, standing before them. Li Shuquan hurriedly nodded and replied, "That's right, elder. If we let the Wu Merchant Guild run unchecked, it might really threaten the status of our Li Imperial Dynasty." The 18 elders were all extremely shrewd individuals, naturally capable of discerning the importance of this matter. But for now, they still needed Li Tianran to speak before they could take action. After a long pause, Li Tianran, lying inside the central coffin, finally spoke. "If the Wu Merchant Guild has already become our enemy, then we must not allow them the slightest possibility of endangering our Li Imperial Dynasty. Therefore we shall strike. This time, I shall personally lead the mission." Hearing Li Tianran's words, all the elders present were shocked. After all, Li Tianran was the eldest and most terrifyingly powerful among them. His personal involvement meant that there would be no survivors left. Li Shuquan immediately pleaded, "Senior Patriarch Tianran, please reconsider. You are the strongest among us, and if you leave seclusion, we might draw the attention of the other 3 great imperial dynasties." There were few Jing emperors, and even fewer at the peak of the Dane Emperor stage. Li Tianran was one of those at the peak. Aside from him, the Li Imperial Dynasty had another peak Jin emperor named Li Shuqing. It was precisely because the Li clan had 2 such formidable figures that they maintained the position of the most powerful among the 4 imperial dynasties. Losing one of them would surely make the other 3 dynasties turn their eyes toward them. But Li Tianran had already made up his mind. He turned to Li Shuqing and said slowly, "The Li Imperial Dynasty is entrusted to you now. I once said that if there was an opportunity to elevate the Li Imperial Dynasty to the same level as the 4 great sacred lands, I would give my life without hesitation. Now is that opportunity." Upon hearing these words from Li Tianran, all the elders in the hall fell silent. Unlike Li Tianran, who was willing to sacrifice everything, they were thinking only of how to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated into their life-preserving spirit coffins in the first place. Unless there was a rare chance to break through to the level of emperor, they would absolutely not return to the world. This mission will be carried out in secret without revealing my identity. I will silently eliminate everyone in the Wu Merchant Guild, leaving only Wu Rulong alive. And if I fail, do not attempt revenge under any circumstances. With a determined expression, Li Tianran spoke his final words. Then, in the next moment, he threw off his coffin lid and rose. His imposing figure appeared before all those present. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuquan was overwhelmed with emotion. He never expected Senior Patriarch Tianran would go to such lengths for the Li Imperial Dynasty, and without thinking, he shouted out loud, honoring Senior Patriarch Tianran's departure. "Tianran, my fellow Taoist, take care." Other elders also looked at Li Tianran with heavy hearts. After all, for Li Tianran to abandon his spirit coffin meant his time was already numbered. Sure enough, just minutes after leaving his coffin, Li Tianran's aura became noticeably weaker. This was expected. After all, Li Tianran himself was only a Peakduan emperor with a lifespan naturally capped at 600,000 years. With the miraculous power of the life and death coffin that could manipulate heaven and earth, he had barely managed to survive for a full 1 million years. Now that he had left the coffin, the heavenly Tao had detected this anomaly, reclaiming the unnatural years he had borrowed. Yet Li Tianran's expression remained unchanged. He had come prepared for this ending, and thus felt no regret. In the next instant, Li Tianran vanished into the void, making his way under the cover of night toward the location of the Wu Merchant Guild. Meanwhile, at the Wu Merchant Guild, Wu Rulong had already predicted that Li Shuquan would strike, so he had sent everyone else from the headquarters away in advance. When Ouyang Feng and the others left, they wore expressions of reluctance. "President, if the Li Imperial Dynasty dares to attack us, wouldn't it be our failure to let you face it alone?" Chen Shuo was decisive in his words, and was about to stay behind. Ouyang Feng and Wang Xiaoyu felt the same way, but Wu Rulong sent them off regardless. "You all leave first. Based on the Li clan's character, whoever comes will be no less than a Din Emperor. Staying here would only mean throwing your lives away." Although with Wu Rulong's help, the 3 of them had already reached the middle Saint King stage, they were still helpless against the Din Emperor, no different from ordinary men. "Also, I managed to kill a Saint King Din Feng expert last time. Do you really think I would confront a Jin Emperor of the Li Imperial Dynasty without any confidence now?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng and the others suddenly remembered the incident where the assassin sent by Li Shuquan had died at Wu Rulong's hands. They also realized that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Wu Rulong. Therefore, without hesitating much longer, Ouyang Feng and the rest said one last warning to President Wu to be careful before they disappeared into the distance. On the other side, hidden within the Wu Merchant Guild, 3 Jing Emperor-level elders had already appeared, clearly the ancestral sages sent by the other 3 imperial dynasties. Of course, things that Wu Rulong could predict, Shen Wanyun and the others could also foresee. Therefore, in order to grant Wu Rulong a great favor, Shen Wanyun and others were willing to pay a huge price to invite any Emperor-level elder to come out of seclusion. waiting for the Li Imperial Dynasty's people to arrive so they could make a move and save Wu Rulong from the hands of the Li clan. In this way, Wu Rulong would then owe them a favor. However, what they didn't expect was that all of this was under Wu Hao's observation. How amusing. I didn't expect that my Wu Merchant Guild would draw the attention of so many people so soon. Wu Hao was secretly thinking while hiding near the Wu Merchant Guild. The difference in cultivation levels allowed him to easily detect the ancestral sages of the three imperial dynasties, while those elders could not sense his presence at all. Within Wu Hao's perception, he could also sense a Tun Emperor level aura rapidly approaching this direction, most likely the one coming from the Li Imperial Dynasty. Should I just directly wipe out the Li Imperial Dynasty? Wu Hao secretly considered. Erasing the Li Imperial Dynasty was no big deal for him now, but he immediately dismissed the idea. After all, the Li Imperial Dynasty had a feud with his son, so naturally, it should be his son who would bring their downfall. However, by the time Wu Rulong was capable of destroying the Li Imperial Dynasty, Wu Hao himself would probably have ascended to the upper realm already. Chapter 30, 1 verses 3. You two tell me, which Jin Di ancestor from the Li Imperial clan will be sent here? In the shadows, the three Jin Di level ancestors, who had arrived from the three great empires, couldn't help but speculate. These three ancestors were respectively, Elder Divine Zi Lei from the Godly Dynasty, Elder Zhan Qianchong from the Invincible Dynasty, and Elder Gao Zhan Chao from the Mighty Dynasty. It's hard to say. After all, the Li Imperial clan's foundation is far deeper than ours, so even I can't say for sure who they might send. Elder Divine Zi Lei thought for a moment and replied seriously. Elder Zhan Qianchong and the others both nodded in agreement. After all, combined, the three great dynasties only had a total of 30 Jin Di level ancestors, while the Li clan alone had 18. That alone showed how overwhelmingly powerful the Li clan was. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless two empires teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Li clan. As Gao Zhan Chao was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and his expression turned extremely serious. He's here. The moment his voice fell, the next second a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, appearing before Wu Rulong. When Divine Zi Lei and the other two saw the face of this person, they couldn't help but look surprised. Masked, so we can't see who he is, but we can still sense that his cultivation realm has reached at least Din Di peak. So he's either Li Tianran or Li Suqing. Zhan Qianchong inhaled deeply, his expression already very grim. They had not expected the Li clan to go so far as to directly send out a Din Di peak ancestor. After all, even the other three great empires each only had a single Jin Di peak ancestor, and unless there was an existential threat to their dynasties, they would never even consider waking one up. And now, the Li clan actually had dispatched one. There was no way they could afford not to be serious. So now what? Just watch as Wu Rulong gets into trouble. Gao Zhan Chao's eyes flickered as he asked. Divine Zi Lei and Zhan Qianchong inhaled deeply before finally speaking. What's there to fear? Have you not noticed the opponent's aura? It's extremely weak, meaning his remaining years are few and he's not in his prime. Besides, there are three of us. We can definitely wear him down. Having said that, Divine Zi Lei and Zhan Qianchong stepped forward, while Gao Zhan Chao could only sigh helplessly before following after them. Meanwhile, how interesting. They knew the Li Imperial clan would act, and so they evacuated everyone in advance. Sensing the Wu Merchant Association behind him was completely empty, Li Tianran thought with great solemnity. He clearly hadn't expected Wu Rulong to do something like this, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He could only first capture Wu Rulong and return with him. Thinking thus, Li Tianran fell silent and strode directly toward Wu Rulong. But just as he approached, he saw three figures suddenly appear before Wu Rulong, blocking him from reaching his target. After seeing the faces of the three men, Li Tianran's expression immediately grew extremely heavy. He hadn't expected the three great empires to actually send out 3 D late-stage experts just to protect Wu Rulong. But even knowing this now, it was already too late to retreat. Besides, he wasn't necessarily inferior to them three combined. You three, either leave or die. Li Tianran was completely covered by thick disguise, his voice hoarse and coarse, impossible to identify. Elder Zhan Qianchong looked at Li Tianran and sneered coldly. We already knew the Li clan would come for President Wu, so we arrived early to protect him. As for you, fully masked, who exactly are you, Li Tianran or Li Suqing? Although if I had to guess, I'd say it's Li Tianran himself. After all, that old man's remaining lifespan is nearly gone, so it's no surprise he came out. Indeed, Zhan Qianchong's analysis was spot on. Upon hearing it, Li Tianran no longer hesitated and immediately launched a killing strike. His current condition could not afford a prolonged battle. The deterioration of his body was worsening. He had to end this quickly, defeat the three of them, and capture Wu Rulong. As Li Tianran attacked, Elders Zhan Qianchong and Divine Zi Lei also grew visibly excited. The two of them were true martial artists, and hadn't engaged in actual combat since breaking into Din Di cultivation. Now, being able to fight once again made them genuinely happy. As Zhan Qianchong and Divine Zi Lei launched their attacks, Gao Zhan Chao didn't hesitate either, joining in immediately. Instantly, the battle between the three and Li Tianran erupted. Yet, due to Li Tianran being a Jin Di peak expert, superior in cultivation to all three of them, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. However, all of this was merely superficial. If the battle lasted any longer, Li Tianran would no longer be able to hold on. Thinking of this, Li Tianran no longer hesitated and chose to unleash the deadly artifact he had brought with him. Divine Zi Lei and the other two sensed something and their expressions slightly changed. They had no time to dodge, and could only summon their own life-bound spiritual treasures to block the strike. Even so, they were still forcefully sent flying backward, and upon landing, each of them involuntarily spat out a mouthful of old blood. The glances they cast toward Li Tianran now carried a trace of shock. This aura, is this an Emperor-grade weapon? No, wait, it's a fake Emperor-grade weapon. Indeed, now before Li Tianran floated a long sword, emitting an extremely dazzling golden-yellow light. Its aura caused Divine Zi Lei and the other 3 D late-stage experts immense apprehension. Clearly, this surpassed the level of supreme artifacts and had reached the Emperor-level Jin D weapon class. Why wasn't it a true Emperor-grade weapon? Because Divine Zi Lei and the others were absolutely clear. One glance told them that if it were truly an emperor-grade weapon, the Li Imperial clan would have already become the 5th Holy Land. And as for them, there was absolutely no way they could have survived that single strike. Even so, with a Jingdi level weapon at his disposal, Li Tianran was undoubtedly beyond their ability to match. Realizing this, Divine Zilei and the other two felt despair welling up inside. They had never imagined that simply coming here to protect someone would cost them their lives. What they hadn't expected, though, was that after landing a single strike that heavily injured all three of them, Li Tianran paid them no further attention. Instead, he turned and headed straight toward Wu Rulong. His objective had always been Wu Rulong alone. Naturally, the most important reason was that his earlier strike had already consumed a great deal of his power. Should he continue chasing them and trying to wipe them out, he might not even be able to leave himself. Divine Zilei and the other two could only helplessly watch as Li Tianran walked past them. But in the next second, they noticed something, causing subtle shifts in their expressions. They had realized that from the very beginning, Wu Rulong's expression had not changed once. Whether it was when Li Tianran appeared or during their fierce battle, Wu Rulong's face always bore the same look of being fully in control. It was as if the Li Tianran standing before them was simply not a threat at all. Chapter 31. Wuhao acts, kills a quasi-emperor at the peak with a flick of his finger. Dad, why aren't you making a move? Wu Rulong wondered curiously as he watched Li Tianran engage in battle with Shun Zilei and the other two. Be patient. It's not the right time yet. Let's observe for now. Wuhao transmitted mentally. Hearing this, Wu Rulong had no choice but to wait. From the beginning, Wu Rulong had known that his father had returned and was hiding in the shadows, observing everything. Although he didn't know his father's exact cultivation realm, Wu Rulong had chosen to believe in his father unconditionally. After all, the higher his own cultivation had become, the more he realized how terrifying his father was. His father had casually given him 100,000 Inning Spirit Stones and had also supplied him with an abundance of resources over the years, far exceeding what any Holy Land could provide. Therefore, any disciple from the Wu family could now easily surpass disciples from the most prestigious sects. Even when he saw Li Tianran defeat Shun Zilei and the others and then charge directly toward him, Wu Rulong remained completely calm because he firmly believed that his father would make his move. Sure enough, in the next instant, Wuhao appeared in front of Wu Rulong and calmly addressed Li Tianran. Either leave, or die. Wuhao could tell that even if he didn't kill Li Tianran himself, the latter would not survive for more than half a year anyway. Rather than a swift end, Wuhao preferred that Li Tianran experience the slow agony of a painful death. However, Li Tianran merely flinched slightly at Wuhao's sudden appearance, then resolutely attacked without hesitation. At this point, he had no path for retreat. Either he slayed Wuhao and brought Wu Rulong back, or he would have to retreat shamefully and perish painfully within 6 months due to the backlash of his lifespan. Comparatively, Li Tianran preferred the former. When Shun Zilei and the other two saw Wuhao appear, their expressions involuntarily displayed shock. If someone had been hiding around them previously, they certainly would have sensed it, but they had detected no trace of Wuhao at all. This meant that Wuhao's realm was definitely higher than theirs. He had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor. Realizing this, Shun Zilei and the others couldn't help feeling chilled with fear. Fortunately, they hadn't made any move against Wu Rulong earlier. Instead, they had chosen to protect him. Otherwise, Wuhao's intervention would have certainly meant their deaths. Still, their current situation wasn't looking favorable either. Li Tianran held a pseudo-imperial weapon, making him significantly stronger than a typical quasi-emperor at the peak. Wuhao might not necessarily be his match. Li Tianran thought the same and, manipulating the pseudo-imperial weapon, charged fiercely at Wuhao. But the next second, a scene that stunned Li Tianran unfolded. Wuhao simply extended 2 fingers and easily caught a devastating strike from the pseudo-imperial weapon, a blow powerful enough to destroy the entire Li Imperial dynasty. Li Tianran could no longer conceal the shock reflected in his pupils. Wuhao's strength had clearly surpassed anything he could have imagined. You're not a quasi-emperor cultivator, you're an emperor. Li Tianran spoke with intense shock in his voice, even forgetting to maintain his disguise. If Wuhao was indeed an emperor, his disguise would hold no meaning before such a being, who would still uncover his true identity regardless. And unless Wuhao truly was an emperor, he could think of no explanation for how Wuhao could so effortlessly withstand the full-force strike of a pseudo-imperial weapon. Shun Zilei and the other two stood stunned at a distance. Goodness gracious. They had originally assumed Wuhao was just an ordinary quasi-emperor at the peak, but who could have expected that he might actually be an emperor? You had to know, the Xintian realm currently had no emperors, whether openly acknowledged or secretly hidden. None at all. It was said that long ago, a terrible catastrophe had befallen the Xintian realm, severing its path to higher cultivation. Since then, none had managed to break through to the emperor realm, and the highest cultivators now could only reach the level of quasi-emperor at the peak. Advancing beyond that was simply impossible. If just now they had merely suspected Wuhao of being an emperor, the next scene would leave no doubt. He truly was one. Wuhao simply tightened his 2 fingers slightly, and immediately, cracks like spiderwebs spread across the pseudo-imperial weapon. In the next second, it shattered. Hey, I haven't even been serious yet. How come your pseudo-imperial weapon is already broken? Wuhao gazed at Li Tianran, his mocking tone unmistakable. At this scene, Li Tianran felt both fury and terror, never having imagined in his lifetime that he would encounter an emperor, particularly one who stood as an enemy to the Li Imperial dynasty. Thinking this, Li Tianran, determined not to betray the Li Imperial dynasty, attempted to self-detonate right in front of Wuhao. But obviously, Wuhao had no intention of letting him do so. With a mere flick of his finger, Wuhao instantly killed Li Tianran, who hadn't even been allowed to complete his self-destructive act. After killing Li Tianran, Wuhao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. I haven't even been serious yet, so how come he died already? Although Shun Zilei and the other two felt that Wuhao's manner resembled nothing more than showing off, they had no intention of protesting. After all, Wuhao truly possessed the capability to do so. After confirming that Wuhao was definitely an emperor-level expert, Shun Zilei and the others ignored their injuries and hurriedly got up, running over to stand before Wuhao. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Come on, the Wuhao in front of them was an emperor expert. Although they had no idea how Wuhao had Dupuo to become an emperor, this didn't stop them from trying to please him. After all, this was an emperor. And emperors might far surpass even an imperial weapon's intimidation factor. Although a quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon could match an emperor's combat strength, emperors wouldn't give quasi-emperors the chance to activate imperial weapons, at least not the stronger ones. Stand up. Considering you were fighting for my son's sake, take these 3 pills. They will help you recover from your injuries. Thinking about it, Wuhao directly tossed 3 pills towards Shenzile and the others. Seeing Wuhao bestow pills upon them, Shenzile and the others hurriedly and clumsily collected the pills. At this point, if Wuhao had even given them excrement, they still would have to take it with a smile and say, "How fragrant." That was the terrifying nature of an emperor. Upon seeing the pill's quality, Shenzile and the rest involuntarily inhaled sharply. These are actually emperor tier pills. Pills also had distinct ranks, from lowest to highest being yellow, Shen, Earth, Heaven, followed by Saint level pills, Trojin level pills, and finally emperor tier pills. As the name implied, emperor tier pills were specially made for emperors. In their current states, ingesting these pills wouldn't only help heal their wounds, it might even enable them to poa to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 32, The Fear of the Li Imperial Dynasty. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the pills. Shenzile and the others truly knelt this time, speaking with deep gratitude toward Wuhao. They had been stuck at the late Dindi stage for tens of thousands of years. Although breakthroughs in minor cultivation stages did not increase their lifespan, each one brought them closer to becoming emperors. Perhaps, within their lifetime, they might still have the chance to ascend to emperor status. Moreover, wasn't the senior in front of them already an emperor? It meant the path was not yet closed. They, too, could become emperors. Alright, return for now. By the way, don't spread what happened here today. And you must not make a move against the Li Imperial Dynasty. Since the Li family dared to strike against my son, it is naturally my son's duty to seek vengeance. And also, do not reveal my identity to others. Do you understand? Wuhao stared at Shenzile and the others as he instructed them. In their eyes flickered pity for the Li Imperial Dynasty before they quickly nodded in agreement and turned to leave. As soon as Shenzile and the other 3 left, a very resentful voice came from behind Wuhao. Dad, asking me to destroy the Li Imperial Dynasty is somewhat too difficult, isn't it? Don't worry. You've cultivated to the Shunren realm in less than 100 years. If you're given 1,000 years, you should reach the Dridzun realm. Then I will give you an imperial weapon. With the enhancement of an imperial weapon, destroying the Li Imperial Dynasty shouldn't be a big problem. Wuhao looked at Wu Rulong, speaking with extreme seriousness. After hearing Wuhao's words, Wu Rulong first showed shock, but soon reacted, his tone filled with astonishment. Dad, you have an imperial weapon? Having stayed in the Xintian world for a long time, Wu Rulong naturally learned more over time. He understood very well how terrifying imperial weapons were. There were only 4 imperial weapons in the entire Xintian world. It was precisely because of these 4 imperial weapons that the 4 great holy lands existed today, illustrating the sheer dread they inspired. Just as Wu Rulong thought his father possessed an imperial weapon, Wuhao shook his head directly and then said, "Although I don't currently have an imperial weapon, I can forge one." In fact, forging an imperial weapon wasn't too difficult. As long as Wuhao had some time, he could pass on the divine forging techniques to descendants of excellent spiritual roots, enabling his blacksmithing skills to rapidly progress to the point of crafting imperial and even Shanbang level weapons. Upon hearing that his father could forge an imperial weapon, Wu Rulong's breath involuntarily quickened. After learning the materials needed to forge an imperial weapon from Wuhao, he immediately set off to begin gathering them. Once Wuhao had sorted out everything concerning the Wu Merchant Guild, he decided not to stay any longer and chose to return to the central region. After all, his wife was still inside the secret realm. Although he couldn't go in himself, watching from outside was still quite satisfying. Wuhao thought to himself with delight. Meanwhile, Li Shuquan was pacing anxiously inside the Soul Lamp Hall. In the Xintian world, as long as a cultivator reached the Golden Core stage, they could infuse a sliver of their strength into a soul lamp. By observing the condition of the lamp, one could learn about the cultivator's condition. The saying, "When a person dies, the lamp goes out," originated from this very concept. As Li Shuquan anxiously awaited updates, the next moment a sharp crack sounded, freezing him in place. He barely dared to believe it as he turned his head. At the highest spot in the Soul Lamp Hall, the lamp exploded in a loud boom. On it clearly written was the name Li Tianran. Seeing this scene, Li Shuquan's heart shattered along with the lamp. He knew then that the ancestral elder had failed. His only hope now was that when the elder died, the killer hadn't identified him as part of the Li Imperial Dynasty. Soon, Li Shuquan arrived at the Forbidden Grounds and learned the truth of Li Tianran's failure and complete annihilation. The remaining 17 ancestral elders fell silent, clearly not expecting someone who once lay together in the reincarnation coffin with them to now turn to ashes. Yet, the most shocked among them was Li Shuqing. As one of only 2 Jin Deep Peak experts in the Li Imperial Dynasty, he clearly knew that Li Tianran possessed a pseudo-imperial weapon. If the enemy was also a Din D Peak expert, there was no way they could have defeated Li Tianran. There were only 2 possible explanations then. The enemy either possessed a true imperial weapon, or they were vastly superior in strength to Li Tianran. Either way, neither was something the current Li Imperial Dynasty could afford to face. Thinking of this, Li Shuqing's voice became filled with helplessness as he transmitted his voice. Shuquan, from now on, do not oppose the Wu Merchant Guild anymore. Otherwise, the only path that awaits our Li Imperial Dynasty will be complete destruction. Upon hearing Li Shuqing's words, Li Shuquan quickly replied, "I understand, Ancestral Elder. I will think of a way to strengthen the relationship between our Li Imperial Dynasty and the Wu Merchant Guild and will never initiate conflict with them." Li Shuquan wasn't foolish either. He naturally understood that the Wu Merchant Guild was no longer something the Li Imperial Dynasty could provoke. Even deploying all the Dindid elders might not be enough to defeat the Wu Merchant Guild. Therefore, the best course of action now, unless one was a fool, was to cease hostilities with the Wu Merchant Guild and attempt in every possible way to form a marital alliance with them. Only then would the Wu Merchant Guild refrain from moving against the Li Imperial Dynasty. However, while Li Shuquan imagined an ideal scenario, the reality was harsh. From the very moment Li Shuquan had dared to send his hidden agent to attack Wu Rulong, the fate of the Li imperial dynasty had already been sealed. Their destruction was inevitable. Is this the legacy of the mighty Jin deed? Looking at the towering colossus appearing deep within the Hao dynasty's secret realm, Wu Yifan's eyes widened with shock. After parting from his great-grandmother, Wu Yifan had begun exploring the entire Hao dynasty's secret realm, collecting all the heavenly treasures and battling fierce beasts along the way. No one in the secret realm could rival him. But just a day ago, Wu Yifan suddenly sensed something and immediately rushed toward the core of the Hao dynasty's secret realm. He had not expected that, at some unknown time, a gigantic tower hundreds of meters tall had appeared at the center. At this moment, a strange thought appeared in Wu Yifan's mind. Stepping inside would grant him an extraordinary opportunity. After a brief contemplation, Wu Yifan couldn't resist his curiosity and entered directly. After all, he had come precisely for the legacy of the Hao dynasty indeed, and this towering colossus was the most likely place to contain that legacy. What Wu Yifan hadn't expected was that it was precisely his arrival that triggered the emergence of the Hao dynasty indeed's legacy. Almost immediately after Wu Yifan entered the tower, at the next moment, everyone else within the Hao dynasty's secret realm sensed something as well. With eyes shining with excitement, they all turned their gaze toward the secret realm's center. This feeling, is it the legacy of the Hao dynasty indeed? HSS, hurry and check. It said a gigantic tower hundreds of meters high has appeared at the center of the Hao dynasty's secret realm, containing the legacy of the Hao dynasty indeed. What? Wait for me. I will claim the legacy of the Hao dynasty indeed for myself. In an instant, all the cultivators within the Hao dynasty's secret realm rushed toward its center. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan, who had been the first to enter the tower, had already arrived at the tower's core. Chapter 33. Young man, I really take a fancy to you. Is this truly the place of Emperor Hao Dang's inheritance? Wu Yifan had already entered the interior of the giant tower. Around it stretched boundless darkness, as if the entire world had been magnified. Expanding his spiritual senses, he realized the surrounding world had become so vast that he couldn't fully detect its limits. Just as Wu Yifan turned around, he discovered the path he used to enter had already vanished. Immediately, his eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Yet at that moment, a clear and cheerful laugh rang out from behind him. Ha ha, young man, are you the one guided by fate to come here? As Wu Yifan turned around, he found, without knowing when, it was already before him, a towering, illusory figure. At the sight of this figure, Wu Yifan's expression slightly showed shock. Before entering, he'd investigated Emperor Hao Dang, and naturally recognized that this elder figure was indeed Emperor Hao Dang. Yet thinking it through, Wu Yifan understood this was only a remnant soul left behind by Emperor Hao Dang. He then respectfully bowed toward the image before him. Junior Wu Yifan greets Senior Hao Dang. So there are still people in this era who know about me. Emperor Hao Dang was quite satisfied with Wu Yifan's response. Smiling, he patted his non-existent beard. Looking at Emperor Hao Dang, Wu Yifan helplessly sighed before asking, Senior, since you're here, does that mean I can obtain your inheritance? Yes, this place is precisely my inheritance site. Since you entered, I've been observing all of you newcomers. Frankly speaking, young man, I really take a fancy to you. At this statement, Emperor Hao Dang suddenly remembered something and said with a serious gaze. But this left Wu Yifan somewhat creeped out. Could it be that Emperor Hao Dang liked men? Thinking this, Wu Yifan couldn't help taking 2 steps back, already wondering how to escape if Hao Dang made a move on him later. But in front of an emperor at the peak of the quasi-emperor stage, could he even have any chance to escape? However, his great-grandfather was waiting outside. If something happened, he probably wouldn't just sit still. Observing Wu Yifan's movement, Emperor Hao Dang felt somewhat wounded and realized his words had been misinterpreted. He coughed twice and said, Cough cough. My words might have caused some misunderstanding. What I meant was that your talent is exceptional. You're the most remarkable among all those who have entered. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan understood Emperor Hao Dang's actual meaning, but he still kept his distance. Once suspicion was planted, the accusation already seemed proven. Emperor Hao Dang sighed helplessly but didn't speak further. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan thought of something and turned back to ask. If that's the case according to Senior, can I now directly obtain your inheritance? With a pair of eyes full of expectation, Wu Yifan watched as Emperor Hao Dang shook his head. Not exactly. Although your talent is extraordinary, this inheritance was set up before my death, and now I am merely a remnant soul. Despite how much I favor your abilities, I cannot hand the inheritance directly to you, but I have allowed you in first, giving you a head start over others. Thus, you do have a slight advantage in receiving the inheritance over them. Alright. With a helpless sigh, Wu Yifan was then sent by Emperor Hao Dang to undergo the inheritance trial. About 10 minutes after Wu Yifan's departure, a second person finally entered, followed by a third, fourth. The majority of those who entered the secret realm soon arrived at the inheritance tower. By then, Wu Yifan was far ahead of them all. Back outside. After about 5 years of cultivation, Wu Yidao displayed remarkably terrifying talent. In just 5 years, he advanced directly to the peak of Yuaning's stage, one step short of transformation into a Hushun. The entire Wu family was stunned, Wuhao excluded. Honey, considering Yidao's talent, should we find him a good master? Late at night, in Wu Xian's room, after finishing cultivation practice with Wu Xian and their usual exercises, Li Yulong, the wife of Wu Xian, nestled into his arms and hesitated while asking. Considering the talent Wu Yidao displayed, he would likely break into the saint stage within only 20 years. Currently in the Wu family, only Wu Rulong and Wu Qitian had reached saint stage. At that time, there wouldn't be anyone in the Wu family capable of guiding Wu Yidao anymore. Upon hearing his wife's words, Wu Xian began considering her suggestion. Indeed, both of them were only at the peak of the Lian Su stage now, one step away from the tribulation ascension still. Considering the current trend, soon their cultivation levels would fall behind their sons. It was indeed time to find a good master for him. You have a point, but we should first consult the opinions of eldest brother and father. If possible, I think we should also ask grandfather for his thoughts. Wu Xian spoke, and Li Yulong nodded, especially when she recalled Wu Hao. A flicker of fear flashed in her eyes. After all, even though Wu Hao had never personally displayed his power, there were many rumors circulating within the Wu family. It was said that Wuhao's cultivation realm was definitely at the Gudun or even the quasi-emperor level. Otherwise, how could he protect such a massive family enterprise? Otherwise, the emperor of the Li imperial clan wouldn't have come all the way to apologize and request a truce back then. The next day, Wu Xian gathered Wu Qianquan and others. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, Yi Dao is our Wu family's rare genius. It's necessary to find him a master. But Yi Dao possesses the chaos body. This secret absolutely must not be revealed. Otherwise, the four sacred lands would definitely come to Zhangdoam. And if they couldn't obtain him, they might go so far as to kill him. Wu Wandao's words made Wu Xian and the others contemplate the issue as well. Indeed, the four sacred lands usually had a policy of destroying any extraordinary talents they couldn't obtain, which was precisely how they maintained their dominance as the top four factions. If the news of Wu Yidao's chaos body got out, the four sacred lands would likely come for the Wu family soon. If Wu Yidao refused to join them, they might even destroy the entire clan. After much discussion, they quickly brought the issue to their father, Wu Rulong. When Wu Rulong learned of the news, he pondered briefly before deciding to pass the decision to his father. Leave it to your grandfather to handle. When Wu Hao learned that Wu Xian and the others wanted to find a master for Wu Yidao, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Excuse him? He was an emperor. When had he ever needed to find some weak quasi-emperor to be his great-grandson's master? Without hesitation, Wu Hao rejected the idea. There's no need to find a master for Wu Yidao. Let him go out and cultivate on his own. Under my protection, nothing will happen to him. After all, in Wu Hao's view, destined geniuses usually grew stronger through self-cultivation. Take Wu Yifan, for example. Hadn't he naturally become incredibly powerful through independent training? And what exactly was a heaven's will? It meant that until the right timing arrived, it was simply impossible to kill them. Take Xiong Ba, for instance. Chapter 34. Wu Yidao goes out for training. The phone goes on sale. Although slightly doubtful about his grandfather's decision, Wu Xianyuan and others did not oppose. Especially after hearing that Wu Yidao's talent was not worse than Wu Yifan's, and staying in the Wu family would only hinder his growth. Wu Xianyuan's expression toward Wu Qianquan was full of smug satisfaction. It was as if he was saying, "Look, my son's talent is just as good as yours." Who knew Wu Qianquan had been constantly bragging about his son's talent in front of Wu Xianyuan and others before. Sigh, one could only become the burden of his own son. Wu Xianyuan had long been unable to stand it. Now that he finally had a chance to strike back, of course, he wouldn't miss it. And so, while Wu Yidao was still confused, he was sent out by Wu Xianyuan. Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong earnestly told him, "Son, remember to work hard on your cultivation when you're outside and watch your safety. Don't contact us unless there's something important. This is some cultivation resources for you." After saying that, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong vanished. After all, with the phones available now, communication wouldn't be too much of a problem. Under Wu Rulong's guidance, everyone in the Wu family had received phones, and even had a family group chat, though the base stations hadn't yet been set up in the central region, so Wu Hao wasn't part of the group chat yet. Before long, the day of phone sales had finally arrived. Outside all the branches of Wu's commercial house in the southern region, large crowds gathered. When the staff from the commercial house opened the doors and saw so many people waiting, they were surprised at first, but then quickly reacted and smiled, shouting at the crowd, "Please don't rush. Take turns to buy, line up properly, or we won't sell to you." Upon hearing this, the people surrounding the commercial house quickly arranged themselves in a line. Of course, since it was the first day of sales, nearly all those present were cultivators. No ordinary people would spend 10 low-grade spirit stones to buy something without even knowing its effects. Soon, after the people got in line, the phones were handed out one by one. With guidance from the staff, they quickly learned how to operate them and couldn't help but marvel. Obviously, they hadn't expected the Wu commercial house to have such a great ability to connect all the phones so everyone could communicate, allowing instantaneous conversation even from one end of the southern region to the other in just a few minutes. A day quickly passed. Sitting in the headquarters, Wu Rulong appeared very calm and relaxed, while people like Ouyang Feng around him seemed rather anxious, until finally news arrived. President, today's mobile phone sales reached 950 million units, including 500 million units for ordinary cultivators, 350 million units for refined cultivator version, and 100 million units for luxury cultivator version. The total sales reached an incredible 10,355 million top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this amazing sales figure, everyone present became excited. After all, this was just the first day. It meant that the sales would keep rising in the days to come. Of course, Wu Rulong had secretly added a few little tricks to the phone. He left behind a formation that limited the phone's lifespan, and also made them unopenable to prevent copying. As for the lifespan, ordinary phones for common people would expire after 10 years, basic cultivator version after 100 years, and the refined and luxury versions would last 500 and 2,000 years respectively. After all, they had paid more, so the phones had to last longer. Alright, everyone calm down. Pass the word. It's time to launch all major apps, and we can't afford to expose any quality issues with our phones on the very first day. Wu Rulong stood up and addressed the group. Ouyang Feng and the others immediately responded. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the first southern region cultivator who obtained a phone was Chun Yuming, who had reached the peak of foundation building. He was just bored and bought one after hearing that it didn't cost much and could be used for entertainment and cultivation support. With assistance from the staff, Chun Yuming had already grasped the functions of the phone. Once connected, he could play games and interact socially. By paying additional fees, he could even use the cultivation support functions, such as gathering spiritual energy. However, clearly, Chun Yuming wasn't interested in using the spiritual energy gathering function for now. After all, if that was his only purpose, he could just cast a formation himself instead of needing a phone. Quickly, Chun Yuming found an app named Weibo and clicked into it. Rumor had it that he could see other people's lives on this app, regardless of their cultivation levels. Just after Chun Yuming clicked in and completed the registration according to the on-screen instructions, he quickly saw a post. The sender turned out to be none other than Shun Wanyun, the emperor of the Jushin Empire. Hello everyone. I am Shun Wanyun, the emperor of Jushin Empire. Starting today, I officially join Weibo. Displayed clearly on the phone screen was none other than Shun Wanyun, the emperor of Jushin Empire. And it wasn't only Shun Wanyun. Video messages from the emperors of the other three great empires soon followed. In an instant, Chen Yiming couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock dozens of times. What? I never imagined a small device like this phone could actually be used by the emperors of the four great empires. Chen Yiming didn't know that the emperors of the four great empires had already received their ultra-luxury versions of the phone 7 days earlier at the product launch event. They were already quite familiar with its use. It was just that back then, the network hadn't been activated yet, so they couldn't publish messages. Chen Yiming wasn't the only one shocked. Other beings in the southern region and even people in the four great empires were similarly astonished. Inside the Manhwa Holy Land, Murong Huang, the holy leader of Manhwa Holy Land, listened to the report from his scout with a deeply serious expression. The four holy lands each had branches across the 5 realms, so not long after the phone's release, the four holy lands also received this news. Interesting. This kind of technology must be controlled by our Manhwa Holy Land. I, the holy leader, shall make this journey myself. A glint of ambition flashed through Murong Huang's eyes. If Manhwa Holy Land could acquire the technology behind this phone, it would undoubtedly surpass the other 3 holy lands and become the foremost among them. The other 3 holy lands were respectively Qinglian Holy Land, Roshui Holy Land, and Jinglei Holy Land. Upon learning of the phone's existence, the holy leaders of Qinglian Holy Land, Roshui Holy Land, and Jinglei Holy Land also recognized its significance. Thus, each of them immediately gathered their people and headed toward the southern region. No matter what, they must bring the technology of the phone under their control. At the very least, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of rival factions. On the other side, Wu Rulong was still unaware that the leaders of the 4 holy lands were speeding toward him. He was happily managing his Wu's commercial house, and with the phones now on sale, Wu's commercial house was making profits of an astonishing tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones daily. One must understand, this was the profit of a single day, multiplied by 365, and the annual income would be staggering. Even combining the annual income of the 4 holy lands, they wouldn't reach this number. At this rate, surpassing the 4 holy lands would absolutely be no problem at all. Chapter 35, The Gathering of the 4 Holy Lords. Strange, the Holy Lord of 10,000 Flowers has left the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers and is heading toward the southern region. Could it be that he's after the mobile phone? Meanwhile, Wuhao's divine consciousness was sufficient to cover nearly half the central region. The moment the Holy Lord of 10,000 Flowers passed by, Wuhao keenly detected it. Combining that with the direction the Holy Lord was heading, Wuhao quickly deduced that he was likely heading toward the southern region. But what could attract the Holy Lord of 10,000 Flowers to the southern region now? It could only be the mobile phone. Realizing this, Wuhao didn't hesitate and decided to secretly follow. Although the Holy Lord of 10,000 Flowers was merely a quasi-emperor at peak strength, he possessed an authentic emperor-grade weapon. If he tried to harm Wu Rulong, the defensive measures Wuhao had left behind might not be able to withstand him. But as Wuhao followed Murong Huang, he also sensed 3 other presences nearby, presences just as powerful as Murong Huang's. It appeared they were all heading toward the southern region. Fascinating. It seems even the 4 holy lands have been stirred up by that little invention of mine and now want to move in and seize it. Wuhao mused inwardly and continued to follow silently behind Murong Huang. Don't let the fact that Murong Huang was a peak quasi-emperor fool you. Wuhao was currently at the late emperor stage and could follow Murong Huang without detection, even from a distance of just 2.5 meters. The 4 holy lords traveled at great speed and quickly arrived at the southern region. They traced their way to the location they had previously obtained and soon arrived above the Wu clan's commercial association. As Murong Huang was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply toward the distance, a cold smile forming on his lips. Li Taibai, so you've indeed come too. At Murong Huang's words, not far away, a middle-aged man in green robes appeared, a long sword in hand. That figure was none other than Li Taibai, the holy lord of the Azure Lotus Holy Land. However, at this moment, there was no sign of warmth or joy at reuniting with an old friend on Li Taibai's face. Only an expression that said, I knew it. What? If you can come, why can't I? And you two hiding nearby, step out. At Li Taibai's words, 2 more figures slowly materialized from the void nearby. Seeing the 2 figures, Murong Huang's expression turned even darker, for the 2 were none other than Lin Shui Ro, the holy lord of the Gentle Water Holy Land, and Lei Wanyun, the holy lord of the Thunderclap Holy Land. Old Murong, are you trying to hog everything for yourself? Do you fear nothing from our 3 holy lands joining forces against the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers? The gaze Lei Wanyun cast toward Murong Huang brimmed with icy coldness. If each of the 4 holy lands stood alone, they were basically evenly matched. But if 3 banded together against 1, the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers would surely be defeated. Still, under normal circumstances, the 4 holy lands would absolutely not go to war with one another, because a war among them would stir up chaos so vast that the entire Xintian world would be unable to remain calm. Old Murong, do you really think only you found out? Of course we come once we learned. This matter is far too deep for you to handle. Just hand it over to me. Lin Shui Ro covered her mouth as she scoffed coldly at Murong Huang. However, Murong Huang refused without hesitation. Friends, why not let me have whatever is here? I, Murong Huang, will owe you one big favor. Come on. Whichever holy land obtained this technology would likely rule over the entire Xintian world within 100 years and become its master. If they gave this opportunity to Murong Huang, they'd likely be scolded endlessly by their own holy land upon their return. So, without hesitation, Li Taibai and the others rejected his offer. Seeing this, Wuhao, hiding in the shadows, also became curious. How would these 4 holy lords ultimately resolve this matter? However, just then, Murong Huang spoke up. If we cannot possess it, what if we destroy it instead? If none are willing to yield, then the best solution is to destroy this object. That way, no one will be able to threaten the status of our 4 holy lands. At the same time, our 4 holy lands will still maintain harmony. Murong Huang's tone was deadly serious. This was the result of much deliberation, the best possible resolution he could find, avoiding conflict among the 4 holy lands. Unless this was done, even if one holy land obtained this technology, the other 3 would absolutely not sit idly by. The only choice would be to destroy the Wu clan's commercial association entirely. Only then would their 4 holy lands avoid going to war. At Murong Huang's words, Li Taibai and the others fell silent. Clearly, they hadn't expected Murong Huang to think of such a method. Li Taibai was the first to speak. If you want to take action, just do it. I will merely make sure you don't obtain the technology of the mobile phone. Alternatively, my Azure Lotus Holy Land can form an alliance with the Wu Clan's commercial association. Being a noble and righteous sect, Li Taibai would never go so far as to massacre an entire family. As Li Taibai spoke, Lin Shuai-ro laughed lightly. I'm not that ruthless either. If your 10,000 Flowers Holy Land wishes to make a move, then by all means do so. However, the Gentle Water Holy Land might not just stand by and watch. We might even extend our support to the Wu Clan's commercial association. Indeed, wiping out an entire family is going too far. That's why I have chosen to stand on the side of the Wu Clan's commercial association. Lei Wanyun also nodded solemnly, looking at the three of them. If it weren't for the fact that they were all of equal strength, Murong Huang would have probably attacked them long ago. He inhaled deeply to calm himself before finally speaking. So how do you propose we resolve this matter? Can you really stand by and allow this small Wu Clan's commercial association to rise to the same level as our 4 holy lands? It's simple. The Wu Clan's commercial association will give us a portion of their earnings, and in return, we shall offer them our protection. Li Taibai said without hesitation. Preventing the Wu Clan's commercial association from rising to the level of the 4 holy lands was straightforward. Simply impose a protection fee on them. As long as the fees they collected from the Wu Clan exceeded whatever profit the Wu Clan retained, the commercial association would never have a chance to rise. Lin Shuai-ro and Lei Wanyun both nodded in agreement. This was precisely what they had been thinking. But Murong Huang didn't share their views. After all, if this plan was carried out, when would the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land ever get a chance to rise in power? However, he had no choice but to agree now. Either he rejected their proposal and became an enemy of the other 3 holy lands, or he compromised and kept the status quo. Considering the current situation, it was obvious that Murong Huang did not have the power to challenge the others. He could only sigh and agree. Soon, the 4 reached an agreement. The Wu Clan's commercial association would hand over about 90% of its revenue, which would then be evenly divided among the 4 holy lands. Afterward, the income received by each holy land would still be far greater than what the Wu Clan's commercial association retained. In this way, there would be no chance of the commercial association ever surpassing the 4 holy lands. The idea was ideal, except reality was far harsher. Wuhao had already overheard everything they had said, and with a helpless sigh, he muttered to himself. He had only wanted his son to run a peaceful business, so why were people constantly seeking their doom? First the Li Imperial Dynasty, and now the 4 holy lords. But there was no choice now. He couldn't hold back anymore. Moreover, based on his understanding of his son, Wuhao knew his son would absolutely refuse to accept the deal. Either he would personally drive the 4 holy lords away, or he would helplessly watch everything unfold. Chapter 36. The Shock of the 4 Holy Masters. Just as the 4 holy masters were about to force Wu Rulong out, they suddenly sensed something, and their expressions changed slightly. The surroundings flickered, and before the 4 holy masters could react, they had already been transported to a remote, uninhabited mountain far away from the Wu Clan strongly. Moreover, Wuhao had set up a formation around them, making it impossible even for the 4 holy masters to leave. Who is it? Show yourself, sneaking around like this. The 4 holy masters wore heavy expressions as Lei Wanyun angrily shouted. They hadn't expected that in the Xintian world, someone could take them, the 4 holy masters, away without them putting up the slightest resistance. At first, they were both furious and embarrassed, but mostly shocked and afraid. As Lei Wanyun finished speaking, the next moment, Wuhao appeared, clapping his hands while smiling and walking out. Fellow experts, long have I admired your names. Seeing Wuhao emerge, the 4 people present were deeply shocked. None of them had detected Wuhao's existence at all. Even now, as Wuhao stood before them, they couldn't sense his true cultivation level. There were only 2 possible explanations for this scenario. Either Wuhao was wearing a fake imperial treasure strong enough to resist detection from Kandi level experts, or Wuhao's cultivation level surpassed theirs. And they were already the strongest indeed experts in the Xintian world. The only one stronger than them would be emperors. But whichever explanation was true, it wasn't good news for Murong Huang and the others at this moment. After all, if Wuhao could appear before them and silently whisk them away, then clearly he had the confidence to confront them, at least confident enough to withstand an attack from all 4 of them. Furthermore, Wuhao had said, long admired your names, meaning he knew who they were, and probably guessed that they possessed imperial treasures. In other words, Wuhao must possess emperor-level combat strength. Realizing this, Murong Huang and others grew even more serious-faced, immediately preparing themselves for combat. Esteemed fellow cultivator, may I ask what business you have bringing us here? Li Taibai smiled slightly, and looked at Wuhao as he asked. After all, the most important thing right now was to find out whether this person in front of them intended to fight or not. If things could be resolved without conflict, it would naturally be better. Hearing this, Wuhao also looked at Li Taibai and smiled. Not much. It's just that you 4 have your eyes on my business, and that made me quite unhappy. Upon hearing Wuhao's words, Murong Huang and others couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, none of them had expected that this person before them was actually the true master behind the Wu Clan Songwei. But then again, if the Wu Clan Songwei truly had no powerful figures guarding it, it would have already been destroyed by the local powers of the Southern Territory long ago. There would have been no way for it to develop to the point where even the 4 of them had come seeking it out. After realizing Wuhao was indeed the true master of the Wu Clan Songwei, Li Taibai immediately backed down, without hesitation, and dryly replied, while looking at Wuhao. Fellow expert, why didn't you say earlier? We are all one family. How could I possibly desire your business? That's simply a false accusation. That's right, fellow expert. How could I possibly desire your business? Everyone in the entire Xintian world knows that our Roshui Holy Land is the most kind-hearted and gentle, and we would never bully the weak with our strength. Lin Shiru followed up with her pitiful tone. After all, avoiding a fight would be the best possible outcome. Lei Wanyun did the same. He immediately backed down too. If the other 3 holy masters are backing down, it won't be too shameful for me to do the same. Murong Huang thought to himself inwardly, and without hesitation, he too submitted. Seeing all 4 of them backing down, Wuhao couldn't help but sneer slightly before speaking. If not for me, you four would have already launched an attack on the Wu clan Songwei. Don't talk about ignorance as innocence. Since you've made your move, there's a simple solution from me. All four of you gang up on me, and if you can withstand just one strike from me, then this matter will be forgotten. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the four holy masters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anger. They thought that Wu Hao before them was being too arrogant. The four of them, equipped with imperial treasures, each possessed emperor-level battle power. In combination, weren't the four of them equal to an emperor-level expert without question? Even if this expert before them truly was an emperor, it was uncertain whether he could survive an attack from all four of them. But right now, this was indeed an opportunity. If they could successfully convince Wu Hao to back down, or even wound or kill him, then the Wu clan Songhui could be monopolized by the four holy sects. Thinking of this, Li Taibai and others exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, as they looked toward Wu Hao and spoke. Senior expert, we accept. Bring it on. As he finished speaking, Li Taibai and the other three immediately summoned the imperial treasures from their respective holy lands. The Qinglian Holy Land's imperial treasure was a longsword, while the Roshui Holy Lands was a divine calming pearl. The Manhwa Holy Land's imperial treasure was a lotus of Buddha's wrath, and the Jinglei Holy Lands was a lightning halberd. After summoning their imperial treasures, Li Taibai and the others directly manipulated the artifacts as they launched attacks toward Wu Hao, holding absolutely nothing back. Though they didn't know Wu Hao's exact cultivation level, at this moment, showing any restraint would be utterly foolish. With the forging deed, level experts unleashing their full power through their imperial treasures, they would be able to destroy an entire territory given just a little time. But as Wu Hao witnessed their attacks, his mind momentarily blanked. Initially, he had thought that the full force combined strike from the four holy masters, controlling their imperial treasures, might actually wound him. However, in reality, Wu Hao could sense that even if he stood completely still, these four imperial treasures wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Realizing this, Wu Hao let out a helpless sigh and simply threw a punch. Instantly, terrifying power surged forward, knocking all four imperial treasures flying. The residual force remained just as deadly, continuing toward Li Taibai and the others. Witnessing this, Li Taibai and the others were struck with deep shock and fear. The worst-case scenario they had imagined was Wu Hao raising a hand to absorb the attack from the four imperial treasures, but they hadn't expected Wu Hao to not only stop their attacks with a single punch, but also send a residual shockwave hurtling toward them. Watch out! Lin Shiru screamed as she unleashed her strongest imperial technique to resist the attack, and Li Taibai and the others did the same. Yet to their disbelief, even just the residual energy knocked them flying. Upon hitting the ground, they immediately spat out Ting level blood, suffering serious injuries. TSK, I haven't even gotten serious yet, and you're already down like this. Wu Hao looked helplessly at Li Taibai and the others lying battered on the ground. Truthfully, he wasn't serious at all. The punch he just threw was an ordinary one. Had he really put effort into it, or worse, used full strength, then the entire southern territory would have been destroyed in an instant. Never doubt the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor 10,000 Dao Sutra. A typical late-stage emperor might require some time to destroy an entire southern territory, but for Wu Hao, such destruction could be achieved in a single breath. At this moment, upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Li Taibai and the others couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of Dindi blood. They could accept being severely wounded after Wu Hao exerted his full strength and knocked away the four imperial treasures, but they could not accept being gravely injured without Wu Hao even using a tenth of his power. This was simply too demoralizing for the Jing level experts. Chapter 37. The four holy masters were even more shocked. Thank you, senior, for showing mercy. Although injured, Li Taibai and the others still struggled to their feet and respectfully addressed Wu Hao. After all, they could see that Wu Hao was not lying. Had he been a bit more serious, they really would have perished here. Fine, I've also kept my promise. You all survived one strike from me, so I will spare your lives. But if any of you dare to even think about targeting the Wu clan's commercial alliance again, not only you, but even your behind-the-scenes holy lands will be utterly destroyed. Wu Hao looked at Li Taibai and the others as he spoke. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, it was simply too much trouble. Plus, there would be many more complications afterward. For example, the four holy lands would descend into chaos, and they might foolishly come after him seeking vengeance, only to be accidentally annihilated entirely by him, plunging the Xintian realm into chaos. Although Wu Hao himself didn't really care, as long as his Wu family remained unharmed, this wasn't a situation he wished to see. Therefore, he would spare the four holy masters, as long as they knew their place. Thank you, senior. Li Taibai and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Senior, may I ask what realm you have reached? Are you the legendary emperor? Realizing something, Li Taibai's eyes lit up and he eagerly asked. Lin Shiru and others couldn't help but grow excited as well. Earlier, since they were in conflict with Wu Hao, they hadn't considered this possibility. But if Wu Hao was truly an emperor-level expert, wouldn't it mean that breaking through to emperor level was now possible? As if sensing their thoughts, Wu Hao let out a cold chuckle. Don't get too excited. The Xintian realm still cannot break through to emperor level right now. As for me, I merely got lucky and managed to ascend. Now, the Xintian realm lacks the Dao laws required to become an emperor, so no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to reach emperor level. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Li Taibai and the others' rising excitement was instantly extinguished. After all, their lifespan was already only about 200,000 years left. If they couldn't ascend to emperor, then what awaited them was simply the end of life, turning into dust. However, just as they fell into despair, Wu Hao suddenly changed his tone. But to be fair, as long as you don't provoke trouble recklessly, you probably will break through to emperor. The Xintian realm is soon going to recover, and at that time, you will be able to ascend to emperor level. Upon hearing this, Li Taibai and the others couldn't help but grow excited once again. They looked at Wu Hao with gratitude and answered respectfully. Thank you, senior. We understand. If that's settled, we will take our leave now. After saying that, Li Taibai and the others hurriedly turned around and left. They needed to return to their holy lands and inform their ancient experts about this matter, namely, that the Xintian realm would soon recover, and then they would be able to ascend to emperor level. Watching their hasty figures disappear, Wu Hao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Truthfully, he couldn't guarantee the authenticity of this development. But both of his grandsons were destined sons of fate, which predetermined that they could absolutely cross that threshold and become emperor-level experts. Perhaps once one of them became an emperor, it would catalyze the entire Xintian realm's Emperor Dao laws to revive, and the Golden Age would return. Of course, all of this was just Wuhao speculation. The true situation would have to wait until that time came to know. But based on current circumstances, it was likely that Wu Yifan would reach the quasi-emperor peak within 1,000 years. Wu Yidao might be close as well. It all depended on how things went then. If things really didn't work out, once his own cultivation reached a certain level, he could directly make the entire Xintian realm revive. After all, it wasn't something impossible for him. Meanwhile, within the Wu clan's commercial alliance, Wu Rulong had no idea that the four holy masters had already come once and been taken away by his father. At this moment, he was fully focused on handling the affairs of the commercial alliance. But when he lifted his head, he suddenly noticed his father had appeared in front of him, something he was completely unprepared for, causing Wu Rulong to jump in fright. Wow, Dad, you scared me appearing suddenly like that. Alright, I came to find you because I have something important for you to do. Wu Hao waved his hand, calming Wu Rulong down before he explained what was on his mind. After listening, Wu Rulong also fell into deep thought, carefully considering the matter. Indeed, right now the southern domain is completely dominated by our Wu clan's commercial alliance. However, the other four domains still have no presence of ours. If we truly want to strengthen and expand the commercial alliance, we must plan to establish our presence in those four domains. Wu Hao had come to Wu Rulong specifically to entrust him with the task of expanding the Wu clan's commercial alliance into those four regions. Wu Rulong indeed gave the matter serious thought before looking up at Wu Hao and asking, "So Dad, who are you planning to send over? You can decide that yourself. Whoever takes up the position of branch president of the Wu clan's commercial alliance in those four domains will receive an additional 100 high-grade spirit stones annually." Wu Hao handed Wu Rulong full authority over the decision, and instantly Wu Rulong found himself in a difficult spot. He couldn't very well refuse. After all, he was now the head of the Wu clan. He couldn't rely on Wu Hao for everything. You need to start handling things on your own from now on. I will only intervene if your life is in danger. As for the rest, you must rely entirely on yourself. Wu Hao spoke earnestly. What he wanted to cultivate was an independent and self-reliant person, not a weakling who relied on him for every single issue. Wu Rulong understood this logic well. After hesitating briefly, he strengthened his resolve and replied firmly, "I understand, Dad. Alright, deal with this matter as soon as possible. Money, I can give, but everything else must be handled by you. I won't intervene much further." With those final words, Wu Hao got up and left, leaving Wu Rulong alone, deep in thought about who should be sent. But after considering the options repeatedly, Wu Rulong still felt it was best to hold a clan meeting and have everyone choose together. Most importantly, the person must volunteer. Wu Hao himself didn't think much about it. His main goal was to quickly expand the network's coverage across the entire Xintian realm so that it wouldn't interfere with his gaming or video watching habits. Meanwhile, in the three great empires, Shun Wanyun and others had learned that their ancient ancestor returned, yet said nothing further about the Wu clan's commercial alliance, leaving them quite curious inside. However, they could do nothing about it. The ancestors didn't speak, so they couldn't ask. But judging from the dramatic change in the Li Imperial Court's attitude toward the Wu clan's commercial alliance, there must still be an incredibly powerful expert within it, someone no weaker than the strongest among the four great empires. Otherwise, their ancient ancestor wouldn't have acted this way. However, Shun Zilei and others were not concerned with what Shin Wanyun and the rest were thinking. Upon returning to their imperial restricted area, they immediately consumed the pills granted by Wu Hao, began recovering from their injuries, and started attempting to break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor level. Once they reached the peak of quasi-emperor, from that point onward, they would no longer fear the Li Imperial Court. Actually, even now, they no longer needed to fear the Li Imperial Court since Li Tianran had perished, and even their fake emperor-grade weapon had been shattered. Chapter 38, Obtaining the Inheritance. Everyone, you must also be quite curious about why this family head has summoned you all here. As you can see, our Wu family's Wuxia trading company has now grown powerful enough that the small southern territory can no longer contain us. According to the old ancestors' words, it's time for our Wuxia trading company to expand into the remaining four territories. And the reason I've gathered you all today is exactly to elect the branch leaders for this expansion into the other four territories. Are there any volunteers? Upon hearing Wu Rulong's words, the members of the Wu family below immediately became excited. Being part of the Wu family, they naturally knew just how prestigious the Wu family was throughout the entire southern territory. No exaggeration was needed. When out handling affairs, all they needed to do was mention the name of the Wu family for anyone trying to make trouble to back off immediately. If someone dared to disrespect them, their phone signal would be cut off on the spot. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Head of the family, this is an undertaking that will expand our territory for the Wu family. This is a great deed. Naturally, I, Wu Amping, want to have a piece of it. Head of the family, I, Wu Anlin, am willing to go out and help enhance the prestige of our Wu family. Head of the family, me too. Seeing the Wu family members so enthusiastic below, Wu Rulong nodded with satisfaction. Originally, he had thought the reaction might be lukewarm since it involved leaving the Wu family, but he hadn't expected so many to rush to go out like this. With people thinking about the family like this, it would be difficult for the Wu family not to take off and soar skyward. Cough. Alright, I'll make the final decision about this matter later. Those who want to go may register with Qian Kuan. Wu Rulong looked at everyone and said before turning and leaving. Soon, Wu Rulong received the list of Wu family members who had volunteered to head to the other four territories to take on roles in the Wuxia trading company branches. Wow, nearly half the Wu family wanted to go, but this matter needed to be handled carefully, so Wu Rulong didn't pick randomly. After carefully examining the candidates, he finally decided on the names of the people to be sent to the four other territories. They were Wu Wandao, Wu Tianquan, Wu Qitian, and Wu Shuiying. After all, apart from Wu Qitian, the other three had already cultivated to the peak of the refinement emptiness stage. In the current Wu family, they were considered mid-tier fighters, making them the most suitable four to be sent. After all, when going out to establish a branch of the Wuxia trading company, one certainly needed some power, as well as sufficient courage and strategy, otherwise one wouldn't be able to compete against other trading companies. Before long, the four of them, Wu Wandao, Wu Tianquan, Wu Qitian, and Wu Shuiying, arrived before Wu Rulong. Father. The four looked toward Wu Rulong, who nodded and motioned for them to sit down. Once the four had sat, Wu Rulong finally spoke. This time, the four of you will go to the other four territories to establish a Wuxia trading company branch. Do you have confidence? Father, don't worry. If it's purely a commercial battle, we're fully capable. But we're just afraid that others will not follow the rules and just attack directly. Wu Qitian replied with a serious expression. Although Wu Qitian wasn't a chosen genius, he had a top-grade spiritual root, and the resources of the Wu family, even for ordinary family members, were better than those given to holy disciples of the Holy Lands. Therefore, Wu Tianquan had already broken through to the peak of the Saint King level. Upon hearing Wu Qitian's words, Wu Rulong nodded seriously as well. You're right, but no need to be afraid. I will have Ouyang Feng and the other two accompany you three to the north, west, and east territories. As for the central territory, your grandfather is already there. He will help out, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Wu Wandao and the others relaxed. With Ouyang Feng and the other two's help, whose cultivation had already advanced to the later stages of Saint King through the assistance of the Wuxia Trading Company, the branch office of the Wuxia Trading Company would indeed be much safer. As for the central territory, with their grandfather there, even the Holy Lands would likely find it difficult to challenge them. What Wu Wandao and the others didn't know, however, was that even the four Holy Lands' Holy Masters had already been severely punished by their grandfather. Upon discovering that the Wuxia Trading Company had established a branch in their territory, they might even protect it. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, Wu Wandao and others had made full preparations and arrived at their designated territories to establish branches of the Wuxia Trading Company. At first, it was somewhat difficult, but given time, they would quickly grow the branch into a powerful trading company since they already had such strong backing. At this moment, deep within the Grand Secret Realm Inheritance Tower, Wu Yifan had also reached the 5th trial, simultaneously the final trial. Oh, is this a mirror challenge? Wu Yifan stared ahead into the pitch darkness as a figure slowly emerged. To his astonishment, it looked exactly like himself. He mused in mild surprise. But very quickly, Wu Yifan shook his head and charged toward the figure before him. Although the mirror image was nearly identical to Wu Yifan, it was obvious that the clone didn't possess Wu Yifan's absurd growth rate. Seizing an opportunity, Wu Yifan smashed a punch and obliterated the mirror image. Just as Wu Yifan passed the 5th trial, all the cultivators within the vast inheritance tower had not even realized what had happened before they were suddenly teleported outside. The crowd exchanged glances, clearly bewildered as to what had just occurred. Could it be that someone has obtained the inheritance of the mighty Jin Emperor Hao? Otherwise, how could we be sent out like this? Most likely. Damn it, who dared to steal my chance? If I find out who, I will kill his entire family. It would be best if that brat was from a holy land. Otherwise, he might not survive this. Many gazed into the depths of the inheritance tower with heavy expressions. At the same time, they were also curious. Who exactly had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hao? After all, they had barely reached the 3rd trial after all this time. Yet someone else had already completed the 5th trial so quickly. Could it be a Sung's son or Sung daughter from one of the holy lands? Among the crowd, Morong Shue's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that Su Qiaoran obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hao? What are Chen Feng and the others doing? Why haven't they sent word yet? Morong Shui had instructed Chen Feng and others to inform her immediately after Su Qiaoran was eliminated. However, there was still no news from the trio, which made Morong Shui anxious and fearful that Su Qiaoran had actually obtained the inheritance. If Su Qiaoran truly had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hao, even as the daughter of a holy master, Morong Shui might not be able to claim the holy daughter position anymore. That was the cruel reality of the Manhwa Holy Land. Only the most gifted cultivator could become the holy daughter. At this moment, Su Qiaoran was still unaware of what had transpired back there. She had just broken through to the Great Sage Realm. Chapter 39. The Grand Secret Realm closes, Supreme Level Combat Power. It's indeed you who obtained my inheritance. When he saw that the one who received his legacy was Wu Yifan, the Haodong Quadi showed no sign of surprise, as he had already sensed Wu Yifan's talent earlier before decisively choosing to activate the inheritance. Unlike other inheritances, the inheritance of the Haodong Quadi could only be initiated once. In other words, unless a suitable inheritor was found, the legacy would have to be passed on no matter what. Wu Yifan was the most talented person Haodong Quadi had seen in millions of years, which is why he unhesitatingly initiated the inheritance ritual, precisely so Wu Yifan could receive his legacy. Wu Yifan didn't disappoint his expectations and successfully received the inheritance. Just a bit of luck. Wu Yifan replied modestly. After all, he only had slightly better talent, slightly better resources, and slightly better fortune than others. He always believed that if others possessed everything he had, they might perform even better than him. To Haodong Quadi, however, this kid clearly sounded smug. But since he himself had chosen this inheritor, what else could he do? He'd just have to accept it. Kid, you must be the legendary archaic holy body. Returning to the serious topic, Haodong Quadi's tone turned solemn. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan didn't hide it, and simply nodded directly. The old expert's face immediately showed an expression of confirmation before he continued speaking. Exactly. Only the legendary archaic holy body could achieve such terrifying physical strength. In the legends, when the archaic holy body reaches extreme power, one could literally tear an emperor apart with bare hands. But the archaic holy body has innate restrictions. Only by collecting specific heaven-endowed materials and treasures can those innate seals be broken, enabling one to achieve that legendary power. Fortunately, I happen to have a collection of treasures sufficient to help the archaic holy body break through its 8th restriction. Since you've received my inheritance, allow me to give you a hand. After speaking, Haodong Quadi extended a finger, shooting out a glowing orb from it directly into Wu Yifan's mind. Instantly, Wu Yifan felt a vast tide of memories surging into his consciousness. The inheritance wasn't just treasures and resources, it also included comprehension of cultivation at that level and battle experience, which is why many cultivators who obtained a great expert's inheritance would experience a dramatic increase in their combat power. However, inheritances could only be passed on after death. Thank you, Senior. After receiving the legacy from Hao Dongquati, Wu Yifan felt extremely confident. If he faced those 3 holy kings again now, he would be able to effortlessly eliminate them. There's no need to thank me. This is your fate. It's a pity I won't get to witness this golden age anymore. Perhaps you might even break the curse that prevents you from ascending to emperor. Hao Dongquati waved his hand and looked at Wu Yifan as he spoke. Alright, I don't have much time left. If that's the case, I'll help you one last time. Then, with a mere thought from Hao Dongquati, several heaven-endowed materials shot out from his storage ring, rushing toward Wu Yifan. As these precious treasures approached Wu Yifan, under Hao Dongquati's control, they transformed into the purest energy, pouring into Wu Yifan's body. Without hesitation, Wu Yifan immediately activated the cultivation techniques within him. With Hao Dongquati's assistance, the 8th innate seal in his archaic holy body was silently breaking apart, and his cultivation level rapidly recovering, soon returning him to the peak of the Saint King stage. About an hour later, Hao Dongquati's body started continuously flickering. Finally, as Hao Dongquati was about to vanish, Wu Yifan completely shattered the 8th restriction within his body. At this point, the combat strength of the archaic holy body was fully restored, making him unbeatable below the Quati level, an absolutely terrifying existence. In response to Wu Yifan's breakthrough, Wuhao's physical body outside also started surging with immense strength. Though Wuhao didn't know the exact extent of his newfound power, he could clearly sense it surpassed his current cultivation. This meant that now, Wuhao, using physical power alone, could rival any emperor-level cultivator, and even fight against beings above the emperor level. TSK. I can't wait to see the day when all of the archaic holy body's restrictions are completely broken. On that day, my body alone might be strong enough to tear apart a Xian emperor. Wuhao secretly mused to himself. After advancing to the emperor level, Wuhao had already learned of the cultivation levels beyond the emperor stage, which were Red Dust Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, and finally, Xian Emperor. Moreover, according to what Wuhao knew, the archaic holy body wasn't the peak. With the right heaven-endowed materials and treasures, it could still evolve further. However, what form the archaic holy body would take after evolution was beyond Wuhao's current understanding. Thank you, Senior. One day, I will ensure your name echoes throughout the entire Xin heaven realm. Watching the body of Hao Dongquati gradually vanish into nothingness, Wu Yifan solemnly bowed. For having received Hao Dongquati's favor, he understood the necessity of repaying this karmic debt. At the same time, outside the inheritance pagoda, since the entire secret realm operated based on the legacy of Hao Dongquati, now that the inheritance had been claimed, the Haodong secret realm naturally began to vanish as well. The cultivators waiting outside the inheritance pagoda hadn't even realized what was happening before they were one by one teleported out. Wu Yifan inside the inheritance pagoda was no exception. He would immediately be teleported out and mixed into the crowd. This was naturally a protective measure set up by Hao Dongquati to ensure his inheritor wouldn't be discovered and have his legacy stolen by powerful experts. At this moment outside the Haodong secret realm, because the secret realm was about to close, representatives from various great factions had gathered in front of it, waiting for their respective sect's genius disciples to emerge. However, when they saw their sect's geniuses come out so early, they were startled. Normally, there should still be about 2.5 more months before they would appear. Before they could think further, disciples from the 4 sacred grounds had already reported to their sect elders that someone else had obtained the legacy of Hao Dongquati. Upon hearing this news, the elders of the 4 sacred grounds hesitated not a moment. They immediately sealed off the area. After all, Hao Dongquati was a legendary Dendit level expert, whose power was self-evident. It was said he had reached the level of half-step Great Emperor. Even the sect leaders of the 4 sacred grounds, without the aid of an emperor-level weapon, might not be able to match him. Therefore, the 4 sacred grounds absolutely would not allow the legacy of Hao Dongquati to fall into the hands of someone outside their alliance. But their reaction time was no match for Wuhao's speed. The instant Wu Yifan emerged, he was immediately taken away by Wuhao. No one even noticed. Chapter 40. You seem surprised I'm alive? After inspecting the scene, the elders from the 4 great holy lands discovered that none among them had obtained the inheritance of the mighty Jin Emperor Hao. Their faces turned extremely gloomy. Soon after, the holy masters of the 4 great holy lands arrived at the site. Their complexions looked pale, as if they had aged significantly. Even so, no one among the crowd dared to say anything. Mu Ronghuang and the others swept their gaze over the gathered people. After a long pause, they sighed and said, "Well then, let them go. The one who obtained the inheritance of Emperor Hao is not among them." "What? Master, we surrounded this place immediately. How could he have escaped?" asked the peak-level Zhen elder, his face filled with disbelief. After all, as a Zhen, he should have sensed anyone leaving. Li Taibai shook his head. Perhaps this is another trick left behind by Emperor Hao. Remember, he was the strongest in Xintian realm back then. Even now, we fear his methods. He might have used some other means to ensure his successor could escape without being sensed. Though the people from the 4 great holy lands found this hard to believe, they couldn't think of any other plausible explanation. As for the inheritance of Emperor Hao, had anyone truly obtained it, the 4 holy masters would have sensed the inheritable energy and identified the inheritor. Since no one was found, it could only mean that the inheritor was indeed no longer among them. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoran looked around, noticing Wu Yifan's absence. She immediately guessed that it must have been her great-grandson who obtained the inheritance. Internally, she was deeply relieved that her great-grandson had escaped earlier. Otherwise, if the 4 holy masters refused to let him go free unless he pledged allegiance to one of the holy lands, they might have killed him on the spot. The next moment, Su Qiaoran seemed to sense something and turned her gaze toward a spot not far away, where Mu Rongxue was staring at her with a dark expression, clearly stunned that Su Qiaoran had managed to survive. Su Qiaoran already knew long ago that Mu Rongxue had been plotting against her, so she wasn't particularly surprised. Soon, she walked toward Mu Rongxue, raised an eyebrow, and said disdainfully, "You seem surprised I'm still alive? How could that be? We're both members of the same holy land. Why would I be shocked that you survived? I'm just amazed you've broken through to the great sage stage. I suppose you must have received great fortune inside the secret realm." Mu Rongxue inhaled deeply and forced a smile. To Su Qiaoran, This expression could only be described in 2 words, hypocritical. Don't pretend. I know it was you who sent Feng and the others. Just wait. Once I become the holy maiden of the 10,000 flowers holy land, just wait and see how I destroy you. Su Qiaoran leaned close to Mu Rongshue's ear, her tone dripping with contempt. The Wus always retaliated for any grudge, and this nature was passed down genetically through Su Qiaoran's bloodline. While Wuhao also believed in returning grudges, compared to Su Qiaoran, his vengeance was nothing. Hearing Su Qiaoran reveal this matter, Mu Rongshue's pupils slightly trembled. She had originally assumed Su Qiaoran had just been lucky enough not to meet Feng and his men. But from Su Qiaoran's words now, it seemed she had indeed encountered Feng's group, and likely something terrible had happened to them. Originally, Mu Rongshue had only recently broken through to the peak of saint, believing that even if she couldn't kill Su Qiaoran, she still had a chance at claiming the title of Holy Maiden. Yet now she realized Su Qiaoran had not only survived but defeated Feng and ascended to the Great Sage Realm. Think about it, this was the Great Sage Realm. Among the history of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, few Holy Maidens had managed to reach Great Sage before the age of 100. Now that Su Qiaoran had achieved it, it was nearly certain she would claim the Holy Maiden title. At this thought, Mu Rongshue's killing intent surged, but she quickly controlled herself. Taking a deep breath, she said, "If that's the case, then let's just wait and see." After spitting out those last words, Mu Rongshue turned and walked away. She had only 9 years left to stop Su Qiaoran from becoming the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. If she failed, once Su Qiaoran officially took the Holy Maiden position, Mu Rongshue would certainly no longer be safe or welcome within the Holy Land. She knew that outside, she had provoked quite a number of enemies. It was only due to their fear of the immense power of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land that they hadn't dared to act against her yet. Otherwise, Mu Rongshue would have died 800 times over. Watching Mu Rongshue's retreating back, Su Qiaoran remained indifferent. To her, Mu Rongshue was merely an insignificant person, someone she wouldn't have associated with in this lifetime had she not schemed against her. "This pisses me off, Laopo. Should I just take her out?" Seeing his wife being insulted like this, Wuhao, the pure love warrior god, nearly lost control and wanted to kill Mu Rongshue outright. But he was stopped by Su Qiaoran, whose expression was filled with cold mockery. "Husband, she's my enemy. Leave her to me. If you kill her like this, won't that be too easy on her?" Looking at his wife's expression, Wuhao silently mourned for Mu Rongshue for a second. Provoking his wife, Mu Rongshue had truly picked the toughest opponent possible. After failing to find the inheritor of Jin Emperor Hao's legacy, the members of the 4 great holy lands, despite their fury, could only allow everyone present to leave. As for Su Qiaoran, after returning to the Holy Land, she spent some intimate time with Wuhao, alleviating the emptiness and loneliness of the past entire year. As for Wu Yifan, immediately after being taken away by Wuhao, he eagerly sought out the 3 Saint King experts who had been chasing and hunting him before, determined to take his revenge. Meanwhile, those 3 Saint King early-stage experts who had previously hunted Wu Yifan were still searching for him. They never expected Wu Yifan to suddenly appear before them, and instantly burst into Huangshao. Jia, this came effortlessly. "Kid, will you come with us willingly, or shall we cripple you first before dragging you along?" The leading figure among the 3 robed cultivators stepped forward, completely unaware that Wu Yifan's aura had already returned to its peak, perhaps even surpassed it. Upon hearing their words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but arch his brows. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone brimming with immense arrogance. "I think there's a third option. I cripple you, then have you take me to your base. I'll destroy your base first, then eliminate all of you." Chapter 41, Blood Soul Sect. Hearing Wu Yifan's incredibly arrogant words, the 3 men were momentarily stunned before finally speaking out in anger after a long pause. "You've got guts, kid. Die for us." As their words fell, the 3 simultaneously launched their attack. They had already witnessed Wu Yifan's mysterious strength before, rising in a short amount of time to match a Saint King's level. If it weren't for their sect's triple combined attack technique, powerful enough to rival a late-stage Saint King expert, they wouldn't have stood a chance against Wu Yifan. Precisely to suppress Wu Yifan's talent and prevent him from surpassing them, they could do nothing but relentlessly chase and kill him, hoping to cripple him and take him back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if their sect's crown prince were to learn of this incident, they probably wouldn't escape with their lives. Seeing the 3 attack together, Wu Yifan clenched his fist as well, his face brimming with excitement. "Perfect. Let me test my current strength on you. I'll use just 10% of my power first." Without hesitation, Wu Yifan threw a direct punch. The most powerful aspect of the archaic saint body was its physical strength, and this was exactly what Wu Yifan was relying on now. As Wu Yifan casually launched this seemingly ordinary punch, the 3 men, although their facial expressions couldn't be seen behind their masks, clearly showed signs of fear through their body tremors. "Not good, quickly block it." They could only hurriedly defend themselves, but still were sent flying from Wu Yifan's punch, blood spraying across the sky. Wu Yifan felt quite satisfied with his current strength. Merely 10% of his power had severely wounded 3 early-stage Saint Kings. If he unleashed his full strength, even sovereigns would suffer defeat. Alright, no more playing around. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, Wu Yifan no longer hesitated and planned to cripple the 3 quickly before following this lead to completely destroy their backer. An organization capable of cultivating 3 Saint Kings must possess quite formidable resources. At the thought of being able to rob them, correct, punish evil in the name of justice, Wu Yifan grew even more excited. Heavenly Emperor Punch. Wu Yifan shouted as he threw a punch, using 30% of his strength this time. Taking them down would not require his full strength. Not good. Use the combined technique. The 3 men's expressions suddenly changed. They could sense that this punch was definitely beyond their capability to withstand under normal circumstances. Without hesitation, the trio immediately executed their triple combined martial technique. Immediately, their skin turned crimson red, and in the next moment, countless streams of blood oozed from their bodies and converged in front of them. In no time, the blood solidified into a vague shadow. That was exactly their triple combined technique, Blood Soul Fusion Strike. It allowed their 3 blood souls to merge into one and summoned the Blood Soul deity. unleashing strength far beyond their own. Upon seeing the combined technique, Wu Yifan didn't show even a hint of fear, and instead seemed slightly amused. Earlier, he might have felt some dread, or if they had used Blood-Soul Fusion Strike from the beginning, he might not have been able to escape. But now, even with the activation of the Blood-Soul Fusion Strike, these three still had no chance against him. As the Blood-Soul Fusion Strike activated, the summoned Blood-Soul deity directly pointed a finger downward. In the next instant, a beam of blood-red light shot from its fingertip, colliding head-on with Wu Yifan's Heavenly Emperor punch. Unfortunately, in merely an instant, it was completely overwhelmed by Wu Yifan's punch. The devastating force of the Heavenly Emperor punch surged toward the Blood-Soul deity. Before it was shattered, the summoned Blood-Soul deity's eyes briefly brightened as though realizing something. However, it never got the chance to speak a word before being annihilated by the Heavenly Emperor punch. After obliterating the Blood-Soul deity's manifestation, the momentum of the Heavenly Emperor punch did not subside. It directly surged toward the three men, who were completely taken by surprise and sent flying by the punch, crashing through dozens of mountains before finally coming to a stop. By the time Wu Yifan approached them, their cultivation auras had completely vanished. Wu Yifan's punch had completely crippled them. Thankfully, their physical bodies were strong enough, otherwise they would have been utterly killed by that punch. Looking at the severely injured, dying trio, Wu Yifan showed not the slightest trace of sympathy. If it weren't for his lucky escape, he likely would have been dead by now. I won't attack those who don't oppose me, but if someone dares attack me, I will surely kill them. This was Wu Yifan's consistent principle, a rule from the Wu family's teachings. Alright, moving forward, I ask questions and you answer. If I'm not satisfied with your answers, I can't promise what I might do. Wu Yifan walked in front of the three and crouched down beside them, speaking in a careless tone. The leader among the three men immediately shouted without hesitation. You can dream on. I will absolutely never tell you any information. Oh really? Wu Yifan sneered coldly, then threw a punch without hesitation, obliterating the man on the spot. As the man was instantly killed, the other two beside him were filled with shock and terror. They clearly hadn't expected Wu Yifan to be so decisive. Shouldn't he have questioned them first, and only after they refused would he offer some benefits, like letting them live, in exchange for the information about the Blood-Soul sect? Why had Wu Yifan killed him immediately? What about you two? Have you decided what you're going to say? Wu Yifan turned to the remaining two men and pressed further. Both realized that Wu Yifan truly was someone who would kill at the slightest provocation. Not daring to hide anything, one of them began to speak out the information about the Blood-Soul sect. The next second, as if sensing something, his body suddenly exploded, scattering blood and filth everywhere. Wu Yifan himself was protected by an energy barrier, so he wasn't splattered. However, the other man, witnessing this scene, was so frightened he froze, unable to utter a word. Wu Yifan slightly furrowed his brow, puzzled. Originally, he had planned to extract the information about their backing force from the three men and make careful plans afterward. He hadn't expected that their supporting faction was so cautious, setting up restrictions inside their bodies that would cause them to explode and die the moment they revealed any information about the Blood-Soul sect. What about you? Never mind. You seem too scared to think straight. I'll just kill you quickly. Wu Yifan looked at the last remaining man, and seeing his age-drew expression, eventually sighed after a long pause, deciding to give him a quick death. But to his surprise, the man suddenly shouted out, "Don't even think about it. I will absolutely never tell you any information about the Blood-Soul sect. Even if you beat me to death, I won't tell you the Blood-Soul sect is located in the Burial God Valley. No matter how much you torture me, I won't tell you that the Blood-Soul sect houses countless Jindit peak experts and countless Deed level treasures." Upon hearing the man's words, Wu Yifan was utterly stunned, clearly not expecting something like this to happen. The Blood-Soul sect's crown prince, **T. I forgot there was still a way around it. When setting up the sect's restriction, the condition was only set so that the marked individuals couldn't actively reveal any information about the Blood-Soul sect. They hadn't thought to prevent involuntary disclosure. Clearly, this Blood-Soul sect messenger had taken advantage of that loophole and was now spilling all the information, hoping to save his life in exchange for Wu Yifan's mercy. Chapter 42. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Quite interesting. Hearing the information and witnessing the performance of the Blood-Soul Gate envoy in front of him, Wu Yifan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The remaining Blood-Soul Gate envoy, on the other hand, hurriedly inquired, "Lord, since I have already told everything, does that mean you'll spare my life?" "Of course, but I'll only spare you once. The next time we meet will be the day you die." Wu Yifan looked at the other with interest as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, the Blood-Soul Gate envoy hurriedly nodded. "Rest assured, my lord. I'll immediately leave the central region and find a remote place. I won't ever encounter you again in this life. You'd better." Wu Yifan stood up and then disappeared in front of the Blood-Soul Gate envoy. The Blood-Soul Gate envoy took a deep breath, slightly suppressing his injuries before getting up, intending to leave this place. He swore that he would never confront Wu Yifan again in his life. Such a terrifying genius wasn't someone he could provoke. Besides, how many years had passed? In less than 100 years, Wu Yifan had obtained strength surpassing the Saint Realm. If given more time, even the Blood-Soul Gate might be helpless against Wu Yifan. However, just as the Blood-Soul Gate envoy was about to leave, he was suddenly engulfed by a shadow. Looking up, he saw Wu Yifan smiling in front of him. "Hello, it's nice to see you again." "What the hell? If you don't want to play, don't play." Seeing this, the Blood-Soul Gate envoy immediately realized the truth. Wu Yifan had no intention of leaving him alive at all. Gritting his teeth, he decided to self-detonate. Even if he died, even if it was self-destructive, he wanted Wu Yifan to suffer significant losses. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, he couldn't even accomplish self-destruction before Wu Yifan struck him with a palm, reducing his body into a mist of blood. "Just a piece of trash. Did you really think I'd spare you? Don't be foolish." Wu Yifan stated in a cold, indifferent tone. They had chased and hunted him for so long and almost killed him. How could he spare them just because they revealed some information about the Blood-Soul Gate? Moreover, on the path of cultivating immortality, mercy and softness were most dangerous. An enemy was an enemy. It was either their death or his. Therefore, Wu Yifan didn't feel any shame about his actions. After all, only the victor had the right to judge whether something was despicable or not. just didn't expect the Blood Soul Gate to be this powerful, hiding within the Valley of the Dead Gods. They even have a Supreme Peak expert. It seems like I won't be able to take revenge on them in the near future. Wu Yifan wasn't a hot-headed fool, never had been. Upon learning about the formidable strength of the Blood Soul Gate, Wu Yifan contemplated silently for a moment. He decided that he needed at least to unlock the 9th restriction of the Desolate Saint Body and reach the supreme level cultivation in the Immortal Tao before seeking revenge against the Blood Soul Gate. Otherwise, he might risk failing despite his strength. On the other side, inside the Valley of the Dead Gods, which was known as the most terrifying forbidden area within the Xintian realm. This was due to an extremely fierce and brutal battle that erupted here in ancient times, where countless sovereigns, supremes, and emperors perished. The terrifying blood energy gathered here and formed terrifying malevolent spirits, so even sovereigns and supremes dared not enter the Valley of the Dead Gods again. No one ever imagined that the Blood Soul Gate would actually reside within the Valley of the Dead Gods. Inside the center of the Valley of the Dead Gods stood a giant gate frame. Although it looked plain and unremarkable, one only needed to pass through the gate frame to enter the headquarters of the Blood Soul Gate. Right after Wu Yifan had killed the 3 Blood Soul Gate envoys, 3 soul lamps within the Hall of Soul Lamps in the Blood Soul Gate, which was responsible for overseeing the life and death status of all members of the Blood Soul Gate, went out. Observing this, an elder of the Blood Soul Gate merely glanced casually, then raised his hand to draw the 3 soul lamps into his grasp. The next moment, a small rune formation appeared in the elder's hand. As the Blood Soul Gate elder executed the Blood Soul secret arts, countless thin crimson threads shot out through the void towards a distant location. Soon, they reached outside the Blood Soul Gate, beyond the Valley of the Dead Gods. Within minutes, the crimson threads arrived at the place where the 3 Blood Soul Gate envoys had been killed. At this moment, Wu Yifan had not yet left this place. Just as Wu Yifan was about to turn and leave, he sensed something, furrowing his brows. Before he could react, in the next instant, he saw 3 thin crimson threads shooting toward him from afar. The crimson threads directly landed on the spot where the 3 Blood Soul Gate envoys had been killed. In an instant, under the pulling force of the crimson threads, the 3 envoys, whose bodies had been blown into a mist of blood by Wu Yifan, were slowly reviving. However, seeing this scene, Wu Yifan frowned tightly. Martial Dao secret techniques. Is this the work of the Blood Soul Gate? Just as Wu Yifan finished speaking, the 3 Blood Soul Gate envoys had completed their resurrection. However, their expressions and actions appeared extremely strange, resembling puppets. Their eyes were blood red, and their aura was far more powerful than before, having now entered the Supreme King realm. Seeing this scene, Wu Yifan's heart sank deeply. After all, this was resurrection, something even emperors couldn't accomplish. Yet the Blood Soul Gate had managed it, leaving no need for further explanation. It was likely that the power behind the Blood Soul Gate exceeded Wu Yifan's imagination by far. Just as Wu Yifan was deep in thought, the 3 Blood Soul Gate envoys suddenly seemed to detect their target. Letting out a fierce roar, they charged directly toward Wu Yifan. Seeing this, Wu Yifan had no time for contemplation and was forced to reluctantly engage in battle. Although the 3 envoys had been resurrected and upgraded to the early Supreme King realm, their revived state resembled that of mindless puppets or battle-only constructs. They fought chaotically, without any strategy, allowing Wu Yifan to quickly identify their weaknesses and eliminate them one by one. After punching the final envoy into oblivion, Wu Yifan wore a grim expression on his face. He had taken a gamble that the Blood Soul Gate envoys wouldn't resurrect again. Otherwise, even he wouldn't stand a chance. The difference between a Supreme King and a Quasi-Emperor was like heaven and earth. Although Wu Yifan's combat experience was vast, merely unlocking the 8th restriction of the Desolate Saint Body wouldn't allow him to defeat a Quasi-Emperor. Not until he reached the peak of supreme cultivation in the Immortal Tao and combined it with the power of his Desolate Saint Body could he hope to defeat such a foe, even if they were a puppet. Fortunately, the Blood Soul Gate envoys didn't revive again. Only after confirming this did Wu Yifan finally feel at ease and depart from this place. Meanwhile, after Wu Yifan had once again killed off the Blood Soul Gate envoys, the Blood Soul Gate elder who had acted earlier opened his eyes and muttered softly to himself. He can slay early Supreme Kings even after their resurrection. At the very least, he's an outstanding expert among Supremes. Our Blood Soul Gate should remain low profile for now. We can wait until our master revives, and then strike down this enemy at the right time. As he spoke, the Blood Soul Gate elder couldn't help but glance toward a crimson mountain deep within the Blood Soul Gate. From a distance, it appeared merely as a huge red mountain. However, upon closer inspection, one could see countless swirling red energies surging within, presenting a chilling and terrifying sight. Chapter 43. Murong Shui discovers the truth. Of course, Wuhao was unaware of the Blood Soul sect, or perhaps his current status was still not high enough to deal with the affairs of the Blood Soul sect. Wuhao merely knew that during this period of time, his cultivation had advanced to the peak of Emperor King, just one step away from becoming a red dust immortal, an existence capable of looking down upon the entire Xintian realm. I wonder when more descendants of the Heavens Chosen would come. If that happened, I might be able to break through to an even stronger state faster. Wuhao mused to himself, thinking that once his wife finished handling matters at the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, he must return to the Wu clan as soon as possible to urge the clan members to start procreating. On the other side, Murong Shui had already ordered people to begin investigating Su Qiaoran's activities over the years. She refused to believe that Su Qiaoran was flawless. In the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, other than lacking strength and talent necessary to become the Holy Maiden, there existed another disqualifying condition. Those who committed immoral deeds or betrayed the interests of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land would also be ineligible. Back in the day, the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land had a Holy Maiden with extraordinary talent, but because she had fallen in love with a man, her position as Holy Maiden had been stripped away. Murong Shui refused to believe that Su Qiaoran had gone all these years without doing anything scandalous at all. Finally, after 9 long years of relentless efforts by Murong Shui, progress was made. These 9 years had nearly driven Murong Shui mad with frustration. If they failed to find enough dirt on Su Qiaoran to prevent her becoming the Holy Maiden, even if her father was the Murong Emperor, it would still be difficult for her to claim the position of Holy Maiden in the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Just when Murong Shui was on the verge of total collapse, a turning point arrived. My lady, we found something. Soon, a servant hurriedly approached Murong Shui and respectfully handed her a holographic stone. At this point, Murong Shui had nearly lost all hope. Even if someone told her she could become the Holy Maiden simply by offering up her body, she would instantly strip naked and lie down on the bed. A mere holographic stone was nothing to her now. However, upon watching the content of the stone, Murong Shui's eyes lit up instantly. Displayed clearly on the holographic stone was the scene of Wuhao and Su Qiaoran's wedding day. Su Qiaoran, never thought you got married, huh? If others discovered that you had already tied the knot before becoming the Holy Maiden, I wonder how many people would still approve your status as Holy Maiden. In the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, the Holy Maiden represented not only talent and strength, but was more like a celebrity figure, a person of reverence and admiration throughout the entire sect. Imagine the kind of uproar it would cause if one day the people found out that their beloved idol had secretly gotten married. By then, even if the leaders of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land wished to protect Su Qiaoran, they probably wouldn't be able to do so unless she managed to break through to Saint King within that short period of time. But how likely was that? Meanwhile, Su Qiaoran, boom. Finally, I've reached the peak of Great Sage. I'm only one step away from breaking through to Saint King. Su Qiaoran had progressed from late Great Sage to the peak of Great Sage, now standing at the threshold of the Saint King realm. At this moment, Su Qiaoran's talent had surpassed that of every previous Holy Maiden in the entire history of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Even reaching the level of Emperor King wasn't out of the question. Of course, all of this was thanks to Wuhao's help. Honey, I love you to death. Su Qiaoran hugged Wuhao, who was lying on the bed, and smothered him with kisses. Wuhao didn't mind, one hand scrolling on his phone while he spoke. Alright, I remember the selection for the new Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land will be decided in 3 days, right? Hurry up and finish things here. Then let's return to the Wu clan. After all, Rulong and the others miss you a lot. During these 9 years, the Wu clan's commercial enterprise had successfully established its presence in all 5 domains of the Xintian realm, and had even managed to extend mobile network signals across the entire realm. That's also why Wuhao could watch videos from anywhere in the Xintian realm even while in the central domain. As for anyone daring to stir up trouble? Of course not. After all, Wuhao had just crushed the 4 Holy Lords. How would they dare strike against the Wu clan again? With the 4 Holy Lands holding back, the rest of the factions naturally dared not make a move either. Thus, the Wu clan's business smoothly completed its expansion across the entire Xintian realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran's mind flashed with the image of Wu Rulong's adorable face as a baby. She nodded seriously in agreement. Honey, I promise you, in 3 days' time, I will announce your existence and then return to the southern domain with you. After all, the southern domain was where everything began, and it was also where their roots lay. Although now she could simply use a mobile phone to contact him directly, Su Qiaoran didn't do so, and instead decided to wait until they met in person to reveal everything. After all, making a phone call would ruin the surprise. But just then, Wuhao suddenly shivered slightly, which piqued Su Qiaoran's curiosity. Honey, are you okay? I'm fine. Just experienced a minor breakthrough, that's all. Wuhao casually waved his hand and replied. Hearing this, Su Qiaoran looked at Wuhao as though he were some kind of monster. Honey, you really are a monster. Thank you for the compliment. Wuhao modestly waved his hand in acceptance. Just moments ago, with the accumulated cultivation feedback, Wuhao's cultivation base had smoothly broken through the bottleneck of Emperor King and reached the terrifying realm of Red Dust Immortal. At this level, Wuhao felt capable of easily destroying the entire Xintian realm. He knew it wasn't just an illusion, it was a real possibility. Of course, most importantly, the cultivation technique Wuhao practiced was so powerful that within the same cultivation realm, he was absolutely invincible, which was why he could destroy an entire lower world even at the Red Dust Immortal level. Alright, you prepare yourself for what's coming in 3 days. After that, I'll take you back to the southern domain. I understand. Before they knew it, 3 days had silently passed. Within these 3 days, the entire 10,000 Flowers Holy Land gradually became lively and bustling. Originally, the disciples of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land had been completely focused on cultivation. Rarely anything could draw them out. However, the election of the new Holy Maiden was one such event. Who do you think will be this year's Holy Maiden? I think Senior Sister Su has a higher chance. After all, 9 years ago, she had already broken through to the Great Sage realm. Now, she's probably even more unfathomable. If she isn't chosen, I suspect there must be some dirty dealings behind it. True. I also believe Senior Sister Su has a better chance. As for others, they're still only at the Saint realm. They definitely can't compete with Senior Sister Su for the position of Holy Maiden. I'm telling you right now, if Senior Sister Su doesn't become the Holy Maiden, I'll cut my own head off. As Murong Shui walked along, hearing discussions from the disciples of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, all of whom without exception recognized Su Qiaoran as the final choice for the Holy Maiden, she couldn't help but reveal a cold smirk. Just wait, Su Qiaoran. I'll soon expose your false facade. Throughout the history of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, there had been instances of a Holy Maiden candidate becoming involved with someone and even engaging in a relationship after being chosen as the candidate in waiting. Such individuals would then have their status revoked by the sect. Murong Shui firmly believed that Su Qiaoran would eventually suffer the exact same fate. Chapter 44. My lord, the times have changed. Inside the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers at this moment, the high-level leaders of the Holy Land had already gathered. After all, each selection of the Holy Maiden was a highly notable event within the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. Ouyang Huang was sitting among the senior officials of the Holy Land. Though his attitude appeared extremely serious, a faint paleness had appeared on his face. His injury from Wuhao 10 years ago still hadn't fully healed yet. Even so, he didn't show anything outwardly. After all, today was an important day for the Holy Land, and he couldn't afford to fail. I wonder how Shuer is doing. If her preparation isn't sufficient, even as her father, it will be hard for me to arrange her becoming the Holy Maiden. Ouyang Huang was thinking to himself. His status within the Holy Land had always been high. If his daughter, Ouyang Shui, could become the Holy Maiden, it would make his position as Saint Lord even more secure. Therefore, compared to Su Qiaoran, who possessed greater talent. Ouyang Huang preferred his own daughter to become the Holy Maiden. However, although he was the Saint Lord, the Holy Land wasn't entirely his to command. If he were to unreasonably pass over Su Qiaoran, who clearly surpassed Ouyang Xue in talent and beauty, as Holy Maiden, it might provoke discontent among the higher-ups of the Holy Land. Thinking about this, Ouyang Huang fell into contemplation about what he should do next. Meanwhile, in Su Qiaoran's quarters, she lay in Wu Hao's arms, raised her head to kiss him lightly, and then got up to speak. Honey, in that case, I'll be off first. Once I'm declared the Holy Maiden, I'll publicly announce your and the Wu family's existence. I'll be waiting for you. Wu Hao glanced at Su Qiaoran, though his eyes revealed deep thoughts. Likely this selection would not go as simply as expected. But no matter what happened, if his wife was disrespected, he absolutely wouldn't just stand aside, especially since he had now surpassed the Grand Emperor and had already reached the realm of a Trishan. If the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers was stupid enough to provoke him, he wouldn't mind sending the entire sect straight to hell. Soon, Su Qiaoran dressed herself and made her way toward the Grand Hall of the Holy Land. At the same time, inside the Grand Hall of the Holy Land, the previously selected two candidates for Holy Maiden, Emo Tsaihuan and Lin Yihuan, also arrived at the Sacred Hall. However, both understood their appearance was purely ceremonial. Although both had made great progress over the past decade and ascended to the Saint Realm, they were still nothing before Su Qiaoran. They could only helplessly watch as Su Qiaoran claimed the position of the Holy Maiden. As for Ouyang Xue, she was seated in her designated spot with her eyes closed, her thoughts unknown. Inside and outside the Grand Hall of the Holy Land gathered multitudes of its disciples. Inner sect disciples and close disciples filled the interior while outer disciples stood outside. Without exception, all came to witness who would become the Holy Maiden of the Holy Land. Of course, in their hearts they had already decided, Su Qiaoran. If Su Qiaoran didn't end up becoming the Holy Maiden, they'd suspect foul play. Soon, when Su Qiaoran arrived, the gathered disciples shouted in extreme excitement. Saint Su! Saint Su! Saint Su! The terrifying sound could be clearly heard even beyond the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers, and upon seeing Su Qiaoran, all the disciples became excited like a bunch of enthusiastic fans. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and extraordinarily gifted. Who wouldn't like her? Facing the cheers from the crowd, Su Qiaoran simply smiled gently and waved her hand as she said, "Thank you all for your support, but the matter of the Holy Maiden hasn't been decided yet. Please wait to cheer until I truly become the Holy Maiden. Su Holy Maiden is so beautiful. I'd have children with her anytime. If Su Holy Maiden isn't chosen, I'll walk on my hands across Redstone City. Long live the Holy Maiden Su." Amidst the roaring cheers, Su Qiaoran slowly stepped into the Grand Hall and turned to smile modestly at the high-ranking officials of the Holy Land seated at the front. "Greetings to the elders, greetings to the Saint Lord. Yes, Qiaoran, since you're here, please take your seat first." The elders naturally held high regard for Su Qiaoran, and thus hurried to greet her upon her arrival. Her seat was already prepared beforehand. Su Qiaoran sat down beside Ouyang Xue and couldn't help but frown when she noticed Ouyang Xue sitting silently beside her with eyes closed. Based on her understanding of Murong Xue, Su Qiaoran knew that Murong Xue would never act so calm. There was only one scenario under which Murong Xue would remain this composed. She was fully confident of victory. Judging from her strength, talent, and appearance, Murong Xue was clearly no match for Su Qiaoran. Therefore, the only way Murong Xue could possibly turn the situation around would be if she had uncovered some incriminating evidence against Su Qiaoran. Could it be that she found evidence about my marriage to my husband? But that shouldn't be possible. Back then, I lived in seclusion with my husband deep in the mountains. Nobody should have known about our marriage. Could it be that someone happened to pass by without me noticing? Forget it. If Murong Xue dares to expose anything, I won't mind giving her a special gift in return. Thinking this, Su Qiaoran also closed her eyes and began to wait. As the time approached noon, Ouyang Huang slowly opened his eyes and spoke. "Everyone, it's now noon. I hereby announce the commencement of the Holy Maiden selection of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. All disciples of the Holy Land, please take out your cell phones and vote for your preferred candidate among the 4 Holy Maiden contenders." As Ouyang Huang finished speaking, all the disciples present immediately took out their mobile phones, opened the official website of the Holy Land, and began voting for the 4 candidates of the Holy Maiden. That's right, voting via mobile phone. 5 years after the Wu Family Merchant Guild stabilized its position in the central region, Wu Qitian held a product launch event for mobile phones. Within 5 years, mobile phones had successfully spread throughout the entire central region through the Wu Family Merchant Guild. As for Wu Wandao and others, they had already consolidated the guild's foundation and ensured the widespread distribution of mobile phones across the entire territory. Even Ouyang Huang and others recognized how convenient mobile phones were in daily life. Combined with the immense influence of Wuhao, the use of mobile phones was actively promoted among the disciples of the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers. Even this Holy Maiden selection was conducted via mobile phone. It could only be said that the Holy Land of 10,000 Flowers had indeed kept pace with the times. Chapter 45. The exposure of Murong Xue, disciples of the Manhwa Holy Land, are furious. As Murong Huang's words settled, the disciples of the Manhwa Holy Land immediately erupted into a frenzy of voting. Naturally, the voting privileges varied among disciples of different levels. Outer disciples had only 1 vote. Inner disciples had 10 votes. Chosen disciples had 100. Elder disciples from the outer sect possessed 1,000 votes. Elders from the inner sect had 10,000 votes, and guardian elders received 50,000 votes. As Holy Lord, Murong Huang himself commanded 100,000 votes. Of course, relying solely on Murong Huang's own authority wouldn't guarantee Murong Xue the position of Holy Maiden, so he had earlier ordered those aligned with him to vote for Murong Xue. At this point, Emo Tsaihuan and Lin Yihuan were clearly the least popular. After half an hour had passed, they had barely surpassed 10,000 votes, a result only possible because some pitying souls cast their votes out of sympathy. As for Murong Xue and Su Qiaoran, their numbers weren't as dramatically different as expected, only separated by 100,000 votes. Su Qiaoran stood at 200,000 votes while Murong Xue remained at 100,000. Of course, without the arrangement made by Murong Huang, it was likely that Su Qiaoran would have easily received 300,000 votes. Still, the current situation seemed bleak. The gap between Su Qiaoran and Mu Rongshui consistently remained at 100,000 votes, with Mu Rongshui failing to gain any real momentum. Seeing this, Mu Ronghuang ceased to conceal his actions and cast his 100,000 votes directly toward Mu Rongshui. This decision was only made under the assumption that the gap wasn't insurmountable. Otherwise, he would never have openly voted for Mu Rongshui. Yet, right after Mu Ronghuang made his move, the 5 guardian elders followed suit. Of them, 4 supported Su Qiaoran while only 1 sided with Mu Rongshui, pulling Su Qiaoran's total back ahead by 50,000 votes. Quickly, the hour of voting elapsed, and the final rankings were revealed within the Holy Hall of the Holy Land. They were as follows. Emote Saihuan with 20,000 votes ranked last, Lin Yaohuan with 50,000 took third, Mu Rongshui with 350,000 came in second, and Su Qiaoran with 450,000 emerged as the clear first-place candidate. At the sight of this outcome, the disciples of the Manhwa Holy Land erupted into cheers. Senior Apprentice Sister Su, you the best. I always knew she was the true Holy Maiden. Long live Senior Apprentice Sister Su. Thank you for keeping me from Chishi Mountain. I knew it. If Senior Apprentice Sister Su wasn't chosen, I would have seriously suspected the Manhwa Holy Land of corruption. Hearing the jubilant cheers from the disciples, the elders who supported Su Qiaoran displayed satisfied expressions as well. Ever since they'd first seen her, they had admired Su Qiaoran, and they believed that if she truly became the Holy Maiden, she would surely lead the Manhwa Holy Land to renewed greatness, restoring its ancient glory. Mu Ronghuang merely sighed in resignation. Though he had anticipated this scenario, experiencing it directly still brought a twinge of bitterness. Still, he knew he could not risk opposing the entire Manhwa Holy Land just to make his own daughter the Holy Maiden. His power simply did not yet allow such a bold move. Should the Holy Land's disciples choose to leave and defect to other holy sites due to this, it would result in a great loss for the Manhwa Holy Land itself. Thinking along those lines, Mu Ronghuang rose to his feet and prepared to announce Su Qiaoran as the new Holy Maiden of the Manhwa Holy Land. Yet at that very moment, Mu Rongshui, who had been sitting silently with her eyes closed, finally stood up decisively and declared, "Wait, I still have something to say." At Mu Rongshui's sudden movement, Su Qiaoran slightly furrowed her brow, thinking inwardly, so it has come to this. I should prepare for the worst, Mu Ronghuang, on the other hand, perked up. Could his daughter still have another trump card left? Coughing once, Mu Ronghuang then spoke, his tone calm, yet steady. Mu Rongshui, what is it you wish to say now that you have risen? Calmly, Mu Rongshui stepped into the center of the holy hall and slowly turned her gaze to address everyone present. The following matter concerns our beloved Holy Maiden, Su Qiaoran. At these words, clearly implicating Su Qiaoran directly, many of Su Qiaoran's loyal followers grew angry. What is Mu Rongshui even doing now? Feeling so bitter she's about to resort to smearing reputations? Whatever the case, our Holy Maiden Su is simply the best. We will forever protect our beloved Holy Maiden Su. I'd like to see what kind of nonsense can even come from that mutt's mouth. A sea of eyes turned toward Mu Rongshui, many filled with animosity. Everyone was waiting to see just what sort of stunt she would pull now. Yet Mu Rongshui, ignoring the hostility, pulled out a projection stone and turned toward the high-ranking elders of the Manhwa Holy Land, addressing them calmly. Fellow elders, this stone contains a marriage recording involving our beloved Holy Maiden Su. I believe you'd all like to see precisely what she has been deceiving us with. After speaking, before anyone could react, Mu Rongshui directly projected the image stored within the projection stone. An image emerged from the stone, clearly depicting the day Su Qiaoran married Wuhao. Upon seeing the contents of the image, the disciples of the Manhwa Holy Land were stunned. They had never expected that Su Qiaoran was already married. To them, Su Qiaoran was their goddess. Upon learning that she was married, many hearts shattered. Su Qiaoran, upon witnessing the scene, remained visibly calm. Her staying at the Manhwa Holy Land was solely for one purpose, to attain the position of Holy Maiden. From the beginning, she never intended to hide the truth from the people of the Holy Land. She had simply waited until after becoming Holy Maiden to reveal this. It was clear that Mu Rongshui's actions had presented Su Qiaoran with a perfect opportunity to make things public. Before Su Qiaoran could speak, Mu Rongshui continued, her tone aggressively pressing forward. Fellow disciples, you have now all seen it. Su Qiaoran has already married another before even becoming the Holy Maiden. This clearly violates the sacred codes of the Manhwa Holy Land. Personally, I believe she no longer qualifies to become the Holy Maiden. Moreover, I dare to swear on my life that everything in this recording is authentic. If you doubt me, you are all free to verify it yourselves. As Mu Rongshui finished speaking, an uneasy silence fell upon the crowd. However, the scenario Mu Rongshui had imagined, disciples discovering the truth and turning against Su Qiaoran in disgrace, did not unfold. Instead, the crowd spoke out in deep sorrow. Senior Holy Maiden Su, we would never dislike you just because you got married. You must be happy, all right? That's right. If you ever feel wronged, leave that man and come back to us at the Manhwa Holy Land. We will always be your family. Yes, it pains us greatly, but from the bottom of our hearts, we still wish you happiness, Holy Maiden. Go, Senior Holy Maiden Su. You will forever be our best Holy Maiden. Mu Rongshui. Chapter 46. Once Mu Ronghuang speaks, is the outcome already decided? Mu Rongshui seemed to realize something and couldn't help but sneer slightly. That's right, the opinions of the disciples meant little. Although this time the selection of the Holy Maiden involved the disciples in choosing the Holy Maiden they admired, in reality, the final decision still rested in the hands of the higher-ups of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land. Even if all the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land combined their votes, they would only amount to 100,000 votes, so the ultimate authority lay with the leaders of the sect. Thinking of this, Mu Rongshui's eyes couldn't help but shimmer with hope as she looked at her father, Mu Ronghuang. Naturally, Mu Ronghuang understood what his daughter was thinking. He coughed once, and then spoke with firm righteousness. Silence. As Mu Ronghuang spoke, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land present immediately quieted down and turned their attention to him. Without hesitation, Mu Ronghuang continued. Everyone, our disciples of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land have always needed the approval of our elders before marriage, especially the Holy Maiden. But now, Su Qiaoran has rashly married a complete stranger, which already violates the rules of our sacred sect. Therefore, I hereby announce that Su Qiaoran will be stripped of her title as Holy Maiden, and Murong Shui will take her place. Hearing her father's words, Murong Shui's heart swelled with excitement. She looked at Su Qiaoran with eyes full of smugness and provocation. However, at this moment, the great elder spoke. Holy Lord, this action of yours seems a bit inappropriate. Qiaoran is the most extraordinary genius our myriad flowers sacred land has ever had. She hasn't even reached 100 years old yet, and has already broken through to the peak of great sage. I believe we should make an exception for Qiaoran. That's right, Holy Lord. Besides, we haven't even found out who Qiaoran's Dao companion is. If he is also a remarkable genius, I believe we should give Qiaoran a chance to remain the Holy Maiden of our myriad flowers sacred land. The second elder added. Once the great and second elders had spoken, the third and fourth elders also expressed themselves accordingly. That's true. To strip Qiaoran of her title as Holy Maiden simply for this matter is too unfair to her. I agree too. We absolutely must give Qiaoran a chance. Upon hearing the four disciplinary elders step forward, a trace of anger flickered across Murong Huang's face, clearly not expecting that a mere Su Qiaoran could rally support from four disciplinary elders. What exactly is a disciplinary elder? One must reach at least the late Saint Emperor cultivation level to be called a disciplinary elder. In the myriad flowers sacred land, or indeed in any sacred land, one must reach the Saint King level to become an outer sect elder, reach the Jijinjing to become an inner sect elder, and surpass the late Saint Emperor stage to become a disciplinary elder. Among them, except for the great elder and second elder, the other three elders had reached the late Saint Emperor realm. The great elder and second elder had even reached the peak of Saint Emperor. Behind the five great disciplinary elders, only Elder 5 was loyal to Murong Huang. After seeing the others step forward, Elder 5 hurriedly came to Murong Huang's side and said without hesitation, "Everyone, we have been colleagues for so long. You all know the rules of the sect must not be changed. It is precisely because of these rules that our myriad flowers sacred land has remained strong over the years. I admit that Su Qiaoran's talent is indeed the most exceptional among all holy maidens our sect has ever had, but we cannot possibly set a precedent for her. If we casually alter the sect's regulations, where would that leave the authority and dignity of our myriad flowers sacred land? Furthermore, Murong Shui's talent isn't far behind Su Qiaoran's. Letting Murong Shui become the holy maiden doesn't make us lose face. As for Su Qiaoran, we won't punish her for her mistake, but we also cannot allow her to continue as the holy maiden. In my opinion, this is currently the best solution." Upon hearing Elder 5's words, the second elder immediately snapped back in anger. Get lost. Is there really a comparison here? Qiaoran and Murong Shui are around the same age, yet one is at the peak of great sage while the other barely reached Saint King peak. They're incomparable. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't say much. But now you're about to kill off a promising talent. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? Let me make myself absolutely clear today. If Su Qiaoran is no longer named Holy Maiden, I have no interest in remaining in the myriad flowers sacred land anymore. As the second elder finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. None of them expected the second elder to go to such lengths for Su Qiaoran. When Murong Huang heard these words, his expression subtly changed, becoming slightly dark as he said coldly, "Second elder, if you retract what you said just now, I can pretend I never heard it. Do you know where you are? Do you think this myriad flowers sacred land is someplace ordinary?" Before the second elder could speak again, the great elder calmly comforted him first, and then spoke himself. "Holy Lord, handling Su Qiaoran in this manner is truly inappropriate. If Su Qiaoran's talent were ordinary, we wouldn't have anything to say. But even you, Holy Lord, when you were her age, were only at the saint realm. Considering Qiaoran's talent, it's not impossible for her to lead our myriad flowers sacred land to an unprecedented peak. Therefore, I suggest we be lenient in her punishment. As for that Dao companion of hers, whether he lives or dies doesn't matter much. Most importantly, we must ensure that Su Qiaoran continues to willingly remain a disciple of our myriad flowers sacred land." As the great elder finished speaking, he inexplicably felt a sudden chill. However, he quickly dismissed it. He was already at the late Dingdi realm. Throughout the entire Xintian realm, aside from those at the Holy Lord level, who else could possibly threaten him? It must have been just an illusion. After hearing the great elder's words, Murong Huang also couldn't help but fall into contemplation. It was only after a long while that he finally spoke. "Since that is the case, then I will have Su Qiaoran become my personal disciple. As for the title of Holy Maiden, Su Qiaoran is no longer qualified for it. Thus, let Murong Shui become the new Holy Maiden." Although the great elder and others hesitated slightly at Murong Huang's decision, they didn't object. After all, what they wanted was for Su Qiaoran to remain useful to their myriad flowers sacred land. A genius of this caliber, if allowed to grow, could potentially allow their myriad flowers sacred land to surpass the other three sacred lands and become the strongest power in the Xintian realm. Naturally, they still didn't know about the strength of the Wu Merchant Guild, otherwise, they wouldn't have even dared to entertain such a strange thought. After reaching a decision, Murong Huang then turned to face everyone present, fixing his gaze on Su Qiaoran as he spoke. Now, after discussions between this Holy Lord and the various elders, it has been unanimously decided that Su Qiaoran is no longer suitable to hold the position of Holy Maiden. Therefore, it has been decided that Murong Shui shall become the new Holy Maiden. As for Su Qiaoran, it has been decided that I, the Holy Lord, shall personally take you as my disciple. I wonder, Su Qiaoran, are you willing? Chapter 47. I refuse. Murong Huang takes action to suppress. Upon hearing Murong Huang's words, the disciples present became highly agitated, considering the decision extremely unreasonable. After all, from the very beginning, they had expressed confusion regarding the Wanhua Shengdi's practice of assessing disciples' destined companions. But since it was the Wanhua Shengdi, they assumed there must be some rationale behind it, and out of fear of the Shengdi's power, no one had stood up against it. However, now that this Zhenggui was affecting Su Xingnu, naturally they wouldn't stand idly by anymore. After all, she was the Shengnu they had acknowledged. Murong Huang, however, disregarded their feelings. Disciples would eventually accept things with time. The most important matter at present was Su Qiaoran's stance. Should she agree, the secondary senior might still remain. But if she refused, no matter what, she would have to be eliminated. Su Qiaoran only bowed her head in silence for a moment before lifting her gaze toward Murong Huang and others, eyes filled with coldness, as she scornfully laughed. So, I never knew that the Holy Master and the rest of you were so hypocritical. Just because I married someone, you stripped me of my eligibility to be the Sheng'er. Yet this mere Murong Shui, whose talent is far inferior to mine, and whose looks pale in comparison, why should she qualify as Sheng'er? If this is truly the attitude of the Shengdi, then I refuse. At this point, Su Qiaoran's gaze toward Murong Huang and the others was extremely resolute, showing no sign of backing down as she spoke. Furthermore, based on her understanding of the Wanhua Shengdi, she suspected this matter would not end here so easily, perhaps even resulting in the killing of her husband. Had she known beforehand that the people of the Wanhua Shengdi were like this, she would have much rather followed her husband and lived together in the southern territory from the start. As Su Qiaoran finished speaking, the disciples outside shouted excitedly, "Holy Mistress Su, magnificent, truly worthy of being my most esteemed Sheng'ef. Go Sheng'ef. No matter what happens, I recognize you alone as the Sheng'ef. Who even is this trash, called Murong Shui? If the sect truly treats people like this, then there's no need to remain in this Wanhua Shengdi any longer." Murong Huang and the others heard Su Qiaoran's response, and their faces darkened with anger. Brazen. Su Qiaoran, how dare you? I'm only acting according to the sect's rules. Allowing you to remain here despite this is already a great mercy. And yet you not only show no gratitude, but dare speak so rebelliously. Are you seeking death? Throughout the history of the Wanhua Shengdi, there had indeed been sure candidates who had resisted, secretly betrothing themselves to others without the Shengdi's approval, yet all of them ended without exception in the same way, stripped of their cultivation, stripped of their status as singer, and ultimately meeting tragic ends. Meanwhile, inside, Murong Shui inwardly cried out fiercely, "Keep going, Su Qiaoran. Let me see you get stripped of your powers and become the shame of everyone. Death? Then so be it. If the Holy Master and others insist on this course, from this day onward, I, Su Qiaoran, will officially leave the Wanhua Shengdi." Becoming Su had been the goal assigned to Su Qiaoran from the very moment she had been adopted as a child by the Neiman elder of the Shengdi, and she had lived her life toward that goal for all these years. One could say that becoming the Sheng'er had become Su Qiaoran's obsession. But now, if she had to choose between being the Sheng'er and saving her husband, she realized that perhaps the title of Sheng'er wasn't as important anymore. As her words fell, everyone present was stunned. Obviously, none had expected Su Qiaoran to make such a choice. In the next moment, an elder stood up and approached Su Qiaoran, staring at her, his face filled with anger. "Su Qiaoran, was I the one who raised you just for you to act like this? Now go and apologize to the Holy Master and the others. Beg for their forgiveness. Only then may your life be spared." The one who stood forward was Lin Tianyi, the same intersect elder who had raised Su Qiaoran, a cultivation expert at the peak of Zhegan. But now, he was extremely anxious inside. Though there was no blood relationship between them, he had raised her himself and long considered her as his true daughter, and he naturally could not bear to see her die before his eyes. Thinking thus, Lin Tianyi turned to Murong Huang and the others and said, "Holy Master, fellow elders and guardians, please grant me this one small favor." Qiaoran only spoke out of a fit of anger, so please allow me to take her back and let her calm herself for a while. Saying so, Lin Tianyi intended to lead Su Qiaoran out of the hall. Su Qiaoran naturally could see that her adoptive father was acting for her own good, so she had no choice but to allow him to lead her out. But how could Murong Huang possibly swallow such an insult? Not long ago, he had already suffered humiliation at Wuhao's hands, and now, there was no way he would endure another humiliation. The next moment, Murong Huang's furious voice followed closely. "Lin Elder, you want me to give you face? Where would you get such face from me? Do you really think I'll let this go? If you want to stop this, you'll have to withstand one move from me. Otherwise, Su Qiaoran will be expelled from the Wanhua Shengdi." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's pupils trembled visibly. He clearly hadn't expected Murong Huang to actually say such a thing. After all, considering Qiaoran's talent, she could at least break through to the peak of Dindi, perhaps even reach Emperor Cultivation. And all these years he had worked diligently within the Wanhua Shengdi. Was it truly that he held no prestige whatsoever in Murong Huang's eyes? Lin Tianyi knew that if he accepted Murong Huang's move, he would undoubtedly face death. But if he didn't intervene, it would be Qiaoran who would die instead. Thinking this, Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and looked at Murong Huang, saying, "Holy Master, I accept your single move. Go ahead and strike." Upon hearing this, Murong Huang's expression turned even darker. Originally, he had only hoped Lin Tianyi would know his place and stop interfering with Su Qiaoran. But now that Lin Tianyi had gone this far, if he himself didn't act, then it would be his own face being lost instead. Thinking this, Murong Huang no longer hesitated and immediately struck forward with a single palm. This palm contained merely 10% of his full strength, and whether Lin Tianyi survived would depend entirely on his own luck. Chapter 48. Wuhao acts, Murong Huang dies. Although it was merely one layer of strength, it was still a layer of an Indi peak expert. Lin Tianyi, a Druzhen peak cultivator, simply couldn't block it. Therefore, Lin Tianyi had already prepared himself for death. However, Su Qiaoran had no intention of letting Lin Tianyi die. With a sigh, she said, "Husband, aren't you planning to act yet?" Everyone was puzzled by Su Qiaoran's words at first, but the next second they understood. A figure appeared in front of Lin Tianyi. Simply by reaching out a hand, the attack from Murong Huang instantly dispersed into the heavens and earth. This scene shocked everyone present. None of them had expected someone to dare to intervene and save Lin Tianyi in front of Murong Huang. After all, Murong Huang was now in a furious rage. Who would dare save Lin Tianyi, regardless of Murong Huang's anger? Murong Huang was indeed furious, but the moment he saw Wu Hao's face, his heart jolted and his body couldn't help but slightly tremble. How could he possibly forget? He could never forget. 10 years ago today, Wu Hao had struck him and the other 3 holy masters like dogs, and they hadn't even had the ability to fight back. But the surrounding elders hadn't noticed Murong Huang's reaction. After seeing someone actually block Murong Huang's attack, especially the elders who usually held grudges against Lin Tianyi, they shouted in anger, "Youngster, who exactly are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of our myriad flower holy land? Do you not fear that the Holy Master will angrily erase you here and now? That's right. Don't think you're impressive just because you blocked the Holy Master's attack. In fact, the Holy Master used merely one layer of strength. Don't pretend you're unscathed when, in reality, you must already be gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Holy Master, I beg the Holy Master to kill this rogue and preserve the reputation of our myriad flower holy land. Requesting the Holy Master to act for the honor of our myriad flower holy land. Many elders began to shout their pleas. However, Murong Huang currently had the thought to kill them all himself. Challenge Wuhao? Did he have the guts? Even the four holy masters, with the imperial weapon, were no match for Wuhao. Now, how could he possibly be Wuhao's match? Silence. Murong Huang suddenly roared furiously, making the elders who had spoken moments ago glance at each other in confusion and shock. On Wuhao's side, seeing that someone had come to his rescue and connecting it with Su Qiaoran's previous words, Lin Tianyi turned to Su Qiaoran in inquiry. Qiaoran, is this your Dao companion? Master, this is my Dao companion. Looking at Wuhao's back, Su Qiaoran said with deep affection in her eyes. Although Lin Tianyi didn't know Wuhao's cultivation level, judging from his casual block of Murong Huang's attack, Wuhao's power couldn't possibly be low. But what of it? Remembering that the Holy Master had not fully unleashed his power just now, and that he wielded the imperial weapon, unless Wuhao was a great emperor himself, there was absolutely no way he could match the Holy Master. Just as Lin Tianyi was preparing to plead for mercy for Wuhao from Murong Huang, unexpectedly, Murong Huang quickly approached Wuhao. To everyone's surprise, upon arriving beside Wuhao, Murong Huang immediately bowed deeply without saying a word. Senior, I was previously unaware that the Holy Maiden's Dao companion was you, and I have committed many offenses. Had I known that the Holy Maiden's Dao companion was you, I would certainly never have refused. Please allow Myriad Flower Holy Land a chance. Bowing his head, Murong Huang swallowed hard. He well knew how powerful Wuhao was, which was precisely why he felt even more frightened. If Wuhao became furious because of Su Qiaoran, it might bring a calamity upon the entire Myriad Flower Holy Land. Murong Huang's behavior left everyone in shock. Obviously, even though they weren't bright, at this moment, they could clearly tell that Murong Huang's respectful attitude toward Wuhao was definitely due to Wuhao's immense power, something that Murong Huang dared not provoke. Certainly not because Murong Huang had lost his mind and foolishly apologized to some unknown nobody. Nearby, the expressions of the five elders, the guardian elders, were particularly grave. They could feel that not a trace of aura emanated from Wuhao's body. That wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could achieve, unless he had reached the level of a great emperor. Thinking of this, all five guardian elders involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. A living great emperor? After all, there was currently no living great emperor in the entire Xintian realm. Even the four great holy lands only relied on their possession of the imperial weapons to stand up to a great emperor. Yet in truth, if a great emperor truly appeared, even the four holy lands might not be able to resist him. From this, one could clearly see the terror of a great emperor. If the person standing before them was truly a living great emperor, then Murong Huang's respectful attitude was indeed perfectly reasonable. The surrounding environment had become extremely quiet the moment Murong Huang lowered his head in apology, so silent that everyone could only hear the pounding of their own hearts. But clearly, Wuhao would not easily forgive Murong Huang. With a calm expression, he spoke. Think you can just apologize and I'll have to forgive you? Where is it written that things should be so convenient for you? Fine then, since you used one layer of strength on Elder Lin just now, how about you receive one layer of strength from me in return? If you survive it, I'll let this go. What do you think? Upon hearing Wuhao's words, Murong Huang's expression turned extremely grim. After all, only moments earlier, Wuhao had also said he used just one layer of strength. Yet back then, he and the other three holy masters had been unable to withstand it. Could he, alone now, really hold up? But he had no choice in the matter. If he refused, Wuhao might massacre the entire Myriad Flower Holy Land. Thinking this, Murong Huang inhaled deeply and, after some hesitation, turned to Wuhao and agreed. I accept. I beg Senior to keep to your word. In Murong Huang's mind, Wuhao's power couldn't possibly have surpassed that of a great emperor in merely 10 years. Chances were he hadn't truly transcended. One layer of strength would definitely wound him gravely, but it was still better than Wuhao breaking all rules and unleashing his full power to kill him directly. With this in mind, the next second saw Wuhao and Murong Huang appear in the sky above the Myriad Flower Holy Land. As Murong Huang summoned forth the divine weapon, Buddha's Wrath Tang Lian, and prepared himself, Wuhao finally acted. With just a single finger strike, Wuhao shattered everything Murong Huang had prepared. Even the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lian, the Myriad Flower Holy Land's greatest pride, was crushed under that single finger. That strike instantly killed Murong Huang. One could say this was Wuhao's mercy, a death without a single moment of pain. The people below in the Myriad Flower Holy Land were all deeply shocked when they witnessed this. They never expected their holy master to be killed by a mere finger strike even while wielding the divine weapon. Though none dared to ask whether Wuhao had truly used only one layer of strength, no one dared question it now, terrified that Wuhao might strike them with a finger as well. After eliminating Murong Huang, Wuhao returned to the spot before Su Qiaoran. The expression in Su Qiaoran's eyes was full of shock. She never expected her husband to be so powerful. Originally, Su Qiaoran had thought Wuhao was only at the Dindi peak, but now it was obvious. He had broken through to the legendary realm of a great emperor. Though she was very curious how her husband had reached the Dindi realm, Su Qiaoran dismissed the urge to ask. If her husband wished to tell her, he would. There was no need for her to inquire. Chapter 49. Let him be the Holy Master. Do you have any objections? What? Do any of you have objections? Wuhao walked to the front of Su Qiaoran, pulled her into his embrace, and then looked at the five elders not far away. Obviously, a trace of resentment appeared in each of their expressions. It was acceptable if Wuhao just killed Murong Huang, but the divine weapon was much more valuable than an upper emperor peak cultivator. The divine weapon had also been destroyed by Wuhao, meaning the foundation of Myriad Blossom's holy land was ruined. It would probably no longer be able to stand among the four holy lands. How could the five elders not be furious? But because Wuhao's power was too formidable, they could only put on a forced smile. No, none at all. Senior, you did well. We've long been displeased with Murong Huang. We are fortunate that Senior took action to kill him. Otherwise we would have also acted to eliminate him ourselves. You better mean that. Wuhao smiled faintly at them, then turned to face Lin Tianyi, speaking with extreme sincerity. Thank you for taking care of Qiaoran all these years. Then, Wuhao bowed deeply to Lin Tianyi, which startled the latter, who hurriedly helped Wuhao up, flustered. There is no need, fellow Taoist. Having taken care of her all these years, I've come to regard Qiaoran as my own daughter. I did only what I must. Upon hearing that, Wuhao shook his head and replied with utmost sincerity. That's different. If not for you, I might not have met my Qiaoran. Since the Myriad Blossoms Holy Land currently lacks a holy master, how about you take the position? This was the best way Wuhao could repay Lin Tianyi. After becoming the Holy Master of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land, he would use his resources to help Lin Tianyi break through to Upper Emperor, or even Emperor. This could be considered repaying the kindness Lin Tianyi had shown Qiaoran throughout the years. However, upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi instinctively refused. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing, Uncle Lin, just call me Wuhao. Wuhao stated very seriously. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi could only sigh before speaking. Wuhao, with my current strength and experience, I am still not fit to take the position of the Holy Master of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. Please withdraw this suggestion. Wuhao, however, shook his head. Once a decision was made, it would not be changed. The 5 elders in the distance were initially furious after hearing Wuhao's words, but soon they realized something, their eyes lighting up. That's right, Lin Tianyi now was no ordinary peak Zhuzhen. He had Wuhao, an emperor, standing behind him. If Lin Tianyi became the Holy Master of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land, wouldn't it mean that Wuhao would become the land's patron? Upon this thought, the Grand Elder took the lead, stepping forward fearlessly toward Lin Tianyi and declaring, Master Lin, in my opinion, you are the most suitable candidate for the new Holy Master of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. Please don't decline further. Wu Senior has his own reason for doing this. Yes, Master Lin, do accept this. Actually, now we should call you Holy Master Lin. The other elders also stepped forward in agreement. After all, trading Murong Huang for the patronage of an emperor was a tremendous profit for the Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. Murong Huang himself probably never imagined that the people of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land would so quickly transition from mourning his loss to joy at having gained the backing of an emperor. Hearing such strong encouragement from so many, Lin Tianyi hesitated and turned towards Su Qiaoran. Qiaoran, what do you think I should do? Master, please accept it. Su Qiaoran smiled in Wu Hao's embrace. Upon hearing his own daughter's words, Lin Tianyi had no reason left to refuse, and finally nodded his head in agreement. Thus, Lin Tianyi became the new Holy Master of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. Meanwhile, Murong Xue's eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept the situation, how the Myriad Blossoms Holy Land was even apologizing politely after losing her father. No, I disagree. How can you face my father after this? He died for the sake of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. How could you select a new Holy Master so quickly? Even for the sake of my father, at the very least, you should wait for some time before selecting a new Holy Master. Murong Xue stepped forward, emotionally breaking down. But the Grand Elder only coldly snorted as he looked at her. How dare you say that? Isn't all of this due to him offending Senior Wu? All of this is entirely his own doing. And you? These two are clearly a perfect match, Wu Senior and Holy Maiden Su. Why are you interfering here? Saying this, the Grand Elder ignored the look of disbelief in Murong Xue's eyes and turned towards Su Qiaoran, speaking with utmost seriousness. Holy Maiden Su, you are truly the most deserving one this time. May I ask if you are willing to become the Holy Maiden of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land once again? At this moment, the Grand Elder's tone was extremely obsequious. After all, Su Qiaoran herself wasn't important. What mattered was that her Dao companion was an emperor. If Su Qiaoran could become the Holy Maiden, then from this day forward, Myriad Blossoms Holy Land would immediately rise to become the foremost among the 4 Holy Lands. However, Su Qiaoran had long since lost any desire to become the Holy Maiden. She shook her head and replied, Forget it. I no longer have any intention of becoming the Holy Maiden. After seeing through the true nature of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land, Su Qiaoran had abandoned the idea of becoming its Holy Maiden. Moreover, her original plan had been to become the Holy Maiden merely to be closer with Wuhao. But now that Wuhao had already stepped forward publicly, there was no point in her becoming the Holy Maiden anymore. Upon hearing Su Qiaoran's response, the Grand Elder was about to say something else when he noticed Wuhao staring at him coldly, eyes full of silent menace. It was clear that if he dared to utter another word, Wuhao's wrath would befall him. Realizing this, the Grand Elder could only let out a sigh and reluctantly agree. Since this is the decision of Holy Maiden Su, we shall respect it. However, should you ever feel tired, the doors of Myriad Blossoms Holy Land will always remain open for you. As for you, Murong Xue, because you slandered Holy Maiden Su, we will revoke your status as Holy Maiden and replace you with Lin Yahuan as the new Holy Maiden. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Murong Xue's expression was filled with disbelief. Enraged, she shouted, How dare you? I am the rightful Holy Maiden this time. I am the most gifted one. What is Lin Yahuan? She can't even compare to me. Lin Yahuan, who had originally been spectating nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock, clearly unable to believe the sudden surge of good fortune at first. However, after quickly recovering, she immediately replied, her voice filled with excitement. Thank you so much, honorable elders. I, Lin Yahuan, swear that I will faithfully fulfill the duties of the Holy Maiden and will never bring shame to Myriad Blossoms Holy Land. Chapter 50, Return Home. No matter how furious Murong Xue became, she could not change the decision of the Elder Protectors. After all, the entire incident had originated from her. Murong Xue, because of you, we've encountered such a huge trouble. Therefore, we now strip you of your cultivation powers and expel you from the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Do you have any objections? The Grand Elder looked at Murong Xue with an indifferent gaze as he spoke, deciding her fate in one sentence. At this moment, Murong Xue understood that everything was already over. If she insisted on being unreasonably defiant, she might truly be executed right here. Even if exiled from the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land after being stripped of her powers, given her foundations, she could soon restore her Saint Realm cultivation within this realm. With her talent, she could achieve a high status in another holy land, and possibly even break through to the quasi-emperor level, eventually avenging herself someday. Thinking thus, although extremely angry, Mu Rongxue could only grit her teeth and nod in agreement. The next moment, the Grand Elder acted directly. Terrifying quasi-emperor power poured onto Mu Rongxue's body, stripping away all her cultivation powers. Her face progressively aged step by step. She had originally been a person in her 90s. Without formidable cultivation as support, she would naturally become an elderly person on the brink of death. However, Mu Rongxue did not utter a word. After all, her foundation and roots were still there. Given time, she would quickly regain the Saint Realm. Besides, she refused to believe that besides the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, there was no place left in the entire Xintian world that could accept her. When the opportunity came, she would definitely make everyone pay the price. She would ensure that everyone present today would realize that the mistake was not hers, but rather the world's. Esteemed elders, may I leave now? Mu Rongxue had no desire to linger in this sorrowful place, so she turned and began walking away step by step. The elders present did not attempt to stop her, since in their opinion, Mu Rongxue's crimes did not warrant death. This was already the most appropriate punishment. But just as Mu Rongxue was about to leave, Wuhao spoke up. Stop. Upon hearing Wuhao's voice, Mu Rongxue paused momentarily, and all those present turned to look at him in curiosity, wondering what the young master intended to do. Mu Rongxue also slowly turned around, facing Wuhao with a respectful expression and inquiring, Senior Wu, may I ask if there is anything you wish to say? Needless to say, although Mu Rongxue had now transformed into an elderly woman, she still retained her beauty, and the elegance and charm of her appearance remained evident. Mu Rongxue believed that as long as she showed sufficient humility, Wuhao wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her. However, Mu Rongxue was mistaken. Wuhao was simply immune to emotional manipulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struck by a car for helping an old lady cross the street and then lucked his way into the Xintian world. Looking at the Mu Rongxue before him, Wuhao sneered coldly, speaking with a detached tone. Just now was merely settling the old accounts between you and the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land. Now it's time to settle the debts between you and my wife. Isn't that right, dear? Wuhao turned to look at his wife, and Su Qiaoran also lifted her head slightly and nodded with a smile. Yes. Then Su Qiaoran turned her gaze towards Mu Rongxue, speaking with intense, killing intent in her voice. Mu Rongxue, 70 years ago, you sent assassins after me when I went out to train. However, I was lucky and survived, meeting my one true love along the way. Originally, I didn't intend to hold it against you, since if it hadn't been for you, I might never have met my husband. However, after returning to the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, you kept provoking me, repeatedly sending assassins against me. But I survived through sheer luck and ability, and 9 years ago in the Grand Secret Realm, you even sent the 3 rapist brothers to hunt me down. If it hadn't been for my grandson-in-law being present, I probably would have died. The grudge between you and me is one that cannot end unless one of us dies. Unless you die today, this affair will never end. Hearing Su Qiaoran's words, Mu Rongxue's pupils shrank dramatically, obviously never expecting Su Qiaoran to reveal all these details. Meanwhile, disciples outside who overheard Su Qiaoran's words seemed to remember something, their expressions subtly changing. Oh right, I remember now, 70 years ago, Senior Su did disappear for 5 entire years before returning. Exactly, back then, many people spread rumors within the Holy Land that Senior Su had died and wouldn't return, but those false stories ceased when Senior Su came back. Wow, if what Senior Su says is true, then Mu Rongxue really is heartless and cruel. Mom was right as always. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the more deceptive she might be. Who'd have thought such a beautiful person like Mu Rongxue could still be so treacherous? Truly, a woman's heart can be the most venomous. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Mu Rongxue fixed a murderous gaze upon Su Qiaoran. She had already realized that from the moment Wuhao stood up, today would surely be her day to die. Thinking of this, Mu Rongxue turned her gaze towards Su Qiaoran, her voice brimming with killing intent. Su Qiaoran, today you have won. But I, Mu Rongxue, will never admit defeat. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely come back for you. Definitely. Having said that, Mu Rongxue yielded Zuzhe Xingtiandiala, Zai Chong Suoyo Rinda Manchan. Looking at this scene, Su Qiaoran felt a deep sense of satisfaction within her heart. She didn't feel she had done anything wrong. After all, if she hadn't been superior in ability, it would have been her who died instead. Wuhao, with a mere thought, reduced Mu Rongxue's body to dust, vanishing without a trace. With his red dust immortal cultivation, it was obvious to him that Mu Rongxue was truly dead, utterly dead, beyond any possibility of resurrection. Alright everyone, now that everything here is resolved, my wife and I must be going. Wuhao, holding Su Qiaoran in his arms, turned to face the elder protectors and spoke. Then, he looked toward Lin Tianyi and took out a storage ring. Uncle Lin, inside this ring are some cultivation resources sufficient for you to break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. If you encounter any issues you cannot resolve, contact me. This is my WeChat ID. After saying this, Wuhao handed the storage ring to Lin Tianyi, then took out his mobile phone and added Lin Tianyi on WeChat as a contact. This act by Wuhao was essentially a public declaration to the elder protectors that Lin Tianyi was under his protection. If they didn't wish to die, they should loyally support Lin Tianyi's rise as the new holy master. The elders naturally understood Wuhao's intentions. They couldn't help but sigh, but ultimately, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Although they had lost one imperial artifact, they had gained the backing of an emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, if they pleased Wuhao sufficiently, they might even obtain from him the methods to break through to the emperor realm. After finishing all that needed to be done, Wuhao, holding Su Qiaoran, smiled and said, "Wife, we're going home. Husband, let's go home." Chapter 51, Wu Rulong, filled with excitement. The new chosen one of heavenly mandate. Inside the Wu clan's merchant guild in the southern domain, Wu Rulong was busily handling affairs for the guild. After 10 years of steady cultivation, Wu Rulong had successfully advanced to the early stage of Great Sage. Considering he possessed only an upper-tier spirit root, breaking through to the early stage of Great Sage within 10 years was already quite an achievement. Ugh, this is really giving me a headache. Wu Rulong stretched and continued his work when he suddenly received a mental transmission from his father, Wuhao. Come home quickly, your mother has returned. Upon receiving the message, Wu Rulong froze momentarily, then excitement quickly flashed across his face. What? Mother has returned. After learning this news, Wu Rulong immediately abandoned his work without hesitation and rushed straight back home. Truth be told, the Wu Merchant Guild was nothing more than a casual pastime to him. If there wasn't yet a successor to take over, he probably would have quit a long time ago. Meanwhile, the Wu clan members who were cultivating in the southern domain also hurried back to the clan upon hearing this news. Part of the reason was to see grandmother Su Qiaoran. But more importantly, they were eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious old ancestor Wuhao, the person who led the Wu clan to its glorious height. At the Wu clan residence, Wuhao had already returned together with Su Qiaoran. The Wu clan residence referred to here was the secluded mountain dwelling where Wuhao and Su Qiaoran had lived previously. Wu Rulong and others were naturally aware of this, so as soon as they learned that Wuhao had brought back Su Qiaoran, they all hurried toward the remote mountain residence of the Wu clan. When Wu Rulong finally returned to the family estate, he saw Wuhao and Su Qiaoran sitting on a swing chair suspended from the big tree in the courtyard. Both of them wore nostalgic expressions, clearly reminiscing about the days they had once lived here. Husband, do you remember how you pursued me first? Of course I do. Back then, I had planned to settle nearby when I unexpectedly found you unconscious in a river not far away, so I carried you back home. Wuhao smiled slightly at the memory. He still remembered how, after discovering that his own talent was rather mediocre, he chose to live deep in this mountain. It was all about seeking peace and contentment. Then one day, while out and about, he encountered Su Qiaoran floating in the river. Without hesitation, Wuhao had saved her and brought her back home to recover. With his silver tongue, he managed to win her heart and eventually marry her. Su Qiaoran, clearly recalling something herself, blushed slightly before playfully punching Wuhao's arm. You still talk about it. At first, I thought you were a good man. Never would I have imagined that your rescue came with ulterior motives. Hehe, if I didn't have those motives, how could I have ended up with the best wife in the entire Xintian realm? Wuhao shamelessly responded, causing Su Qiaoran to blush once more. Honestly, no one quite knew why she always blushed so easily. But in any case, Wu Rulong standing not far away finally couldn't take it anymore and coughed slightly. Father. At this, Wuhao and Su Qiaoran snapped back to reality. Su Qiaoran's expression became serious, but her eyes shot Wuhao a rather sulky glare, clearly blaming him for embarrassing her in front of her son. After they composed themselves, Wu Rulong approached with Wu Qingquan and others, and stood before the couple. As he looked at Su Qiaoran sitting beside his father, countless emotions stirred within him. In his heart, Wu Rulong had always held a lingering resentment towards Su Qiaoran. After all, because of her, he had never received even the smallest bit of maternal affection during his childhood. Even after learning that she had left to protect them from potential revenge by enemies, traces of that resentment remained, albeit somewhat weakened. Initially, Wu Rulong had steeled himself not to forgive Su Qiaoran upon this reunion. However, when they finally met, he found that he just couldn't hold onto the hatred for his own mother. His eyes moistened as he called out to Su Qiaoran, his voice cracking slightly. Mother, it must have been hard for you all these years. Su Qiaoran's eyes moistened too as she stood up and pulled Wu Rulong into her embrace. Wu Rulong couldn't help but sob, and soon, the tears turned into uncontrollable crying. Who understood his pain? Wuhao only ever cared about pushing him to cultivate. He had longed for a mother's love. After crying in his mother's arms for some time, Wu Rulong finally calmed down a little. He wiped his eyes and then spoke. So, this time you have returned, will you leave again? I won't leave again. This time, I'm staying for good. All matters are settled, and it's finally time for me to stay at home and watch over my children. Su Qiaoran's face was filled with tenderness, stirring emotions deep within Wu Rulong. Could this be the legendary maternal love he had always longed for? However, before Wu Rulong could say anything else, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the distant Luri city, but Wuhao immediately stepped in and suppressed it directly. So only Wu Rulong and those nearby had witnessed it. Husband, what just happened? Su Qiaoran's expression quickly turned serious as she turned to Wuhao, curiously asking. Wuhao, on the other hand, replied with a faint smile in his tone. Nothing serious, just that you've gained a great-grandson. The birth was a bit dramatic, that's all. Suddenly, Wu Rulong seemed to remember something and spoke. Oh right, today was when Wangu's wife was due to give birth. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran's face lit up with joy as well. If she couldn't have a grandson, she could at least raise a great-grandson. Thinking of this, Su Qiaoran looked at Wu Hao and said, Husband, let's go back. I'd like to see what kind of person my great-grandson is. Wu Hao naturally had this in mind as well. He waved his hand and led Wu Rulong and the others back to the Wu clan residence. At this time, within the Wu family, Wu Qingquan and others had already gathered together. They had all learned that Wu Hao had returned, and also that Wangu's wife was about to give birth. Thus, they all wanted to come and see what kind of person their nephew was going to be. Father, grandfather. When Wu Qingquan and others saw Wu Rulong and Wu Hao enter, they immediately stood up, their voices filled with deep respect. After speaking, Wu Qingquan and the others noticed Su Qiaoran standing beside Wu Hao and quickly deduced her identity. They quickly stepped forward to greet her. Grandmother. Upon hearing Wu Qingquan and others calling her grandmother, Su Qiaoran felt a sense of disbelief within. After all, she wasn't even 100 years old yet. How could she have become a grandmother, even a great-grandmother so soon? If she had been an ordinary person, this age might make sense, but she was a cultivator, even a top-tier great sage cultivator. Still, Su Qiaoran quickly accepted that these young people were indeed her grandsons. After all, earlier in the Haodong secret realm, she had even met her own great-grandson. So you are Qingquan, Xianyuan, Wangu, and Qinlong. Other than Wu Wandao, Wu Tingkun, Wu Qitian, and Wu Shuiying, who had gone to the other 4 domains, all the 3rd-generation members of the Wu clan had gathered here. As for the 4th generation, Wu Yifan was currently being chased and hunted, while Wu Yidao, possessing extraordinary talent, had entered a top-tier sect to learn under a master. Chapter 52, Wu Li. As Wu Hao and others waited anxiously, the midwife soon walked out holding a small, adorable infant. Master Lord, it's a boy. The midwife handed the baby into Wu Wangu's arms. Looking at the child in his embrace, Wu Wangu felt a rush of emotions. He certainly hadn't expected to become a father so soon. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had already brought up the information panel of his great-grandson. Name, temporary. Destiny, heaven's chosen, immortal emperor reincarnation. Talent, low-grade spirit root. Physique, time-space divine body. Note, this child's nature is extremely steady. His innate immortal treasure is currently missing. Looking at the panel of his great-grandson, Wu Hao's expression grew quite solemn. In fact, for a heaven's chosen, talent was never much of a concern. Take the widely revered Han Heavenly Venerable for example. He had been looked down upon at the start of his cultivation journey, yet eventually became witty. Besides, as long as one was a heaven's chosen, the system would never focus on talent, granting feedback directly at a millionfold rate. Parents, why don't you give my son a name? Wu Wangu, holding his son, came before Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran, his face extremely serious as he made the request. After glancing at his wife, Wu Hao suggested, Wife, since you've returned, why don't you name this great-grandson of ours? Upon hearing that, Su Qiaoran's eyes lit up. She nodded in agreement, and, while gazing thoughtfully at the baby in front of her, a certain name somehow appeared in her mind after a while. Let's name him Wu Li. I hope he will soar like a mighty tree, having a smooth and prosperous life. Is that so? Thank you, Grandma, for bestowing this name. Wu Wangu said excitedly. He took his son back from Su Qiaoran, but soon after, he sensed something and looked toward Wu Hao with a serious expression. Grandfather, I can feel there is another powerful energy inside Lear. Do you know what this power is? Upon hearing Wu Wangu's words, everyone turned to look at Wu Hao, who, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. That is correct. Your perception is accurate. Wu Li indeed possesses a unique constitution. His is the legendary time-space divine body. It is said that when cultivated to a high level, one can control the Tao of both time and space. When Wu Wangu heard that his son possessed such a terrifying constitution, he first looked shocked, but quickly turned ecstatic. After all, his elder and second brother's descendants all had similarly terrifying constitutions. If his own son didn't have one, wouldn't that be embarrassing? As for talent, although Wu Wangu did know that his son only had a low-grade spirit root, nowadays the Wu family was never short on resources. Wasn't his fourth younger brother, Wu Qinlong, also born with a low-grade spirit root? Yet through the massive investment from the Wu family, he had forcefully evolved from a low-grade to a high-grade spirit root. Under Wu Hao's strong promotion, there was practically no one in the Wu family left with a low-grade spirit root anymore, and even medium-grade spirit roots were extremely rare. Wangu, how about you let me raise your son? Looking at the cute and delicate Wu Li before her, Su Qiaoran's face revealed a gentle glow. After all, she was already a great-grandmother, or even a great-great-grandmother by now. She had never raised a child before, and here was a perfect opportunity. Su Qiaoran, who lacked childcare experience, naturally wished to experience this. Upon hearing that, Wu Wangu was first stunned but then quickly agreed excitedly. Grandma, we accept your offer. Though he didn't know exactly what realm his grandmother was in, judging from his grandfather's strength, as a woman capable of capturing the old man's heart, Grandma's power couldn't possibly be weak. Besides, Grandma wasn't taking his son all the way back to the central domain. He could visit any time within the Wu family compound. Even the two monstrous geniuses, Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao, had not been raised by the grandfather. They had only started training under his guidance after becoming cultivators themselves. In comparison, letting his son be raised by Grandma was already sufficient explanation as to who was stronger and who was weaker. As for Wu Wangu's wife, though slightly reluctant after learning this, she still nodded in agreement. Following Su Qiaoran's tutelage would ensure their son could climb higher in the future. As for Wu Hao himself, he had no particular objection, as long as the little one didn't interrupt him and his wife's baby-making practices. Considering his current situation, Wu Hao guessed that even if he and his wife engaged in intimate relations for 100 years straight, they still might not conceive. According to the cultivation rules, the more powerful the cultivators were, the harder it became to have offspring. Now that he had already reached the state of a red dust immortal and his wife was about to break through to the Saint King, according to normal circumstances. In fact, under normal circumstances, a red dust immortal wouldn't even be coupled with a Saint King cultivator. In short, whether they could conceive now truly depended on luck. After Wu Li was born, Wu Hao glanced over the current situation of the Wu family. At present, the entire Wu family still resided within Sunset City, but its scale was no longer sufficient to contain the present Wu family. Even Suan, their in-law through marriage in recent years who had been supported by the Wu family, had only managed to break through to the peak of core formation. Originally, this was a cultivation realm Su and had never dared to dream of reaching in his lifetime. But ever since becoming the Wu family's in-law, everything he once dreamed of seemed to come true as if in a dream. Alright, it's time for our Wu family to relocate as a whole. The current Sunset City has become too small. It can no longer accommodate our growing family. Wu Hao said to Wu Rulong and others. Over the years, Wu Qinkuan and others had successively fathered additional offspring. But it seemed as though the family's fortune had vanished, though in all honesty, possessing the fate of being a heaven's chosen child required extremely powerful destiny to support it. For Wu Qinkuan and others to have produced even a single heaven's chosen child was already very satisfying. Moreover, precisely because Wu Hao existed, the Wu family could have 3 heavens chosen, or even more than 3, in the future. Getting off topic, the current population of the Wu family had already exceeded 100. If they continued staying in Sunset City, it would only limit the family's development. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rulong spoke up. You're right, father. I was just about to mention this myself. Our Wu family truly needs to relocate to a new place now. After all, this location had been arranged by Wu Hao for the Wu family before he journeyed to the central domain to bring back Su Qiaoran. Therefore, Wu Rulong had never taken the Wu family to settle elsewhere all these years, simply waiting for Wu Hao to make the decision. Wu Hao nodded, glancing around. Instantly, the entire landscape of the southern domain appeared within his mind. Now at the peak of the red dust immortal stage, investigating the southern domain was effortless for Wu Hao. As for concerns about sparse spiritual energy, such issues were never of concern to him. After all, Wuhao possessed a certain degree of expertise in formation arts. Creating a small spiritual gathering formation was practically effortless. Very soon, Wuhao had already located a place suitable for the Wu family settlement. Alright, I found a place. Let me go ahead and prepare things first. Before the others could even grasp the meaning of Wuhao's words, Wuhao had already disappeared. However, very soon they would understand exactly what he meant. Chapter 53, The Forbidden Land of Jinya. Not bad at all. A magnificent formation of 9 dragons paying homage to the mountain. Wuhao had now arrived at the Forbidden Land of Jinya, located in the southern territory, and stood nodding in satisfaction as he looked toward the mountain ahead. Before him stretched 9 vast mountain ranges extending thousands of miles. At the end of these 9 ranges stood a colossal mountain reaching millions of meters high. From a distance, the 9 mountain ranges resembled 9 mighty dragons lying prostrate, and the towering mountain before them appeared to be receiving the worship of these dragons, an awe-inspiring and majestic sight. Seeing such a landscape stirred Wuhao's heart slightly, and without realizing it, a trace of his aura leaked out. But at that very moment, an immense figure silently appeared behind Wuhao, opening a blood-stained maw wide to bite him. A normal Supreme wouldn't be able to react in time to such a sudden attack and would be torn into pieces. Yet Wuhao didn't budge at all. With a single thought, a beam of sharp light shot from his body, instantly slicing apart the monstrous creature behind him. A beast so massive it could swallow an entire city in one bite. In its dying moments, disbelief was clearly etched in the creature's eyes. It obviously couldn't comprehend how such a puny human could possess such formidable power. Looking at the giant creature now lying behind him, Wuhao furrowed his brows slightly. In truth, Wuhao had some knowledge of forbidden lands. Each territory had its own forbidden place. The northern lands was called the Swallowing Frost Forbidden Land, the western lands the Twilight Forbidden Land, the central lands the Eternal Night Forbidden Land, the eastern lands the Soul-Devouring Forbidden Land, and the southern lands the Jinya Forbidden Land. Legend had it that even Saint Kings dared not enter these forbidden areas recklessly. Since ascending to the level of a red dust immortal, Wuhao had deeply understood the truth of that. After breaking through to the level of a red dust immortal, he finally got to glimpse the insides of these 5 forbidden lands. It wasn't just quasi-emperors. Even emperors who entered these areas risked great peril of dying. But for Wuhao, those challenges were no longer much of a threat. Although the forbidden lands might be very difficult, or even unsolvable problems for the rest of the Xintian realm's inhabitants, for him, they were at most just slight inconveniences. The only reason he had come to the Jinya Forbidden Land was because he wanted to find a suitable relocation site for the Wu family. Alright, let's deal with the problem inside the Jinya Forbidden Land first, Wuhao murmured. This terrain is definitely a top choice for the Wu clan. Combined with the great array I plan to set up, it could ensure the prosperity of my family for all time to come. With these thoughts, Wuhao sprang into action. In the present Xintian realm, with his strength, he could walk around freely, nearly untouchable. If Wuhao wanted to hide, even other red dust immortals wouldn't be able to sense his presence. Earlier, he had only briefly let out his aura because of the excitement of discovering the 9 dragons paying homage to the mountain formation. That's why the beast from the Forbidden Land sensed him. There was no time to waste. Wuhao moved swiftly through the Jinya Forbidden Land and soon arrived at its center. There stood a huge mountain in the heart of the Forbidden Land, with countless strands of light black mist slowly drifting down from its peak, spreading across the entire area. Sensing the mist, Wuhao's expression turned extremely solemn. From his perception, the Forbidden Land had become as it was due to the spread of this gas across a radius of millions of miles. Ordinary living beings that inhaled the mist would quickly lose their senses and try to kill any other living creature upon seeing them. The creature that had attacked Wuhao was one of those corrupted beings. From what Wuhao could tell, even a cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing stage wouldn't last a day in this mist. Even those at the Holy Realm had the possibility of becoming corrupted. But for Wuhao, the mist posed no threat at all. His aura prevented it from coming even a meter near him. Thus, Wuhao advanced through the mist and reached the summit. Atop the peak lay a large hole. Without hesitation, Wuhao leaped straight into it. Before entering, he had thoroughly examined the interior situation and naturally wasn't worried about being unable to deal with whatever awaited. Soon, Wuhao reached the center of the hole. Floating above the ground there was a black bead, from which waves of pale black mist continuously spilled out, corrupting the whole forbidden area. Seeing this, Wuhao stepped forward intending to put the bead into his storage ring. However, just as he was about to do so, a voice suddenly rang out, the voice of the system. Ding! Detected. The bead before you is an opportunity destined for the heavens chosen. Host, please do not interfere. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, the system had suddenly spoken up. Hearing it, Wuhao froze for a moment. Then furrowing his brow, he inquired. System, you say this bead is an opportunity destined for the heavens chosen? What do you mean by that? Ding, exactly as it sounds. Upon hearing this, Wuhao merely paused for a moment, then decided not to interfere further. After all, he could deal with the bead himself, but what about afterward? If he affected the path of his descendants, ultimately he would be the one to suffer. Instead, it would be better to leave this matter to his descendants, the heavens chosen. Moreover, Wuhao could sense that it was precisely because of this bead that the 5 forbidden lands had become forbidden places in the first place. Even emperors entering them would face great danger. Forget it then. If that's the case, I'll wait for my descendant to handle it. I wonder which of my descendants it will be. Shaking his head slightly, Wuhao vanished from within the forbidden land. As for the matter of relocating the new Wu clan, Wuhao had found a layout slightly inferior to the 9 dragons paying homage to the mountain formation within the Jinya Forbidden Land. Soon, Wuhao returned to the Wu clan and took Wu Rulong to the location he had chosen, instructing him to begin construction of the new Wu residence as soon as possible. Seeing the majestic mountain before him, Wu Rulong immediately nodded in agreement. With the current power of the Wu clan's commercial empire, if Wu Rulong so desired, building a completely new holy land wouldn't be a difficult task. And since Wuhao could forge imperial tier weapons, in recent years, Wu Rulong had been searching for suitable materials to forge such a weapon, hoping that one day the Wu family would have their own imperial tier weapon. Wu Rulong didn't want the Wu clan relying on his father for every problem forever. With an Imperial tier weapon, the Wu family wouldn't have to fear any Holy Land level faction, even if one day Wuhao were no longer around. After returning to the Wu family, Wuhao also added Su Qiaoran to the family chat group. Currently, only descendants of the 4th generation or higher could enter the family group chat. 5th generation descendants and below were not allowed to join. As soon as Wuhao added Su Qiaoran to the group, Wu Yifan, who was still out on a cultivation journey, and Wu Yidao, who had joined a top-tier faction, both sent curious messages. Wu Yifan, welcome great-grandma to the group chat, but I'm currently being chased and hunted. Please don't tag me. Wu Yidao, hello great-grandma, I'm Wu Yidao. I'm cultivating at Tianwu Mountain right now. Wait for me. I'll come home to see you soon. Wu Sun, welcome great-grandma to the group. Su Qiaoran, hello everyone. I'm Su Qiaoran. I am the wife of your ancestor, Wuhao. Chapter 54, The Blood Soul Sect in Action. Inside the Tianwu Mountains, Wu Yidao was cultivating in his own training ground. After being expelled from the Wu family, Wu Yidao had been journeying toward the central domain while undergoing trials along the way. Whether it was out of sheer luck or great strength, Wu Yidao had not encountered any danger on his journey and successfully joined the top-tier power, the Tianwu Mountains, in the central domain. Although the Tianwu Mountains weren't as powerful as the Manhwa Holy Land, it was only because they lacked an imperial weapon. Without an imperial weapon, the Manhwa Holy Land might not even be a match for the Tianwu Mountains. Especially the Tianwu Mountains sect leader, Wu Xingna, known as the first under the emperor, had beaten every quasi-emperor opponent he encountered and had achieved the terrifying record of holding his ground against 2 opponents at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. As for why he didn't join one of the 4 great holy lands, it was because they only opened their gates to new disciples once every 10 years, and Wu Yidao had unfortunately missed the timing. With no choice, he could only join the Tianwu Mountains. In truth, aside from lacking the imperial weapon, the Tianwu Mountains were actually far superior to the Wanhua Holy Land. Because of his chaos body and Jifenglingan, during the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Tianwu Mountains, Wu Yidao caused a tremendous commotion among the sect's experts, and was personally taken in by Wu Xingna as his direct disciple. Wu Yidao did not disappoint Wu Xingna. Before even joining the Tianwu Mountains, he had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Within just 10 short years since joining, he had broken through to the terrifying realm of Peak Saint, just one step away from reaching Great Saint. After reaching the Peak Saint stage, Wu Yidao slowly stood up and murmured to himself, now that I've reached the Peak Saint stage, I still need to ascend 2 more major realms to become a Saint King. At that point, Chaos Emperor's Chaos Classic will no longer be sufficient to support me. I'll need to go back home and seek help from Grandpa. Thinking this, Wu Yidao took a single step and vanished from the training ground, soon arriving before the cultivation ground of his master Wu Xingna. Master, disciple pays his respects. After Wu Yidao spoke, a slightly aged voice sounded from behind the tightly closed gate. Yidao, come in. As the voice trailed off, the great gate slowly opened. An elderly figure emerged, his hair completely white, yet exuding a palpable aura so mighty that just looking at him told you how incredibly strong he was. None other than the sect leader of the Tianwu Mountains, Wu Xingna. Wu Yidao wasted no time upon entering and directly revealed his purpose. Master, I have urgent matters and must return home for a while. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingna frowned, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. You've cultivated here in the Tianwu Mountains for quite some time now. It's about time you went down the mountain and took a look around. Proper rest will only benefit your cultivation. However, your entry into the Tianwu Mountains caused quite a commotion. If you descend the mountain so suddenly, you may attract the attention of our enemies. At Wu Xingna's words, Wu Yidao's expression became serious. He naturally knew what Wu Xingna was referring to, yet he had a reason that compelled him to return. Thinking about this, Wu Yidao sighed deeply, his face serious and his voice filled with firm determination. Master, I have no choice but to return. If I don't go back, my cultivation could suffer serious setbacks. Hearing Wu Yidao speak so earnestly, how could Wu Xingna refuse? He ultimately agreed, giving Wu Yidao many life-saving treasures, items strong enough to withstand even a late-stage quasi-emperor opponent. More than that, right after Wu Yidao departed, Wu Xingna specially dispatched a late-stage quasi-emperor senior to secretly guard him. After all, Wu Yidao was the most talented disciple the Tianwu Mountains had ever seen. If he grew up to become strong, the status of the Tianwu Mountains would rise alongside his power. Everything went exactly as Wu Xingna had anticipated. Not long after the news of Wu Yidao descending the mountain spread, the enemy factions of the Tianwu Mountains also received the information, gathering together for the first time. After all, back then when Wu Yidao joined the sect, his talent had shaken many powers in the central domain. It could be said that if not for Wu Xingna's protection, Wu Yidao would have long been captured or eliminated by other factions. Even after so much time had passed, these factions still hadn't abandoned their malicious intentions. Let's hear your plans. What do you propose we do? On the day before Wu Yidao's descent from the mountain, the rival faction known as the Pumo Valley took the initiative to gather all opposing factions of the Tianwu Mountains to discuss strategies, naturally focusing on Wu Yidao. After all, if they let Wu Yidao grow unimpeded, the Tianwu Mountains, which already held superiority over them, would become even stronger, and they would never have a chance to rise. What else can we do? Within the Tianwu Mountains, Wu Xingna guards him carefully, and we are powerless against that brat. But once he leaves the territory of the Tianwu Mountains, can we still do nothing about him? A muscular man with his upper body bare and his back covered in knife scars spoke with a ferocious expression, 2 golden long blades strapped to his back, none other than Dao Hao Huang, the sect leader of the top-tier Jin Dao sect. Upon hearing his words, the others involuntarily nodded. Naturally, they would be more than willing to eliminate Wu Yidao. Within the Tianwu Mountains, protected by the sect's grand formation, even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be able to break through its defenses, let alone kill Wu Yidao. Now that there was an opportunity, naturally they must aim for a decisive strike. Otherwise, next time when Wu Yidao became wary, he likely wouldn't leave the mountain so easily again. However, just at that moment, Imo Qianren, the leader of the Pumo Valley, spoke up. What you all are thinking about, that old man Wu Xingna must have already considered as well. So this time, there will surely be many powerful experts protecting Wu Yidao. Perhaps that old Wu Xingna himself will personally guard him. That's impossible. Only Wu Xingna himself can activate the protective formation of the Tianwu Mountains. From what I understand, Wu Xingna cannot even leave the Tianwu Mountains. Therefore, he absolutely would not accompany Wu Yidao off the mountain. The sect leader of the Qingxi sect, Shi Wuxin, shook his head decisively. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to understand something, their eyes lighting up. All of their top-tier powers only had one quasi-emperor peak-level expert. If Wu Xingna could not leave the Tianwu Mountains, did it mean that Wu Yidao would only be protected by experts no higher than the late stage of the quasi-emperor level at most? Thinking of this, Imo Qianren slowly spoke. For the sake of eliminating the holy son of the Tianwu Mountains, my Pumo Valley is willing to dispatch a quasi-emperor late-stage ancestor. My Jindao sect is also willing to send a quasi-emperor late-stage ancestor. Qingxi sect will join as well. In no time, the 5 leaders of the top-tier factions had reached an agreement, each faction sending a quasi-emperor late-stage elder, a total of 5 quasi-emperor late-stage elders, to eliminate Wu Yidao. Needless to say, such a luxurious formation, if known by Wu Yidao, would surely astonish him, and he would likely choose to remain in the Tianwu Mountains and have his great-grandfather personally come instead. But unfortunately, Wu Yidao couldn't stay. He was nearing the bottleneck at the Saint King level in the Chaos Classic. Returning to the Wu family to visit his great-grandmother was one reason. The other was to ask his great-grandfather about any remaining parts of the Chaos Classic. After finalizing the plan against Wu Yidao, soon, the other 4 leaders also returned to their respective sects. As for Imo Qianren, he turned and headed straight toward the restricted area of the Pumo Valley. Deep within the Pumo Valley's restricted zone stood a cultivator completely wrapped in a black robe. If Wu Yifan were here, he would certainly recognize that the attire belonged to the Shu of the Blood Soul sect. However, the Blood Soul sect standing before Imo Qianren had a cultivation level at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. Looking at the Shujiro before him, Imo Qianren's expression grew heavy as he spoke. If sacrificing 5 quasi-emperor late-stage experts, plus a chaos body, can really help me break through to the emperor level? Naturally. As long as you become a member of our Blood Soul sect, not only can you become an emperor, but even break through to the level of a mortal immortal. A chilling aura came from the Blood Soul sect Suja. Although both were at the same cultivation level, for some unknown reason, Imo Qianren felt an immense threat from the Durfang. In a fight, he would certainly not be a match for the Shuja. Chapter 55. If you won't do it, there are plenty of quasi-emperors at the peak who will. Imo Qianren was already 500,000 years old now. If he didn't break through to the level of emperor soon, he would die of natural causes within another 100,000 years. At this moment, a being claiming to be an emissary of the Blood Soul sect approached him, promising to help him ascend to the emperor stage. However, the condition required him to somehow draw out 5 quasi-emperors at the later stages of quasi-emperor, along with one individual possessing a unique cultivation body. Heaven hates the selfish not enough. Earth destroys those who do not seek for themselves. Imo Qianren could never let go of even the slightest possibility of breaking through to emperor, so he had no choice but to agree. Precisely because of this, Imo Qianren personally devised everything, and everything that just occurred had already been secretly overheard by the Blood Soul sect's emissary. Oh, by the way, how can you be so sure that I would agree to this? Suddenly recalling something, Imo Qianren looked toward the Blood Soul sect emissary, seeking an answer from the other party. After all, from the moment they met, Imo Qianren had sensed an intense confidence exuding from the emissary, who didn't seem at all worried about him rejecting the deal. The Blood Soul sect emissary sneered. Your lifespan is nearly at its end, and when it comes to any chance, even the faintest, of advancing to the Emperor's stage, you wouldn't dare miss it. Our Blood Soul sect does not act rashly. We investigated you beforehand before approaching you. And even if you did refuse, it wouldn't matter. The Xiantian world is filled with quasi-emperors at the peak who are desperate to break through to Emperor. If you won't do it, there are plenty who will. Hearing these words, Imo Qianren's expression became incredibly grim, yet he could not refute them. Indeed, based on his understanding of other quasi-emperors at the peak, if an opportunity to become emperor were placed before them, even if it meant sacrificing their sects or family members, they probably wouldn't refuse. Cultivators of the immortal path are like this. Given an opportunity, they would go to any lengths to advance. Oh, I should remind you, it's no longer 5 quasi-emperors at the later stages, it's 6 now. The Blood Soul sect emissary seemed to suddenly recall something and reminded him. What? You even have your eyes set on people from my Imo suppressing valley. Imo Qianren's face darkened in anger and disbelief that even a late-stage quasi-emperor from his own valley had become a target. The Blood Soul sect emissary approached Imo Qianren, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile. Don't worry, once you ascend to the emperor stage, how many late-stage quasi-emperors wouldn't follow you? Also, you really have no room to refuse anymore, don't you? Humph. Imo Qianren took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Indeed, once he broke through to the emperor stage, he would have no rival across the entire Xiantian world, except perhaps the mysterious and unpredictable Blood Soul sect. Thinking of this, Imo Qianren couldn't help but show a hint of wariness in his gaze toward the emissary. But this did not hinder the plan. Soon, the day came when Wu Yidao left the Tianwuxian to return home. Don't worry, old ancestor. I will definitely protect the holy child. As long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to him. At the dispatch of Wu Xingna, Chen Wushuang, a powerful late-stage quasi-emperor elder from Tianwuxian, secretly followed Wu Yidao. Standing atop the peak of Tianwuxian, watching Wu Yidao leave, Wu Xingna sighed helplessly. For some reason, a vague uneasiness stirred in his heart, as if something ominous was about to happen. I hope Yidao will be safe this time. With my techniques combined with Elder Wushuang's protection, even a quasi-emperor at the peak wouldn't necessarily be able to harm Yidao. Back in the Wu clan's estate, Wu Xinyuan, who was secluded and attempting to break through to the Saint King stage, suddenly felt uneasy in his heart and had no choice but to hastily withdraw from cultivation. What exactly is going on? Why do I feel like something extremely bad is about to happen? Wu Xinyuan felt a sense of panic inside, an oppressive feeling that made him very uncomfortable. Very quickly, Wu Xinyuan ended his seclusion and exited. He saw his wife, Li Yulong, already standing before their cave dwelling. Li Yulong's face also showed anxiety, and when she saw Wu Xinyuan, The uneasiness in her grew stronger. As soon as she reached him, she couldn't help herself. Husband, I feel terribly uneasy in my heart. This feeling, it feels like something bad is about to happen to Yi Dao. After hearing his wife speak, Wu Xianyuan exchanged a glance with her and, without hesitation, rushed toward his grandfather Wu Hao's direction. Hun Kai Wu Xian Bang Chu Le Gon, Bing Xia Kanda Le Zuji de Qi Zhe Ye Zhan Zhe Zuji de Dong Fu Trichen, Su Shi de Lulong Lang Song, Ye Man Shi Buan, Dai Kanda Le Wu Xian Zhiho, Na Gu Buan, Gong Jia Cheng Le, Lai Da Le Wu Xian de Manchan, Jiu Zhu Bu Ju Kai Ko Dao, Fu Jin, Wa Ganjue Xinli Man Hun Bu Su Fu, Zhizhong Ganjue Zhou Shang Shi Yi Dao, Yao Chu Shi Li Yang. Ting Dao Lao Po de Hua, Wu Xian He Liong, Dui Shi Li Yan, Ye Bu Jai Shi, Chao Zhe Ye Wu Hao de Fang Shan Gan Qir. Hun Kai Lang Ren Jiu Lai Da Le Wu Hao de Yunzik Zhichan, Zhijian Zai Su Shi de Yunzik Zhizhong, Wu Hao Zheng Ingen Chini de Kanja Sigan, Play Dojek Tai Sun Wuli, Su Shi de Lang Run Ye Gu Bu Song Germa Dolat, Lai Da Le Wu Hao de Manchan, Jiu Zhang Zhijian Shi Gi Sola Chulat, Wen Yan Wu Hao de Baoqing, Ye Liu Shan Ning Zhong. Wu Yi Dao was the heaven chosen, so encountering certain calamities in his lifetime was entirely normal. However, under normal circumstances, nothing serious should ever happen to him. Yet Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong were unaware of this. They were simply a pair of worried parents concerned for their child's safety. Thinking of this, Wu Hao sighed and said, "It's all right. I will go check things out myself." Hearing that their grandfather was willing to intervene, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong finally exhaled in relief, their hearts slightly eased. If even their grandfather was stepping in, then their son should be safe, right? Back when he was still in the central region, Wu Hao had already known that Wu Yi Dao was cultivating on Tianwushan. Not that he had intentionally been keeping track. Wu Hao was now at the peak of the red dust immortal stage, just one step away from breaking through to true immortal. His divine consciousness extended over a vast area, so with just a slight sweep, he could easily locate Wu Yi Dao. Therefore, upon learning that Wu Yi Dao might be in danger, Wu Hao immediately set off in the direction of Tianwushan. Meanwhile, on Wu Yi Dao's side, he had already encountered 5 late-stage quasi-emperors from the Demon Sundering Valley. Looking at the 5 late-stage quasi-emperors with hostile intent standing before him, Wu Yi Dao's expression grew extremely grim. He hadn't expected that merely descending the mountain would attract 5 late-stage quasi-emperors to attack him. After all, he himself was only at the peak of the Saint King stage. Just as Wu Yi Dao was contemplating how to handle the situation, a figure suddenly appeared before him, shouting urgently, "Quickly escape, holy child! Leave this place to me! Holy Elder Wu Shuang, why are you here?" As soon as he recognized the person before him, Wu Yi Dao's expression slightly changed, showing surprise. But Chen Wushuang did not explain further. He simply tossed out, "No time to explain. You run first," and then charged straight toward the 5 late-stage quasi-emperors. Wu Yi Dao clenched his teeth. Then he turned and fled toward Tianwushan, knowing that staying behind would only burden Elder Wu Shuang. Perhaps by escaping decisively, he could buy Elder Wu Shuang a glimmer of hope. However, just as Wu Yi Dao turned to flee, several blood-red pillars of light suddenly erupted from around them, instantly forming a crimson prison that enclosed them all within. Chapter 56, a situation guaranteed to end in death. Wu Yifan makes a brilliant appearance. Damn it, were you planning this from the very beginning? Chen Wushuang looked at the scene before him and at the 5 late-staged Indeed cultivators standing in front of him, his expression darkening. However, what surprised Chen Wushuang was that those 5 late-staged Indeed experts exchanged puzzled glances as well. This wasn't part of the script. Something was off. But all 5 silently came to the same conclusion, that this must have been the work of their opponents. It seemed that, in order to successfully eliminate Wu Yishan here, there could be absolutely no room for error. Very soon, though, their expressions changed. Something wasn't right. If this was about eliminating Wu Yishan, then why were they all feeling their blood vitality being continuously drained? And not just their blood vitality? This isn't right. Why is my own blood vitality being siphoned off? Who set up this formation? The ancestor of the Golden Saber sect wore a grim expression and angrily shouted. The others quickly voiced similar concerns. It's definitely not the work of our Azure Snake sect. How could this be something from our Joyful Union sect? Look, my power is also being drained. It's not our Iron Puppet sect either. Everyone's gazes involuntarily shifted to the ancestor of the demon-slaying valley. However, the valley's ancestor, Emo Lianxin, also wore a dark expression. There was no need for further thinking. Those 4 could easily guess that they'd likely been set up. At that moment, the Blood Soul sect's messenger clapped slowly while stepping out from the shadows. Kakik, very good, very good. Finally, you've taken the bait. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Blood Soul sect's messenger, the ancestor of the Golden Saber sect, and the others quickly figured out that this entire situation must have been orchestrated by the other side. And when they saw Mo Qianren standing beside the Blood Soul sect's messenger, Mo Lianxin couldn't believe it. He stared in shock and said in disbelief, "Valley Master, what exactly are you doing?" Mo Qianren maintained a calm expression, showing no intention of explaining, perhaps because, right now, he lacked the courage to even speak in front of his sect's elder. However, the Blood Soul sect's messenger happily answered on his behalf, sneering, "Kakik, still can't figure it out? Your Valley Master has sold you out, for a slim chance to break through to the level of a Grand Emperor." Upon hearing this, Mo Lianxin and others looked absolutely shocked. At that moment, Chen Wushuang spoke up, his voice full of unstoppable mockery. "Funny, never expected that your plan to target the holy disciple would end up with you getting betrayed instead." As Chen Wushuang spoke, Li Shuhuan, the ancestor of the Joyful Union sect, changed tone and said, "Let's join forces. If we don't do this together, we might not even get out alive." Chen Wushuang remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "Fine, I can cooperate with you, but I require you to swear an oath to heaven and earth that you will never harm me or the holy disciple from now on. Otherwise, we'll just wait here for death together." Upon hearing Chen Wushuang's words, Mo Lianxin and the others were furious, calling him a shameless opportunist, but it was obvious they had no other choice but to comply. Though Chen Wushuang was also a late-staged Indeed cultivator like them, his strength surpassed theirs by a significant margin, at least equivalent to 2 late-staged Indeed cultivators. With Chen Wushuang on their side, they stood a much better chance of surviving this. As for Mo Lianxin, ever since being betrayed by his own valley master, he had completely lost hope in the demon-slaying valley, and without hesitation, swore the heaven and earth oath. Seeing that they had all sworn the oath, Chen Wushuang no longer hesitated, and joined forces with them to charge toward the Blood Soul sect's messenger and Mo Qianren. However, the Blood Soul sect's messenger only sneered coldly and called it amusing, then clicked his fingers. In an instant, the formation's power intensified, slamming Chen Wushuang and the others down onto the ground. What? The formation's power is this strong? The ancestor of the Azure Snake sect, Shi Ling, widened his eyes in disbelief. If just the formation alone could suppress them, let alone the Blood Soul sect's messenger and Mo Qianren, seeing their masters already overpowered, Mo Qianren reminded them. Don't forget what you've promised to this valley master. All of this had been done solely for the purpose of breaking through to the level of Grand Emperor. If he couldn't achieve that breakthrough, he really would lose his mind. The Blood Soul sect's messenger sneered coldly. Don't worry, I naturally remember that promise. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianren nodded, wanting to say something more, but the next second he felt an intense pain. He looked down, eyes filled with disbelief. A hand emitting a dark black aura had pierced through his chest. Why? What? Mo Qianren couldn't believe it, and turned around to look at the Blood Soul sect's messenger. Although he couldn't see the messenger's face clearly, he could tell that the messenger's expression must be extremely joyful. Jiejia, you didn't actually think I would truly help you break through to the level of a Grand Emperor, did you? Don't be foolish. With merely the blood vitality of 6 late-stage Indeed cultivators, it's impossible to ascend to the level of Grand Emperor. Most importantly, it's you, a Jingdi Banfeng, level blood catalyst. Upon hearing the Blood Soul sect messenger's words, Mo Qianren's eyes filled with rage as he roared. Damn it, you actually dared to deceive this valley master. If so, then let's die together. Before Mo Qianren could finish speaking, the Blood Soul sect messenger suddenly exerted force, ripping him apart into fragments. Terrifying streams of blood energy were drawn into the formation, converging towards the central upper portion of the array, where a blood-red pill was slowly taking shape. Witnessing this scene, Mo Lianxin and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. Clearly, none of them had expected Mo Qianren, such a powerful expert, to be directly assassinated in an ambush. Yet, even so, Mo Qianren had undeniably been a genuine Jingdi Danfeng cultivator. At this moment, despair filled their hearts, for under the current circumstances, unless a passing expert happened to notice the anomaly and intervene, they absolutely had no chance of survival. Just at this moment, the very cultivator who happened to be passing by, Wuhao, had already appeared outside the formation. Looking at the interior of the formation, Wuhao fell into deep thought. Obviously, he had already seen the situation inside, yet he felt slightly puzzled. After all, as a person who had crossed into this world and possessing a cheat-like system, logically speaking, there was absolutely no way he could be plotted against by the Heavens Tao. If that were true, then how exactly was Wu Yifan, the chosen heavenly prodigy, supposed to survive? Just as Wu Hao was pondering with curiosity, he suddenly sensed a figure rapidly approaching this location. Behind this figure, 3 Dindeep experts were chasing, clearly in pursuit of the fleeing Wu Yifan. Chapter 57. What a marvelous move of killing with borrowed sword. Damn it, I just accidentally peeped at your sect's holy maiden taking a bath. Is it necessary to chase me down relentlessly like this? Wu Yifan stared helplessly at the 3 Dindeep early-stage experts chasing him relentlessly. Upon hearing his words, the 3 pursuers behind him became even more visibly furious. Boy, stop right there. Apologize to our holy maiden, and maybe we'll spare your life. Stop now, or we will truly have to kill you without mercy. Upon hearing their words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but recall what had happened some time ago. At that time, he happened to be traveling through the northern region when he passed by a mountain and accidentally caught sight of Lin Zixin, the holy maiden of Roshui Holy Land, bathing in the wild. Seriously, why would a holy maiden of a sect insist on bathing outdoors? Even if one had to bathe, shouldn't they have taken basic safety measures? However, Wu Yifan had misunderstood the situation. In truth, that area belonged to the Roshui Holy Land, an area forbidden to commoners. No ordinary person could enter, and the fact that Wu Yifan had managed to slip in was purely by chance. What followed was that the holy maiden of Roshui Holy Land discovered Wu Yifan, and upon crying out, "Let her die!" Wu Yifan, realizing his guilt, fled the scene and eventually found himself relentlessly hunted by these 3D early-stage experts. Wu Yifan could be said to be invincible at the Emperor level. However, against someone at the Dongdi level, he was still outmatched. Therefore, he could only run and flee all the way from the northern region to the central region. Just as Wu Yifan was thinking about how to escape, he suddenly heard his great-grandfather's mental transmission. "Yifan, great-grandfather, is that you?" Upon hearing Wu Hao's voice, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up. If his great-grandfather were present, then he would finally be safe. "Yes, it's me, great-grandfather. Right now, I have a plan to save you. Head in that direction, your cousin is in danger. He's been attacked by devil cultivators. Just guide those 3 towards him, and naturally, they will give up on you and turn their attention to the 3 devil cultivators instead." Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up with hope, and he quickly advanced in the direction Wu Hao had indicated. Meanwhile, Wu Hao merely watched the situation unfold without intervening. Deep inside, he knew that the cultivation sects of Xintian world were fiercely opposed to the evil path, even more so because the Blood Soul sect's messenger intended to break through to Emperor rank. As soon as the elders from Roshui Holy Land saw this scene, they would certainly take action against the Blood Soul sect's messenger. With the presence of Demon Refining Xin and the others, the Blood Soul sect's messenger would ultimately have no choice but to flee in disgrace. Before long, following Wu Hao's guidance, Wu Yifan reached the vicinity of the formation. Although the Blood Soul sect's messenger had set up concealment techniques here, making the surroundings appear normal at first glance, any expert at the Dindi level who carefully investigated could easily detect the formation's presence. Due to being the chosen heaven-bestowed hero, Wu Yifan possessed much greater strength than others at the same cultivation level. After a quick scan, he immediately sensed something amiss and swiftly found a hidden spot nearby. Just as Wu Yifan concealed himself, the 3 Dindi early-stage elders from Roshui Holy Land arrived at the scene. After thoroughly inspecting and failing to detect any trace of Wu Yifan, they furrowed their brows. If they failed to bring back Wu Yifan, the Holy Maiden might well vent her anger on them. Although they were esteemed elders at the Dingdi level within the Roshue Holy Land, the Holy Maiden Lin Zixin was the daughter of Holy Sect leader Lin Shuro, someone they absolutely could not offend. After a more thorough inspection, they finally sensed the anomaly here. Clever boy, you think hiding behind a formation can let you escape our pursuit? Come out, you old fellow. The three Jindid early-stage experts attacked simultaneously, launching a crushing assault upon the formation. Inside the formation at this moment, Chun Wu Shuang and the others were pale-faced. They could sense that at this rate, in just a few minutes, they would likely be completely refined into energy. Meanwhile, Wu Yidao had already fallen unconscious, with his powers rapidly fading. At the upper section of the formation, a pill was slowly taking shape. It seemed like it was about to complete refinement. Once the Blood Emperor pill is refined, I shall break through to Emperor rank. At that time, the entire Xintian world shall bow to the reign of Blood Soul Sect. Just as the Blood Soul Sect's messenger was indulging in his dream of world domination, he suddenly sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from outside the formation. What's going on? Before the Blood Soul Sect's messenger could react, the next second, the formation was shattered instantly. What? The Blood Soul Sect's messenger wore a dark expression, never expecting that someone would actually ruin his opportunity. He had clearly prepared everything perfectly. Why was he still unable to break through to Emperor rank? Meanwhile, the three Dindi elders from Roshue Holy Land were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. This didn't make sense. Weren't they chasing after Wu Yifan just now? Why did it seem like they had stumbled into something completely unexpected? Before they could even grasp the situation, Demon Refining Exine and the others who had been lying on the ground stood up and spoke toward the elders of Roshue Holy Land. Thank you, Sanwei Dao companions, for rescuing us. This person before you is a devil cultivator. We beg you to assist us in eliminating this evil. What? A devil cultivator? Upon hearing Demon Refining Exine and the others, the Roshue Holy Land elders exchanged glances and immediately decided to first join forces against the Blood Soul Sect's messenger. As for Wu Yifan, they could always pursue him later. They figured their Holy Maiden would understand and be considerate enough to forgive the delay. As the 9 of them charged toward him, the Blood Soul Sect messenger's expression grew extremely grim. If given time, he would certainly eliminate all 9 without mercy. However, he no longer had time. He could sense that not far away, the leaders of forces such as Golden Saber Sect were rapidly approaching. After the formation was destroyed, the elders from Golden Saber Sect had contacted their respective faction leaders. In other words, if he stayed any longer, the Blood Soul Sect's messenger feared he would truly be left behind here. Glancing at the half-finished Blood Emperor pill not far away, the Blood Soul Sect's messenger gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the consequences. He needed to escape first. Just you wait. Someday I will return for revenge. After speaking, the Blood Soul Sect's messenger released an extremely thick crimson mist from his entire body, obscuring the vision of Chun Wu Shuang and the others. By the time the red mist had vanished, both the Blood Soul Sect's messenger and the half-finished Blood Emperor pill had completely disappeared. Chapter 58. Offering 1 Blood Emperor pill and receiving 1,000,000 Blood Emperor pills in return. Where is our Saint Son? Where has such a great Saint Son gone? Although he was furious about the Blood Soul Sect messenger escaping, Chun Wu Shuang quickly came to his senses and asked, where was their Saint Son? Where had such a great Saint Son gone? Just as Chun Wu Shuang was about to question Mo Lianxin and others, a voice transmission from Wuhao echoed into his mind. Don't worry, he has already returned home. I am his ancient ancestor. Upon hearing Wuhao's voice transmission, Chun Wu Shuang couldn't help but suck in a breath. He himself was a quasi-emperor at the later stage, yet he hadn't sensed the presence of any other cultivator. Maybe it should be powerful cultivator? In the slightest. Just how powerful was the ancient ancestor of their Saint Son? He had said it all along. How could someone with such terrifying talent not come from a formidable background? Judging from the current situation, it seemed their Saint Son's ancient ancestor might even be stronger than their Tianwu Mountain's ancestor, perhaps already on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Wuhao. Sorry, I'm about to ascend into a true immortal. However, once he confirmed that their Saint Son was safe, Chun Wu Shuang's heart eased. He then turned to look at Mo Lianxin and others before speaking. Since this matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave first. The elders of the Golden Saber Sect also cast meaningful glances at Mo Lianxin. The message in their eyes was self-evident. Though this conflict had been provoked privately by your sect's master, as the ancestral elder of the Breaking Demon Valley, you are still equally to blame. Well then, Breaking Demon Valley, guard yourselves carefully. Mo Lianxin naturally understood this point too. Therefore, after bidding farewell, he hurried back to the Breaking Demon Valley. What he prayed for most now was that this act had been committed solely by Mo Qianren alone. If there were other people involved, then the Breaking Demon Valley might be accused of secretly conspiring with the devil cultivators. At that point, the righteous sects across the entire Xintian realm would likely unite to destroy the Breaking Demon Valley, each trying to take a share of its spoils. Thus, before that happened, he needed to be prepared for everything. The ancestors of the Golden Saber Sect remained on-site for a while, waiting. Soon after, Dao Hao Huang and others arrived, just slightly later than Mo Lianxin's departure by a few seconds or so. Once they reached the scene, they heard from their ancestor about what had transpired earlier. Their expressions darkened, clearly surprised that Mo Qianren had dared to plot against them. If Mo Qianren hadn't already been killed by the Blood Soul Sect messenger, they would have taken action against him themselves. Oh right, what about that Wu Dao? Was he killed? Suddenly remembering something, Dao Hao Huang and others turned to ask their ancestral elders. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Golden Saber Sect's elders hesitated briefly before finally revealing what had occurred earlier. After hearing the decision of their ancestors, Dao Hao Huang and others felt anger for a moment, but, upon reflection, realized that they truly had no other choice back then. After all, even if the Tianwu Mountain grew strong, they wouldn't wipe them out directly, but if devil cultivators grew strong, they absolutely would. Alright, enough about this matter. Next time we will definitely not let Wu Yidao escape. A cruel expression appeared on the faces of Dao Hao Huang and his group as they said this. As for the elders from the Roshue Holy Land, after witnessing the escape of the Blood Soul Sect messenger, they also turned around and returned straight to the Holy Land. The appearance of a peak stage quasi-emperor level devil cultivator in the central domain was a matter that had to be reported to the Holy Land as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they delayed and waited until this devil cultivator became even stronger, it would already be too late. Moreover, they faintly detected a whiff of conspiracy within this event. This devil cultivator was attempting to break through to the emperor level. If they succeeded, even with imperial artifacts aiding the Holy Land, it was uncertain whether it could defeat a devil emperor. Although a peak stage quasi-emperor supported by an imperial artifact could match an emperor stage cultivator in raw combat strength, in a prolonged battle, an actual emperor cultivator would have the upper hand. That meant, if a devil emperor wanted to win, it could literally exhaust and kill even a saint-level master. Meanwhile, on another side, Wu Yifan had secretly taken Wu Yidao away without anyone noticing, and as he left, he casually grabbed that Blood Emperor pill as well. After all, that Blood Emperor pill seemed quite rare and exotic. Swallowing it would definitely provide him with a major boost. But the moment he got the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Yifan couldn't help but wear a disappointed expression. He felt that the power within the Blood Emperor pill was chaotic and impure. Only disciples of the Blood Soul sect could absorb it. If he absorbed it, it would actually cause some damage to his foundational cultivation base. Although it could elevate his cultivation realm, it would harm his foundation, falling into the category of Amao Zhujiang, pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Wu Yifan was definitely not the type of person to take such a reckless approach, so he didn't swallow this pill. Just at that moment, Wuhao appeared before them. Great-grandfather. Wu Yifan greeted Wuhao, although since Wu Yidao was still unconscious in his arms, he couldn't properly bow. Wuhao nodded and then spoke. Give me that pill. Yes, great-grandfather. Although he didn't understand why his great-grandfather wanted the pill, since it was useless to himself, he might as well give it to his great-grandfather. After receiving the pill, Wuhao merely glanced at it before directly placing it into Wu Yidao's mouth. Wu Yifan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. He never expected his great-grandfather to unhesitatingly place the pill into his younger cousin's mouth. Didn't he know how chaotic and impure the medicinal power inside was? As if sensing Wu Yifan's thoughts, Wuhao smiled slightly and spoke. It's alright. Your cousin possesses the chaos body. To him, these chaotic medicinal energies have absolutely no negative impact. As long as it is energy, he can absorb and convert it for his own use. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan instinctively sucked in a breath. He hadn't expected his cousin to actually possess such a terrifying and godlike body constitution as the chaos body. It was far more fearsome than even his own ancient holy body. No way. It seems I need to work even harder. Otherwise, if my junior cousin surpasses me, how will I maintain my dignity as the older cousin? Pride as the older cousin spurred Wu Yifan toward even greater determination. He vowed that he must become the most powerful figure among the fourth generation of the Wu family. Great-grandfather, I won't return home just yet. I'll go back only when I break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Wu Yifan handed his cousin over to Wuhao and said seriously. After saying that, he turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He thought it was necessary to inform his great-grandfather about the Blood Soul sect. After all, the Blood Soul sect was a force stronger than even Holy Lands. Even his great-grandfather might feel some trepidation upon learning this. Wuhao. Right. Originally, Wu Yifan had assumed that once Wuhao learned about the Blood Soul sect, he would surely be shocked. However, instead, his great-grandfather looked as though he had already anticipated everything, which left Wu Yifan slightly hurt. Alright, this is your matter to handle, and this is the problem you need to solve yourself. However, if you request it, I, your great-grandfather, am willing to personally intervene and eliminate the Blood Soul sect for you. The only prerequisite is that you ask. Wuhao gazed at Wu Yifan solemnly, speaking in a way that made one instinctively believe that he truly could make it happen, including Wu Yifan. But Wu Yifan firmly shook his head with a determined expression. There's no need, great-grandfather. I can handle this matter myself. That pitiful Blood Soul sect will only serve as a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. Although Wu Yifan was only at the Saint King realm at the moment, he already exuded an aura of invincibility, prompting Wuhao to nod approvingly. That was the kind of person worthy of the destiny of a chosen one. Unlike someone who had been deceived by a woman 3 times and even betrayed his clan just to stay with the woman who had tricked him, how could someone like that deserve to be the chosen one? Wu Yifan departed. Only after he had left did Wuhao finally get the chance to check the system's feedback from earlier. However, upon viewing the system's response, even Wuhao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for offering 1 Blood Emperor pill. Target detected as the chosen one of Heaven's mandate. 1 million Blood Emperor pills have been granted as feedback. Blood Emperor pill can help the consumer advance to the Emperor realm, but belongs to the category of Amao Zhujiang, accelerating growth unnaturally. Future breakthroughs will prove far more difficult than for normally ascended Emperor cultivators. Chapter 59. I possess the chaos body. I shall forge my own path of chaos. TSK. Didn't expect there to still be such a marvelous thing. Wuhao couldn't help but marvel as he stared at the Blood Emperor pill inside his system space. Although he himself had reached the peak of a red dust immortal and could cultivate a small emperor-level existence if he wanted, naturally, having a pill that could rapidly create an emperor would be even more ideal. Thinking about this, Wuhao pondered that maybe it was time to find some people who were unable to cultivate and transform them into emperors to exclusively handle matters for the Wu family. However, it was clearly not yet the best time. He should first bring Wu Yidao back home before dealing with anything else. As to why Wu Yidao wanted to return home, Wuhao had already guessed the reason, undoubtedly, for the remaining parts of the Chaos Sutra. After all, Wu Yidao had now reached the peak of a sage, and after consuming the Blood Emperor pill earlier, he only needed to awaken before advancing to the peak of a Saint King. But the remaining portions of the Chaos Sutra were nowhere to be found throughout the Xuani realm, as if the Chaos Sutra only contained cultivation techniques up to the Saint King realm. After some consideration, Wuhao still decided it best to take Wu Yidao home first, saving the rest of the matter for another day. Oh, where am I? Am I dead? Wu Yidao woke up as if from a nightmare, startled as he looked around. Once he recognized his surroundings as the home from his memory, he relaxed. The servant at the door, seeing Wu Yidao awaken, quickly left to inform Wu Xinyuan about it. Soon after, Wu Hao and others came one after another to stand beside Wu Yidao's sickbed. Seeing the concerned expressions on his family's faces, Wu Yidao smiled slightly and said, "Why are you all crying? I'm fine, aren't I? You child, why are you always throwing yourself into danger? Can't you think about the situation before you act?" Li Yulong already understood the situation from Wu Hao, and seeing Wu Yidao like this, couldn't help but say with concern. She herself was only at the transformation stage and had barely seen any sages, let alone the thought of her own son facing someone close to an emperor-level expert. Seeing his mother cry like this, Wu Yidao panicked. He comforted her and made numerous promises about being more cautious in the future before Li Yulong finally stopped crying. "Oh right, was it Grandpa who brought me back?" Wu Yidao turned to Wu Hao and asked. Wu Hao shook his head. "It was your older cousin who took you away. I just happened to be nearby, so I brought you back." "Oh, so it was cousin Yifan." Wu Yidao suddenly understood. If anyone could have taken him away, it must be his mysterious and unpredictable cousin Yifan. Speaking of Wu Yifan, admiration filled Wu Yidao's eyes. Before leaving the Wu family, he had heard many stories about Wu Yifan, already knowing how extraordinary Wu Yifan's talent was. Wu Yidao's wish was to reach Wu Yifan's level someday. "By the way, Grandpa, what about my body?" Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yidao looked slightly hesitant at Wu Hao. Wu Hao did not conceal the truth and directly told him about the Blood Emperor pill. The chaos body you possess can transform all kinds of power in the world into your own. Although the medicinal force of the Blood Emperor pill is very complicated, it will not affect you. You simply need to patiently refine it. Only after hearing this did Wu Yidao finally relax and nodded in agreement. After confirming that Wu Yidao was fine, Wu Xinyuan and his wife finally left the room, followed by Wu Rulong and others leaving one after another. When only Wu Yidao and Wu Hao remained in the room, Wu Yidao finally spoke. "Grandpa, I'm about to break through to the Saint King realm. If I can't obtain the next chapter of the Chaos Sutra, I might not be able to continue advancing further." Worry covered Wu Yidao's face. He was still under 30 years old. Once the medicinal power of the Blood Emperor pill was fully refined, he could naturally ascend to the peak of Saint King. But without the next chapter of the Chaos Sutra, he might remain at the peak of Saint King forever. Of course, Wu Yidao had no intention of accepting such a fate, so his tone was filled with eagerness and anxiety. But Wu Hao only let out a long sigh before turning around, his back facing Wu Yidao as he spoke. "Wu Yidao, do you know why your great-grandpa named you Wu Yidao?" After hearing this, Wu Yidao thought for a long while before lifting his head, his eyes full of determination as he replied. "I know. My father told me. It's because great-grandpa wanted me to forge my own Dao, to create a path uniquely mine, which is why he named me Wu Yidao." "Good. You're truly teachable. Then let me tell you a story, Wu Yidao. It's about the very first person in the Xuanyi realm who possessed the chaos body. Back then, there wasn't even the concept of the Chaos Sutra. That person cultivated alongside other cultivators and reached the Emperor realm. However, after reaching the Emperor realm, he realized that among his peers at the same cultivation level, his strength wasn't the strongest. So he made a shocking decision that shook the entire Xuanyi realm. He disbanded all his cultivation and started over, personally creating the Chaos Sutra himself, and then smoothly broke through beyond the Emperor realm and ascended to the upper world. What I'm trying to say, Wu Yidao, is that if you wish to create your own Dao, then you must personally create your own Chaos Sutra. The Chaos Sutra you're currently cultivating was created by the previous Chaos Emperor. If you keep cultivating this Chaos Sutra created by the Chaos Emperor, you will only ever reach his limits and will never be able to walk your own unique path of chaos. Do you understand? Of course, if you truly want to follow the path of the Chaos Emperor, then I can help you obtain the remaining parts of the Chaos Sutra." At this point, Wu Hao turned his head and stared solemnly at Wu Yidao. The aura around him made everything he said feel undeniably true. Furthermore, the story Wu Hao told wasn't made up. It was indeed recorded in the cultivation history of the Xuanyi realm. Even if Wu Yidao went to check later, he would only find the same exact records. Upon hearing what his great-grandfather said, Wu Yidao's expression changed completely. His excitement and fighting spirit surged. Indeed, he possessed the chaos body, which meant infinite possibilities. If he kept following others' paths, he would merely reach their final destinations. What Wu Yidao truly desired was to reach his very own destined peak. With this thought in mind, Wu Yidao no longer hesitated. His tone was firm and resolute. "Great-grandfather, I've made my decision. I possess the chaos body. I shall forge my own path of chaos." Chapter 60, Wu Yidao's cultivation reset. Upon hearing Wu Yidao's words, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction as well. Of course, asking Wu Yidao to create his own Chaos Sutra wasn't something Wu Hao had said on a whim, considering that Wu Hao would never joke around about the millionfold feedback from the Heavens Chosen. In fact, as the Chaos Body cultivator, Wu Yidao's power of deduction was terrifyingly formidable. Besides, Wu Yidao hadn't even reached 30 years of age yet, which meant he had plenty of time to create his own Chaos Sutra. As these thoughts passed through Wu Hao's mind, Wu Yidao's aura suddenly began to plummet, dropping rapidly from the peak of the Saint realm, regressing to late Saint, middle Saint, and early Saint stages. Then, it fell further to the Ascension Tribulation, Refinement Void, Spirit Transformation, and Nascent Soul stages, directly descending all the way to Foundation Building, and finally returning entirely into the realm of mortals. Great-grandfather, I understand now. Starting right away, I will begin my deduction of my own Chaos Sutra. The expression in Wu Yidao's eyes as he looked at Wu Hao seemed to say, "Great-grandfather, I finally get it." A look that moved Wu Hao deeply, who then turned and left, allowing Wu Yidao to start cultivating inside his room. With the aid of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Yidao's progress in deducing the Chaos Sutra would significantly accelerate. Of course, this wasn't something that could be completed in just a day or two. Wu Hao wasn't particularly anxious about it. He believed in steady progress, after all. In contrast, Wu Xinyuan and others were greatly worried and anxious when they learned that Wu Yidao had undone his cultivation. Wanting to say something, they were stopped by Wu Hao. "Don't worry. That child isn't ordinary. He will succeed." Wu Hao smiled gently, his face exuding confidence and calm control. If it had been anyone else, Wu Hao couldn't have guaranteed success. But this was the Heavens Chosen. Did they understand the worth of the Heavens Chosen? Success was as certain as the solid base of a Labukrapola foundation. Though Wu Xinyuan and others remained concerned, hearing Wu Hao's words, they couldn't argue further and could only hope earnestly that Wu Yidao would indeed succeed. Time quietly passed another year. During that year, Wu Yidao locked himself in his room, constantly contemplating in his mind what the techniques of his own Chaos Sutra should be like, even becoming somewhat obsessive and frenzied. Witnessing this, Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh deeply, then entered Wu Yidao's room. At this time, Wu Yidao looked visibly gaunt, with an unshaven beard and disheveled hair. Great-grandfather, am I really not gifted enough to create my own Chaos Sutra? Why after an entire year of deductions, I still can't come up with a cultivation path suited to me? When Wu Hao appeared, Wu Yidao looked at him with obvious weariness in his eyes, a heavy blow for someone who had always been regarded as an extraordinary genius. Seeing his great-grandson in this state, Wu Hao sighed helplessly and advised him, "It's not your fault. Sometimes, being too attached will become the very thing that limits you. Why don't you go out for a walk and see things around you? Often, opening up the mind will more easily bring insight. Right now, you are too fixated." Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao seemed to grasp something, and his eyes immediately brightened. "Thank you, great-grandfather. I finally understand." Without further ado, he ignored the attempts of Wu Xinyuan and others to stop him and resolutely left home. Of course, with Wu Yidao's current mortal form, he couldn't leave Wu Hao's divine sense range even if he walked his entire life. Thus, after Wu Yidao left the Wu family estate, Wu Hao kept an ever-watchful eye on him. Then, the very next day after leaving home, Wu Yidao achieved enlightenment. He created his own Chaos Sutra, broke through to foundation building, and with the help of the Blood Emperor pill, immediately reached the peak of foundation building. Not only that, on the 7th day, he comprehended the method of core formation. He broke through to Spirit Sea in a month, Golden Core in 3 months, and reached Nascent Soul in half a year, reverting back to Spirit Transformation in a year. By the 5th year, he had already restored his cultivation to the peak of the Ascension Tribulation. Witnessing this, Wu Hao couldn't help but inhale sharply. He couldn't deny it. This was the heavens chosen for sure. If not for the fact that he himself had external help, he probably couldn't match such a terrifyingly fast rate of advancement. Though he envied it, Wu Hao didn't express his thoughts. After all, this was his own descendant, and the one who granted him millionfold feedback. That is, the stronger his descendant became, the stronger he himself would become. This was a mutually beneficial situation. As 5 years passed, Wu Hao had also advanced to the peak of true immortal, needing only one step to become a golden immortal expert. During these 5 years, Wu Li had also been raised by Su Qiaoran into a very refined and elegant young boy, appearing impressively handsome. Great-grandfather, can I start cultivating from today onwards? Wu Li came excitedly in front of Wu Hao to ask. In every boy's heart lies a dream of flying swords, regardless of age. Wu Li was no exception. Having grown up watching Su Qiaoran flying around with him, Wu Li had long desired to start his own cultivation and experience the joy of soaring through the skies on his own sword. Seeing the eager look in Wu Li's eyes, Wu Hao smiled, nodded, and gently ruffled Wu Li's hair as he spoke. Good, young Wu Li can finally begin his cultivation from today onward. So saying, Wu Hao reached directly into his storage ring and pulled out a cultivation manual. On its cover were 4 large characters. The Space-Time Derivation Tao Sutra. This was the most suitable cultivation method Wu Hao could find for the space-time divine body. As Wu Li received the Space-Time Derivation Tao Sutra from Wu Hao's hands, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. From today onward, he, Wu Li, had officially become a qualified cultivator. Thinking this, Wu Li opened the Space-Time Derivation Tao Sutra and memorized each word and sentence carefully, then began to sense the flow of Ving Qi according to the meridian paths described in the manual, drawing it into his body and breaking through to the foundation building stage. Unfortunately, because Wu Li had a low-grade gun, it took him nearly an entire day to break through to the early foundation building stage. Great-grandfather, am I really disappointing you with my performance? Feeling ashamed that it had taken a full day to reach early foundation building, Wu Li felt deeply embarrassed. But Wu Hao only shook his head and comforted him seriously. Wu Li, remember one thing. Since you have a low-grade spiritual root, that means you already have a ticket to immortality. What's wrong with having a low-grade spiritual root? As long as you can cultivate, you're already stronger than many others. Even I myself was only of low-grade spiritual root, yet I still managed to break through and become this strong. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Li nodded and promised to work even harder. Meanwhile, deep in his heart, Wu Hao was already thinking about when he should send Wu Li away. After all, if Wu Li remained in the Wu family, he would never find his fated immortal artifact. Although during these past 8 years Wu Hao had been searching for Wu Li's destined artifact, he had been unable to locate it due to its aura and heavenly fate being concealed somehow. Then again, it made sense. Since Wu Li was a reincarnated immortal emperor, his fated immortal artifact surely had special defenses to prevent it from being stolen by others. Though it was necessary for Wu Li to leave the Wu family before finding his fated immortal artifact, Wu Hao wasn't planning to send him away just yet. At the very least, Wu Li needed to have his spiritual root enhanced to mid-grade, or even high-grade before he could be allowed to leave the family. Chapter 61. Wu Li leaves home. Grandfather, are you really going to send Wu Li away too? Inside the Wu residence at this moment, Wu Hao had gathered the Wu Wanggu and his wife, and with a look of deep reluctance, he asked. But Wu Hao resolutely nodded his head, then proceeded to explain. Wu Li, like Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao, is also a heavenly mandated child. A heavenly mandated child must endure hardships and trials in order to grow. Staying within our Wu family would only hinder their growth. Don't worry, their fates are special, they will be fine. Hearing his grandfather say this, Wu Wanggu and his wife, Yue Ran, could only nod in agreement. Of course, I won't let Wu Li leave like this. Let's first elevate his spiritual root to the upper grade level. Wu Hao suddenly thought of something and spoke up. After all, Wu Li was a heavenly mandated child, meaning if Wu Hao elevated Wu Li's spiritual root to the upper grade level, the system would reward him with 1 million middle grade and upper grade spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanggu nodded and readily agreed. I understand, grandfather. Quickly, Wu Wanggu accepted the task, and soon began the plan to elevate Wu Li's spiritual root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in a descendant heavenly mandated child with a middle grade spiritual root. 1 million middle grade spiritual roots have been credited to the host, which can be gifted to any desired target. Ding. Congratulations to the host for investing in a descendant heavenly mandated child with an upper grade spiritual root. 1 million upper grade spiritual roots have been credited to the host, which can be gifted to any desired target. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. With the help of Wu Wanggu and others, Wu Li's lower grade spiritual root had successfully been elevated to an upper grade spiritual root. As for promoting it to a supreme grade spiritual root, given the current resources of the Wu family, it still wasn't feasible. Even though the Wu family was now the wealthiest power within the entire Xintian realm. In the blink of another 10 years, due to Wu Li's own talent limitations, he had only managed to break through to the spiritual C stage, which was clearly inferior compared to Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao. 10 years had passed, and Wu Li had come of age. It was now time for him to leave the Wu family. Father, mother, do I really have to leave? Wu Li looked at his parents, who also bore reluctant expressions, and helplessly asked with a bitter smile. Wu Wanggu simply smiled and shook his head, his eyes becoming firm and resolute. My child, that's something you must experience. Only by going through it will you become a true cultivator. Besides, the Xintian realm is vast, but communications are now very convenient. We can still stay in touch easily. Upon hearing this, Wu Li no longer hesitated. He firmly turned and strode out of the Wu family. Just as he was about to leave the sight of Wu Wanggu and others, he turned back and waved heavily at them before finally walking away. As for Wuhao, he stood atop the mountain of the Wu family, watching Wu Li depart, with Su Qiaoran by his side. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Wu Li was filled with reluctance. After all, Wu Li had been raised by Su Qiaoran. Saying their bond wasn't deep would be a lie. But this was her husband's decision, so even though Su Qiaoran was reluctant, she could only agree. In the past 10 years, Su Qiaoran had broken through to the Sage King stage, while Wuhao had smoothly advanced to the Golden Immortal stage, with a lifespan of millions of years. With feedback coming from 3 heavenly mandated children at a millionfold multiplier, plus additional gains from hundreds of Wu family members gradually accumulating, Wuhao would naturally keep advancing, whether he wanted to or not, until reaching the limit. Dear, so what do you plan to do next? Su Qiaoran looked at Wuhao. From his behavior over the past period, she could sense that Wuhao was plotting something. Wuhao shook his head, then turned to Su Qiaoran and spoke. I plan to form an Emperor Legion. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran stood there, stunned. After a long while, she finally spoke up, her voice filled with doubt and shock. Dear, did you say you want to create what? An Emperor Legion. What's wrong with that? Wuhao was slightly puzzled and replied again. This time, Su Qiaoran clearly heard it and was even more shocked. Dear, are you sure you aren't joking? That's an emperor we're talking about. Su Qiaoran, being a native-born resident of the Xintian realm and a near saintess of the 10,000 Flowers Holy Land, naturally knew that there were no emperors currently existing in the entire Xintian realm. In other words, if someone were to break through to the emperor stage, they could dominate the entire Xintian realm. Unless all 4 holy lands unite, there would be no match for even a single emperor. Wuhao smiled and mysteriously took out a blood emperor pill from his storage ring, then proceeded to explain. Under normal circumstances, I would never dare to talk about forming an Emperor Legion, but first feel the medicinal power within this pill. In fact, as soon as Wuhao took out the Blood Emperor pill, Su Qiaoran had already sensed the terrifying medicinal energy contained within. Without exaggeration, if she were to take this pill, she could absolutely break through to the Emperor stage. As if knowing what Su Qiaoran was thinking, Wuhao shook his head and spoke. Although this pill can help an ordinary person break through to the Emperor stage in a short time, it will have a major impact on the cultivator's future cultivation, essentially cutting off their path forward. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran finally suppressed the impulse to swallow the pill immediately. But soon after, she thought of something and curiously asked, So dear, where exactly did you get this pill from? Wuhao raised his eyebrows slightly, then asked in return, Do you still remember the incident from 11 years ago when Wu Yidao returned? Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran recalled the event and nodded. Wuhao continued right away. This Blood Emperor pill was left behind by a devil cultivator who attacked Wu Yidao back then. I simply retrieved the pill and slightly improved upon its formula. And now, I possess approximately 100 of these Blood Emperor pills. Hearing that Wuhao actually had so many Blood Emperor pills, Su Qiaoran was momentarily stunned, but soon her eyes filled with ecstatic joy. After all, this meant that they could cultivate 100 Emperor-level experts for the Wu family. Without exaggeration, a single emperor could already establish the Wu family as the true overlord of the Xintian realm. If there were 100 of them, the entire Xintian realm might as well start bearing the Wu surname from this day forward. However, what Su Qiaoran didn't know was that the number of Blood Emperor pills Wuhao possessed wasn't just 100, but a staggering 1 million. He simply didn't reveal them all at once to avoid devaluing the pill's significance. After all, emperors were currently scarce in the Xintian realm, and if suddenly many emperors emerged, their value would plummet. As for whether these newly cultivated emperors could be controlled, that wasn't something Su Qiaoran was concerned about. Based on her understanding of Wuhao, unless he had sufficient confidence, he would never even conceive of creating an Emperor Legion. Thinking of how Wuhao's current strength likely already surpassed the Emperor stage, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. It seemed she needed to work even harder now. What if one day Wuhao became dissatisfied with her weak cultivation? Naturally, Wuhao had no idea that Su Qiaoran had imagined so much. At this moment, Wuhao's mind was solely focused on how to proceed with creating the Emperor Legion. Since the Blood Emperor pill could allow ordinary people to break through to the Emperor stage, Wuhao naturally wouldn't choose people who already had spiritual roots to use this pill. After all, what if those people, in the future, repaid kindness with ingratitude and accused Wuhao of ruining their cultivation path? Another crucial point was that these emperors must be absolutely loyal. Intelligence and appearance were secondary concerns. Only those who remained loyal to him were worthy of cultivation. Chapter 62. Wu Yifan, bound by Daogua fate, encounters a blood soul sect messenger again. Sister, I really didn't do it on purpose. Why are you so determined to chase me? At this moment, in the northern region of the Xintian world, Wu Yifan looked at the white-robed woman chasing him relentlessly with a helpless expression. There was no time to mourn the messenger of the Blood Soul sect. Now pursuing Wu Yifan was the Holy Maiden of the Ruo Shui Holy Land, acclaimed as the rarest prodigy in the million-year history of Ruo Shui, the Holy Maiden Lin Zixin. Nowadays, Lin Zixin, nearly 500 years old, had already reached the peak of Xuanji, hailed as the most likely to break through to the Emperor realm in nearly a million years within the Ruo Shui Holy Land. Due to Wu Yifan's earlier accidental peeping during her bath which caused her Dao heart to be unstable and prevented her advancement to the Quasi-Emperor, once she learned of Wu Yifan's escape, Lin Zixin also requested to personally hunt him down as an excuse. Until Wu Yifan's death, Lin Zixin couldn't advance to the Quasi-Emperor. Understanding this, Lin Shiru also gave consent and bestowed many means upon Lin Zixin to ensure she wouldn't lose against Wu Yifan. Presently, Wu Yifan was only at the peak of the Saint King level, relying solely on the powerful ancient holy body to maintain a safe distance from Lin Zixin. Although not immediately caught, escaping from her pursuit was also proving a very difficult task for the time being. No, I must find a way to shake her off, otherwise her interference might hinder my advancement to Xuanji. Wu Yifan had originally planned to break through to Xuanji, but due to being targeted by Lin Zixin, he couldn't concentrate and safely achieve the breakthrough. After all, a breakthrough to the Xuanji level required a completely safe environment. Any interruption could likely lead to severe repercussions, even a possibility of Dao deviation. While thinking of how to evade Lin Zixin's pursuit, Wu Yifan was also observing his surroundings, searching for any possible means of escape. However, Lin Zixin was no ordinary adversary. She was a Xuanji level expert, and thanks to her strong cultivation base and superior weapons, even some weaker Quasi-Emperor level experts might not be able to best her. As time quietly passed, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin had unconsciously entered the western regions. At the same time, in a certain power base within the west, the surroundings were littered with broken limbs and body parts, the blood of countless individuals pooling on the ground, forming an extremely vivid blood river. Cough, cough. Damn it, you actually dared to destroy an entire sect. Don't you fear another purge from the 4 holy lands against you devil cultivators? A middle-aged man in golden armor, holding a broken sword supporting himself on the ground, glared furiously at the blood-robed figure before him. The messenger of the Blood Soul sect, who had been thwarted by Wu Yifan's earlier interference with the cultivation plan of the Blood Emperor Pill in the central region. After the plan failed, the Blood Soul sect's messenger came west, for once the plan was ruined, the central region would surely initiate a crackdown on devil cultivators. As the messenger anticipated, not long after he left the central region, the Quasi-Emperor experts there mobilized entirely to search for him. Although he believed himself unbeatable at his level as long as higher power like Holy Lords didn't intervene, should his location become exposed, he still lacked the ability to contend with 4 Holy Lords simultaneously. Shortly after arriving in the western region, he couldn't resist the urge to locate a secondary tier power base, destroy it, and use the blood of an entire sect to refine the Blood Emperor Pill. But obviously, he had failed. The blood she gathered could only slightly bring his strength closer to a true emperor, with no other benefits. After all, refining a Blood Emperor Pill required a Quasi-Emperor peak-level catalyst, 5 Quasi-Emperor late-stage souls, and a special body constitution. The destroyed power base obviously didn't meet these requirements. Noisy. The Blood Soul sect messenger frowned, then directly slapped the Quasi-Emperor late-stage expert into annihilation. After eliminating the late Quasi-Emperor, the messenger turned around, preparing to leave. For the sake of the grand plans of the Blood Soul sect, he had to break through to the Emperor stage as soon as possible. However, just as the Blood Soul sect messenger intended to depart, he sensed something, and his eyes immediately brightened. A special body constitution, and 2 of them. Thinking of this, the messenger wasted no time, vanishing from the spot instantly. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan was still pondering how to escape Lin Zixin, while Lin Zixin herself was thinking about swiftly killing off this lecherous fellow so she could advance to the Quasi-Emperor. But suddenly, an instinctive chill went down Wu Yifan's spine, as if he was being stared at by something horrifying. Almost subconsciously, he threw his full power into a punch forward. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Just as Wu Yifan's fist was about to land, the Blood Soul sect messenger's figure also appeared right in front of him. It must be said that Wu Yifan's terrifying combat awareness was truly incredible, even predicting the Blood Soul sect messenger's arrival an instant beforehand. The Blood Soul sect messenger was also slightly startled, but after recovering, his heart grew even more excited. The stronger Wu Yifan's strength, the more beneficial it would be for his own breakthrough to the Emperor stage. As for the punch Wu Yifan had just launched with full force, in the messenger's eyes, it was utterly insignificant. Undeniably, Wu Yifan's foundation was indeed immensely powerful. Although he was only at the Saint King level, relying on his formidable physical body and terrifying cultivation techniques, even a normal Quasi-Emperor early-stage expert could not withstand his Shui strike. But the Blood Soul sect messenger before him was a Quasi-Emperor peak expert. He simply exhaled and easily blocked Wu Yifan's punch. What? Wu Yifan's pupils abruptly contracted, not expecting his own full-force strike, his proudest move, to be blocked so effortlessly by the Blood Soul sect messenger. Right after, the Blood Soul sect messenger extended his finger and flicked lightly. Instantly, Wu Yifan felt a wave of immense terror surging towards him. In the next second, almost as if his body had reacted before his mind, dozens of spiritual shields appeared in front of Wu Yifan. But in the eyes of a Quasi-Emperor peak expert, all of this was meaningless. The 99 layers of spiritual shields Wu Yifan had set up in an instant were shattered instantly upon contact with the spiritual energy shot from the messenger's flicked finger, like bullets through tofu, not even holding for an instant. Within merely a breath of time, the Blood Soul sect messenger's attack arrived directly before Wu Yifan, who could only stand there stunned at the sight before him. This was truly the first time Wu Yifan felt such despair. Even when facing 3 Saint Kings back in the Saint stage, he somehow managed to barely escape death. But now, he genuinely saw not the slightest hope of survival. But just then, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before Wu Yifan. Chapter 63. Even in desperation, there is still a glimmer of hope. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually step in. Seeing Lin Zixin appear before Wu Yifan and block the attack for him, the Blood Soul Sect messenger's face also revealed a trace of surprise. After all, just now he had seen Lin Zixin chasing and attacking Wu Yifan, clearly in a state of enmity, yet he never expected her to actually come out and block the attack for Wu Yifan. Of course, that attack wasn't meant to kill Wu Yifan. The Blood Soul Sect messenger only wanted to injure him seriously, so he hadn't used much strength. Otherwise, if the messenger had been serious, Wu Yifan might have already been dead. Wuhao, you serious? Certainly, none of those present knew that Wuhao had already placed multiple protective measures upon Wu Yifan. These safeguards would only activate if the attack truly could kill Wu Yifan. After all, what kind of heaven-chosen child keeps cheating all the time? They must endure some setbacks, right? We righteous sect cultivators are different from you evil cultivators. If we fight among ourselves in a situation like this, won't you evil cultivators just laugh at us? A powerful surge of energy erupted from Lin Zixin's body, but in the eyes of the Blood Soul Sect messenger across from her, it still wasn't enough. As the most promising saintess of Su Ro Shui Sanctuary in the past million years, likely to break through to the Grand Emperor realm, Lin Zixin naturally possessed a unique constitution. Her special constitution was the legendary Xianin Holy Body, a legendary physical constitution that could bring immense benefits to both parties during dual cultivation. Of course, without having her virginity broken, her cultivation speed was already much faster than ordinary people. Fascinating, but to me, 1 or 2 makes no difference. I should capture you quickly to prevent further troubles. Shaking his head slightly, the Blood Soul Sect messenger suddenly lunged forward toward Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan in the next moment. At such a critical moment, Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan had no time to worry about their differences anymore. Their immediate priority was to survive against the Blood Soul Sect messenger. Hold on for an hour. I've already notified the sect leader. He will arrive in an hour. Lin Zixin sent a voice transmission to Wu Yifan. If they could just survive 1 hour against the Blood Soul Sect messenger, they would live. Upon hearing Lin Zixin's voice, Wu Yifan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Hold on for an hour? Was Lin Zixin joking? The enemy before them was at the peak of a quasi-emperor. Together, the two of them could barely defeat a weak quasi-emperor at the middle stage. How could they possibly survive a whole hour? Yet, whether they could or couldn't, they had no choice but to fight on. Alternatively, they needed to make some noise so that the top sects in the western regions or someone from the Thunder City would discover them. Otherwise, there was no way they could last an hour. However, this time, the Blood Soul Sect messenger had clearly learned from the previous failure. Before initiating combat, he had already set up barrier arrays around the area to prevent any commotion from escaping. I'll stall him head on. You support me from the side. Wu Yifan glanced at Lin Zixin and resolutely charged straight at the Blood Soul Sect messenger before she could even stop him. As he watched Wu Yifan rushing toward him, the Blood Soul Sect messenger showed a trace of disdain on his face. Just a peak Saint King? Nothing to fear. Seeing Wu Yifan fully committing himself to a punch, the Blood Soul Sect messenger also threw a punch in return, intending to let Wu Yifan know that an ant should remain an ant. He hadn't used full strength only because he wanted to keep him alive to concoct the Blood Emperor pill. But at the exact moment their fists collided, a terrifying force surged from Wu Yifan, shocking the Blood Soul Sect messenger. Before he could even react, he was directly sent flying backwards several steps by Wu Yifan's punch. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zixin's heart also shuddered slightly, clearly not expecting Wu Yifan to have hidden his strength all along. How is this possible? You're only a peak Saint King, right? The moment the Blood Soul Sect messenger's words fell, Wu Yifan shattered his cultivation barrier. His aura instantly surged past the peak of the Saint realm and into the Monarch stage. And even after breaking into the Monarch realm, his energy did not stop rising, continuing its ascent. Mid-Monarch, Late Monarch, Peak Monarch. Only after reaching Peak Monarch did his power finally begin to stabilize. The real fight begins now. Wu Yifan stared at the Blood Soul Sect messenger before him, his fighting spirit rising rapidly. The next moment, Wu Yifan actively charged toward the Blood Soul Sect messenger. With his cultivation at the peak of the Drijin realm and his physical body unmatched among Drijin cultivators, Wu Yifan unleashed his full strength. With Lin Zixin's highly synchronized support from the side, the two of them actually managed to keep the Blood Soul Sect messenger from gaining the upper hand, at least temporarily. However, as time passed, the Blood Soul Sect messenger began to sense something unusual. That Wu Yifan's aura was gradually weakening. Although very slowly, it was indeed diminishing. Young brat, it seems like you've used some kind of forbidden technique to temporarily break through to the peak of the Drijin realm, huh? But it looks like you won't last much longer. The Blood Soul Sect messenger's guess was spot on. Under these circumstances, Wu Yifan had no choice but to catch the Blood Soul Sect messenger off guard right from the beginning. The moment their fight started, he broke through to the Drijin realm and then used a forbidden technique to briefly reach the peak of that realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold out this long. But forbidden techniques always came with after effects, and the longer one used them and the greater the power unleashed, the more terrifying those consequences would be. At this point, however, Wu Yifan could no longer afford to care. Earlier, he had already learned from his great-grandfather the true intent of the Blood Soul Sect messenger, and he could roughly guess that the current messenger wanted to capture him to refine the Blood Emperor pill. Wu Yifan refused to die as an ingredient in that pill. He would rather die fighting against this evil cultivator. Hearing the Blood Soul Sect messenger's words, Lin Zixin couldn't help but cast a worried glance at Wu Yifan. Still, she also understood that there was no other way. They had no choice but to rely on this method if they wanted to last until Lin Shuai-Ro arrived. Now, they could only hope that Lin Shuai-Ro had already received the message and was on her way. Upon receiving the news from Lin Zixin, Lin Shuai-Ro immediately disregarded everything else and set off toward the western regions, carrying the imperial artifact of Su Ro Shui Sanctuary. Before departing, she had first sent a message to Lei Wanyun, instructing him to rush to Lin Zixin's location ahead of her. After all, Lei Wanyun was already in the western regions. His arrival would definitely precede hers. Only this way could Lin Zixin's chances of rescue be slightly improved. Damned evil cultivator, you better pray my daughter is safe. If anything happens to her, I, Lin Shuai-Ro, will personally wipe out every last evil cultivator in this world. This was the furious thought in Lin Shuai-Ro's mind. Thinking of this, her footsteps instinctively quickened. Chapter 64, Lin Zixin's emotion. Damn it, How long can this guy actually hold on? The Blood Soul Sect envoy stared at Wu Yifan, who was still barely holding his ground, and his expression involuntarily turned grim. He hadn't expected that an ordinary person like Wu Yifan could actually hold him off for half a celestial hour. If he couldn't finish off Wu Yifan and Ling Zixin soon, trouble would surely arise again. Originally, Wu Yifan, possessing the ancient holy body, was the Blood Soul Sect envoy's ideal target. After all, capturing him wouldn't just help the envoy break through to become a great emperor, but also assist the sect's holy heir to reach an even more powerful state. If he could bring back Wu Yifan, the holy heir would definitely reward him generously. But now, it seemed Wu Yifan was beyond reaching. Thinking thus, the Blood Soul Sect envoy shifted his gaze to Ling Zixin, who was supporting Wu Yifan nearby, and in the next instant, charged toward her. Almost the moment the Blood Soul Sect envoy disappeared from sight, Wu Yifan realized his intention, his face immediately darkening as he rushed toward Ling Zixin. At this moment, he and Ling Zixin stood on the same battlefield. If something happened to Ling Zixin, then it would be his turn next. But the envoy was too fast, and Ling Zixin hadn't even reacted in time. She could only stand there dazedly, until Wu Yifan suddenly appeared in front of her before she finally snapped back to reality. But even so, this didn't change the outcome at all. Seeing this, Wu Yifan could only grit his teeth and shoved Ling Zixin aside. In Wu Yifan's mind, Ling Zixin had pursued him in the first place only because he accidentally saw her bathing. If that hadn't happened, she wouldn't have come here, nor would she now be in danger. If Ling Zixin were to get hurt because of him, Wu Yifan would never forgive himself. The price of protecting her, however, was Wu Yifan himself being struck full force by the Blood Soul Sect envoy and flying backward. Ling Zixin finally regained her senses, rushed behind Wu Yifan to catch him midair, but the terrifying force inevitably sent both of them hurtling backward. Oh, didn't expect you to do something like this. Since it's come to this, then both of you shall come with me. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that Wu Yifan would go to such lengths to protect Ling Zixin. Upon realizing this, the envoy wasted no time and was about to attack both Wu Yifan and Ling Zixin to take them away. Just at that moment, Ling Zixin clenched her teeth, took out a talisman radiating golden light from her spatial ring, and after channeling her energy into it, she and Wu Yifan vanished instantly. 13th tier talisman. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's face changed slightly. He hadn't expected her to possess such a rare treasure, something even the most powerful sects struggled to obtain. But before long, something occurred to him, and his face turned pale once again. In the next second, the formation he had set up was completely destroyed. In the sky above, Lin Shiru and Lei Wanyun appeared. As soon as she saw the Blood Soul Sect envoy, Lin Shiru's expression turned furiously enraged. Daring devil cultivator. You actually dared to lay hands on my daughter. Die. Not seeing her daughter present, Lin Shiru was overwhelmed with grief, believing that her beloved daughter had probably perished at this devil cultivator's hands. When the Blood Soul Sect envoy saw Lin Shiru and Lei Wanyun approaching, his heart sank immediately. Even a single saint ruler would be beyond his capability, let alone two. Thinking thus, the Blood Soul Sect envoy let out a cold snort before turning and fleeing. He originally assumed Lin Shiru wouldn't follow him, but to his surprise, the moment he left, she gave chase without hesitation, closely followed by Lei Wanyun. At this moment, Lin Shiru's eyes were red with tears. Already drowning in the grief of having lost her daughter, she failed to notice that her daughter's life presence was still faintly present. As Lin Shiru's closest friend, Lei Wanyun had watched Ling Zixin grow up since childhood, and the affection between them was deep. Now that an incident had occurred, naturally, he wouldn't stand idly by. Therefore, the Blood Soul Sect envoy could only watch helplessly as Lin Shiru and Lei Wanyun chased him across half the Xintian realm. Finally, only when he entered the Valley of the Dead Gods did Lei Wanyun finally stop Lin Shiru from going further. Don't go any further. Ahead lies the Valley of the Dead Gods. It's too dangerous for us to enter. Lei Wanyun blocked Lin Shiru, his expression extremely grave. But Lin Shiru instantly collapsed emotionally, crying out in pain. What am I supposed to do then? Zixin is my only blood left. As her mother, I can't even avenge her. Am I even worthy of being her mother? Ling Zixin was not only Lin Shiru's only blood relative, but also the sole memory of that man left behind for her. Now that even that one remaining memory had vanished, how could she not break down completely? Lei Wanyun fell silent. After a long pause, he murmured softly, ahead lies the Valley of the Dead Gods. There's absolutely no way to survive once entering it. Rest assured, he's surely dead. The Valley of the Dead Gods was extremely dangerous. Inside it were not lacking Shung beasts at the Great Emperor level, yet for some unknown reason, these beings seemed restricted, unable to leave the valley. Of course, in the Xintian realm, it was also rumored that perhaps within the Valley of the Dead Gods lay opportunities for one to break through to the Great Emperor stage. Hence, there was no lack of Jun Emperor level experts entering it. However, without exception, none ever returned. Not even their soul lanterns remained alight. Therefore, in the Xintian realm, the Valley of the Dead Gods had become the fifth forbidden zone, ranked alongside the four great forbidden areas. Just as Lin Shiru was still drowning in the sorrow of losing her daughter, unexpectedly, her communicator rang. Upon seeing that the caller ID displayed Ling Zixin's name, Lin Shiru was momentarily stunned before quickly answering the call. Upon learning that Ling Zixin was still alive, she finally exhaled in relief. She stood up and headed back toward the western direction alongside Lei Wanyun. At the same time, deep inside a mountain cave located within the range of the large formation previously set up by the Blood Soul Sect envoy, Wu Yifan and Ling Zixin's clothes lay scattered chaotically nearby, indicating an intense scene. Slowly rising from atop Wu Yifan, Ling Zixin dressed herself while looking at Wu Yifan, who was still in a deep sleep. Her expression was full of complicated emotions. Even she didn't know exactly what feelings she had toward Wu Yifan. As the holy heir of the Softwater Holy Land, if someone ever glimpsed her completely, there were only two possible outcomes. Either the other party must die, or the other party must marry her. Ling Zixin's aspiration was to lead the entire Softwater Holy Land into a more glorious future. Matters of romance had never been part of her plans. Thus, upon discovering Wu Yifan had unintentionally seen her body, Ling Zixin originally intended to eliminate him. But she hadn't anticipated that Wu Yifan would actually risk his life to protect her, taking a full palm strike from the Blood Soul Sect envoy. That strike contained an immense amount of devilish chi, and combined with the backlash of his prior forbidden technique, Wu Yifan's originally unstable condition had worsened severely. Without timely treatment, Wu Yifan truly could die, an outcome Ling Zixin, who had just witnessed him saving her life, clearly could not accept. Eventually, under some unknown emotional state, Ling Zixin chose to sacrifice herself to ensure Wu Yifan's safety. The first dual cultivation with the Yin sacred body not only brought enormous benefits, but also completely removed all the negative states within Wu Yifan's body, an unbelievable fortuitous opportunity for him. Once Wu Yifan woke up again, he would smoothly break through to the peak of the Bridzen stage. Where even now, you bastard. Looking at Wu Yifan still unconscious, Ling Zixin decisively turned around and left. Her goal remained the same, to elevate the entire Softwada Holy Land to an even more glorious future. Matters of the heart were simply not something she should concern herself with at this moment. Chapter 65, Wu Yifan's frustration, joining the immortal sect, feedback synthesis function activated. What's going on? What exactly happened? After waking up, Wu Yifan found himself in a cave he didn't recognize. His expression couldn't help but turn serious. His memory stopped at the moment he took a palm strike for Lin Zixin. After being hit by the Blood Soul Gate's messenger, Wu Yifan had fallen unconscious and naturally knew nothing of what happened during that time. So when he realized the aftermath effects inside his body had vanished and his cultivation had even advanced smoothly to the peak of Zhejiang, he was extremely shocked. What happened during that time? Something must have happened that I don't know about. Wu Yifan inhaled deeply and thought with an extremely grave expression. Even after racking his brain, he still couldn't figure out that Lin Zixin had actually made a great sacrifice just to save him. After all, in Wu Yifan's eyes, Lin Zixin probably wanted to kill him. How could she possibly save him? It seems I'll have to find the answer myself. I wonder how Lin Zixin is doing now? Could she have sacrificed herself to ensure my safety? Realizing this, Wu Yifan's expression couldn't help but darken. Thinking thus, Wu Yifan stood up, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination, and thought inwardly. Don't worry, Lin Zixin. I'll definitely avenge you. Lin Zixin. Wu Li, would you be willing to join my sect, Zhang Qianzhong, and become my personal disciple? Before Wu Li stood a white-haired old man with a kindly expression, speaking gently. Wu Li hesitated only slightly before nodding in agreement. Disciple Wu Li greets my master. After leaving the Wu family, Wu Li came to Qianzhong, one of the 4 emperors and 6 sects of the southern region, to seek apprenticeship. Of course, when leaving the Wu family, his parents repeatedly warned him not to reveal his identity as a Wu family member outside. When Wu Li asked why, Wu Wanggu sighed, then said seriously, Son, you must understand that if you expose your identity as a member of the Wu family, then even if others respect you, it will be because of the Wu family behind you, not only because of yourself. The honor gained during times of glory comes from success, but honor gained even during times of decline is truly your own honor. Your father hopes to see you attain honor that is truly your own. Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Li felt as if a new world had opened before him, and he firmly remembered his father's words. When the elders in charge of registration asked Wu Li about his background after joining Zhang Qianzhong, Wu Li simply claimed to be an obscure, unknown cultivator. Soon after joining Zhang Qianzhong, Wu Li was noticed by Chun Pingyan, the master of one of the 8 peaks, the Carefree Peak, who then accepted him as a disciple. Seeing this, Wu Li naturally had no reason to refuse, so he simply agreed. When Chun Pingyan saw Wu Li accept, a feeling of satisfaction stirred within him, and he nodded slightly. For reasons unknown, the first time Chun Pingyan laid eyes on Wu Li, he felt an inexplicable sense of connection, a sense that they shared fate. Combined with Wu Li's rather high talent, that was why he accepted him as a personal disciple. Otherwise, Chun Pingyan might not even have taken disciples. The surrounding disciples, upon seeing that an ordinary upper-tier spirit root alone caused the master of the Carefree Peak to personally take him as a disciple, couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. The reason? In Zhang Qianzhong, the 8 peak masters were all quasi-emperor late-stage experts. Among them, Chun Pingyan, the Carefree Peak master, was even more powerful, reaching the peak of quasi-emperor, standing at the same level as the sect leader. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Qianzhong had become the top among the 6 sects. Ahem, Master Chun, my talent isn't bad either. I wonder if I could interest you. Just then, another genius with an upper-tier spirit root also approached Chun Pingyan, asking hopefully with a slight tone of anticipation. Chun Pingyan merely glanced at him, then turned to the registration elder slowly. I quite dislike this one. You understand. Upon hearing Chun Pingyan's words, the elder in charge couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, looking at that genius with a cold snort. Hurry up and leave. You've been expelled from Dantianzong. What kind of cat or dog dares to become Master Chen's disciple? After speaking, the registration elder directly dragged the shocked genius away. The genius didn't even have the chance to beg before vanishing from sight. The other disciples, witnessing this, also lowered their heads, fearing angering Chun Pingyan and being expelled from Dantianzong. After all, joining Zhang Qianzhong was their greatest honor. But if expelled from Dantianzong, other forces would probably refuse to accept them, fearing a negative impression from Dantianzong. Thus, Wu Li, who originally wanted to join Zhan Tian's sect and cultivate in obscurity, was forced to become Chun Pingyan's personal disciple. Of course, if he had refused, it would have only made it even harder for him to stay low profile. After all, by becoming Chun Pingyan's disciple, he could at least cultivate in peace under his master's name. But if he had rejected the offer, he would probably face constant troublemakers at his door every day. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wu family, Wuhao traveled across the Xintian realm with his wife, claiming they were on a honeymoon. Of course, Su Qiaoran didn't really understand what that meant, but as long as she was by her husband's side, it didn't matter. While on their honeymoon, Wuhao wasn't idle either. He actively searched the Xintian realm for suitable targets to build his Emperor Legion. However, while searching, Wuhao suddenly paused. Ding! System detects the 100th anniversary of host binding. New feature activated. Please check, Master. The system's sudden voice startled Wuhao slightly. Previously, due to the system constantly making ding sounds every day, Wuhao had turned off all system notifications during feedback. This was actually the first time the system spoke since they left the Jinmi Forbidden Land. What new feature? Wuhao curiously opened the system interface. Upon seeing the new function, he froze in place, his heart surging with excitement. New feature unlocked. Feedback synthesis. The host may choose whether to synthesize each feedback item. 100 items of the same rank can be synthesized into a single higher-ranked item. In other words, 100 yellow-tier weapons could be synthesized into one black-tier weapon, and 100 black-tier weapons could produce one earth-tier weapon. The same applied to techniques, pills, and other items. Of course, this new feature had no impact on cultivation realm feedback. After all, cultivation was cultivation. After synthesis, it would still only be cultivation, with no additional effects. But soon, Wuhao noticed a line of additional instructions below and read it carefully. Ding! Synthesized items cannot be synthesized again. This is how it is. I was even thinking about giving Yifan and the others an Emperor-tier weapon and then synthesizing endlessly. Wuhao thought inwardly with some disappointment. If he gave Wu Yifan and the others an Emperor-tier weapon, they could collect feedback for 1,000,000 Emperor-tier weapons. If synthesis could be done infinitely, he wouldn't even know what terrifying tier of weapon they could create. But even so, Wuhao still felt quite satisfied. If nothing else, once he grew strong enough, he could always borrow resources from other powerful factions anyway. Chapter 66, The Saint Vessel. Wu Li, this is your senior Shishong, and this is your second senior Shida. With you, Master now has only 3 disciples. Don't you dare bring shame upon me. Very soon, Chunping brought Wu Li up to the Xiaoyao Peak. Though it was called a peak, in reality its size far exceeded Wu Li's imagination. Truly, it rivaled his family estate. Upon arriving at the Xiaoyao Peak, Chunping introduced Wu Li to his senior Shishong and second senior Xia, respectively named Chi-condenser and Nangongya. Both were significantly older than Wu Li, hundreds of years old ancient monsters. Their cultivation levels were naturally no low. Both had already reached the saint realm. Young junior brother, hello there. You should work hard in your cultivation, otherwise master might expel you. Nangongya, with her purple hair, teasingly said to Wu Li. Obviously, she had already noticed that Wu Li was merely at the golden core stage. While that was quite impressive for an ordinary cultivator, for someone claiming to be a disciple of Chunping, such a cultivation level would undoubtedly be ridiculed if revealed publicly. Upon hearing this, Wu Li earnestly nodded and bowed to respond. I will work hard in my cultivation, second senior Shija. Well, it's already quite late. You two should first take Wu Li and choose a peak for him to settle in. Wu Li, if you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask your senior Shishong and second senior Shida. If they can't handle it, then come find me. Just then, Chunping coughed, looking toward Chi-condenser and Nangongya while giving instructions. Upon hearing their master's words, Chi-condenser and Nangongya nodded, then turned their gaze to Wu Li. In the next moment, they left the main peak with Wu Li. I wonder what benefits taking this disciple will bring to me. But there's an indescribable feeling telling me that taking him as a disciple will bring unimaginable benefits. Looking at Chi-condenser and Nangongya settling Wu Li in one of the minor peaks, Chunping thought to himself. In fact, a part of the reason why Chunping was able to break through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor in such a short time was due to his terrifying innate talent, while the other part was his firm belief in his own intuition. It was precisely this intuition that had saved him from the jaws of death multiple times and granted him huge chances and treasures. After some contemplation, Chunping stopped dwelling on this matter and turned back to continue his cultivation. It had already been 50,000 years since he broke through to the peak of the Quasi-Emperor, yet he still felt no confidence in progressing to the Emperor realm. He wondered when he would manage to break through to the Emperor stage. Thank you, Senior Shishong and second Senior Stida. After leaving the main peak, Nangongya turned to Wu Li and asked, Junior brother, you can just choose any minor peak. Of course, except those two over there, which are me and Senior Shishong's practice areas. Nangongya pointed to the 2 high mountains covered with barrier formations. Wu Li nodded as he constantly scanned the Xiaoyao Peak area. Soon, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he pointed toward a nearby peak and said firmly, Second Senior Stida, I choose that peak. Are you sure about your choice? Nangongya confirmed. Wu Li asked curiously, If I'm sure, can I still change later? Not really. We're just showing you here once. If you change your mind later, you have to move on your own. After all, our Xiaoyao Peak is famous for having very few disciples. Practically, no one resides here. Nangongya shrugged helplessly. Wu Li was momentarily speechless, but nodded anyway. It's fine then. That peak it is. For some unknown reason, Wu Li felt an unexplainable connection with that peak. Chi-condenser and Nangongya accompanied Wu Li to the peak, and then spoke. Well then, junior brother, everything hereafter is up to you. My residence and that of your senior Shishong are over there. If you have any questions, you can come and ask us. Oh, by the way, your senior Shishong specializes in sword cultivation, while I specialize in spear techniques. Upon hearing this, Wu Li's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, he himself practiced the sword Dao, which meant he would have the chance to spar and learn from senior Shishong in the future. After completing everything, Chi-condenser and Nangongya were about to leave. But before doing so, they took out their phones and added Wu Li to a group chat, saying that nowadays, even cultivation required a scientific approach. If there were any issues, he could directly contact them by phone. This was also the first time Wu Li witnessed the immense influence his family enterprise had throughout the Xuani Heaven world outside the family. Once Senior Shishong and second Senior Suna had left, Wu Li tidied up the items on the mountain peak and prepared to rest. There was not much on the peak, only a manor. Everything else had to be arranged by the disciple himself. Although Wu Li knew a little about formations, he wasn't especially skilled in that field. Therefore, he planned to ask his master for help in arranging the place tomorrow. However, just as Wu Li was about to rest, he sensed something and narrowed his eyes toward the distance. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a flash of green light, but by the time he looked again in that direction, the green light had already vanished without a trace. Was it just an illusion? Wu Li's mind hesitated slightly, but soon shook his head. Whether it was real or not, he would find out if he went to check. It wouldn't slow him down anyway. Before long, Wu Li started searching in the direction where he had just seen that green light. However, upon reaching the spot, something caught his eye, and his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a small bottle protruding halfway from the ground. It was covered in deep green patterns and softly radiating a faint, eerie green glow. What is this? The instant Wu Li laid eyes on the small bottle, his instincts told him it was definitely no ordinary object. Thinking this, he stepped forward and pulled the bottle from the earth, placing it in his palm. And just as Wu Li held the little green bottle in his hand, on the other side, Wuhao, who had just finished comforting Su Qiaoran and settling her down for rest, suddenly received a system prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations to the descendant Wu Li on acquiring the Saint Vessel. A feedback of 1 million Saint Vessels has been sent to the Master. Would the Master like to synthesize? Oh, he found his destined immortal artifact so soon. Indeed, keeping him within the Wu family would only delay the growth of the heaven-chosen genius. Wuhao thought with a trace of surprise. But soon enough, he nodded and pressed the synthesis button anyway. After all, a mere Saint Vessel was of little use to him, and synthesizing would still grant him a staggering 10,000 pieces. Ding! Synthesis of 1 million Saint Vessels completed successfully. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 10,000 Dao Vessels. Dao Vessel, capable of storing the power of 10,000 Dao for personal use. But first, it must come into contact with the forces of the Dao. Upon seeing the description of the Dao Vessel, Wuhao couldn't help but suck in a breath of shock. Evidently, he hadn't expected the Dao Vessel to be so terrifying, able to refine the power of countless Dao into one's own use. In simple terms, the Dao Vessel could absorb and transform the powers of various Dao it came in contact with, generating corresponding Dao inside itself. When needed, users could harness those Dao through the Dao Vessel. In other words, once the Dao Vessel evolved into its complete form, it would be able to wield true Daoic power through the vessel itself. However, the energy required from the user to do so would be unimaginably immense. Even Wu Hao in his current state had no absolute confidence in fully unleashing the true power of the Dao Vessel. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to do so until he reached the Immortal Emperor stage. Chapter 67, Claiming for Myself. Upon learning that the true power of the Emperor's vessel could only be unleashed at the level of a celestial emperor, Wu Hao felt a pang of regret. He wished he had kept some of the saint's vessels for immediate use. After all, the Emperor's vessel could only display its full potential when he reached the celestial emperor's stage, whereas the saint's vessel could be used to its fullest strength right now. However, the system had an extremely stupid feature. It didn't allow undoing completed operations. Therefore, Wu Hao could only grit his teeth and accept the situation. This incident didn't make Wu Hao too unhappy. The next day, after waking up from a good sleep, he resumed his search with his wife, Su Qiaoran, through the Shantian realm for suitable candidates to form his Emperor Legion. Husband, really couldn't find any suitable candidates. Su Qiaoran asked hesitantly while glancing at Wu Hao's serious expression. They had been searching for about a month now and hadn't found anyone yet. Was it because Wu Hao's standards were too high, or simply because no one qualified? Wu Hao's expression appeared somewhat heavy. After a long silence, he finally sighed. Maybe my requirements are indeed too high. I'll change my criteria. The kind of people Wu Hao needed were absolutely loyal to him. Those who would never betray him even if he fell from grace. If necessary, they would unconditionally carry out his orders, even sacrificing their lives. Whenever Wu Hao found someone who seemingly met the criteria, he would create a highly realistic illusion, giving them emperor-level combat power. Then he would pretend to fall from grace and observe their decisions. Of course, everyone in these illusions had betrayed him the moment he fell, turning their backs and walking away. Otherwise, the leader for the Emperor Legion would have already been found. As Wu Hao was contemplating whether to lower his requirements, abandoning the insistence on loyalty when he fell, and instead focusing only on absolute obedience when he was still powerful, he suddenly sensed something that made his eyes light up. Wife, let's go. I've seen something interesting. Without waiting for a response, Wu Hao took Su Qiaoran and vanished on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already standing in front of a ruin. Why is everything I value always destroyed? In the middle of the ruins, a battered girl stood helplessly staring at the wreckage, her face filled with despair as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the sky seemed to match the scene perfectly, pouring rain falling, making the girl's figure appear even lonelier. Seeing this, Su Qiaoran silently stood beside Wu Hao, trusting that Wu Hao had his own reasons for bringing them here, and decided to simply watch the developments unfold. Unaware of their presence, the girl remained rooted in place until Wu Hao acted, pulling her into his carefully crafted illusion. Within the illusion, Wu Hao discovered the girl's name. Actually unnamed, she had just been adopted by the Chun family before they were completely wiped out, leaving no chance for her to receive a name. She had survived purely because she was out on a task at the time. Before this, she had been taken in by over a dozen families, yet each and every one of those families had also been destroyed. Inside the illusion, Wu Hao adopted the girl, gave her a Blood Emperor pill, granted her an upper-tier spirit root, and employed her as his follower. Then, due to a series of coincidences, Wu Hao lost his cultivation permanently. Yet, instead of abandoning him, the girl remained loyally by his side. Looking at the girl, Wu Hao gave a bitter smile. I've become a cripple, forever unable to cultivate. You still want to stay with me? The girl responded with a serious and sincere look in her eyes. My master has always been sincere with me. How could I abandon him in his time of need? My life belongs to my master. Should anything happen to him, I would leave this world after him. Upon hearing these words, Wu Hao was initially stunned, then he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, I found it. Finally, as Wu Hao laughed, the girl also looked startled. However, everything around her soon faded away, dissolving like bubbles. Before her now stood Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran. Startled at first by the sight of them, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, alright, get up. Earlier, that was a test of loyalty. Now, you've passed the test. From this day forth, you are mine. Nodding, Wu Hao said with visible satisfaction. Thanks to Wu Hao's ability, Su Qiaoran had also witnessed everything within the illusionary world and now held this girl in higher regard. In the current Shantian realm, few people could remain true to their original aspirations, and even fewer could still hold on to them after becoming powerful. Swallow this. This is the Blood Emperor pill for you. Also, this is your spirit root. After speaking, Wu Hao flicked his finger, sending the Blood Emperor pill into the girl's mouth. At the same time, he infused a top-tier spirit root into her body, ensuring that her path of cultivation wouldn't be cut short. The girl felt the changes within her body. After a long while, She lifted her head to look at Wuhao and directly kowtowed, speaking with an extremely solemn tone. Please, master, bestow me a name. You have no name or surname, so from now on, you shall take my surname Wu. As for your given name, let it be Mingdai. Just like a butterfly emerging anew from a dream, you shall have a bright future. Wuhao pondered for a moment before giving her a name he deemed quite fitting. From this moment onward, the girl on the ground would be known as Wu Mingdai. In her eyes returned a glimmer of light as she whispered to herself. Starting today, I finally have a name of my own. Just at this moment, the rain from the sky also stopped. A streak of sunlight pierced through the morning clouds, shining upon Wu Mingdai, making her appear radiant and brilliant. With the aid of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Mingdai soon successfully broke through to the early stage of Emperor realm. And because Wu Hao himself masked this surge of power, no one in the Xintian realm knew that someone had just ascended to the Emperor stage. After reaching Emperor stage, Wu Mingdai looked at Wu Hao and soon gritted her teeth, making a request. Master, I have something to say. I know. Go. Settle your grudges with the outside world. Then, throughout the entire Xintian realm, find 99 people who are absolutely loyal to me and bring them before me. Wu Hao already knew what Wu Mingdai wanted to do. Although those dozen or so families hadn't kept her for long, she carried their kindness in her heart. Now that she had the power to avenge those souls, it was only natural that this emotionally devoted girl would seek justice for them. Wu Mingdai looked at Wu Hao, deeply bowed her thanks, and then turned and left. Su Qiaoran stood in front of Wu Hao, sighed, and spoke. What a pitiful child. Husband, what do you think her true origin is? Chapter 68, Calamity Body. Watching Wu Mengye's retreating figure, Wu Hao withdrew his gaze and spoke after a long while. Calamity Body. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but inhale sharply. She naturally knew about the Calamity Body. Unlike the powerful and monstrous Wen Gusung Ti and Gling Ti, the Calamity Body seemed more like a torment, a curse. Those born with the Calamity Body would constantly be plagued by disasters and misfortunes throughout their lives. Anyone attempting to approach such a person would inevitably suffer great misfortune without exception. This was precisely why any family that had sheltered Wu Tuity eventually perished. More importantly, although those near a Calamity Body suffered misfortune, the Calamity Body itself would not be harmed due to their condition, or rather, would not die. There was once a quasi-emperor level expert who attacked a Calamity Body, only to be instantly killed by a fragment that fell from the sky, rumored to be a piece of a divine artifact that had tumbled down from the higher realm. Additionally, the Calamity Body was unable to cultivate since their body lacked spirit roots. Even through artificial methods to generate spirit roots, none could be formed. Only Wu Hao's system was powerful enough to allow Wu Mengye's body to accept spirit roots. Husband, will sheltering someone with a Calamity Body affect you? Su Qiaoran looked at Wu Hao with evident concern. Wu Hao simply shook his head, his tone full of arrogance. Rest assured, a mere Calamity Body like this won't have any effect on me. He wasn't just speaking recklessly. No matter how strong a Calamity Body was, could it possibly surpass his system? Furthermore, even if Calamity Bodies did affect those around them, their effects only applied to those of lower cultivation levels. As for Wu Hao, at his current Golden Immortal Realm, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Great Golden Immortal Realm. Once he succeeded, he'd transcend the 3 realms and exist beyond the 5 elements, forever free from the influences of the river of time and space, let alone the Calamity Body. Unless Wu Mengye's Calamity Body possessed the power to invoke a world-ending catastrophe. On the other side, right after leaving Wu Hao, Wu Mingdai didn't hesitate at all. She immediately sought out the enemy factions that had once taken her in and mercilessly struck them down, eliminating the entire faction in a single palm strike. Although many had not actually participated in plotting against her, Wu Mingdai considered them complicit the moment they joined the faction. There was no longer any discussion of innocence or guilt. Within just half a day, Wu Mingdai wiped out 15 factions and achieved the slaughter of 1,000,000 humans milestone. After exterminating all her enemies, Wu Mengye's heart remained unmoved. She felt no satisfaction or pleasure. It was simply something she was supposed to do. She had merely fulfilled her duty. After finishing, Wu Mingdai did not immediately return to Wu Hao. Instead, she went into the ruins of those 15 families and knelt in the ruins, kowtowing 3 times in a certain direction before rising and walking away. Master, seeing Wu Mingdai return, Wu Hao nodded slightly. You finished everything? All finished. From today onwards, you are officially a member of our Wu family. Go now, do what you must. With a wave of his hand, Wu Hao instantly conveyed his meaning. Understanding, Wu Mingdai immediately turned and left. She would now go out to find 99 suitable individuals to take under her wing, and afterward, she would return here to Wu Hao. With his assistance, she would break through to become a cultivation emperor and become the sword of the Wu family. Wife, let's go home. From now on, she will take care of the rest. After speaking, Wu Hao nodded. Su Qiaoran nodded in agreement, and the two began heading back toward the Wu residence. Meanwhile, after some time of exploration, Wu Li finally understood the use of the saint receiving vase in his possession. Didn't expect this artifact to produce a certain amount of spirit liquid that accelerates the growth of rare herbs and treasures. This means from today onward, I won't lack cultivation resources anymore. Wu Li stared at a spirit herb that had been only 10 years old, watching as, after a single drop of spirit liquid was applied, it grew rapidly and reached the age of 100 years in less than a minute. After all, 10 years was considered Huang tier rare treasure, 100 years Xin tier, 1000 D tier, 10,000 Tian tier, 100,000 Zun tier, 500,000 Emperor tier rare treasures. At present in Xintian world, even Zun tier treasures were extremely rare, let alone Emperor tier. But with this artifact in hand, Wu Li was confident he could break through to the Saint and even Zun tiers in a short time, perhaps even reach the Emperor realm. Meanwhile, inside the Roxue Holy Land, Lin Shiru had gathered all the elders of the entire Roxue Holy Land before speaking up and asking, "Everyone, what do you think has happened to the Holy Girl?" Upon hearing Lin Shiru's words, the elders in attendance exchanged glances. The eldest elder stepped forward, curious. "Holy Master, what has happened?" "Nothing much. I just feel that the Holy Girl's behavior has been somewhat strange lately." Lin Shiru slightly frowned, speaking as if she didn't know what was going on. The elders finally understood the reason behind Lin Shiru gathering them. One of them, who also had some understanding of Lin Zixin's recent behavior, formed a guess in his heart. However, since that guess seemed too absurd, he chose not to voice it. Holy Master, you're talking about the Holy Girl's condition? Perhaps the Holy Girl is still Shinjinzai, the terror of being pursued by demonic cultivators that day. After all, the Holy Girl is still young, and it was her first time facing death so closely. It's only natural to feel fear. The second elder stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiru nodded slightly. Although she didn't really think that was the case, it seemed like the only explanation for now. It couldn't possibly be that her own daughter had developed feelings for someone, could it? Thinking about her daughter's potential romantic interest, Lin Shiru already had a suitable candidate in mind. It seemed she would need to talk to her daughter later. At that moment, Lin Zixin was lying on her bed, staring blankly and emptily at the ceiling. After a long while, she let out a sigh. She didn't know why, but originally she had intended to forget Wu Yifan and forget everything that had happened that day. However, ever since returning to the Holy Land, every night in her dreams she saw Wu Yifan. The most shameful dreams were always of the two doing something, and in those dreams, she was always the one initiating it. Ah, Lin Zixin, what are you doing? You're the Holy Girl of the Roshue Holy Land. You're the one destined to bring the entire Roshue Holy Land to its peak. Why are you willingly falling into decadence? Lin Zixin muttered angrily into her pillow, covering her face. However, just at that moment, a soft knock on the door slowly came through, followed shortly by Lin Shiru's voice. Daughter, are you available now? Mother has something to discuss with you. Chapter 69. Lin Shiru's sharp sixth sense, the posture of an emperor. Cough, cough. Mom, I'm fine. You can come in. Lin Zixin heard Lin Shiru's voice and quickly suppressed the absurd thoughts in her heart, sitting down at the edge of the bed. A moment later, Lin Shiru also walked in, sat beside Lin Zixin, and looked at her daughter with a gaze full of tenderness as she spoke. Daughter, was the psychological shadow left from the last incident very severe? Upon hearing that, Lin Zixin was first taken aback but quickly recalled that Lin Shiru was referring to the incident when she was hunted by Blood Soul Sex Messenger. She shook her head, speaking with a calm tone. Mom, the last incident didn't leave me with any psychological shadow. Then what's wrong with you? Don't lie to your mom. The changes in you recently are obvious to everyone across the Roshue Holy Land. Lin Shiru gazed at Lin Zixin with eyes filled with concern. After all, her daughter was the most precious gem of her heart. She absolutely would not allow anything to happen to her. Feeling her mother's care, Lin Zixin couldn't help but smile slightly, as if she had thought of something pleasant. However, soon she shook her head seriously. Mom, really I'm fine. I just need some time to process what happened that day. As for psychological trauma, there really isn't any. Seeing her daughter speak this way, Lin Shiru could only temporarily drop this matter. Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she spoke with an underlying meaning. Oh right, daughter, do you still remember Lei Jingzhan? Upon hearing the name Lei Jingzhan, memories of her childhood flashed through Lin Zixin's mind, of when her mother used to take her off into the Thunder Sanctum to play at Uncle Lei's house, where she encountered a little brat. Of course I remember. Why, what's going on? This is the thing. What do you think of this boy Jingzhan? If he suits you, perhaps you can give it a try and get to know each other better. Lin Shiru smiled as she said this, but Lin Zixin instantly froze in place. After quite some time, she finally replied with a protest. Mom, you know I have no interest in romantic entanglements. My only concern is cultivation, and guiding our Roshue Holy Land toward prosperity and glory. However, the moment these words left her lips, inexplicably, the face of Wu Yifan, both infuriatingly and irresistibly attractive, popped into her mind. Her heart became a chaotic mess at once. After hearing this, Lin Shiru did not say anything further. She merely mentioned it lightly. If her daughter wasn't interested, she wouldn't force her. It seemed that the boy Lei Jingzhan would only end up failing in his secret love. All right, Mom, it's time I should get back to my cultivation. You should leave now. Oh, I had a feeling just now. I believe I'll break through to the Quasi-Emperor stage soon, so don't disturb me for these few days. After speaking, Lin Zixin stood up and pushed Lin Shiru out hurriedly. Before Lin Shiru could even process what was happening, after realizing that her daughter was about to advance to Quasi-Emperor, excitement uncontrollably appeared on her face. After all, her daughter was barely over 500 years old. To break through to the rank of Quasi-Emperor at merely over 500 years old, there remained a chance to even become a true emperor. Lin Shiru herself had already been 10,000 years old when she achieved the Quasi-Emperor status, and now, at 30,000 years old, a true emperor still felt impossibly distant. Sighing, Lin Shiru silently thought, a trace of melancholy showing on her face. Anyway, she had long given up on that possibility. But just as Lin Shiru was about to leave, something suddenly came to her mind, and her face instantly changed. Wait, didn't my daughter previously say she couldn't break through to the Quasi-Emperor unless that young man was eliminated? Does this mean he's already been killed? That shouldn't be possible by all logic. Could there be something else that has happened that I don't know about? Internally agitated, Lin Shiru didn't dwell on it for long. After all, it was ultimately a good thing for her daughter to have broken through to the Quasi-Emperor stage. Moreover, Lin Zixin didn't claim she would advance to the Quasi-Emperor just to appease Lin Shiru. She truly was on the verge of reaching that level. She had originally been at the peak of sovereign level. After dual cultivation with Wu Yifan, she had benefited greatly as well. After all, one possessed the mysterious Yin holy body while the other held the ancient desolate holy body, both being incredibly powerful innate body constitutions. Dual cultivation naturally brought benefits to both sides. Shaking her head, Lin Zixin pushed thoughts of Wu Yifan to the back of her mind and began closing herself off to break through toward the Quasi-Emperor stage. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan had stabilized himself, completely refining the residual power of Lin Zixin within his body. He thus broke through to the peak of sovereign level, needing only half a step more to reach the Quasi-Emperor threshold. Next, it's time to search for the heavenly treasures required to unlock the 9th restriction of the ancient desolate holy body. I remember there are 9 in total. The venom sac of a Quasi-Emperor level blue-clawed poison spider, a 10,000-year-old thunderstruck willow, a 10,000-year-old radiant sunfruit, a 10,000-year-old blue-silver sovereign grass, a Quasi-Emperor level moonshadow wolf fong, yellow spring water, and 3 heavenly treasures of supreme level yang attribute. Wu Yifan mused silently. He already possessed the 3 supreme-level Yang attribute treasures, as well as the Radiant Sun Fruit, Blue-Silver Sovereign Grass, and Yellow Spring Water. At present, he only needed to obtain the Quasi-Emperor level Blue-Clawed Poison Spider's Venom Sac, Moon Shadow Wolf Fang, and Thunderstruck Willow. From what Wu Yifan knew, even within the entire Xintian realm, these 3 items were extremely rare. After all, Quasi-Emperor cultivators were few and far between in the Xintian realm, not to mention Quasi-Emperor level creatures like the Blue-Clawed Poison Spider and Moon Shadow Wolf. As for the 10,000-year-old Thunderstruck Willow, it referred to a willow tree that had lived for 10,000 years and somehow survived being struck by lightning. Such trees were extremely scarce as well, but with sufficient effort and cost, they could still be found. Sigh. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Wu Yifan sighed deeply, then set off into the vast expanse of the Xintian realm in search of those treasures. After all, the Blood Soul sect still posed a threat. Their messenger had already reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor stage, which meant the Blood Soul sect definitely had true Emperor-level cultivators inside, perhaps even more than one. Although Wu Yifan wasn't sure why the Blood Soul sect hadn't sent an emperor to invade the Xintian realm yet, he could roughly guess that the sect might currently be restricted somehow, preventing them from leaving the Valley of the Buried Gods. Therefore, Wu Yifan needed to grow stronger as soon as possible before the Blood Soul sect emerged, to reach a level capable of resisting their forces. After all, behind him stood the entire Wu clan. Master. Seeing Wu Yidao return before him, Wu Shengna stood up immediately, his face beaming with joy. After sensing Wu Yidao's cultivation level, his excitement grew even stronger. Yidao, you've broken through to the peak of the Great Sage stage? Yes, I was fortunate enough to gain some insights and managed to reach the peak of the Great Sage stage. Wu Yidao nodded calmly. After receiving guidance from his great-grandfather, he fully understood the importance of being low-key. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't act too ostentatiously. Upon hearing this, Wu Shengna burst into laughter. Ha ha, my disciple Yidao truly has the potential of an emperor. At his current speed, Wu Yidao had reached the peak of the Great Sage stage before even turning 100 years old. At this rate, he would likely break through to the Supreme stage within 1,000 years, and reach the Quasi-Emperor stage within 10,000 years. It was even possible he might one day attain the level of Emperor. Chapter 70, The Four Saints Contest, Wu Rulong's Imperial Weapon. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go cultivate for now. Recently, Wu Yidao had been wandering outside, absorbing too much and needing time to settle and reflect. As Wu Yidao turned to leave, Wu Shengna suddenly remembered something and spoke with a very serious expression. That's right, do you have some time lately? The Four Saints Contest is about to begin. You will represent Tianwuxian in this competition. The Four Saints Contest. A trace of confusion appeared on Wu Yidao's face. Wu Shengna hesitated, recalling that Wu Yidao probably didn't yet know about this, so he explained. That's right, the Four Saints Contest. It's a grand competition hosted by the 4 great holy lands every 1,000 years, open to all cultivators under 1,000 years old throughout the Xintian realm. The top competitors will receive rewards from the 4 great holy lands. Our Tianwuxian also has a spot in this competition. 10 years from now is the next contest, and you will represent Tianwuxian in the Four Saints Contest. Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. I will obey my master's command. With that, Wu Yidao turned and left, ready to immerse himself in cultivation to attempt the breakthrough to Sage King. On the other side, at the Wu family estate, after returning, Su Qiaoran had also broken through to the Sage King level under Wu Hao's dual cultivation help, becoming the youngest Sage King in the history of Manhwa Holy Land. As Wu Hao indulged in affectionate moments with Su Qiaoran, Wu Rulong inconveniently coughed at the door. Wu Hao and Su Qiaoran finally came to their senses. What is it? Wu Hao slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze toward Wu Rulong full of scrutiny, as if saying, if Wu Rulong couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would be in for a harsh personal training session for sure. Wu Rulong then remembered his purpose and took out an invitation card, explaining, this is the invitation letter sent to our Wu family by the 4 great holy lands. It formally invites our Wu clan to participate in the Four Saints Contest. Those who achieve top places will be able to obtain rewards offered by the 4 holy lands. The Four Saints Contest. Wu Hao frowned slightly, unfamiliar with it. After all, this event was held only once every 1,000 years, with news spreading only before the event started. No wonder he had never heard of it before. But Su Qiaoran's eyes lit up. As a former holy female leader of Manhwa Holy Land, she naturally knew about the Four Saints Contest and thoughtfully explained it to him. Only after his wife's explanation did Wu Hao understand what this Four Saints Contest was. He pondered for a while, then spoke. How many spots does our Wu family have? 5. Wu Rulong immediately answered. Hearing this, Wu Hao paused briefly before replying. In that case, give 1 spot to Wu Yifan. The other 4, you can manage as you see fit. As soon Wu Hao finished speaking, Su Qiaoran immediately said, Husband, can I also go? I would like to witness the splendor of the Four Saints Contest. Of course, Wu Hao wouldn't refuse Su Qiaoran's request. He lovingly stroked Su Qiaoran's nose before replying. Alright then, you can come with me. By the way, Rulong, you should also go along and see for yourself. Wu Hao knew that in the Xintian realm, there were still quite a few people under 1,000 years old who had already broken through to the Sage King level. Wu Rulong was currently only at the initial stage of Great Sage. Therefore, allowing him to go witness the Four Saints Contest would definitely be of significant help to him. Wu Rulong naturally didn't refuse, but as if suddenly thinking of something, his eyes lit up and he cautiously asked, Father, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned before that you can forge imperial weapons? That's correct. Did you already collect all the materials? Wu Hao looked at Wu Rulong, who immediately nodded eagerly. Yes, I have gathered all the required materials. So, Father, could you please forge me an imperial weapon anytime soon? After hearing his father's words, Wu Rulong's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a storage ring filled entirely with the refining materials he had gathered using the wealth of the Wu clan's business throughout the Xintian realm. Wu Hao examined the materials inside and nodded. Indeed, they were enough for forging an imperial weapon. What type of imperial weapon do you want? A sword. I want a long sword. Upon hearing his father's question, Wu Rulong blurted out, sword, without hesitation. After all, who wouldn't want to be a sword cultivator? Sword cultivators were simply so cool, wielding a sword, sweeping 3,000 miles across the sky, and all the strongest cultivators beneath would kneel in submission. Hearing this, Wuhao nodded. In the next moment, under his control, the materials inside the storage ring flew out, all of them clearly imperial-grade forging materials. Under Wu Rulong's eager gaze, a purple flame appeared in Wu Hao's palm. When Wu Rulong saw the flame, he couldn't help but inhale sharply in his heart. This is Imperial Flame. All things in the world had their own ranks. If even stones could give rise to Sun Wukong, then it wasn't surprising for flames to possess different ranks as well. In the Xintian realm, flames were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, which were collectively known as spiritual flames. Above the spiritual flames were the supreme flames, and above the supreme flames stood the Imperial Flame. But according to Wu Rulong's knowledge, even quasi-emperor level experts couldn't control the Imperial Flame. Only an emperor could wield it. So although he had previously doubted his father's cultivation level, after witnessing the appearance of the Imperial Flame, Wu Rulong finally became certain his father was at least an emperor. However, Wu Hao didn't pay attention to Wu Rulong and others' reactions. Under Wu Hao's control, all the refining materials flew directly into the Imperial Flame. Then, under the control of the Imperial Flame, they melted into a single mass. Under Wu Hao's terrifying spiritual power, the molten materials continuously fused and took shape, gradually forming the outline of a longsword. After about 2.5 minutes, the longsword was finally formed. As Wu Hao extinguished the Imperial Flame, a terrifying pressure erupted from the sword he forged, but it was quickly suppressed by Wu Hao himself. After sensing the terrifying power from the sword, Wu Rulong was filled with excitement. He never expected that someone like him, at merely the initial stage of Great Sage, would actually have the fortune to obtain his own Imperial weapon. After all, even quasi-emperors at their peak didn't necessarily have their own Imperial weapons. Just as Wu Rulong was excitedly reaching out to take the Imperial weapon from Wu Hao, he saw Wu Hao disappear along with the weapon. Wait a moment. There are still some steps to complete before this can truly be called an Imperial weapon. I'll be back soon. And so, Wu Rulong could only watch helplessly as his father carried away his Imperial weapon, moving further and further away until finally disappearing from sight. Chapter 71. Wu Yifan. What happened? At the same time, Wu Yifan looked at the appearance of his great-grandfather before him with some curiosity. Great-grandfather, what happened? Although quite curious, Wu Yifan still straightened his posture and asked inquisitively. But Wu Hao didn't say much. He directly took out the Imperial sword and handed it to Wu Yifan, then slowly spoke. You probably haven't had a suitable weapon recently. This is an Imperial-grade weapon forged by your great-grandfather. You can use it for now. Upon hearing his great-grandfather say that this sword was an Imperial-grade weapon, Wu Yifan was stunned in place. It took a while for him to finally react. His face filled with joy as he accepted the Imperial sword, and he thanked him. Thank you, great-grandfather. Just as Wu Yifan accepted the sword, the system voice rang out. Ding! Detected host gifting a heaven-chosen descendant the Imperial-grade weapon. Feedback granted 1 million Imperial-grade swords. Please confirm receipt. System, synthesize them for me. Imperial-grade swords were practically useless to Wu Hao. It would be better to synthesize them into immortal-grade swords. Ding! Consumed 1 million Imperial-grade swords. Synthesized 10,000 lower-rank immortal-grade swords. Please confirm receipt. Upon hearing the system prompt, Wu Hao nodded satisfactorily. Then looking at Wu Yifan, he suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke with an expression of regret on his face. I almost forgot. Yifan, your body constitution is the ancient holy body. A long sword probably doesn't suit you. Never mind. You can return it to your great-grandfather. Wu Yifan. Excuse me, great-grandfather, I actually can use it, but Wu Yifan still shook his head and returned the Imperial sword to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Although he already had 10,000 immortal-grade swords, Wu Rulong wanted an Imperial-grade weapon. As a father, how could he not fulfill his son's wish? Wu Rulong. 6. What type of weapon are you good at? If there's a chance, great-grandfather might be able to forge one for you. After all, Wu Yifan was the heaven chosen. If he had a proper weapon to assist him, he would likely grow stronger more quickly. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yifan was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, and his eyes lit up as he spoke. Great-grandfather, I want to use a being. A cauldron? Quite an unusual weapon. Well, since you want to use it, great-grandfather will see if he can find one for you. Hearing this, Wu Hao slightly frowned his eyebrows, but still nodded in agreement. All right, you must grow stronger quickly. Your responsibilities have changed now, and if you're not strong enough before that time, you'll deeply regret it. The look Wu Hao gave Wu Yifan was filled with meaning. Before Wu Yifan could ask anything, Wu Hao disappeared. Wu Yifan could only suppress his confusion in his heart. In any case, he must strive to grow stronger. He still hadn't avenged the Blood Soul sect's offense. After finishing with Wu Yifan, Wu Hao returned to the Wu family and directly handed the Imperial weapon to Wu Rulong. Seeing his father return and hand the Imperial weapon over, Wu Rulong's eyes were filled with excitement. He, Wu Rulong, had finally obtained his own Imperial weapon. With the enhancement from the Imperial weapon, Wu Rulong was confident he could win first place in the 4 sacred sects competition. Even facing a quasi-emperor, he might not necessarily lose. Moreover, with the added power of the Imperial weapon, his plan to destroy the Li Royal Empire must be moved forward. Indeed, Wu Rulong had not forgotten the grudge he held against the Li Royal Empire. Rather, it had grown deeper over time. Although Wu Rulong claimed not to hold grudges, the Li Empire had practically tried to annihilate him. Had he not been waiting for the opportunity to personally eliminate the Li Empire himself, he likely would have already begged his father to wipe it out long ago. Now, with the boost from the Imperial weapon, Wu Rulong felt that once he broke through to the Sovereign Realm, he could directly head for the Li Royal Empire and destroy it completely. That's how powerful an Imperial weapon was. It gave a sovereign-level cultivator the terrifying power to take down a top-tier faction alone. After acquiring the Imperial weapon and completing the matter he came for, Wu Rulong returned to continue his cultivation. During this period, he also considered transferring management of the Wu Commerce Association to other Wu family members, since as clan leader his cultivation level was merely a great saint, which was rather shameful. Of course, Wu Rulong did not factor in his own age. Among the entire Xintian world, a great saint under 100 years old was extremely rare, nearly non-existent. As Wu Rulong left to continue his cultivation, Su Qiaoran spoke with great seriousness. Husband, I must start cultivating hard too. I want to break through to the mid-sage king realm within 10 years. I support you. Wu Hao nodded in agreement, then suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke. If you have any questions you don't understand, feel free to come ask me. Wu Hao was a golden immortal. To guide a sage king in cultivation was not difficult at all. Su Qiaoran nodded, but ultimately didn't go to ask Wu Hao. After all, she was already naturally gifted, and with so many resources at her disposal, she would hardly encounter anything in her cultivation path that she couldn't handle. On the other side, as the four sacred sex competition drew closer, many factions throughout the Xintian world began to stir. It wasn't just about gaining fame and recognition in the four sacred sex competition. The most important thing was that the top 100 young geniuses who ranked in the competition would obtain entry into the Chaos Emperor's created Chaos Secret Realm. Perhaps within it, one could obtain the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and even possibly break through to the Grand Emperor realm. And currently, the Chaos Secret Realm was controlled solely by the four sacred sects. Therefore, the only way to enter the Chaos Secret Realm was to achieve a top 100 ranking in the four sacred sex competition. Upon hearing this news, even Wu Yidao, who had previously shown a calm and emotionless expression, couldn't help but show some fluctuation in his eyes. He murmured softly to himself, Chaos Emperor, perhaps you could help me further complete my Chaos Dao. After thinking this, Wu Yidao closed his eyes and resumed cultivation once again. In this upcoming four sacred sex competition, he would surely occupy one of the top 100 spots. Of course, everyone else in the Xintian world held the same thought. However, until the four sacred sex competition officially began, no one could make any conclusions. Am I also going to participate in the four sacred sex competition? Seeing the message sent out by Wu Rulong in the family group chat, Wu Yifan narrowed his eyes. He was already at the peak of the sovereign realm. In the entire Xintian world, how many under 1,000 years old had broken through to the sovereign peak? Moreover, Wu Yifan felt he would soon break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Was it not bullying others to let him enter the competition? However, Wu Rulong said it was Wu Hao's requirement, so even if Wu Yifan was unwilling, he could only agree. Meanwhile, the Blood Soul sect was also brewing some sort of conspiracy on their end. Chapter 72, Shui Yuan, the commencement of the Four Saints Grand Competition. Interesting. Are you telling me that you encountered a Guanggu Shengqi and a Xiyin Shengqi at the Drizhen Jing outside? At this time, within the Blood Soul sect, the messenger who had earlier fled from Lin Shiru's pursuit had returned and was now kneeling on the ground with both knees, gazing respectfully at a red-cloaked youth before him. Indeed, young Master Saint. Fascinating indeed. You, a Jingdeep Peak cultivator, allowed two Dinjing individuals to escape and return disgracefully to the Blood Soul sect. Should I call you useless, or should I say you are just useless? The youth was Shui Yuan, the saint son of the Blood Soul sect, the same figure mentioned earlier by the three Blood Soul sect messengers, killed by Wu Yifan. Upon hearing Shui Yuan's words, the messenger trembled, almost pleading as he spoke. Saint's son, the Xiyin Sengqi wasn't much of a threat, but that Guanggu Sengqi was quite strange. Although he temporarily broke through to Drizhen Peak via forbidden arts, his foundation was remarkably profound. If the battle continued, I would surely have captured him. However, the holy masters from the Roshui and Jinglei holy sects arrived. I feared that I might jeopardize the Saint Son's plans, so I left. Please forgive my mistake, Saint Son. After he finished speaking, the messenger lowered his head, looking extremely fearful, his body even trembling slightly. For quite a while, Shui Yuan remained silent. Just as the messenger was wondering what would happen next, Shui Yuan suddenly struck. I had such high hopes for you, yet you disappointed me so greatly. You've made things difficult for me. As you know, we of the Blood Soul sect have no room for useless people, so it's time for you to die. As Shui Yuan spoke, a terrifying suction force erupted from him. Shock and horror spread across the messenger's face as he turned to flee, but how simple could the Blood Soul sect's Saint Son really be? Within just a few breaths' time, the Blood Soul messenger's blood energy was entirely absorbed by Shui Yuan. His life ended abruptly, his soul and body vanishing. Shui Yuan revealed an expression of disdain. Useless as always. His blood energy was even a bit impure. Ah, the Saint Son has gotten angry again. Who could have provoked you this time? Just then, a figure in red gracefully entered from outside, teasingly observing the scene. Although somewhat displeased by the red-clothed woman's tone, Shui Yuan didn't say anything. After all, the one before him was an elder of the Blood Soul sect, more precisely, his guardian. Senior Elder Hua enjoys joking again, never mind. Let's drop this matter. How is the preparation for the Blood Sacred Origin going? I do not want to remain confined to this lower realm forever. Shui Yuan took a deep breath before inquiring. At this, Senior Elder Hua grew serious, replying gravely. The Blood Sacred Origin has nearly been prepared. Only 5 drops of essence blood from special constitution cultivators are required to complete it. At that time, we will break free from the restrictions of the Xintian realm and leave this world. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuan nodded thoughtfully before thinking of something and continued. I recall that the Four Saints Grand Competition will take place in 10 years, right? At that time, all the heavenly geniuses of the Xintian realm will appear. Perhaps we could find 5 special constitution geniuses among them. I understand, but currently, our manpower is insufficient. The beings in the Xintian realm who can withstand our vampire-like power and reach the Jingdi level are extremely scarce. At the moment, we only have 5 Jingdi Peak individuals who are capable of leaving the Xintian realm. Hesitation showed on Senior Elder Hua's face. However, Shui Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. If the plan succeeds, we can leave this wretched place. I understand. Senior Elder Hua nodded, then went to start preparing. After Senior Elder Hua left, Shui Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking up at the scarlet sky of the Burial God Valley, whispering softly. Father, I wonder what happened on your side, but surely those 4 cannot deal with you either. Wait a little longer. I will return with vengeance. Time passed quietly during cultivation. During this period, Wuhao's cultivation level rose to the peak of Golden Immortal, getting ever closer to the Immortal Grand Immortal of Eternity. Su Qiaoran also smoothly advanced to the Mid-Saint King stage. Naturally, with Wuhao personally guiding her, how could her progress not be fast? As for the other two participants, Wu Rulong had already made his choices, Wu Qingquan and Wu Qitian. Both were currently at the Saint King stage, exactly suitable for participating in the Four Saints Grand Competition to gain some combat experience, which would surely benefit their future cultivation. Wu Qingquan and Wu Qitian both agreed readily, and then they made plans to meet at the Myriad Flower Holy Land. After all, Wu Qitian was stationed at the Wu clan's commercial headquarters in the northern region, so compared to traveling together, gathering at the Myriad Flower Holy Land was undoubtedly the better choice. The Wu clan still lacks too many things, for instance, a territory stabilizing monument or something similar. Wuhao sat atop the back mountain of the Wu clan's territory, while beside him lounged lazily a small fox. He was Wu Hu. After returning to the Wu clan, Wuhao had left Wu Hu there to cultivate. Under Wu Hao's intense guidance and nurturing, Wu Hu had unlocked his seven-tailed form and now reached the peak of the Saint King level. Once his nine tails fully unfurled, he would rival an emperor-level expert. Still, it remained uncertain whether there were forms beyond the nine-tailed fox. Master, so you're planning to establish a clan-stabilizing monument? Wu Hu asked curiously. Wuhao nodded and explained his thoughts. Nowadays, the Wu clan is growing stronger and larger, so it's time we established clear orders and systems. Many from the fourth generation haven't even married or produced offspring yet, but descendants of the sixth and seventh generations have already appeared. Thus, I've decided to set up a clan-stabilizing monument to consolidate and protect the Wu clan's fortune. Wu Hao spoke slowly while recalling Wu Yifun's earlier request for a ding, and this seemed a good opportunity to handle both monument and ding together. After all, a monument and a ding essentially achieved similar effects. Besides stabilizing fortune, a ding could also be used for ritual sacrifices during festivals. Moreover, Wu Hao knew that he would certainly not remain forever in the Xintian realm. His potential was simply far too vast, while the Xintian realm's ceiling was the emperor level. Eventually, he would leave this world. Upon hearing this, Wu Hu nodded in agreement. However, Wu Rulong was currently in closed-door cultivation, attempting to break through to the mid-Grand Saint stage, so they would discuss things further at a later time. Chapter 73. Immortal Cauldron Suppressing the Wu clan's Prosperity. What? Father, you plan to forge a cauldron to suppress the Wu clan's prosperity? Wu Rulong had just broken through his cultivation when he heard what Wu Hao said, and his expression immediately showed surprise. After all, from his understanding of his father, the latter rarely involved himself in family matters. Ever since the birth of Qingquan, Wu Hao had barely meddled in clan affairs. Wu Hao nodded. That's right. Now the Wu clan has become slightly powerful. Naturally, we need an artifact of a higher grade to suppress our clan's fortune, ensuring our clan thrives in the immortal path. In some powerful empires or forces, there were always items used to suppress their empire's prosperity to ensure its eternal flourishing. Take for example the Stronghold Empire or the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Moreover, only spiritual treasures at least at the emperor grade level could suppress a clan's fortune. But Wu Rulong sighed, his voice slightly filled with reluctance. Father, it's not that I don't want to. It was only after searching for a long time that I gathered all the materials needed to forge an emperor grade sword last time. Now if I were to look again, it would probably take a long time before I find everything. Hearing that, Wu Hao fell silent for a moment, then also sighed. Do your best. I will also search for materials. Once all the materials are gathered, we will forge a spiritual treasure to suppress our clan's prosperity. Concerning the Wu clan's fortune, Wu Rulong naturally wouldn't be careless. He quickly gave orders to start searching for materials suitable for forging emperor-grade weapons in the Xintian world. However, for some unknown reason, the Xintian world not only lacked emperors, but even the materials used to forge emperor-grade weapons had become extremely rare. Even the powerful Wu Commercial Guild had spent a full year collecting all the materials required. Now, Wu Hao wanting to forge a new emperor-grade weapon would naturally take quite a lot of time. Before long, only 5 years remained until the Four Saints Grand Contest. At this time, Lin Tianyi, who had been in seclusion for a long time within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, finally emerged from his retreat. With Wu Hao's help, Lin Tianyi had finally broken through to the prized emperor realm he had longed for. Though seemingly only at the early prized emperor stage, everyone in the Myriad Flowers Holy Land knew one thing: never to let Lin Tianyi become unhappy. After all, behind Lin Tianyi was Su Qiaoran, and behind Su Qiaoran stood that man. Holy Master, the Four Saints Grand Contest is about to begin again. Do you intend to go yourself this time, or? The Grand Elder approached Lin Tianyi hesitantly, asking with some indecision on his face. Seeing the Grand Elder's expression, Lin Tianyi understood his thoughts. Previously, Murong Huang had always represented the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, but now that it was him, an early prized emperor, going, perhaps he would be looked down upon by people like Li Taibai. But hearing this, Lin Tianyi merely shook his head gently and replied slowly, "It doesn't matter. Eventually I have to appear anyway. Moreover, the news of Murong Huang's demise will soon spread across the entire Xintian world. By then, it will be impossible to conceal the truth. Instead, why not use this opportunity to announce to the entire Xintian world that the Holy Master of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land has changed?" After hearing Lin Tianyi's words, the Grand Elder could only sigh and reluctantly agree. He hoped that that man wouldn't just watch Lin Tianyi get into danger, right? Probably. Soon after, Lin Shiru, Li Taibai, and Lei Wanyun arrived from their respective holy lands. Since the Chaos Secret Realm was located in the Central Territory, naturally the Four Saints Grand Contest would be held there, making the Myriad Flowers Holy Land an ideal place to discuss related matters. Shortly after, Lei Wanyun appeared before the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, accompanied by a sky full of thunder and lightning. Only after entering the Myriad Flowers Holy Land did the lightning around his body subside. As soon as Lei Wanyun arrived, a green figure streaked from the east at incredible speed toward the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. It was clearly Li Taibai flying swiftly on his sword. After Li Taibai arrived, from the north, a cyan water sphere shot towards the Holy Land at lightning speed and appeared beside it. Inside it stood a graceful silhouette, none other than Lin Shiru. Seeing that everyone else had arrived, Li Taibai smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, long time no see. Indeed, it's been since the last time we met." Lei Wanyun replied with a smile, though seemingly reminded of something. All three wore rather unnatural expressions for a moment. But soon enough, they brushed the small episode aside. With such a vast Xintian world, surely they wouldn't be so unlucky as to meet Wuhao again. Where is old Morong Huang? Why isn't he here? Lei Wanyun suddenly blurted out in his usual brash manner. After all, under normal circumstances, with the three of them making such a grand appearance, Morong Huang should have shown up by now. Just as Li Taibai and the others were growing curious, Lin Tianyi slowly appeared before them. As soon as he arrived, he bowed politely and greeted them. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Lin Tianyi, the new holy master of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Taibai and the others momentarily froze in place, clearly not expecting that the Holy Land's leadership had changed hands in such a short time. That alone was shocking enough. But why was the new leader only an early prized emperor? You're the new holy master of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land? Where's Morong Huang? Li Taibai slightly furrowed his brow, asking in confusion. Lin Tianyi smiled calmly as he spoke. Holy Master Morong recently passed away due to certain circumstances, so I have inherited the position of Holy Master. Is there anything else the three of you would like to ask? Although Lin Tianyi felt nervous inside, he outwardly maintained a relaxed appearance. He represented the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and couldn't afford to disgrace its prestige. In the shadows, several elder guardians were secretly observing everything. At the first sign of danger, they would rush out to assist Lin Tianyi. Under no circumstances could they allow him to be harmed. The three of them exchanged glances, each clearly seeing the shock in the other's eyes over Morong Huang's supposed passing. After all, Morong Huang had been at the peak of the prized emperor realm, and with the assistance of the Lotus of the Buddha's wrath, he was even capable of holding his own against someone at the early emperor stage. Who could have possibly caused his demise? Though Lin Tianyi claimed Morong Huang had passed away naturally, any perceptive person could tell that he had clearly met an unexpected fate, one caused by another. After all, Morong Huang had not yet reached 300,000 years of age, while prized emperors typically enjoyed lifespans of 600,000 years. Thinking further, Li Taibai and the others couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. If someone was capable of killing Morong Huang, then wouldn't they be able to kill them as well? Chapter 74, A Golden Era? Although a faint sadness stirred within him at the fall of Morong Huang, it was only momentary. After all, Morong Huang was a mighty being from their same era. His fall naturally brought some grief, since the four holy lords had all been of comparable strength. Alright then, Lin Tianyi, right? Can you really represent the entirety of the Manhwa Holy Land now? Or should we wait for the other late-stage Dindit experts to come forth? Li Taibai was the first to speak. Lin Tianyi, calm and composed, smiled faintly as he replied. I already said I'm the Holy Lord of Manhwa Holy Land. Naturally, all matters concerning the Holy Land are under my jurisdiction. Though Lin Tianyi was only an early-stage Dindit, Li Taibai and others did not believe the Manhwa Holy Land would have declined so much after Morong Huang's death that it would appoint an early-stage Dindit as its leader. Thus, it was far more plausible that Lin Tianyi was somehow deeply involved in Morong Huang's death, or had even orchestrated it. Regardless, the present Lin Tianyi still needed to be handled with caution. Alright then, since this is the case, let's go inside and talk. Lei Wanyun spoke slowly. Then, the three followed Lin Tianyi into the Manhwa Holy Land. The reason they dared to enter was that each of them carried their own Holy Land's imperial artifact. With 3 imperial artifacts in hand, they didn't believe the Manhwa Holy Land would dare make a move against them. After a brief discussion, the 4 Holy Lands quickly decided on the rewards they would contribute, as the whole purpose of their action was to spark interest among the prodigies of Xintian realm in participating. There were only 2 ways to participate in the 4 Holy Powers competition, either being backed by a force with Dingdit level experts, or being a prodigy who had broken through to the Xingjing before reaching 1,000 years of age. Only one of these 2 conditions needed to be met to qualify. And finally, the top 100 competitors would be allowed to enter the primordial secret realm. Mentioning the primordial secret realm, the expressions of the 4 in the room grew slightly solemn, for the primordial secret realm was the oldest in all the Xintian realm. It was said to be the secret realm created by the first emperor of the Xintian realm, the primordial emperor, when he departed. Its sole purpose was to choose a successor. Obviously, ever since the opening of the primordial secret realm, no one had managed to obtain the primordial emperor's inheritance. I wonder whether there will be anyone in the Xintian realm this time who can inherit the primordial emperor's legacy. Li Taibai sighed, murmuring with a touch of melancholy. Every individual who had become a holy lord was a prodigy who broke through to the Xingjing before reaching 1,000 years old, so all of them, including Li Taibai, had entered the primordial secret realm before. However, without exception, none of them had inherited the primordial emperor's power. Yes, in recent years, the number of prodigies in the Xintian realm has only been growing. I wonder whether it's a blessing or a curse. I just feel as though something terrible is about to happen soon. Lei Wanyun also sighed beside him, frowning deeply. In their time, there were very few who could break through to the Xingjing before 1,000 years of age, but in recent years, many prodigies have even managed to break through to the Great Sung and even Shang King realms before that age. Hence, Lei Wanyun keenly sensed that something unusual might soon occur. Just then, Lin Tianyi chuckled softly and said, "What bad things could possibly happen? More prodigies could only be good for our Xintian realm. With more prodigies, someone might succeed in breaking through to the level of emperor, proving to us that the path of emperors still exists." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Taibai and the others were first stunned, then laughed while performing a respectful bow. "Indeed, you speak the truth, Brother Lin. We were just too narrow-minded. Alright, since we have already decided on the competition, starting tomorrow, my Manhwa Holy Land shall spread the word across the Xintian realm and announce the 4 Holy Powers competition to all." As Lin Tianyi spoke, Li Taibai and others stood up and pulled out their phones to post the news of the 4 Holy Powers competition on Weibo. Immediately, the entire Xintian realm erupted into a frenzy. Although many had joined major powers, quite a few still knew nothing about the 4 Holy Powers competition. It was like a rural boy who had never even heard of a youth palace, not to mention knowing what it was. As soon as the messages were posted by Li Taibai and others, comments flooded in beyond the count of 99 plus. All of them were filled with shock and excitement. As for many cultivators without powerful affiliations, participating in the 4 Holy Powers competition was clearly a golden opportunity for them to make their names known. What? The Four Holy Powers competition? How come I haven't heard anything about this before? Brother upstairs, you're clearly out of date. The Four Holy Powers competition is an elite contest organized by the Four Holy Lands of Xintian Realm. If you can rank within the top 100 in the competition, you'll gain entry into the legendary Primordial Secret Realm. Wait a second, what exactly is this Primordial Secret Realm? Forget it. Just search it up on Chengdu. You can find everything there. Soon, cultivators across the realm who followed the news became excited and overwhelmed. After all, this was a massive event capable of shaking the entire Xintian realm. I reached the Shengrenjing at 500 years old, so, am I eligible to participate? Upstairs bro, you're falling behind again. I broke through to Shengrenjing at 300 years old. I believe I should be able to earn a decent ranking in the Four Holy Powers competition. You guys are all falling short. I broke through to the peak Shengrenjing at only 150 years old. Anyone else? With the announcement of the Four Holy Powers competition, many so-called prodigies in the Xintian realm immediately surfaced. All of them had broken through to Xing before reaching 1,000 years of age, leaving even someone like Li Taibai stunned and speechless. After all, under normal circumstances, anyone who managed to break through to Ying before 1,000 years old had a very high chance of progressing further to Gudanjing, and with some effort, could even reach Dingjing. Looking at the current online comments, there were already tens of thousands claiming to have achieved Xingjing before reaching 1,000 years old. While there might be some exaggerations among them, a large portion was likely true. The Four Holy Powers competition in 5 years is becoming more and more exciting. Li Taibai's eyes shimmered with expectation, yet behind his gaze lay a subtle hint of worry for the future. On the other side, after finishing the discussion about the competition, Lin Shiru returned to the Roshui Holy Land. Upon her return, she saw the Grand Elder approaching her. The moment she saw the Grand Elder, a sense of unease welled up inside Lin Shiru. Sure enough, as soon as they met, the Grand Elder couldn't help but speak urgently. Holy Lord, you're finally back. Please go and see the Holy Maiden. She's been asking for you. I understand. I'll go see her right now. Upon hearing that it was again about her daughter, a faint expression of helplessness flickered across Lin Shiru's face, as though recalling something unpleasant. But ultimately, she was her own daughter. With a quiet sigh, Lin Shiru made her way toward the restricted area of the Roshui Holy Land. Chapter 75, Lindong. When Lin Shiru arrived at the forbidden area of the Roshui Holy Land, she found within it a small world that she herself had created. Surrounding this small world were countless formations, seemingly imprisoning something. Clearly, what lay within the formations was Lin Zixin. Upon reaching the entrance of the small world, Lin Shiru waved her hand, removing the formation that had been restricting it, then stepped directly inside. Inside the small world, Lin Zixin's figure sat cross-legged deep within, cultivating. Judging from Lin Zixin's aura, it was evident that she had successfully advanced to the Quasi-Emperor realm. As if sensing Lin Shiru's arrival, Lin Zixin slowly opened her eyes, the look in them filled with regret, yet she spoke firmly. Mother, I want to see Dong. Hearing Lin Zixin's words, Lin Shiru's brows slightly furrowed as she sighed helplessly. Can't you even endure the 10-year limit? You should understand that in order to preserve your position as Holy Maiden, 10 years of imprisonment is already a very short time. But 10 years have passed, and Donger will have grown up. I can't bear to have my child grow up without my presence during his childhood. Lin Zixin, filled with maternal love, said without hesitation. But Lin Shiru's face darkened suddenly as she snapped coldly. Nonsense. Donger possesses the innate Dao embryo. He is destined to lead our Roshui Holy Land into prosperity. You must understand, you cannot be too indulgent with him. For the first 8 years of his life, he must establish a solid foundation so that once he begins cultivation, he can soar straight into the skies. This was the first time Lin Zixin had seen her mother this way. Her expression wavered into a bitter smile, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to earlier events. Not long after she had begun her retreat to advance to the Quasi-Emperor realm, Lin Zixin had felt a wave of discomfort. Upon inspection, she discovered that she was actually pregnant. Originally, Lin Zixin had intended to terminate the pregnancy. After all, she was meant to lead the Roshui Holy Land to an even brighter future. How could she care about romantic entanglements? But when she prepared to end her pregnancy, she hesitated. The child was innocent, and she couldn't let him die because of her. At the very least, she should give him the chance to choose his own fate. So, almost unconsciously, she gave birth during her retreat. Looking at the adorable infant in her arms, still with his eyes closed, Lin Zixin was stunned. This was her first time holding a child, her own child. A feeling known as maternal love unknowingly filled her heart. Since she didn't know Wu Yifun's name, she had no choice but to name the child after her surname, calling him Dong, hoping he would grow up to be a lively and energetic boy. Thus, she named him Lindong. Unfortunately, this moment of peace didn't last long. Soon after, Lin Zixin successfully ascended to the Quasi-Emperor stage. During her ascension, the disturbance couldn't be suppressed. Upon arriving, Lin Shiru and the others saw Lindong. They were immediately furious, for Lin Zixin was the Holy Maiden of the Roshui Holy Land. If word spread that the Holy Maiden had become pregnant before marriage, it would bring disgrace upon the Holy Land. Therefore, after a unanimous discussion, the punishment decided upon for Lin Zixin was 10 years of confinement, during which she was forbidden from meeting her child, a torment unbearable for Lin Zixin, though there was nothing she could do, for it was already a relatively light punishment. If it had been another Holy Maiden who had committed such an act, she would probably have already been stripped of her position. No matter where one went, sex always valued their face, and the Holy Land was no exception. However, not long afterward, they discovered that Lin Dong's constitution was none other than the legendary Shenhen Dao Te Shengqi, or saintly, innate Dao body, a legendary physical constitution closest to the Dao itself. In other words, if Lin Dong began to cultivate, the rank of emperor would not be the limit for him. Once this discovery was made, the Roshui Holy Land secretly began cultivating Lin Dong, hoping to make his future cultivation as smooth as possible. But mother, I don't want my son to become a tool for the Roshui Holy Land. Lin Zixin's eyes reddened involuntarily. In this moment, the person speaking was no longer the Holy Maiden of the Roshui Holy Land, but simply a mother, a completely devoted mother. Lin Shiru turned her head away, visibly moved, but still spoke firmly. Endure a little longer. There are only 5 more years. After 5 years, you'll be free again, and by then, you will represent our Roshui Holy Land in the 4 Sacred Sex competition. With that, Lin Shiru ignored Lin Zixin's reaction and left the small world. Roshui Holy Land wasn't a place where she could act unilaterally. She also needed to take into account the other elders and give them face. Therefore, 10 years of imprisonment was already the lightest punishment possible. Besides, Lin Zixin had just broken through to the quasi-emperor stage, and this 10-year confinement would be a good opportunity for her to truly settle and deepen her cultivation. Looking at the departing back of her mother, Lin Zixin felt immense guilt toward Lin Dong deep within her heart. My child, I'm sorry. It's your mother who failed you, unable to be by your side. Wait for me though, because I will come out to find you soon, and from then on, I will always be by your side. But soon after, Lin Zixin seemed to have thought of something, and her heart filled with sorrow. I wonder how you're doing now, but you probably don't even know that we have a child. If you ever find out, I hope you will come to find us. But no, forget that idea, because my mother is too powerful, and you won't stand a chance against her. Just live well, I hope. As if recalling something painful, despair filled Lin Zixin's heart. Judging by how protective her mother was of her, if Wu Yifan truly appeared in front of her mother, she feared that her mother would actually kill Wu Yifan without hesitation. Unless Wu Yifan had behind him a force capable of rivaling the Roshui Holy Land, but Lin Zixin immediately dismissed that thought. After all, if Wu Yifan truly did have such a backing, he wouldn't have been chased and hunted down by her in the first place. Back in another place, just after leaving the small world, Lin Shiru seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but sigh. Then she made her way toward a certain area of the Holy Land and soon arrived at the foot of a large mountain. As she approached the mountain, a trace of a smile appeared on Lin Shiru's face. Soon, she arrived at a grand mansion, in front of which stood 2 Saint King realm guards. Upon seeing Lin Shiru arrive, they immediately greeted respectfully. Greetings, Holy Master. How is the divine heir doing now? Lin Shiru waved her hand, asking in a calm tone. After learning that Lin Dong possessed the legendary saintly innate Tao body, Lin Shiru firmly decided, against the opinions of others, to establish Lin Dong as Roshui Holy Land's divine heir. Divine heir is still very quiet today, just playing alone, one of the Saint King experts quickly reported. Lin Shiru nodded slightly, then walked inside. Chapter 76. Do my older brothers and sisters know where my dad is? After Lin Shirong entered the courtyard residence, she saw a small figure dashing quickly across the courtyard. Behind him, 2 other figures were chasing him, reminding him as they ran. Prince, please be careful. Seeing this scene, Lin Shirong sighed helplessly and spoke. Dunner. Upon hearing Lin Shirong's voice, the smile on Lin Dong's face immediately vanished. His expression fell, and looking at Lin Shirong with a fearful tone, he said, Grandma. Soon, Lin Shirong came before Lin Dong, crouched down, placed her hand on his shoulder, and gently said, Dunner, you're already an adult now. You need to know what things you can do and what you cannot. You carry the future of the Roshui Holy Land on your shoulders. Therefore, you must remember, you need to work harder than others. Do you understand? I understand, Grandma. Lin Dong lowered his head, speaking in a fearful tone. Seeing this, Lin Shirong felt helplessness inside, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was the holy sovereign of Roshui Holy Land, and everything she did must be for the sake of the future of the Holy Land. After meeting Lin Dong briefly, Lin Shirong turned to the 2 Saint Kings beside her, those she had assigned to take care of Lin Dong and prepare medicinal baths for him, and spoke slowly. The 2 of you must absolutely ensure the prince's safety. If anything happens to him, I will hold you both personally responsible. Yes, Holy Sovereign. Hearing Lin Shirong's words, the 2 Saint Kings immediately nodded in agreement. With a heavy workload already, after meeting Lin Dong, Lin Shirong left shortly afterward. Only after seeing Lin Shirong leave did Lin Dong visibly relax. He turned to the 2 figures beside him and softly spoke. Sister Lin Mu, Sister Chinyu, I'm tired. Can we go back and rest? If the prince is tired, then yes, let's return to rest. However, there's another medicinal bath in 3 hours, Prince. It cannot be postponed. Lin Mu looked at Lin Dong firmly. Hearing this, Lin Dong showed a hurt expression on his face, but could only reluctantly agree. But soon he seemed to think of something and looked at Lin Mu with a slightly mischievous gleam in his eyes, speaking in a cutesy tone. Sister Lin Mu, can I borrow your mobile phone for a bit? What do you want with that thing? Lin Mu frowned slightly at hearing this. Although they were both Saint Kings, the advertising of the Wu Trading Company was simply too effective. They couldn't resist purchasing one and had become addicted. Lin Shuorong didn't place any specific requirements, so they had brought their mobile phones here. Lin Dong, feeling extremely bored, had seen them taking their phones out to play from time to time, and thus had thought of using this as an opportunity to obtain the phone from them to accomplish his own purposes. It's just too boring. Every day is just medicinal baths and exercises. I'm about to die from fatigue. If I don't relieve the stress, my cultivation progress will definitely be affected. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of that? Lin Dong's expression was pitiful, making others feel burun. But Lin Mu was a sharp and experienced character. How could she fall for Lin Dong's tactics? Just as Lin Mu was preparing to firmly refuse, Chen Yu spoke from the side, her tone indifferent. Lin Mu, if the prince's mind is disturbed and his cultivation is affected, Holy Sovereign would certainly punish us when she finds out. Besides, this is nothing big, just a mobile phone. Letting the prince play for a while is no big deal. Hearing Chen Yu speak, Lin Mu hesitated inwardly, but she could only agree. It was just a short while, nothing serious could come from it. Fine, you can play with it for a while, but after an hour, you must return it. Finally, Lin Mu gave in, unlocked the phone, and handed it over to Lin Dong. Once he got the phone, Lin Dong's heart swelled with excitement. He hugged Lin Mu and Chen Yu, lavishing affection and saying, I knew Sister Lin Mu and Sister Chen Yu were the best. Okay, go ahead and play quickly. We'll take it back after an hour. After Lin Mu and Chen Yu spoke, they went to prepare for the medicinal bath, leaving Lin Dong alone to play with the phone. Once Lin Mu and Chen Yu left, Lin Dong quickly swiped across the screen and quickly found Daying, clicked on it, and while operating, he murmured, I remember this should be the way to operate. Alright. Very soon, Lin Dong found what he wanted and immediately started the live broadcast. Perhaps because Lin Mu herself was already an online celebrity with a certain number of followers, a large audience entered the live broadcast the moment it started. Naturally, they had come for Lin Mu. However, what they saw instead wasn't the beloved Lin Mu, but rather an incredibly cute little child. Huh? Did I enter the wrong room? Isn't this goddess Lin Mu's live stream? Why is there a little kid here? This doesn't feel right. Why is there a child? Alright, a child is fine, but why is he so adorable? I feel like hugging him and kissing him all over. Wait a minute. This child appearing in goddess Lin Mu's live stream means he's using Lin Mu's phone for broadcasting. That must mean he's someone Lin Mu knows. Therefore, mystery solved. He must be goddess Lin Mu's child. What? Miss Lin Mu has a child? My heart is shattered. Seeing the live stream viewer count had terrifyingly reached over 100,000, Lin Dong knew the time was right. He intentionally acted cute and spoke in an innocent voice. Nope, you're all mistaken, everyone. I'm not Lin Mu's son. I have my own parents too. My name is Lin Dong. After learning this little kid wasn't Lin Mu's son, the male cultivators in the live chat felt relieved. After all, Lin Mu's public image online was that of a single goddess. If Lin Dong truly were Lin Mu's child, the viewers would only feel betrayed. Just as they were curious about why Lin Dong had used Lin Mu's phone to go live, Lin Dong spoke up on his own. Ugh, actually, I went live today because I need everyone's help. My dad is missing, my mom has been locked away too. I want to know where my dad is. Can someone help my mom and me? My mom is the holy daughter of Roshui Holy Land, Lin Zixin. The moment Lin Dong revealed this information, the entire internet exploded. Chapter 77, Wuhao receives a message. What? The Holy Maiden of Roshui Holy Land is pregnant. What the hell? Isn't the Holy Maiden of Roshui Holy Land named Lin Zixin? Wasn't her dream to lead the entire Roshui Holy Land to glory? How come she gave birth without telling anyone? I'm really curious now. Who is the man who managed to make the proud Holy Maiden Lin Zixin bear his child? When Lin Dong revealed himself to be the child of Holy Maiden Lin Zixin and earnestly asked for everyone's help to find his father, the entire internet exploded with speculation over who exactly was Lin Dong's biological father, assuming Lin Dong wasn't lying, of course. Soon enough, some disciples of the Roshui Holy Land came forward and stated that their Holy Maiden had indeed been absent for quite a long time, prompting people to wonder, could it be that Lin Zixin really had given birth? Meanwhile, after seeing Lin Mu and others return, Lin Dong hastily ended the live stream and pretended as if nothing had happened. What were you playing with? Lin Mu walked over, asking curiously. Lin Dong casually showed her the screen of his match, free puzzle game. Just a casual mobile game. Lin Mu didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Dong was just a 4-year-old child. How much harm could he possibly do? What she didn't know was that Lin Dong had more schemes in his little mind than one could count. On the other side, after leaving Lin Dong, Lin Shuru quickly received some messages. Upon watching Lin Dong's live stream, she immediately became furious and rushed back to where Lin Dong was. At that moment, Lin Dong was preparing to take a medicinal bath when he saw Lin Shuru coming. Upon seeing Lin Shuru approach, both Lin Mu and Chun Yu sensed an ominous feeling rising in their hearts. Normally, Lin Shuru rarely visited here, coming in only once every half a month. Yet today, she had just left and was now returning. Clearly something had happened. Holy leader, what's wrong? Lin Mu stepped forward curiously, but she was instantly suppressed to the ground, as was Chun Yu beside her. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in events, while Lin Shuru spoke through clenched teeth, her face dark with fury. Who gave Lin Dong the phone to play with and turn on the live stream? Upon hearing Lin Shuru's words, both Lin Mu and Chun Yu inwardly realized they were in trouble. They knew something was going to happen. Holy leader, it was me. Lin Mu immediately took responsibility for the action. She and Lin Shuru shared the same surname, which meant there was a blood connection between them, unlike Chun Yu, who shared none with Lin Shuru. If she took the blame, the punishment would likely be light and certainly not life-threatening. But if Chun Yu accepted it, Lin Shuru wouldn't be merciful at all. Upon hearing Lin Mu admit the fault, Lin Shuru became even angrier. With a cold snort, she increased the pressure crushing down on Lin Mu. Do you even understand what you've done? Because you gave the phone to Lin Dong. He started the live stream, and now the entire internet knows that the Holy Maiden of our Roshui Holy Land got pregnant before marriage. At this, Lin Mu's shock deepened further. She had clearly never expected Lin Dong to be so thoughtful and clever. He not only remembered how she used to turn on the live stream, but also used the phone to search for his family. However, it was now too late to undo anything. Sighing helplessly, she was about to say something when Lin Dong, who was supposed to be taking a medicinal bath, jumped in front of Lin Mu. Grandma, this was my own decision, nothing to do with Sister Lin Mu and the others. If there's to be punishment, punish me alone. Saying that, Lin Dong lifted his head high, exuding an air of bravery as if fearless of death, causing Lin Shuru to sigh helplessly. After all, this was her own grandson, the divine prodigy with the peerless heaven-born Tao embodiment. How could she possibly punish Lin Dong? So after a long sigh, Lin Shuru said regretfully, Lin Mu, for your failure in looking after Lin Dong, you shall be punished with a 100-year imprisonment at the Gale's Cliff. Hearing Lin Shuru's verdict, Lin Mu realized what was coming. A trace of fear flashed across her face, but she could only sigh and agree. A 100-year imprisonment was already quite merciful, better than dying. However, Gale's Cliff wasn't any ordinary place. Constantly sweeping through it were terrifying gales. While a normal Saint King level expert wouldn't fear them, the moment one entered Gale's Cliff, their cultivation powers would be sealed, forcing one to endure the gales in a powerless, mortal state for 100 years. A terrible punishment indeed. Seeing this, Lin Dong was nearly on the verge of tears and wanted to plead for mercy, but Lin Shuru obviously wouldn't be swayed this time. This was already a relatively light punishment. If it were any lighter, Lin Shuru wouldn't even dare to face the elders of the Roshui Holy Land. As for Chun Yu, she was also reassigned elsewhere. After all, due to this incident, the arrangements around Lin Dong needed to be replanned, such as the powerful experts supervising him and his medicinal bath training. You shouldn't resent your grandmother either. When you grow up, you'll understand that everything I've done today was for your own good. After saying that, Lin Shuru turned around and left, leaving Lin Dong alone in place, sobbing. As for this matter, it quickly stirred a massive uproar online after being posted. After all, no matter the time, the Shengju and Shenger of the 4 great holy lands were always figures of immense importance, let alone Lin Zixin, who was a top-tier divine prodigy. At this time in the Wu family, Su Qiaoran had just finished breaking through to the Mid-Sage King realm and exited her cultivation retreat. Just as she came out, she saw Wuhao scrolling through Douying videos. Wuhao's brows, however, were slightly furrowed, as if something had happened. What's wrong, husband? Su Qiaoran approached and spoke, snapping Wuhao out of his thoughts. His expression grave. He turned the screen towards Su Qiaoran. On it was clearly a picture of Lin Dong. When Su Qiaoran saw Lin Dong's photo, she was somewhat curious, but the next moment Wuhao spoke. This is the bloodline of our Wu family. What? Su Qiaoran froze on the spot. She clearly hadn't expected that someone from their Wu family would do such a thing, abandoning his wife and child. If she ever found out who had done this, she would surely expel him from the Wu family. Achoo! What happened? What the hell? At this moment in the Eastern Territory, Wu Yifan was watching the Moon Shadow Wolf chasing him furiously from behind, his expression sour. The Moon Shadow Wolf chasing after Wu Yifan roared angrily. Cursed human! You dared to sneak attack me while I was resting. Hey, I just took one of your teeth. Is that really worth getting so angry about? Wu Yifan fled in panic, because the Moon Shadow Wolf behind him wasn't an ordinary one, but a Moon Shadow Wolf who had broken through to the mid-Quasi-Emperor level. By sheer chance, Wu Yifan had discovered this resting Moon Shadow Wolf, and since he needed a Moon Shadow Wolf's fang to jichu the 9th layer of restrictions of his ancient holy body, he decided to strike. However, he hadn't expected this Moon Shadow Wolf to be so vengeful, chasing him relentlessly all this way, from the Western Territory all the way to the Eastern Territory. Chapter 78. Come with me, I need a person. Finally got rid of the Moon Shadow Wolf. If it had caught up, there would definitely have been a bitter battle. After spending a short amount of time, Wu Yifan had finally shaken off the pursuit of the Moon Shadow Wolf. But just at that moment, his phone vibrated inside his storage ring. Wu Yifan was curious about who had sent him a message, but upon seeing the screen, he froze in place. It was a video sent by Wuhao, clearly showing Lin Dong stating that his mother was Lin Zixin and his father was unknown. At the sight of Lin Dong, an unfamiliar yet strong sense of closeness arose in Wu Yifan's heart for some unknown reason, as if Lin Dong were his own child. Is Lin Dong my child? How could I have such a strange thought? I've never had any intimacy with Lin Zixin. If anything, she hates me enough to kill me. How could she bear a child for me? And why do I not feel anything at all? Doubtful thoughts swirled in Wu Yifan's mind. Just as he tried to suppress this absurd idea, Wuhao called him. After hesitating briefly, Wu Yifan answered. On the other side, the faces of Wuhao and Su Qiaoran were extremely grim, causing Wu Yifan to feel uneasy. After all, his great-grandfather would never contact him casually, nor send him a video of a random child without a good reason. Could this child really be his? Next second, Wuhao spoke, directly confirming Wu Yifan's suspicion. You've seen it, right? That child truly carries the bloodline of our Wu family. But great-grandfather, I don't feel anything at all. How could I just randomly have a child all of a sudden? And with Lin Zixin no less. Wu Yifan widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, unexpectedly gaining a child with absolutely no awareness of it felt confusing, as if he suddenly became a father out of nowhere. Wuhao shook his head and spoke with serious tone. That's the blood of our Wu family. What do you plan to do? Although confused about why he ended up with a child out of nowhere, Wu Yifan knew he had to shoulder this responsibility, at least to find out the truth. Great-grandfather, I want to bring Lin Dong back. In that case, go ahead without hesitation. I will personally accompany you. Wuhao replied lightly, his voice brimming with authority. Hearing this, Wu Yifan relaxed his mind a bit. Facing the Roshui Holy Land alone wouldn't give him much confidence at the moment. After all, he still needed one final ingredient. Willow Thunderwood aged for 10,000 years to completely unlock the 9th seal of his ancient holy body. Once he gathered the last spiritual treasure, he would break through the 9th restriction of his ancient holy body and attain a terrifying battle power rivaling that of an emperor with physical body alone. By then, even the Roshui Holy Land wouldn't dare stand in his way. Thank you greatly, great-grandfather. In that case, I shall rely on your help. Wu Yifan didn't feign modesty and accepted directly. The Roshui Holy Land was simply too strong. By the time he matched their power, the opportunity might have long passed. Wuhao nodded and hung up the phone. Lin Zixin, what exactly happened back then? Why did we have a child together? Wu Yifan lowered his head, his expression solemn. Unavoidably, heaven had granted Wu Yifan immense talent, but also turned him into a bit of a dense man. He hadn't figured out something this simple. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Wuhao turned to Su Qiaoran. Naturally understanding Wu Yifan's intentions, Su Qiaoran nodded. Husband, I will go with you too. In that case, let's go. With a nod, Wuhao immediately took Su Qiaoran and disappeared from the Wu family compound. With Wuhao's current cultivation at the peak of Golden Immortal, where in the heavens and earth couldn't he go? Without exaggeration, he could destroy the entire Xintian realm with just one strike. Soon, Wuhao brought Su Qiaoran to Wu Yifan, who happened to be in the western region at that time. Upon seeing Wuhao and Su Qiaoran, he quickly spoke. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Although we don't know exactly what happened, the most important thing right now is to bring Lin Zixin and Lin Dong back and find out the truth. The bloodline of our Wu family mustn't suffer outside. Wuhao spoke calmly with a composed expression, yet his aura carried an undeniable determination. Wu Yifan naturally nodded in agreement as well. After all, this was about his son. How could he not care? In an instant, Wuhao brought Wu Yifan right in front of the Roshui Holy Land with merely a thought. This startled Wu Yifan, for they had been in the western region just moments ago, while the Roshui Holy Land was located in the northern territory. In just a fleeting moment, Wuhao had transported them from the western region to the northern territory so quickly that Wu Yifan hadn't even realized what had happened. It was likely that even an emperor couldn't achieve such a feat. Thinking about it, Wu Yifan hesitated for a moment and then looked at Wuhao in confusion. Great-grandfather, what realm of cultivation have you actually reached? Don't ask. Just know that I'm slightly stronger than an emperor. Wuhao said calmly with a composed expression. He would never reveal his true cultivation level to anyone. It was a precaution, so that in case someone ever attacked him, he could catch them off guard. Upon hearing Wuhao's words, Wu Yifan remained silent for quite a while, but wisely chose not to ask further questions. However, this didn't extinguish Wu Yifan's inner ambition. His goal was to become the strongest warrior in the Wu family. Once they arrived at the Roshue Holy Land, Wuhao made no attempt to conceal himself. He released just a 10,000th of his aura, and in an instant, the entire Roshue Holy Land trembled violently. What? This aura is terrifying. Who could this mighty cultivator be that has arrived at our holy land? Even as a late-tone emperor, I feel utterly powerless and even desperate. Could it be an emperor cultivator? How could that be? Where in the Xintian realm could an emperor come from? Even our 4 great holy lands don't have emperors. The elders of the Roshue Holy Land trembled in fear from Wuhao's aura, as did Lin Shiru. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated the existence of such a powerful figure within the small Xintian realm. Obviously, this figure had come directly for the Roshue Holy Land, leaving them no option but to face this head-on. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shiru looked at the elders in front of her and said slowly, "Fellow elders, please follow this sacred leader to pay our respects to this senior cultivator." Chapter 79. Lin Shiru's shock. Let him go. I said let him go. Quickly, after waiting for less than 10 seconds, Wuhao and the others saw the masters of the Roshue Holy Land, led by Lin Shiru, appear before Wuhao. Lin Shiru even took out the spirit calming pearl, ready for battle at any moment. "Who are you?" "Senior Wu. We pay our respects to Senior Wu." The moment she saw Wuhao, memories of a past defeat, when even with Li Taibai and the others' combined efforts they had still been brutally crushed, flashed through Lin Shiru's mind, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. The elders of the Roshue Holy Land, seeing their holy lord's reaction, thought she might be familiar with this person, so they quickly asked, "Holy Lord, do you know this senior before us?" "No, I just had the luck to meet this Senior Wu once before. His might is a realm we can never hope to reach in all our lives." Lin Shiru shook her head earnestly. Her words caused the gathered elders of the Roshue Holy Land to sharply inhale. After all, even with the assistance of their divine artifact, their holy lord was capable of holding her own against an early-stage heavenly emperor. For her to show such fear toward Wu Hao meant his strength must be terrifying beyond imagination. Lin Shiru looked at the surrounding elders softly. "All right, all of you, put away your weapons. There is no need to draw them before Senior Wu." This was the truth. Originally, she had thought they might be able to fight back, but once she recognized Wu Hao, she understood that even the combined might of all the Roshue Holy Land wouldn't stand a chance against him. After all, Wu Hao's power was simply off the charts. Hearing the words of their holy leader, although some elders hesitated, most of them did put their weapons away. Soon, Lin Shiru turned to Wu Hao respectfully and asked, "Senior Wu, might I ask what important matter brings you to visit our Roshue Holy Land?" Lin Shiru knew Wu Hao wouldn't come to their Roshue Holy Land without reason. As for the previous matter, she and the others believed it had already been resolved, otherwise Wu Hao wouldn't have let them live back then. Upon hearing Lin Shiru's words, Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yifan before quietly speaking. "Lin Dong is of our Wu clan's bloodline. Hand him over." "What?" Hearing Lin Dong's name from Wu Hao's mouth, Lin Shiru inwardly cried out in alarm, and when she further heard that Lin Dong was of the Wu clan's bloodline, her entire body froze in shock. Could things really be this coincidental? Lin Dong had just been confirmed to possess the innate Dao prenatal body, and right afterward Wu Hao comes demanding him. Could this really not be a premeditated plan? As Lin Shiru hesitated, Wu Hao seemed to have already guessed her thoughts, and coldly snorted. "If this one had wanted to scheme against your Roshue Holy Land, I would have wiped you all out long ago and taken Lin Dong by force. Why would I waste time talking? I will not say this again. Bring Lin Dong out." As Wu Hao spoke once more, Lin Shiru finally couldn't hold back any longer and hastily turned around to give orders. "Bring Lin Dong over." After issuing the order, she turned back toward Wu Hao, bowed, and respectfully said, "I believe Senior Wu wouldn't deceive me, but I need to know who Lin Dong's birth father is." "There he is." Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yifan beside him and then pointed him out. At this, Wu Yifan stepped forward decisively as well. He needed to know exactly what had happened back then, who his sudden fatherly role had come from. Right after Wu Yifan stepped forward, 3 of the early-stage quasi-emperor elders who had earlier chased and hunted Wu Yifan immediately came forward, quickly reporting to Lin Shiru. "Holy Lord, this man is the same one who secretly watched the holy maiden bathe back then." "Well then, it's you." After hearing that Wu Yifan was the one who had spied on her daughter bathing back then, Lin Shiru's anger flared. If Wu Yifan hadn't been standing beside Wu Hao, she would have already killed him without hesitation. Even so, she didn't hold back her hatred, glaring at Wu Yifan with sharp eyes. Had Wu Hao not been there, she probably wouldn't have held back her hand from attacking Wu Yifan. "Holy Lord Lin, what happened back then wasn't intentional on my part. I only accidentally entered the territory of your Roshue Holy Land. Please forgive me." Wu Yifan took a deep breath, kowtowed toward Lin Shiru, and spoke with sincerity. However, Lin Shiru didn't forgive Wu Yifan so easily. She only coldly huffed and kept glaring at him with hostility. This unsettled Wu Yifan greatly, but there was nothing he could do either. After all, Lin Shiru standing before him was Lin Zixin's mother. No matter how angry Wu Yifan was, he wouldn't lay a hand on Lin Zixin's mother, otherwise it would only make Lin Zixin hate him. Just as the atmosphere around became increasingly suffocating, the previously dispatched elder finally arrived with Lin Dong in tow. At the sight of Lin Dong, Wu Yifan finally felt, deep within, that the blood coursing through Lin Dong's veins was truly his own. The Lin Dong standing before him was really his son, and the young Lin Dong, who had been carried by the Roshue Holy Land, as if sensing something, excitedly stretched both arms toward Wu Yifan. "Daddy, you are my daddy." The expression of the late-stage quasi-emperor elder who carried Lin Dong turned hesitant as he looked toward Lin Shiru. It was clear he was conflicted about handing Lin Dong over to Wu Yifan. Lin Shiru inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger. She gave a meaningful glance, and the elder could only reluctantly hand Lin Dong to Wu Yifan. Lin Shiru knew well that if she refused to hand Lin Dong over, even with the combined strength of the 4 holy lands, none of them would stand a chance against Wu Hao's power. Moreover, after observing carefully, she realized that Wu Yifan himself was terrifyingly strong as well. Though only a peak sovereign, his actual strength could very likely threaten quasi-emperor level experts. Taking Lin Dong from the elder's hands, Wu Yifan felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. He hadn't expected that he would become a father so suddenly. After being hugged by Wu Yifan, Lin Dong refused to let go, a happy expression lighting up his face. Hee, Lin Dong finally found my daddy. Donger, where is your mother? Looking at the child in his arms, though hesitating slightly, Wu Yifan still went ahead and asked. Hearing mention of his mother, Lin Dong froze. His small face instantly dropped, looking like he was about to cry as he spoke worship ly. Daddy, they locked my mommy up. Will you rescue my mommy please? Chapter 80. Hand that person over to me. Hearing Lin Dong's words from within his arms, Wu Yifan's expression also turned grim. Although he didn't share a particularly deep bond with Lin Zixin, the fact that she was Lin Dong's birth mother meant Wu Yifan would never allow her to suffer. Thinking thus, Wu Yifan's gaze toward Lin Shuru turned resolute as he spoke firmly. Where is Lin Zixin? Bring Lin Zixin out. Lin Shuru's face darkened noticeably, clearly unprepared to be treated this way by a junior one day. However, since Wuhao stood beside Wu Yifan watching intently, she dared not voice any objections. She simply turned to instruct an elder to fetch Lin Zixin from the small world. After issuing the orders, Lin Shuru glanced at Wuhao. After hesitating several times, she finally asked with a glance toward Wuhao. Senior Wu, may I ask who this is? This one? He's my great-grandson. Anything wrong with that? Wuhao answered calmly. Upon learning Wu Yifan's identity, Lin Shuru couldn't help but suck in a breath in shock. She hadn't expected that Wu Yifan was actually a descendant of such a powerful cultivator. In that moment, many thoughts in her mind were instantly quelled. Most importantly, Wu Yifan was her grandson's birth father. As she lifted her head to speak, the elder had already brought Lin Zixin to the scene. At this moment, there was also confusion on Lin Zixin's face, because according to her understanding, her mother's decisions were usually unchangeable. However, once she saw Lin Dong and Wu Yifan not far away, everything seemed to make sense. Could it be he found out about this place and came to look for me and the child? Unexpectedly, Lin Zixin's mind floated to this possibility, but quickly afterward, she remembered that her mother wielded an emperor-grade weapon. Even if Wu Yifan had reached the quasi-emperor realm, he would still be no match for her mother. Thinking thus, Lin Zixin gritted her teeth and stepped forward, intending to cover for Wu Yifan and Lin Dong to escape. However, to her surprise, Lin Shuru suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbing her. The expression on Lin Shuru's face was one Lin Zixin had never seen before, gentle and full of a strange kind of affection. My daughter, I agree to your marriage with young Master Wu. Lin Zixin. Wu Yifan. Most of those present couldn't help but stop in shock after hearing Lin Shuru's words, clearly unprepared for such a reply from her mouth. After all, earlier Lin Shuru had insisted strongly on keeping Lin Zixin in the Ruoshui Holy Land. And now, with such words from Lin Shuru, wouldn't that mean sending both Lin Zixin and Lin Dong to another party? Lin Zixin was, after all, the most gifted and talented disciple in the Ruoshui Holy Land's history, a quasi-emperor at just over 500 years old. Unless something unexpected occurred, she was the most likely one to successfully ascend to emperor. As for Lin Dong, he was the unparalleled innate Dao body saint vessel, and would grow to become even more terrifying than Lin Zixin. Now Lin Shuru wished to give them both away like this. How could the elders of the Ruoshui Holy Land possibly agree? Just as the elders were preparing to voice their dissent, Lin Zixin spoke first. Mother, my marriage doesn't require your concern yet. Lin Dong, come here to mother quickly. Saying this, Lin Zixin turned her gaze toward Lin Dong, who was nestled in Wu Yifan's arms, but Lin Dong remained where he was, unwilling to move as he playfully whined. Mother, I want to be with father. Can't we just be a family? Hearing his son's words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. After all, he wasn't really familiar with Lin Zixin despite having a child together. Their unfamiliarity still remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixin shot Wu Yifan a glare. After all, previously Lin Dong had been the most affectionate toward her, but now that he had just met Wu Yifan, he'd already been drawn to him. But now was not the time to dwell on that. The most important thing first was to bring her son back. Before Lin Zixin could even speak up, Wuhao, who stood nearby, spoke first. Lin Zixin, Lin Dong is of the Wu family's bloodline. That fact cannot be denied, no matter whether you accept it or not. Regarding the child's growth, I think having both parents present is the best environment. Therefore, I would like to request that until Lin Dong turns 18, you stay with Lin Dong and Yifan at the Wu household. Once Lin Dong turns 18, you may leave the Wu family whenever you wish, and I will not interfere. Wuhao's thoughts were that currently, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin had no emotional connection. He planned to give them an opportunity to develop feelings for each other. Also, based on his understanding of Wu Yifan, if Lin Zixin spent some time with him, she would likely fall for Wu Yifan. After all, weren't chosen protagonists just like that? With absurdly good luck in romance. If it really can't be helped, then perhaps in time feelings will grow naturally. As Wu Yifan's words fell, Lin Dong nestled in his arms couldn't help but act clingy and spoke. That's right, mother. If father and mother can't both stay with me, I'll be very unhappy. Wu Yifan was about to say something, but Wuhao stopped him with just a look. Wu Yifan was simply too straightforward. If he opened his mouth, things were sure to go wrong. Upon hearing this, a trace of hesitation flickered across Lin Zixin's face. Obviously, she was tempted, though her heart still hesitated. In the next moment, Lin Shuru also let out a sigh beside them. My daughter, you've grown up now. You deserve the right to pursue your own happiness. As for the Ruoshui Holy Land, don't worry. This old mother still has the strength to hold things together. Just go on Shinduk. After Lin Shuru's words settled, Lin Zixin's gaze became resolute. She looked directly at Wu Yifan and spoke clearly. For the child's sake, I will stay with you for a while first, but you must not force anything. If you try anything, I will leave immediately. Wu Yifan actually wanted to say she needn't put herself through this trouble, but glancing at his great-grandfather, he saw in his eyes a silent warning that if he dared to refuse, he would be expelled from the Wu family. Combined with the pitiful expression of Lin Dong in his arms, Wu Yifan could only nod and agree. Don't worry, I will respect you. If you're not satisfied with me, I won't force anything either. Seeing that Lin Zixin was finally going to join the Wu family, Lin Shuru finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the elders in attendance were puzzled by Lin Shuru's decision to send away Lin Zixin and Lin Dong, only Lin Shuru herself truly understood the overwhelming power of Wuhao. If she hadn't given up Lin Zixin and Lin Dong, Wuhao's might alone would have easily crushed the entire Ruoshui Holy Land to claim them anyway. Though perhaps exaggerated, it was enough to illustrate Wu Hao's terrifying strength. Chapter 81. This immortal weapon shall be the bridal gift. Wu Senior, although I am very happy that Zixin can marry into your Wu family, shouldn't the wedding be a bit more grand? Lin Shiru looked at Wu Hao and requested gently. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Shiru, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Naturally, he was well aware of the small calculation in her heart. It was nothing more than wanting to make the wedding ceremony a grand affair, so that the entire Xintian realm would know that Ruoshui Holy Land had attached itself to the mighty Wu family. As for Lin Shiru's intentions, Wu Hao didn't feel any aversion. It was merely a desire to make Ruoshui Holy Land even stronger, nothing shameful about it. Thinking for a moment, Wu Hao turned his gaze toward Wu Yifan. What do you think about this? Great-grandfather, I want to formally ask for Lin Zixin's hand and bring her home properly. Wu Yifan said with a serious expression, revealing his decision without hesitation. No matter what happened, after meeting Lin Dong, he and Lin Zixin were now bound inseparably, and thus no matter what, he was determined to take Lin Zixin back home properly. Moreover, most importantly, despite their short time together, he could already see that Lin Zixin was a good girl. Otherwise, when he encountered the Blood Soul Sect's envoy, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to help him. She could have easily just left. Precisely because of this did Wu Yifan decide he would give a relationship with Lin Zixin a try. Upon hearing Wu Yifan's firm reply without hesitation, Lin Zixin's ears involuntarily turned slightly red, clearly flustered. Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded approvingly, then looked at Lin Shiru and spoke. If that's the case, then let's set the date for 7 days from now. On that day, our Wu family will come to Ruoshui Holy Land to escort the bride. Also, this is the bridal gift from the Wu family. The Wu family always presented a dowry when marrying off or taking a bride, even if they had a child before marriage. So saying, Wu Hao directly tossed a storage ring to Lin Shiru. When she saw the contents inside, Lin Shiru was momentarily stunned in place, her breath becoming heavy. After putting away the ring, the look in Lin Shiru's eyes when she looked at Wu Hao had completely changed. If before her gaze held 10 parts of awe, now it was 100. Senior, no, Elder Wu, from today forward, our Ruoshui Holy Land will take the Wu family as our head. Should any matter concerning the Wu family arise, we will not stand idly by. Hearing Lin Shiru's words, the elders present immediately couldn't remain calm. Holy Master, you absolutely must not do this. Our Ruoshui Holy Land is a supreme power in the Xintian realm. If word gets out, won't we lose face? That's right. Please reconsider your decision, Holy Master. Most of the elders pleaded for Lin Shiru to withdraw her words. Only those few elders at the peak Saint Emperor level looked solemnly at Lin Shiru. They clearly understood that Lin Shiru wouldn't make such a decision without reason, so there was only one possible explanation. The storage ring contained something extremely precious, something so valuable that it could enable Ruoshui Holy Land to instantly become the strongest of the 4 holy lands. Hearing their objections, Lin Shiru's brows slightly furrowed, yet without raising her voice, she exuded an aura of natural authority as she growled lowly. Silence. Who is the Holy Master here, you or me? If any of you is unhappy with my decision, feel free to leave Ruoshui Holy Land immediately. I won't hold any grudge at all. After hearing this, the dissenting elders wisely shut their mouths. Jokingly, while they could technically leave Ruoshui Holy Land, if the news spread, which faction would dare take them in at the risk of offending Ruoshui Holy Land? After reprimanding the elders behind her, Lin Shiru then looked at Wu Yifan, a satisfied smile on her face. If that's the case, from today onwards, you are my excellent son-in-law. If this girl Zixin ever angers you, just tell your mother-in-law, and your mother-in-law will discipline her for you. Lin Zixin. Shaking his head, Wu Yifan replied seriously. Mother-in-law, now that I've accepted Zixin, there won't be any complaints about her. Please rest assured. Needless to say, Wu Yifan knew well how to read the situation, directly addressing Lin Shiru as mother-in-law. At this moment, Wu Hao spoke up. Alright, since that's settled, I'll take Yifan back first. 7 days later, we will come to Ruoshui Holy Land to marry Lin Zixin. Upon hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan looked tenderly at the child in his arms, whispering softly, Son, stay with your mother for now. In 7 days, father will come and take you both back home. No, I want to stay with father. Lin Dong replied with reluctance. Hearing this, Wu Yifan indeed felt a bit heart-struck, but seeing Lin Zixin's murderous expression beside him, he steeled his heart and continued. Be good, your mother needs you too. Wait until 7 days pass, and your father will come to take you both home. Moved by Wu Yifan's sincere words, Lin Dong could only loosen his arms around him and looked at him pitifully. Then father, mother and I will wait for you to come and take us home 7 days later. Don't forget, okay? I promise you. Wu Yifan nodded solemnly, and then followed his great-grandfather and great-grandmother away from this place. After watching Wu Hao and the others leave, Lin Shiru finally exhaled in relief. The 4 Saint Emperor-level elders of Ruoshui Holy Land then stepped forward and stood beside her, their expressions grave. So what exactly was in that storage ring? What made you make such a decision on the spot? An immortal weapon, something above an Emperor-grade treasure. Lin Shiru took a deep breath to calm her still shocked heart before replying each word with clarity. Upon hearing Lin Shiru's words, the 4 Saint Emperor-level elders immediately became restless, gazing at her with disbelief. Holy Master, are you certain it was an immortal-grade weapon? Could it not have just been an Emperor-grade one that you mistook for an immortal one? Second elder hesitated slightly before speaking, then recalling something, fell into silence. Indeed, if it was only an Emperor-grade weapon, how could it compare? Everyone knew there were only 4 Emperor-grade weapons currently in the Xintian realm. Of course, they didn't know that the Emperor-grade weapon of Manhwa Holy Land had already been destroyed. If Wu Hao was capable of offering an Emperor-grade weapon as a bridal gift, that would already imply that he had more than one such weapon, or an even more terrifying possibility, that Emperor-grade weapons simply meant nothing to him. Lin Shiru, her gaze serious, shook her head. No, that was no power an Emperor-grade weapon could possess. It was definitely an immortal weapon. I believe if the Ding Shui Divine Pearl had come into contact with that weapon, the pearl would have shattered beyond repair. Upon hearing Lin Shiru's solemn words, the others fell into silence. Lin Shiru continued gravely. Some time ago, I, along with the other 3 holy masters, encountered that Wu Senior in the Southern Territory. Even with all 4 of us wielding Emperor-grade weapons and unleashing our full strength, we still could not withstand a single move from him. That is precisely why I returned injured before. Upon hearing Lin Shiru's words, the 4 elders recalled her battered state from years ago. At that time, when they had asked her about it, she had refused to speak of it. None had expected it had been due to such a reason. Moreover, if we wish to break through to the Grand Emperor stage, perhaps by relying on that Wu Senior and forming an alliance through marriage with the Wu family, we might finally reach that level. At her words, the 4 elders' breathing became hurried. In truth, no one desired more than they did to break through to the Grand Emperor stage. Now, with the opportunity lying before them, how could they not be excited? Chapter 82. Can it be called cheating if family helps? Meanwhile, Wuhao brought Wu Yifan back to the Wu family and explained everything to Wu Qianquan and the others. So you're saying that you little brat, knocked someone up before marriage and now you already have a 4-year-old child? Wu Qianquan looked at Wu Yifan while speaking, his hands already reaching for the belt on his waist to take it off. Seeing this, Wu Yifan hurriedly spoke up. Dad, hear me out first. I didn't know anything about this either. Back then I didn't know anything, and that thing just sort of happened unclearly. Then she left without a word. Brother, don't just stand there watching the show. Looking at his 3 younger brothers watching from the sidelines, Wu Yifan quickly spoke. Bro, what can we do? We can't defeat Dad. You just take care of yourself. Wu Jijin looked at Wu Yifan and sighed. At this moment, Wu Qianquan had already broken through to the peak of the tribulation crossing stage. Obviously, the 3 younger brothers weren't as prodigious as Wu Yifan. Therefore, upon seeing Wu Qianquan's furious appearance, they naturally dared not come forward to stop him. Although Wu Yifan's cultivation was unrivaled in the Wu family except for Wuhao, how could he possibly raise his hands against his own father? Therefore, he could only plan to dodge. Just at this moment, Wuhao spoke up. Enough. Stop it. It's inappropriate to act this way. Grandfather has spoken. Otherwise, I would have given this brat a good thrashing. Wu Qianquan huffed coldly, then put away his belt. Only then did Wu Yifan breathe a sigh of relief. Even though he was powerful, how could he possibly dare to lay a hand on his own father? Grandfather, may I ask how we should resolve this matter? Wu Qianquan looked at Wu Hao and asked. Wu Hao expressed his own intentions. Although the Wu Clan Merchant Alliance is known as the top merchant alliance in the Xintian realm, in reality, our Wu family, as the behind-the-scenes power brokers, remain largely unknown to most people. Therefore, I plan to have Yifan publicly and grandly marry Lin Zixin, precisely giving the Wu family a presence in the visible world of Xintia. Wu Hao wasn't someone who enjoyed being low-key. It was understandable to stay low before his power was weak. However, now, as he was almost about to break through to the Great Luo Immortal King stage, staying low wasn't good anymore. Upon hearing Wu Hao's decision, Wu Qianquan and the others nodded. Although the other sons had already married and started families, as the eldest son, Wu Qianquan and others had always been deeply concerned about Wu Yifan's lifelong happiness. Now that they knew his match was the holy maiden of the Holy Land, naturally, they would not refuse. You little brat, if you ever dare to make Zixin unhappy, your mom will deal with you first. Bai Yiyo looked at Wu Qianquan and said seriously. Hearing this, Wu Yifan couldn't help but give a bitter smile. He already imagined the pitiful future of his household status plummeting the moment Lin Zixin arrived at home. Thankfully, what Wu Yifan truly had on his mind right now was quickly improving his cultivation. Therefore, soon after the wedding, Wu Yifan estimated he would make an excuse to leave the Wu family in search of the last heaven-spanning spirit herb to break the 9th seal of his ancient desolate body. As if reading Wu Yifan's thoughts, Wu Hao said lightly, "This is what you need." Then, Wu Hao directly pulled out a pitch-black piece of wood that emitted streaks of lightning from its charred surface. The moment Wu Yifan laid eyes on the black wood, his breathing quickened involuntarily. This is the 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber. Yes, this was specially obtained for you by Grandpa. With this 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber, you can finally unlock the 9th seal of your ancient desolate body. Therefore, within these 7 days, you should first unlock the seal of your ancient desolate body before going to bring my beloved great-grandchild back. Wu Hao said slowly. If Wu Yifan were to find this 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber on his own, it might take him a long time to find it. Therefore, Wu Hao had used his ability to artificially create this 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber. After all, it was destined that Wu Yifan would certainly break the 9th seal of the ancient desolate body. Giving the opportunity a bit earlier to Wu Yifan probably wouldn't be a big deal. Ding. Congratulations, host, for giving the descendant of fate 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber. Feedback received. 1,000,000 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timbers. Ask, would you like to merge them? Merge. Wu Hao murmured in his mind. Since he could already artificially create 10,000-year-old willow thunderstruck timber, 1,000,000 of them were just a matter of time. It was better to merge them directly. Ding. Merging successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10,000 divine thunder trees. Divine thunder tree. Extremely beneficial for cultivators of the Thunder Dao, significantly aiding in their enlightenment of the Dao of Thunder. Excellent quality. Divine Thunder Tree is indeed a good item, but I personally have no use for it. Wu Hao shook his head and cast the matter aside. If, in the future, a chosen one of the Thunder Dao ever appeared, he could simply give it to them. I understand, great-grandfather. I definitely won't disappoint your expectations. I will certainly lead our Wu family to the peak. Wu Yifan's heart was filled with emotion. After speaking to Wu Hao, he turned and headed off to prepare for breaking through the 9th seal of the ancient desolate body. Wu Hao, however, stood there momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, a knowing smile surfaced on his face. Work hard. All of you work hard. If you don't, how can I become Wu Di? Meanwhile, after settling everything, the Roshue Holy Land officially announced that their holy maiden, Lin Zixin, would soon be marrying into the Wu family. At the same time, both Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan logged onto their microblogs and shared this news. When Lin Zixin was questioned by netizens, she clearly stated in response, "Yes, we do have a child together." This confirmation instantly sent shockwaves across the board, shattering the hearts of countless young prodigies in the Xintian realm who had secretly admired Lin Zixin from afar. After all, how could anyone not fall for someone as beautiful, kind-hearted, and gifted as Lin Zixin. Yet not long after, the heartbroken youths fell into despair. Wu clan's merchant alliance suddenly released a statement declaring Wu Yifan as the chosen genius of the Wu family behind their operations. Moreover, they explicitly highlighted the fact that Wu Yifan had already reached the sovereign king stage before turning 100 years old. The anxious hearts of the online community finally gave up entirely. The pair were clearly a perfect match of talent and beauty. What chance did any wandering cultivators have in objecting? Now, at best, they could only send wishes of happiness to Lin Zixin. Chapter 83, The Shock of Li Taibai and Lei Wanyan. Are we really going through with this? At this moment, within the Azure Lotus Holy Land, Li Taibai had already gathered all the elders of the Holy Land. Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, one of the elders stepped forward respectfully and bowed. Holy Master, he said, after thorough verification from multiple sources, this matter has indeed been confirmed true. Upon hearing this, Li Taibai let out a sigh and murmured to himself. This complicates things. After the four Holy Masters returned to their respective Holy Lands, they all tacitly chose not to disclose the fact that all four of them together had been defeated by Wuhao with just one move. After all, if word got out that even four Holy Masters combined couldn't withstand a single move from Wuhao, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in the Xintian world anymore. But what none of them had anticipated was that Lin Shru would quietly send her own daughter into the Wu family without a word. They naturally knew of Lin Zixin's talent. Without any accidents, she would be a seed candidate for an emperor-level cultivator. But as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Although Lin Zixin was an emperor seed, Wuhao was a genuine emperor. If they could make Wuhao the patron of their Roshue Holy Land, it was clearly a huge gain for Roshue. This is troubling. Perhaps we should also have our Holy Land's holy heir and holy daughter try to establish connections with the Wu family. Li Taibai sighed and looked toward the elders present, speaking up. The marriage of Roshue Holy Land's holy daughter is a very important matter for Roshue Holy Land itself. Since our Azure Lotus Holy Land has a good relationship with them, of course we must send a gift. I myself will bring the gift and visit the Roshue Holy Land on the occasion. Yes, Holy Master. Meanwhile, in the Jinglei Holy Land, after a sigh, Lei Wanyun also came to a similar decision. After all, they now knew how powerful the Wu family was. Other than cultivating a closer relationship with Roshue Holy Land, they seemed to have no other options at this point. Just as Lei Wanyun was leaving the Holy Hall, a figure hurriedly approached him, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Father, please tell me that this is not true. This has to be fake, right? Looking at his son Lei Jingzhan before him, Lei Wanyun helplessly sighed again, then gently yet cruelly replied. Son, you have to accept it. This is true. No, I won't accept it. I and Zixin loved each other. Why should we be separated? Hearing his son's words, Lei Wanyun helplessly sighed again. I've already told you earlier to make your move first, but you insisted on being reserved, unwilling to pursue Lin Zixin. Now, she is about to get married. You should give up. No, I absolutely won't accept it. I'll go challenge that man directly. Zixin must also like me. After saying that, Lei Jingzhan turned to leave and prepare to go to the southern domain to duel Wu Yifan one-on-one. However, the moment Lei Jingzhan turned around, Lei Wanyun suddenly acted, imprisoning Lei Jingzhan in place. Looking at his father's actions, Lei Jingzhan's eyes were filled with disbelief, obviously unprepared for the fact that his usually affectionate father would actually go against him. Lei Wanyun's face was full of helplessness as he said solemnly, Son, stop. You are no match for Wu Yifan, and our Jinglei Holy Land is no match for the Wu family either. What you can do now is just wish Lin Zixin well. No, I won't accept this result. I love Lin Zixin so much. She must be forced into this marriage. I absolutely won't let this happen. Father, I beg you, let me go. Lei Jingzhan's face was filled with pleading, but clearly, Lei Wanyun would not allow his son to put the entire Jinglei Holy Land at risk just to challenge the Wu family. As his expression hardened, Lei Wanyun turned to look at the nearby elder and ordered, take the holy heir away. Make sure he doesn't leave the Jinglei Holy Land. Yes, Holy Master. Quickly, an elder stepped forward and took Lei Jingzhan away. Watching his son struggling continuously, Lei Wanyun silently muttered to himself in his heart, I'm sorry my son. Please forgive me. Meanwhile, after obtaining the 10,000-year-old Lurao wood, Wu Yifan began a period of seclusion. Crafting medicinal liquid was now second nature to him, and he quickly fused everything he needed. Looking at the medicinal liquid before him, radiating terrifying energy, Wu Yifan took a deep breath and resolutely jumped in. The moment he entered the medicinal liquid, Wu Yifan immediately felt a terrifying force surging through his body, ruthlessly tearing it apart, then reconstructing it. This pain caused Wu Yifan to clench his teeth tightly, continuously motivating himself mentally. Come on, Wu Yifan. You are the man destined to become the strongest member of the Wu family, leading the entire Wu clan to the pinnacle. How can you fall here? Holding on to this belief, the ninth layer of restriction within Wu Yifan's Huang ancient holy body was gradually being unlocked, while on the other side, Wuhao's physical body was also growing stronger at an incredible rate. Based on the current situation, it seems my physical cultivation might surpass my spiritual cultivation and reach the Deluo Golden Immortal stage first. Wuhao secretly thought to himself. Thanks to the system's concealment, he wasn't worried about his aura being detected. At the same time, when Wu Yifan began breaking through the ninth layer of the Huang ancient holy body, Wuhao also set up formations to prevent Wu Yifan's aura from leaking out. After all, the Blood Soul sect was still watching closely, so naturally, he wanted to leave a few hidden cards for Wu Yifan. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianwu Mountains, Wu Yidao had learned about his cousin's upcoming wedding and hesitated internally over whether he should return for it. But soon he shook his head. The path of immortality was long, and there would surely be opportunities to meet again in the future. Right now, the most important thing for him was to first break through to the Saint King stage and participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition in 5 years. Wu Li also shared the same sentiment. With the help of the Palm Saint bottle, Wu Li's speed of cultivation breakthroughs had rapidly increased. In just a short time after joining the Carefree Peak, he had progressed from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. Though his speed couldn't rival the top prodigies among ordinary cultivators, it was already considered quite impressive. Wu Li, father and mother, I won't return from my cousin's wedding. Please include my gift along with yours. Wu Yidao me neither. And so, time passed silently and quickly arrived at the 6th day. Wu Yifun's attempt to break through the 9th layer of the Huang ancient holy body had reached the most critical moment. Chapter 84. The 9th layer of the archaic saint body. At this very moment, Wu Yifun was completely immersed in his own world. He had long since lost track of time, knowing only that his physical body had become incredibly strong from being nourished by the treasure liquid beyond comprehension. Bang! As a crisp sound rang out, Wu Yifun's eyes flew open. Before him stood Wuhao. Great-grandfather, could you hurry up? Tomorrow is the day you're supposed to bring back Lin Zixin and the others. Upon hearing the reprimand from his great-grandfather, Wu Yifun finally snapped back to reality and quickly nodded his head. At that moment, the 9th layer seal of the archaic saint body within him broke apart, releasing a terrifying aura that burst forth from his body, shattering the entire tub, which simply could not withstand his presence. Wuhao gave a satisfied nod upon witnessing the scene before vanishing from Wu Yifun's cultivation cave. Because of the safeguard measures Wuhao had previously left behind, the terrifying phenomenon accompanying Wu Yifun's breakthrough to the 9th seal of the archaic saint body didn't leak outside. Otherwise, it would have already caused a tremendous uproar across the entire Xintian realm. This power, it's terrifying. Right now, I should be able to defeat an emperor using only my physical body alone. However, the strongest figure in the Blood Soul Gate might not just be an emperor alone. I still need even greater power. Wu Yifun murmured inwardly, then felt a cold breeze blowing against his lower body. Only then did he remember that he was still barely clothed. Realizing this, Wu Yifun quickly retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring and dressed himself hastily. After getting dressed, he stepped outside of his cave dwelling. By now, the Wu clan residence was already decked out in joyous decor. After all, tomorrow wasn't just the day Wu Yifun would go to retrieve Lin Zixin. It marked the Wu clan's long-awaited public emergence from secrecy into the open within the Xintian realm. Therefore, everything naturally needed to be grand and solemn. Seeing the festive atmosphere, Wu Yifun simply shook his head slightly, without giving it too much thought. Before long, time reached the next day. Under Wu Hao's decision, the wedding procession would be carried on 9 emperor-level young dragons. Mainly because of the urgency, and also due to the lack of true dragons in the Xintian realm, so dragons had to be substituted temporarily with young ones. As for why these young dragons had willingly agreed to serve the Wu clan, it was due both to Wu Hao's tremendous personal charisma and a bit of persuasion through intimidation. Of course, Wu Hao had another thought in mind, to nurture these 9 young dragons into true dragons. That way, the Wu clan would truly have its own distinguished power base. According to Wu Hao's knowledge, even in the upper realm, true dragons were considered extremely powerful beings, born at the tribulation transcending stage, reaching true immortal level upon adulthood. I suppose I need to find an opportunity to reach the upper realm sometime. But speaking of that, system, if I go to the upper realm, will I still be able to return? Ding, when one cultivates to the level of great heavenly immortal, he can travel freely between upper and lower realms. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao resolved in his heart. After all, he was about to break through to the great heavenly immortal stage soon. He'd visit the upper realm once he achieved it. Great heavenly immortal power should be considered elite strength even up there. On the other side, Wu Yifun had only just now truly realized how formidable his Wu clan behind him truly was, capable of procuring 9 emperor-level young dragons. This was the first time Wu Yifun had felt maybe he could stop relying on his own efforts to grow stronger and simply enjoy the easy life of a privileged noble. But very quickly, Wu Yifun shook his head and discarded that thought. He, Wu Yifun, would be a great man who stood tall beneath heaven and earth. A true man living under the vast sky would never live in subordination for long. Soon, Wu Yifun arrived atop the 9 dragons. As Wu Yifun gave the order, the 9 young dragons soared simultaneously toward the northern territories, their terrifying figures blotting out the sky and shaking the earth, prompting countless watching cultivators to hurriedly take out their cell phones, capturing photos to post on social media. Whoa, guess what I saw today? 9 young dragons with unfathomable cultivation levels, and someone standing atop their heads. This is the foundation of the Wu clan? They actually managed to tame Emperor Stage young dragons. Holy, this makes me feel like the Xintian realm is no longer merely the land of the 4 holy grounds. Perhaps the Wu clan's power now surpasses that of the 4 holy grounds. Someone daringly guessed, only to be soon refuted by others. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 4 holy grounds possess emperor-grade weapons. Even if the Wu clan is strong, they certainly can't be rivals to the 4 holy grounds, unless the Wu clan also has an emperor-grade weapon. After all, the 4 holy grounds had long been established within the Xintian realm, deeply rooted in the hearts of its cultivators. Naturally, no one could believe any force could possibly surpass the 4 holy grounds. There had indeed been emperor-level peak experts in the past who dared to challenge the authority of the 4 holy grounds, but none lasted more than 3 days before being suppressed and killed by the holy grounds' holy masters. Since then, no one had dared to challenge the 4 holy grounds' authority again. Meanwhile, inside the Roshui holy ground, Lin Zixin and Wu Dong were already fully prepared, eagerly waiting for Wu Yifun to come and take them home. Of course, Lin Zixin had sworn that she was only temporarily with Wu Yifun for the sake of her child. Between her and Wu Yifun, everything was completely innocent and proper. Sitting beside Lin Zixin, Lin Dong blinked his big eyes curiously and asked, "Mom, when will Dad come to pick us up?" "Very soon. He'll be here very soon." Lin Zixin smiled, gently tapping Lin Dong's nose as she spoke. Then, suddenly recalling something, she added, "Donger, starting tomorrow, you shouldn't be called Lin Dong anymore. You should take your father's surname from now on. From today onward, your name shall be Wu Dong. Yay, from tomorrow on, I'll be Wu Dong." Wu Dong exclaimed joyfully in front of Lin Zixin, making her heart warm with happiness. Just at that moment, a figure arrived before Lin Zixin's chamber and spoke. "Holy maiden, the groom is almost here. You should start preparing." I understand." Lin Zixin nodded, then turned to Wu Dong softly. "All right, let's get ready. Your father is about to come and take us home." Wu Dong nodded enthusiastically as well, and at this moment, both unknowingly immersed themselves in the joy of Wu Yifan soon coming to bring them home. Chapter 85. Wu Yifan defeats Lei Jingzhan in one move. Oomph. Do you really think it's that easy to imprison me, Lei Jingzhan? Inside the Roshui Holy Land, everything was decorated beautifully, exuding a festive atmosphere. As one of the 4 great holy lands in the Xintian realm, Roshui Holy Land naturally had countless allied factions. Lin Shiru had intentionally used this opportunity to announce to everyone that her holy land had now aligned with the Wu family, hence she had invited many guests. To Lei Wanyun's surprise, Lei Jingzhan had actually managed to escape from the elder's confinement and had arrived at the Roshui Holy Land. At this moment, looking around, fury filled the depths of Lei Jingzhan's eyes. Don't worry, Zxian. They want to force you into a marriage you don't desire, but I, Lei Jingzhan, will never allow such a thing to happen. I will make sure everyone knows that only I am worthy of you. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan was completely unaware that someone had their eyes on his wife-to-be and intended to disrupt the wedding. At this very moment, he was just arriving at the entrance of Roshui Holy Land riding atop 9 mighty Jiaolongs, causing all the guests present to inhale sharply at the imposing sight. While Jiaolongs can indeed be found, 9 Jiaolongs of Jin Emperor-level cultivation was another story altogether. Such a display clearly demonstrated the immense power of the Wu family, at least on the level of a holy land, if not more powerful. Even the 4 great holy lands couldn't claim to have 9 Jin Emperor Jiaolongs. At the same time, Lei Jingzhan, hidden in the crowd, couldn't help but gasp after sensing the auras of the 9 Jin Emperor Jiaolongs. He was merely a peak Zhijun, and a rather average one at that. Jiaolong were indeed fearsome even among Ao beasts, so naturally, they filled Lei Jingzhan with pressure. But he didn't lose heart. Let the Jiaolongs be as strong as they are. Wu Yifan and I are both peak soon. In a fight, he may not necessarily defeat me. Lei Jingzhan thought inwardly. He didn't yet know where Zxian was, so his plan was to wait until Lin Zixin appeared, and only then would he step forward to confront Wu Yifan. He wanted to defeat Wu Yifan, save the beauty in distress, and then take Lin Zixin away. He wanted to proclaim to everyone present that only he was truly worthy of Lin Zixin in the Xintian realm. Moreover, he believed he had one more advantage, his childhood connection with Lin Zixin. But what Lei Jingzhan didn't know was the age-old truth. Childhood friends could never rival the sudden appearance of a fated figure. Furthermore, Lin Zixin had never regarded Lei Jingzhan as her childhood sweetheart to begin with. So from the very start, Lei Jingzhan's hopes were doomed to be shattered. Meanwhile, after seeing Wu Yifan's arrival, Lin Shiru, along with elders from the Roshui Holy Land, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Son-in-law, you've arrived. Zixin is already waiting for you in the bridal chamber with the child." "I understand, mother-in-law." Wu Yifan nodded with a slight smile, then followed the elders' guidance toward the bridal chamber. Unnoticeably, Lei Jingzhan followed them from behind. The moment Lei Jingzhan approached, Wu Yifan sensed him, but he wasn't the least bit concerned, or rather, he didn't believe Lei Jingzhan posed any real threat. Soon, guided by the elder, Wu Yifan reached the door of the bridal chamber. "Master, the rest is up to you. This old servant won't disturb you any further." With a knowing nod, the elder tactfully turned and left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Wu Yifan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he saw Wu Dong rushing toward him. "Daddy, careful." Seeing this, Wu Yifan startled and hurriedly caught Wu Dong midair. Holding Wu Dong in his arms, Wu Yifan walked toward Lin Zixin and extended his hand. "Come with me." Lin Zixin hesitated for just a moment before reaching out and allowing Wu Yifan to take her hand. At the moment their hands touched, Lin Zixin keenly sensed Wu Yifan trembling involuntarily, indicating his inner nervousness. Seeing this, she tightened her grip slightly. Soon after, Wu Yifan led Lin Zixin out of the bridal chamber, but just as they stepped outside, he saw Lei Jingzhan standing directly in his path. "And you are?" Wu Yifan frowned slightly, turning to Lin Zixin with curiosity. Before Lin Zixin could answer, Lei Jingzhan spoke first, his tone full of excitement. "Zxian, don't worry. Today, I will never allow you to marry someone you don't love. I will prove to the entire Xintian realm that only I, Lei Jingzhan, am worthy of you." Lin Zixin. Wu Yifan. But before Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan could say anything, Lei Jingzhan made the first move and lunged toward Wu Yifan. Seeing this, Wu Yifan hesitated no longer. As the opponent reached him, he directly delivered a powerful slap. The youth's body was indeed in good condition. Lei Jingzhan collapsed immediately and fell unconscious. In one slap, Lei Jingzhan was knocked out cold. "Do you know him?" Wu Yifan asked Lin Zixin curiously. Lin Zixin seemed to recall something and replied with a calm expression. "I know who he is. He is the son of Lei Wanyun, the patriarch of the Thunder Holy Land. But I haven't seen him in several hundred years. Let's go. There's no need to let someone irrelevant spoil our mood today." Wu Yifan shook his head, no longer paying attention to Lei Jingzhan lying unconscious on the ground. Truthfully, if it weren't for not wanting Lin Zixin and his son to witness his brutality, Wu Yifan would have killed him with a single slap already. There would be no chance for him to act lively ever again. At the same time, Lei Wanyun received news that Lei Jingzhan had escaped. Instantly, his face turned dark with fury. This disobedient son, could he possibly have come here to cause trouble? Just as Lei Wanyun was pondering how likely this scenario was, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin emerged hand in hand. The surrounding guests stood up at once and raised their cups. "Let us all raise our glasses today and wish Taoist Wu and Taoist Lin eternal happiness on their wedding day." Wishing Taoist Wu and Taoist Lin boundless joy on their wedding. After learning that Wu Yifan belonged to the Wu clan's trading consortium, the guests began to harbor the thought of currying favor with him. Of course, most importantly, it was Wu Yifan's talent, an underworld king under 100 years of age. Even a fool could tell that befriending him was definitely worth the effort. Wu Yifan smiled politely, responding to everyone individually, before finally stepping in front of Lei Wanyun and saying coldly, "Your son is now lying unconscious at the bridal chamber's entrance. I hope there won't be a next time." Chapter 86. The Child of Fate with Dragon and Phoenix? Upon hearing Wu Yifan's words, Lei Wanyun couldn't help but swallow hard. For some reason, at this moment, he felt an intense sense of threat from Wu Yifan. That feeling told him that if he dared to lay a hand on Wu Yifan, he would be signing his own death warrant. Thinking of this, Lei Wanyun's heart trembled with shock. Wu Yifan, who had been cultivating for less than 100 years, already possessed such terrifying power? But soon he regained his composure and fully absorbed what Wu Yifan had just said. Immediately, he spoke with utmost respect. Master Wu, something like this will never happen again. After saying this, Lei Wanyun hastily turned around and left, quickly arriving before the wedding chamber, where he saw the fallen Lei Jingzhan. Lei Jingzhan now could only be described as pitiful. From Lei Wanyun's perception, the severity of his injuries was horrifying. Had he arrived even a little later, Lei Jingzhan's path through life might well have ended right there. However, Lei Wanyun did not hold any resentment toward Wu Yifan in his heart, because, judging from his understanding of his son, it was likely that Lei Jingzhan had struck first at Wu Yifan, prompting Wu Yifan to injure him this badly. What Lei Wanyun didn't know, though, was that unless it had been for Lin Zixin and his son being nearby, Lei Jingzhan's condition wouldn't have been this fortunate. Thinking of this, Lei Wanyun sighed, and took Lei Jingzhan away from the Roxue Holy Land first. As for Wu Yifan, after receiving Lin Zixin and their son, he listened to quite a bit of maternal advice from Lin Shira. She earnestly urged him to always treat Lin Zixin well. Only after Wu Yifan repeatedly assured her that he would do so was he finally allowed to leave. Only then could Wu Yifan successfully leave the Roxue Holy Land with Lin Zixin and their son, heading back to the Wu residence. Meanwhile, within the Wu clan's estate, Wuhao and others were all waiting for Wu Yifan to return with Lin Zixin and Wu Dong. In the midst of this tense moment, Wuhao suddenly sensed something and vanished from the spot. When Wuhao reappeared, he had already arrived at the courtyard of his great-grandson Wu Qinlong. At this moment, Wu Qinlong was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of a room. When he looked up and saw Wuhao, his expression subtly changed, and he quickly approached. "Greetings, grandfather. What has happened?" Wu Qinlong knew that unless it was something important, Wuhao wouldn't come here unannounced. At this moment, Wuhao's expression appeared extremely solemn as he looked toward the room behind Wu Qinlong and slowly said, "Your children are not ordinary." Upon hearing Wuhao's words, it took Wu Qinlong quite a while to react, and then he looked at Wuhao, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. "Grandfather, are you saying my children might be as powerful as Yifan and the others?" Wuhao nodded. In his perception, Wu Qinlong's offspring were a set of dragon and phoenix twins, and both were children of fate, destined for greatness. The moment he became aware of them, Wuhao had concealed their signs immediately. Otherwise, terrifying phenomena would surely have alerted the experts of the Xiantian realm long ago. Hearing the affirmation from Wuhao, Wu Qinlong's heart filled with even greater excitement. Pacing back and forth outside the room, his nervousness dissipated as two crisp cries of newborns came from inside. Soon after, two midwives each carried an infant out of the room, smiling happily as they looked toward Wu Qinlong. "My lord, you have a young master and a little miss." "Excellent, excellent. Convey my gratitude and reward all the attendants handsomely." Overcome with joy, Wu Qinlong waved his hand grandly and gave the orders. The midwives naturally became extremely excited upon hearing this, and hurriedly thanked him. But Wu Qinlong barely registered what they were saying. He quickly took the infants from the midwives, learning that the older was a boy and the younger a girl. The two infants had been crying when they came out, but once Wu Qinlong held them, they ceased their tears, blinking their large eyes and looking straight at him, filling Wu Qinlong's paternal affection to the brim. Wu Hao stood aside watching this scene, and two infants' details appeared clearly before him. Name, pending. Gender, male. Identity, reincarnation of a Xian emperor. Talent, supreme spiritual root. Physique, pure young holy body. Name, pending. Gender, female. Identity, reincarnation of a demon emperor. Talent, supreme spiritual root. Physique, devouring heaven demon body. They look like a pair of destined love-haters. Wu Hao mused inwardly as he looked at their profiles. Meanwhile, the two infants in Wu Qinlong's arms also had turbulent thoughts within. What? I didn't die? What's going on? Am I reborn? I wonder how the demon emperor is doing. Once I climb back to the peak, I will definitely make him pay. Brother looked at the scene before him and quickly figured out what had happened. He was a Xian emperor cultivator from the upper realm, named Chen Shuyang. As the youngest Xian emperor in the entire upper realm, Chen Shuyang had reached the Xian emperor level in only 3 million years of cultivation, earning him the title of the most promising genius in the upper realm with the potential to surpass even the Xian emperor stage. However, good times didn't last long. His extraordinary talent soon drew the attention of a demon emperor, and finally, out of desperation, he could only self-destruct and perish together with his opponent. Yet, he had no idea how the demon emperor was doing now, but he assumed the demon emperor probably wasn't in a much better situation. Meanwhile, beside him, the devouring heaven demon emperor also felt immense shock. What's going on? This emperor has actually reincarnated? That accursed Xian emperor Chuyang attacked me for no reason at all, and I simply retaliated. How could he possibly self-destruct and drag this emperor down with him? From the devouring heaven demon emperor's perspective, they had merely met by chance, and then the Xian emperor Chuyang attacked him without a word. Yet, as someone who had long been established at the Xian emperor level, he was naturally no match for the newly ascended Xian emperor Chuyang. He hadn't expected, however, that Chuyang would become so desperate and self-destruct. Both were at the early stage of Xian emperor, so naturally the devouring heaven demon emperor couldn't withstand the explosion and was dragged down along with Chuyang. Fine, since I'm here, I'll settle in. Besides, the devouring heaven demon body has returned with me, indicating that this time I have a new chance to climb to even greater heights. Fine, since I'm here, I'll settle in. The pure young holy body has followed me back as well. In my previous life, I advanced too quickly, resulting in unstable foundations. Otherwise, that demon emperor would never have been my match. Just wait. This emperor will definitely break through to Xian emperor again and take revenge. At this moment, both the Xian emperor Chuyang and the devouring heaven demon emperor were deep in their own thoughts. But the next second, Wu Qinlong spoke, turning to Wu Hao with a serious expression and asking earnestly, "Grandfather, I humbly request that you bestow names upon my 2 children." Chapter 87. I want to be the elder sister. Looking at the 2 infants in Wu Qinlong's arms, Wu Hao remained in deep thought for a moment before finally speaking. In that case, let the older one be named Wu Xian'ai, and the younger one Wu Mo. When Wu Yi and the heaven-devouring demon emperor heard the names Wu Hao had given them, they couldn't help but internally complain. What kind of names were these? Although they had both been emperors of immortality in their past lives, now they were both babies starting over. Despite their extreme dissatisfaction, all they could do was babble and coo. But in Wu Qinlong's eyes, this meant the two children were quite pleased with the names given by Wu Hao and were joyfully flailing their arms and legs. Grandfather, they seemed very happy with the names you gave them. Wu Hao nodded slightly as well. Although the past incarnations of the immortal emperor and the heaven-devouring demon emperor had been fearsome, what did that matter now? They were his great-grandsons, destined to be suppressed under his authority. An immortal emperor, how exciting. A gleam of anticipation flickered in Wu Hao's eyes. Meanwhile, inside Wu Qinlong's arms, both the immortal emperor Wu Xian and the demon emperor Wu Mo, seeing their protest went unheeded, could only reluctantly accept the given names. However, Wu Mo soon realized something and inwardly cried out in alarm. She, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, had always stood above others. Even after reincarnation, she couldn't possibly become someone else's younger sister. No, she wanted to be the elder sister. But obviously, her protest made not the slightest difference. Instead, Wu Qinlong mistakenly thought she was hungry and, bidding Wu Hao a brief farewell, hurried off to feed both infants with beast milk. In the Wu family at present, there lived a female beast at the verge of emperor cultivation level who specifically produced beast milk for newly born infants in the clan, aiming to strengthen their talents and help them grow stronger. Compared to Wu Mo Wu Xianwu accepted the name assigned to him without resistance. In my past life, I reached the rank of a mortal emperor alone. In this life with family support, how could I not surpass even that? And as for having a younger sister, I actually look forward to it. Wu Xianwu contemplated in his mind, and before he could ponder further, Wu Qinlong picked him up for feeding. Once Wu Qinlong had left, Wu Hao turned his gaze to a distance. At that moment, Wu Yifan was returning to the Wu clan with Lin Zixin and Wu Dong. In an instant, Wu Hao reappeared inside the ancestral hall. Seeing Wu Hao disappear and then return, Su Qiaoran cast a questioning glance. Husband, what just happened? Nothing serious. It's just that those two sons of Qinlong seem to have promising talents. I just want to check on them. Wu Hao explained, and Su Qiaoran immediately understood. If her husband had personally taken interest, then those two descendants of Qinlong must indeed possess extraordinary gifts, perhaps even enough to break through to the emperor level. This small incident didn't disrupt the events that followed. Once Wu Yifan returned with Lin Zixin and others, Wu Qinkuan and the rest looked at Lin Zixin and Wu Dong with loving gazes, yet the looks they shot Wu Yifan brimmed with reproach. If it hadn't been for Wu Yifan, Lin Zixin wouldn't have suffered in vain for 5 whole years. My dear child, you must have gone through a lot these years. Bai Yuyo stepped forward and took Lin Zixin's hands into her own, her face brimming with guilt. Taken aback by Bai Yuyo's enthusiasm, Lin Zixin quickly recovered, shaking her head. Mother-in-law, it's all right. Everything I did willingly. Just look at this sweet girl. If Yifan dares to ever mistreat you, come tell me. I'll personally deal with Yifan. Bai Yuyo felt even more sympathy hearing Lin Zixin's words, and her gaze at Wu Yifan turned even more severe. Wu Yifan uncomfortably scratched his nose, then turned toward everyone present with a solemn expression. Everyone here, today I, Wu Yifan, swear solemnly that in this life I shall never betray Lin Zixin. If I should ever break this vow, may my entire cultivation vanish forever. Everyone was stunned by Wu Yifan's words. None had expected Wu Yifan to go so far, and all felt deeply moved. Lin Zixin, especially, was touched by his words, and her gaze toward Wu Yifan softened. Daddy, mommy, what's wrong? At that moment, Wu Dong turned toward Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin, naively holding their hands as he spoke. Lin Zixin looked at Wu Dong and smiled. Nothing's wrong. I just thought of something happy. You two have to be happy too. If you're not happy, then I won't be either. The innocent boy spoke with such sincerity that both Lin Zixin and Wu Yifan instinctively nodded in agreement. Enough. By my authority as the ancestral Wu clan leader, I hereby proclaim from this day forth you two shall be officially joined as husband and wife. Do you accept this? At this moment, Wu Hao stood up and spoke to Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Wu Hao exuded a majestic and divine aura, naturally commanding belief in his words. Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin exchanged glances and saw a flicker of emotion in each other's eyes. Perhaps they did share feelings, but it was far from reaching the level of marriage. However, for the child's sake, they were both willing to give it a try. Thinking of this, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin spoke in unison. I do. Thus, Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin were formally united as one, becoming husband and wife. This matter concluded here. Immediately afterward, Wu Hao began searching for suitable cultivation techniques for Wu Dong, Wu Xian'ai, and Wu Mo. Wu Dong's physique is the Shen Tan Dao Tai Shunkit. Wu Xian'ai possesses the Qiang Sunkit, while Wu Mo has the Dun Tan Muati. It's uncertain whether Xiantian has techniques appropriate for them. I'll likely have to go to the upper realm to search, but I'll wait until I break through to the Deluo Jingxian stage before heading to the upper realm. And before heading to the upper realm, I must wait for Wu Mingdai to bring the 99 subordinates and cultivate them into emperors, remaining in the shadows to protect the Wu family. After searching for a while without finding any suitable cultivation techniques for the 3 of them, Wu Hao gave up for now. Since he would eventually break through to Deluo Jingxian and personally head to the upper realm to make secret preparations, he could search for techniques at that time. Wu Hao didn't have to wait long. 1 year later, Wu Mingdai arrived before Wu Hao with 99 subordinates. Master, these 99 mortals are those I have carefully selected, and they are absolutely loyal to you. Wu Mingdai looked at Wu Hao and spoke with great sincerity. Wu Hao turned his gaze to the 99 mortals standing behind Wu Mingdai. There were both men and women, but without exception, their eyes were filled with unwavering loyalty as they looked toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao did not know how Wu Tuandi had made them so loyal, nor did he wish to know. All he cared was that Wu Mingdai could control them effectively. Chapter 88, the Wu family's exclusive Emperor Guard. Wu Hao slowly stood up and walked toward them. The 99 mortals behind Wu Mingdai also turned their eyes toward Wu Hao, filled with reverence and loyalty. Wu Hao paid them no heed and spoke with a calm voice. From this day forth, your lives no longer belong to yourselves, but to me and the Wu family. Should the Wu family be in danger, you may sacrifice yourselves. I need you to possess the determination to make any sacrifice for the Wu family. Do you accept? Those unwilling may leave now. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unmistakable tone of finality. The 99 mortals, however, shouted without hesitation. Master, from now on we are the Wu family's servants. If anything threatens the Wu family, they must first trample over our corpses. Good. Since you've all accepted, this Blood Emperor pill will help you become emperors in a short time. And because you have now become the Wu family's guards, I promise you, Emperor is definitely not the end of your journey. One day, when the Wu family ascends to the peak of the immortal realm, all of you shall ascend with me. Fueled by Wuhao's ambition, the atmosphere surged around him and spread to the 99 servants below, causing their gazes to grow ever more fanatical. Quickly, Wuhao took out 99 Blood Emperor pills and handed them to Wu Mengdai. From now on, you are to follow her orders. Whatever she commands, you must do. Yes, master. As the 99 guards shouted together, Wuhao handed the rest of the pills to Wu Mengdai. Looking solemn, he said, from this day forth, you shall be the commander of my Wu family's guard. Can you ensure the safety of our clan? Master, should any calamity befall the Wu family, I shall pay any price, even with my life, to ensure the family's safety. Wu Mengdai knelt, her eyes full of solemn determination as she pledged herself. Hearing this, Wuhao nodded slightly, then looked at Wu Mengdai and said, all right, I'll leave the rest to you. Assign the duties of these 99 guards as you see fit, with the condition that none of them must ever be exposed to the public. Within the entire Wu family, aside from me and Xiaoran, there is no need for anyone else to know about your existence. Understood? Yes, master. Soon, after finishing all instructions, Wuhao left. As Wu Mengdai watched him go, she murmured softly to herself, Master, I will never disappoint you. Never. Wuhao was unaware of Wu Mengdia's silent vow. After taking care of everything, he returned to Su Qiaoran's side and informed her of the formation of the Emperor Guard. Su Qiaoran nodded at first, but soon realization hit her. Glancing at Wu Hao with a strange expression, she hesitated before finally speaking. Husband, are you really just over 100 years old? What's the matter? Wu Hao nodded, slightly puzzled. It's nothing. It's just that I feel somewhat inferior to you. I'm also over 100 years old, yet I'm only at the middle Saint King stage. At this, Su Qiaoran's voice carried a touch of insecurity. For someone who used to be proud of being a middle Saint King at over 100 years old, discovering that her husband had already become an emperor at a similar age had completely shattered her self-esteem. Feeling his wife's insecurity, Wu Hao immediately embraced her and comforted softly. Who says you're not worthy of me? There is no one in the entire Xuani heaven more worthy of me than you. Love has never been about cultivation realms. If it were only about cultivation, then would the strong and the weak no longer be worthy of each other? So don't think so much about it. In this life, my only love is you. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran's heart filled with sweetness, and she nodded slightly. However, just at this moment, Wu Hao suddenly sensed something and told Su Qiaoran before swiftly stepping outside, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Yet, just a few minutes later, Wu Hao returned. Husband, what happened? Nothing much. I just experienced a small breakthrough. Wu Hao spoke in an incredibly calm tone, unintentionally once again shattering Su Qiaoran's recently recovered confidence. She made a resolution then, to cultivate diligently and soon reach the supreme sovereign stage. No, even better, reach the emperor stage. At this time, Wu Hao had broken through to the golden immortal saint sage stage. After all, currently within the Wu family, it wasn't just Wu Yifan, Wu Yidao, and Wu Li, the three heaven's chosen sons, that fed feedback to Wu Hao. Others like Wu Rulong were also contributing. Though their feedback wasn't as strong as those from heaven's chosen, even small contributions add up. In this situation, Wu Hao finally broke through to the golden immortal sage level, officially attaining immortality and securing the Tao of eternal life. A Deluo golden immortal truly possesses boundless power. I feel now that I could destroy the entire Xuani heaven with a single strike. However, there seemed to be some strange anomalies within the Xuani heaven. When Wu Hao had been a golden immortal, he had not noticed anything unusual. But after advancing to the Deluo golden immortal stage, he faintly sensed something odd about the Xuani heaven. Still, after thinking it over, Wu Hao found it understandable. After all, under normal circumstances, a world would only produce one heaven's chosen. Yet the Wu family alone had given rise to 5 chosen sons. No one would believe that the Xuani heaven was an ordinary realm. But since those strange places remain inactive for now, they'll likely be resolved by Yifan and the others. There's no need for this old ancestor to worry excessively. I can always step in when they can no longer hold on. Shaking his head lightly, Wu Hao dismissed the thought. Erasing the trials destined for the heavens chosen would only hinder their growth. It was better to be their silent pillar of support and intervene only when they could no longer endure. Now that he had advanced to the Deluo golden immortal stage, though, it was time for him to visit the higher realms. The cultivation techniques for Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu could wait for a while. They had just been born and needed to nourish their bodies before beginning training at the age of 8. However, Wu Dong would start his cultivation in just 3 years, so preparations for his technique needed to begin soon. A cultivation method suitable for the heavenly Daote Sunkeed could not be chosen randomly. Although this powerful constitution enabled rapid cultivation regardless of the method used, finding a technique perfectly attuned to his physique would naturally be best. Thinking of this, Wu Hao turned towards Su Qiaoran and spoke softly. Wife, I may need to leave the Wu family for a while. Chapter 89. The Upper Realm, indeed, just for mining. Where are you going? Hearing that Wu Hao wanted to leave for a while, Su Qiaoran suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. She climbed up from Wu Hao's embrace, her face filled with concern. After all, based on her understanding of Wu Hao, if it had been possible to bring her along, he probably wouldn't have spoken in this tone. Wu Hao gently stroked Su Qiaoran's beautiful hair and then said, Don't worry, it's just that I need to find the cultivation techniques of Wu Dong, Xian'ai, and Mo Wu. It will take me some time to locate them, but Fangxin, it won't take more than 4 years. I promise I'll return in time to accompany you to the 4 Sages Grand Competition. After repeated assurances from Wu Hao, although Su Qiaoran still felt worried, she finally agreed. You must ensure your own safety. No matter what happens, you must prioritize your safety. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. Wu Hao nodded, taking Sharon's words to heart. Then, he disappeared right in front of her. When Wu Hao reappeared, he had already arrived beside Wu Mengdai and the others. My lord, seeing Wu Hao appear, Wu Mengdai immediately knelt on one knee, as did the other 99 guards. Wu Hao nodded. Within less than 3 days, those 99 guards had ingested the Blood Emperor pill and truly become emperors. I need to leave Xintian realm for a period. During this time, protect the Wu clan well. If anything happens to the Wu clan, you should know what to do. Wu Hao directly stated his intention. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengye's expression turned solemn. My lord, rest assured, if anything happens to the Wu clan, I shall take my own life. After finishing the instructions, Wu Hao left several layers of sealing formations within the Wu clan. Even if a golden immortal expert arrived, it wouldn't be able to harm the Wu clan. After completing everything, Wu Hao carefully sensed his surroundings, then tore through the space before him and disappeared entirely from the Xintian realm. When Wu Hao emerged at the other end of the spatial crack, he had already arrived at the upper realm. Is this place the upper realm? Wu Hao sensed his surroundings. Upon entering the upper realm, Wu Hao immediately felt a kind of energy absent in the Xintian realm. This was Xin Qi, immortal Qi. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the upper realm was significantly denser than in the Xintian realm. No wonder it wasn't particularly difficult for those born in the upper realm to break through to the level of emperor. Indeed, in the upper realm, being an emperor was merely just the beginning. Alright, I'll first find a nearby faction and learn some information about the upper realm. Wu Hao's divine sense of a great Luo golden immortal instantly spread from his body, instantly covering an area spanning approximately tens of thousands of Xintian realms, and quickly found a relatively suitable sect. Thinking this, Wu Hao stepped forward and within several breaths had already arrived in front of that sect. Qiliang sect. Feeling the strongest person inside the Qiliang sect was only a golden immortal at the early stage, Wu Hao then stepped forward into the sect. At the same time, inside the Qiliang sect, the sect leader stood before an elder whose cultivation was at the peak of true immortal. Leader, over the past 100 years, only 300 cultivators have ascended from the lower realm under our Qiliang sect's jurisdiction. The number of Shanjing mind has sharply declined. If this continues, it may affect the development of our Qiliang sect. Hearing this, the Qiliang sect leader couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was no secret in the upper realm that upper realm powers would station themselves near the ascension points of the lower realm to capture the ascending mortals to work in the mines. Everyone did it, so nobody thought it strange. After all, those Shenkong couldn't be mined without powerful cultivation bases. Ascended mortals were perfect for mining. Of course, they wouldn't oppress them to death, just make them mine Shenkong in the Qiliang sect for 100,000 years before letting them go. To an ascended immortal, 100,000 years was merely equivalent to 5 years for an ordinary person. Therefore, in order to survive under the Qiliang sect's control, even though they might be filled with rage, they could only agree. If cultivators from the lower realm ascending are fewer, then recruit more cultivators to mine. 1 Yingshu per day of mining work, cultivators from Drizhen to Gingdi level. With a sigh, the Qiliang sect leader issued the order. The elder nodded in understanding and went off to carry out the order. Not long after the elder had left, Wu Hao, concealing his entire aura, appeared within the Qiliang sect leader's room. Who's there? The Qiliang sect leader had just raised his head when he saw Wu Hao in the distance. His heart suddenly filled with shock. He hadn't expected that he, a golden immortal, could have someone approach so closely without him sensing them at all. What exactly was Wu Hao's cultivation level? At this moment, Wu Hao's heart was filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected that the forces of the upper realm would actually station themselves near the ascension points to capture ascending cultivators for mining. However, this matter didn't concern him much. When he ascended, he had already sensed that there was no one station near the ascension point of Xintian realm. After all, the emperor laws of Xintian realm were completely absent, and it had been countless years since anyone had ascended. The upper realm powers naturally assumed that Xintian realm had declined, and thus hadn't assigned anyone to monitor the ascension point. Shaking his head, Wu Hao didn't continue to ask about this matter. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Qiliang sect leader and spoke in a hoarse voice. This Supreme One has something to ask you. You just need to cooperate, and this Supreme One won't make things difficult for you. Senior, please speak. Upon hearing this, the Qiliang sect leader nodded hastily. Even a fool could tell that he was absolutely no match for Wu Hao. It was better to cooperate obediently. Perhaps he might still survive. I want to know about the situation in the upper realm. And where in the upper realm can one obtain cultivation techniques specifically for the innate Tao embryo sacred body, pure yang sacred body, and the devouring heaven demon body? Wu Hao spoke hoarsely. Upon hearing this, the Qiliang sect leader only hesitated for a moment before Erda, Zhang Shangde, Shenjai de Qing Helen Tuochu. Dongran, Yi Chilang Zhong de Shui, Bing Me Yo Dridao Tai Doa, Yo Yong de Dongshi. Chong Ta de Ko Zhong Wu Hao, Ye Dridao Le Shenjai de Sangjit, Gen Shen Tianjie, Chabu Duo, Ye Fun Wei Luer. Ergermir, Do Yo Yi Zuo, Sheng Di Suo Zhangwa, Fun Bie Shu, Liu Xing Sheng Di, Huan Dun Sheng Di, Shikong Sheng Di, Bongu Sheng Di, Aji, Nisan Sheng Di, Zhiwu Da, Sheng Di de Sengju, Do Shi, Shan Di, Ho Chi Changjia. Ti Chi Lai, Zhiwu Da, Sheng Di de Shiho. Chilang Zhong Zhongju de Yansun, Yit Bu Yo Chongman Le Shangwang. Zhiwu Da Sheng Di de Changjianjia, Do Shi Shan Di, Danfeng, Jing de Changjia. Danzhi Shi Hun Kershi, Taman Do Yinwei, Yi Xie Shiqing, or Xiao Shibu Jianla. Sui Yi Shanzai de Sangjie Drizhong, Bing Me Yo Shan Di, Danfeng Changjia, Zui Chang Da de Ban Shi Wu Da Shengju. Do Shi Shan Di, Ho Chi Changjia. Sui Dao Ho Man de Shiho. Chilang Zhong Zhongju de Sunshang Bu Yo Dai Sang Le Xie Shu de Shilo. Sudan Jiragan Ta de Guanxi Bu Da. Dan Kan Dao Shangjie, Yo de Shan Di, Danfeng Changjia, Hai Shu Hun Kai Shinda. Wen Yan Wu Hao de Baoqing Yin Ning Zhong Qi Lat. Shan Di. Yita Shanzai de Shu, Dui Sang de Hua Bao Suda. Jiu San Shi Yo de Tan Di Wan Dao Jing de Jacher, Ye Wu Fa Kai Yer, Qi Zhong de Honggo. Beijing Ta Shanzai, Ajili Shan Di, Hai Gujik Shanwang, Shanhuang, Shanzun, Suger, Da Jingjie de Chaji, Jiu San Gongfa, Dang, Nobi, Ye Wu Fa Da Dao, 尤其是现在都已经达到了后期，张力上的差的plan依靠着高级功法来跨越。所以现在的Wuhao虽然才是大罗金线初期，但要是打起来的话，也才勉强打得过神王而已。Chapter 90. Sorry, but you know too much. Later, Wuhao gradually learned from the head of the Chilean sect that there were about 100 chi currently in the upper realm, further solidifying his determination to remain low-key in his cultivation. With my current strength, I still need to stay under the radar. At the very least, I must reach the level of a Xian emperor before the Wu family can afford to be more visible in the upper realm. Wait, no, not even a Xian emperor is enough to handle everything. I should cultivate to a level beyond even that, Wuhao thought inwardly. Unknown to him, whether it was due to his failure to reach the Xian emperor stage yet, or due to outside forces, Wuhao had no idea what lay beyond the Xian emperor realm. After answering the question about the general state of the upper realm, the head of the Chilean sect looked seriously at Wuhao and spoke. Senior, if you're looking for suitable cultivation techniques for the primordial Dao embryo body, pure yang sacred body, and the heaven-devouring demon body, I suggest you consider purchasing them from the Ruffing Pavilion. For the right price, they can get you anything. Upon hearing the name, Ruffing Pavilion, from the sect leader, Wuhao frowned slightly. Was it a coincidence? There was also a Ruffing Pavilion in the central domain. Previously, Wuhao had gone to the Ruffing Pavilion in the Xintian realm to investigate, but unfortunately, it didn't have the cultivation techniques for the primordial Dao embryo body, pure yang sacred body, or heaven-devouring demon body. I see. Wuhao said slowly, nodding his head. He was currently in the southern domain of the upper realm, while the Ruffing Pavilion of the upper realm was in the central domain. Given his current cultivation, it would take too long to travel there. Perhaps I can personally deduce a suitable cultivation technique based on the traits of the primordial Dao embryo body, pure yang sacred body, and the heaven-devouring demon body, and then combine them. It might turn out better than anything I could obtain from the Ruffing Pavilion. Wuhao mused. With his current Deluo Jinxian level strength, deducing a cultivation technique sufficient for reaching the golden immortal stage wouldn't be too hard, and the combined technique might even allow one to ascend to the Xian Emperor stage. Of course, most importantly, Wuhao's cautious personality dictated that he wouldn't reveal the existence of Wu Dong and the others unless he was absolutely certain. Even in the vast upper realm, the physical constitutions of these three were incredibly rare. If discovered by the five sacred grounds, they would definitely be coveted and recruited. Wuhao had no intention of directly confronting the five sacred grounds until he had the strength to rival them. Senior, I've told you all I know. Do you think? The sect leader carefully interjected, reminding Wuhao of his presence. Thinking for a moment, Wuhao turned to look at the head of the Chilean sect and spoke again. This master has one final question for you. Answer correctly, and I'll spare your life. Senior, please ask, the sect leader hurriedly responded. Excellent. The question is, what is 1 plus 1? 2. Without hesitation, the sect leader answered immediately. Upon hearing this, Wuhao's expression changed abruptly. A killing intent flared in his eyes as he stared at the sect leader. Sorry, you know too much. Without waiting for the sect leader to react, Wuhao slashed his sword downward in one swift motion, cutting the sect leader down without a single sound escaping. The sect leader never figured out why Wuhao had attacked so swiftly and decisively, even using such a strange question as the prelude to his death. What he didn't realize was that from the beginning, Wuhao had never intended to leave the sect leader alive. What if, after he left, the sect leader revealed that he had come here and was searching for cultivation techniques for the 3 rare body types? Even one of these 3 unique bodies would be enough to send the 5 sacred grounds into a frenzy, let alone all 3 at once. Although the chance was slim, Wuhao would not allow such a thing to happen. None, not even the slightest. After killing the sect leader, Wuhao collected the sect leader's storage bag. Then, he glanced around the Chilean sect, pondering whether to completely destroy it. After a moment of thought, Wuhao made up his mind. Done. The Chilean sect has been abducting red dust immortals who ascended from the lower realms to force them into mining. Eliminating them is a service to the cultivators of the lower realms. Wuhao swore he absolutely wasn't after the storage rings of the powerful figures in the upper realm, nor was he greedy for the Chilean sect's mid-grade immortal crystal mine. He was simply disgusted by the Chilean sect's actions and wanted to right a wrong. As for their storage rings, those were just war trophies. Was there anything wrong with collecting them? With this decision, Wuhao set to work. At the cultivation level of a Deluo Jinxian, he quickly moved around the Chilean sect setting up formations. Wuhao never allowed any commotion when handling matters, unless his cultivation had reached an unrivaled level across the heavens. Therefore, even if he were to wipe out the entire Chilean sect, he would make full preparations, ensuring not a single soul escaped. As Wuhao activated the formation, in an instant, countless invisible beams of light enveloped the Chilean sect. The true immortal elders within immediately sensed this unusual energy, and their faces turned grim. Wuhao, merciless and silent, directly channeled his Shanjian. In a flash, the sword moved through the Chilean sect at terrifying speed, and wherever it swept, the sect's experts were ruthlessly eliminated. Even the disciples of the Chilean sect received no mercy from him. From the moment they had entered the sect, they became accomplices in the sect's evils and were undeserving of pity. Before long, Wuhao had completely eradicated every living being within the Chilean sect. Even the dogs were not spared, as worms were sliced into pieces and even yolks were shattered to bits. Only after completing this did Wuhao nod in satisfaction. With his divine consciousness, he summoned all the storage rings of the sect members. These rings flew into his palm and were then stored within his inner world. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the lower realms, who had been captured by the Chilean sect, remained unaware of what had just transpired. They simply assumed the sect had offended some powerful figure and was now being wiped out, causing them to tremble in fear of being affected. Wuhao, however, paid them no attention, instead turning his gaze toward the mid-grade Shenkong behind them. A mine producing spirit stones was called a spirit mine, while one producing immortal crystals was known as an immortal mine. Although these mines could be taken away directly, doing so would disrupt future production. Therefore, only in dire circumstances would someone choose to extract them outright. However, Wuhao currently had no other options. He couldn't possibly choose to remain stationed at the Chilean sect, so taking the immortal mine with him was clearly the best decision. Rise! With Wuhao's command, the Chilean sect ground violently shook, and the several kilometers-long immortal mine, now under Wuhao's control, lifted off the ground in a spectacular scene. Chapter 91 Activation of the Technique Deduction Function. What exactly happened? How come there isn't a single survivor left in the Qiliang sect? Even the mid-grade immortal or mine of the Qiliang sect was taken away. This, the sect leader of Qiliang, was an immortal king realm expert. Yet even the slightest trace of his aura hasn't leaked out. Could it be someone from the great Luo immortal king realm who did this? Who knows what did Qiliang to incur such a powerful enemy that their entire sect was destroyed? About half a month after Wuhao annihilated the Qiliang sect, a few sects that had maintained relatively good relations with Qiliang started to sense something was off. The spies they had left within Qiliang hadn't made contact for a long time. Upon their arrival at the Qiliang sect's location, they stood shocked at the completely destroyed sect. There was not even the faintest sign of life remaining. The eerie silence and devastation everywhere were enough to indicate what had happened to Qiliang back then. So, should we spread the word about the Qiliang sect being completely wiped out? The one who spoke was Qin Feng, the sect leader of Mo Dao sect, a sect nearby with relatively good relations to Qiliang. She looked on calmly as she posed the question. 5 immortal king experts, including Qin Feng, were present, yet each of them wore an expression of deep caution upon hearing this. After a long pause, they simply shook their heads. Better not. This matter might be related to a great Luo immortal king expert. My Chao Ri sect refuses to get involved. I feel the same. Even combined, our 5 great sects can't withstand the retaliation of a great Luo immortal king expert. In that case, let's pretend Qiliang fell victim to an unspeakable terror. We know nothing. We were simply passing through. Soon enough, the 5 sects reached a consensus, acting as if nothing had occurred, and simply left. As for Wuhao, he knew nothing of this. Before leaving Qiliang, he had carefully concealed all his traces. Furthermore, since Wuhao didn't even originally belong to this world, and with the system's presence, even the might of an immortal emperor couldn't possibly deduce Wuhao's true origin. Therefore, even if someone wanted to avenge Qiliang, they would be powerless to do so. As for the Dust Realm immortals captured by Qiliang, Wuhao mercifully released them all. Of course, he had them take a Heaven Dao oath beforehand, ensuring they wouldn't reveal his existence. Otherwise, he absolutely wouldn't have allowed them to leave. Wuhao swore that the reason he released them wasn't because they were so destitute that there was nothing worth taking from them. Definitely not. It's better to return home first. I can deduce the techniques once I'm back in the Wu family territory. Besides, I still have 4 more years. This was Wuhao's inner thought as he stood within the heavenly upper realm. Wuhao gently extended both hands and lightly sliced the air. A spatial rift immediately opened in front of him. In fact, a rift descending from the upper realm to the lower. In a place like the upper realm, space is so solid and rigid that unless one's cultivation reaches the immortal sovereign level, one cannot even begin to tear it apart. Wuhao didn't dwell on this for long. He stepped forward and vanished from the upper realm. By the time he reappeared, he had already returned to the Xiantian realm. Although less than 2 months had passed, Wuhao still felt a certain sense of melancholy, as though he had been away from home for a very long time. When Wuhao returned to the Wu family estate, Su Qiaoran's face lit up joyfully upon seeing him. Husband, you've returned. Yes. I had some questions about my cultivation techniques, so I figured I should come back myself. Wuhao nodded. He didn't have anything to hide from Su Qiaoran. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoran's expression showed concern as she replied with sincere care. Don't push yourself too hard. Do your best, and that's enough. Yes, I will. Wuhao forced a faint smile, exchanged a few words with Su Qiaoran, then turned to prepare to deduce the cultivation techniques for the innate Dao embryo divine body, pure young divine body, and devouring heaven demon body. As Wuhao walked away, Su Qiaoran gazed at his retreating figure with a look of deep shinkung, yet she was powerless to help. She could only turn away and cultivate diligently, hoping to someday offer Wuhao the assistance he would need. Once he entered his cave dwelling, Wuhao immediately began deducing the cultivation techniques for the innate Dao embryo divine body, the pure young divine body, and the devouring heaven demon body. Yet the moment Wuhao began the deduction process, the system voice rang out in a timely manner. Ding! Detected the host's need to deduce techniques. The technique deduction function has now been activated. Detected that the host is attempting to deduce the cultivation methods of the innate Dao embryo divine body, pure young divine body, and devouring heaven demon body. Assistance has been provided. Please host to acknowledge and receive. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wuhao couldn't help but brighten, never expecting the system to suddenly intervene. He originally thought the system would just give a simple response. After seeing the functions provided by the system, Wuhao roughly understood its meaning. It meant that any cultivation techniques he deduced himself could be processed through the system platform, which would then help analyze the compatibility level for cultivation techniques suitable for their unique body types. The higher the compatibility, the faster the cultivation speed. If combined, it would certainly surpass the original cultivation techniques designed for those special body types. Thinking of this, Wuhao immediately became enthusiastic and began tirelessly deducing the required cultivation techniques for Wu Dong and the others inside his cave dwelling. Outside, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo displayed talents far beyond their age group. Within a month, they could already speak. Within 2 months, they could run. By the 3rd month, they were already capable of handling most tasks independently. Of course, whether it was due to unavoidable external factors or the cultivation environment, neither Wu Xian'ai nor Wu Mo began cultivating directly. Both chose to wait until they turned 8 before starting cultivation. However, perhaps because they were both chosen by fate, they constantly tried to outdo each other in daily life, competing in everything just to determine who was superior. Yet every time, Wu Mo ended up defeated by Wu Xian'ai, always overpowered by the elder brother's authority. Plus, Wu Xian'ai's talent was truly top tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated to become a Xian emperor in merely 3 million years. Even the devouring heaven demon emperor had required nearly 5 million years to reach the Xian emperor level. But in this lifetime, both of them were confident. With the experience from their past lives, this time around they would certainly break through to the Xian emperor level much faster. As for Wu Yifan, his Wangu Sungkeed had advanced to the 9th stage. Combined with his recent marriage to Lin Zixin, he had unusually remained in the Wu family for a period of time. However, according to Wu Yifan's estimate, once the 4th Saint competition ended, he would have to leave the Wu family to seek methods for advancing to the Dadi level. Right now, Wu Yifan's physical body was as strong as that of a Dadi, but his cultivation realm hadn't yet reached that level. Thus, he still needed to find ways to break through to Dadi. Moreover, in the shadows, the Blood Soul sect was already stirring, and he couldn't afford to indulge in happiness for long. Amid this quiet, unnoticed happiness, the time for the 4th Saint competition was drawing closer. The long-dormant Xiantian realm had gradually begun to stir and become lively once again. Chapter 92. Deduction of the Great Tao Sutra. Return to Yuanshi Sutra. Ha ha ha, I did it. I finally did it. 1 month before the 4 Saints contest was scheduled to begin, and just in time for Wudong's cultivation, Wuhao finally succeeded in deducing a technique perfectly suited for one possessing the Shinten Dao Teishe. Great Tao Sutra. 100% compatibility with the innate Tao embryo holy body. Looking at the Great Tao Sutra he had deduced within the system space, Wuhao showed a satisfied expression. After placing this Tao Sutra into the Wu family's current martial arts library, he would be able to receive the feedback and synthesize an even more terrifying technique. Glancing at the cultivation techniques for the pure yang holy body and devouring heaven demon body, only deduced to 70% compatibility, Wuhao shook his head. Cultivation required moderation, and so too did deducing martial arts techniques. It couldn't be rushed. The time is about right. I should go out first. I promised to accompany my wife to participate in the 4 Saints contest. Thinking this, Wuhao stepped forward, directly leaving his retreat and arriving before the Wu family martial arts library. The disciple guarding the martial arts library was named Wu Jiqiang, with a cultivation level at the refining void stage and top-tier spiritual root talent. The management of the martial arts library had been jointly decided by Wu Hao and Wu Rulong after discussion. After all, the Wu family would gradually grow stronger, and the clan members would also increase. The existence of the martial arts library could help the clan members find the techniques they wished to cultivate. Upon seeing Wu Hao appear, Wu Jiqiang was startled and immediately stood up. Greetings, ancestor. Enter this martial arts technique into the Wu family martial arts library. Wu Hao casually handed the Great Tao Sutra in front of Wu Jiqiang. Although it was called a martial arts library, in truth it was more like an ebook. One simply had to enter the library, type in the name, and could then find it. Wu Jiqiang nodded and took the Great Tao Sutra from Wu Hao, entering it into the Wu family martial arts library. Ding! Host detected submitting Great Tao Sutra, receiving 1,000 points of Great Tao Sutra. Synthesis available. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained the martial arts technique Yuanshi Sutra. Yuanshi Sutra what? A martial arts technique even more compatible with the innate Tao embryo holy body than the Great Tao Sutra? Compatibility reaches 200%. Seeing the Yuanshi Sutra synthesized by the system, Wu Hao showed a satisfied expression, then looked at Wu Jiqiang and spoke. Enter this martial arts technique as well. After speaking, he handed Yuanshi Sutra to Wu Jiqiang and turned away, leaving Wu Jiqiang alone with a puzzled expression. Why had the ancestor given him the martial arts techniques in 2 separate installments? But that wasn't something he should ponder. Whatever the ancestor did must have his own reasons. He just needed to follow orders. After leaving the martial arts library, Wu Hao hurriedly went to Wu Yifan's house. At that moment, Wu Yifan was about to guide his son in cultivation but stopped upon seeing Wu Hao approach, respectfully looking at him. Great-grandfather, do you have something urgent to discuss? I've deduced a martial arts technique suitable for Wudong's cultivation, so I've come to deliver it. Wu Hao waved his hand and handed Yuanshi Sutra to Wu Yifan. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but brighten. In fact, he had also been troubled about his son's cultivation. After learning his son possessed the innate Tao embryo holy body, Wu Yifan had searched for suitable martial arts techniques within the Xintian realm, but although he found some usable ones, none truly allowed his son to display the full potential of his innate Tao embryo holy body. Precisely because of time constraints, Wu Yifan could only choose the best among the unsatisfactory ones for Wu Dong's initial cultivation, intending to replace it once a better one was found. But now, since Wu Hao had brought him a martial arts technique truly suitable for his son's cultivation, Wu Yifan naturally would not be picky, and even if he currently matched a great emperor's power facing Wu Hao, he still could not detect the depths of Wu Hao's cultivation. Still, a voice deep in his heart continuously reminded Wu Yifan that if he dared to raise a hand in hostility, he would definitely die. Move, quickly thank your great-grandfather. Beside him, Lin Zixin also stepped forward, urging Wu Dong to speak. Wu Dong looked at Wu Hao sweetly and said, "Thank you great-grandfather. Alright, cultivate diligently and become stronger as soon as possible. That will be the best reward for your great-grandfather." Wu Hao reached out and gently patted Wu Dong's head, then told Wu Yifan to remember to attend the 4 Saints contest in 7 days before turning to leave. But at that moment, Lin Zixin spoke up, hesitatingly saying, "Great-grandfather, may I return to the Roshue Holy Land to represent them in the 4 Saints contest?" However, she quickly seemed to remember something and hastily added, "I just previously promised my mother that I would represent the Roshue Holy Land in this 4 Saints contest." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao didn't even think, simply waved his hand in agreement. After all, Lin Zixin was already the holy maiden of the Roshue Holy Land. Even after marrying into the Wu family, this identity could not be changed. Moreover, this time the 4 Saints contest would not include Lin Shu representing the Wu family. Since that was the case, allowing Lin Zixin to return to the Roshue Holy Land to participate posed no problem. After hearing Wu Hao's words, Lin Zixin nodded excitedly, and Wu Hao simply smiled and departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qiaoran had not made much progress in cultivation, which was understandable since only 4 years had passed. Even a genius at Wu Yifan's level would find it difficult to make significant advancements in such a short time. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the late Saint King stage until I exit the Chaos Secret Realm. At this rate, becoming a great emperor seems far off indeed. Su Qiaoran's pretty face was filled with disappointment as she let out a sigh involuntarily. Just then, Wuhao appeared behind Su Qiaoran and directly embraced her from behind. Startled at first, Su Qiaoran quickly realized it was Wuhao. Husband, do you think I'm a failure? I haven't even broken through to the late Saint King stage yet. Nonsense. Who dares to say my wife is a failure? My wife is clearly the top genius of the Xintian realm. Whoever dares call my wife a failure, step forward. Wuhao pretended to be serious, speaking with utmost sincerity, causing Su Qiaoran's melancholy to instantly vanish as she couldn't help but smile. Of course, what Wuhao said was the truth. Su Qiaoran's point of comparison was Wuhao himself, but excluding Wuhao and Wu Yifan, whose extraordinary fates placed them in a league of their own, Su Qiaoran's talent was truly top tier within the Xintian realm. According to Wuhao's estimate, she would likely break through to the quasi-emperor stage before the age of 300 and achieve the great emperor stage before 1000. This was far beyond what even the so-called prodigies of the Xintian realm could hope for. But soon, Wuhao seemed to remember something and spoke with genuine sincerity. Honey, I have something I want to give you. Chapter 93, Bestowing an Immortal Sword, the Imperial Cauldron. Husband, are you sure you want to give me such a terrifying weapon? Looking at the immortal sword taken out from Wuhao's storage ring, Su Qiaoran's breath could not help but quicken. As the designated saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Su Qiaoran could naturally sense that the sword before her was at least an imperial-grade weapon, or even something more powerful. Wuhao lightly shook his head, his tone calm. You are my wife. This sword is just a temporary one for you to use. When you grow stronger, I will get you a better one. After all, giving Su Qiaoran a better weapon right now would be useless because her cultivation wouldn't allow her to unleash its true power. This immortal sword would suffice. Moreover, the immortal sword in Su Qiaoran's hand was still under a seal, so with her current cultivation, she could only wield power on the level of an imperial weapon. Still, even so, she would gain an absolute advantage in the Four Saints competition. My wife participating in the Four Saints competition can never finish with a low rank. She at least deserves a higher placement. Wuhao mused inwardly. This time, since Wu Yifan and others were also participating, Wuhao wasn't entirely confident his wife would take the first place. Unless, of course, Wu Yifan and the rest held back out of respect for her identity as his grandmother. Furthermore, the reward for ranking within the top 100 was entry into the Chaos Secret Realm. It was said that within it lay the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Considering Wu Hao's conjecture and the fact that Wu Yidao possessed both the Chaos Body and the status of the Chosen of Heaven's Mandate, it seemed likely that the Chaos Emperor's inheritance would be obtained this time. At that moment, upon hearing the news that Wu Hao had ended his seclusion, Wu Rulong hurriedly came rushing to see him. Father, Wu Rulong wore a look of excitement, which caused Wu Hao to become inwardly curious. What had happened to make Wu Rulong so happy? The next moment, Wu Hao heard the reason and couldn't help but also feel delighted. Wu Rulong had already gathered all the materials required for forging the Imperial Cauldron. Father, so when do you plan to forge the Imperial Cauldron? Wu Rulong asked. Due to Wu Hao's lack of involvement in affairs, Wu Rulong had become the current head of the Wu clan. Inscribing names of individuals who had made outstanding contributions into the Imperial Cauldron would greatly boost the morale of the Wu clan. Moreover, Wu Hao had once suggested holding a talent competition every 100 years within the Wu clan to select the most gifted individuals and engrave their names onto the clan cauldron. If this news were spread, it would surely greatly inspire the cultivation efforts of the Wu clan members. Additionally, the Imperial Cauldron could suppress the Wu clan's fortune, ensuring the family's enduring prosperity. This was naturally a piece of good news in Wu Rulong's eyes. Hearing this, Wu Hao smiled and replied. Right now, as he spoke, countless rare and precious materials for forging weapons drifted out from Wu Hao's storage ring. Imperial flame erupted from his palm, melting and fusing the various materials together, which then gradually took form under Wu Hao's spiritual consciousness, finally shaping into a figure Wu Hao envisioned. Less than 3 minutes later, about 2.5 minutes, a cauldron approximately 3 meters in size floated before the three of them. Its grand exterior radiated a faint, yet imposing aura, making Wu Rulong and others extremely excited. Additionally, this cauldron was not merely for suppressing the Wu clan's fortune. It also contained an infinitely large space capable of capturing and refining living beings. Its hardness had reached an almost unbelievable level. Even if Wu Rulong were to strike it with his imperial sword, the cauldron would remain unscathed, while the rebound force would reflect the damage back onto Wu Rulong himself. Father, is it ready now? Wu Rulong stretched his hand out, eager to take the imperial cauldron to place it in the Wu clan's plaza to suppress and stabilize the clan's fortune. However, Wu Hao shook his head. Wait, there's still one more thing to do. The next moment, Wu Hao disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside Wu Yifan's residence. At this time, Wu Dong had already cultivated to the foundation building initial stage under Wu Yifan's guidance. Naturally, Wu Yifan had applied Wu Hao's training method. Otherwise, with Wu Dong's heavenly Dao embryo sacred body, there was no way he could have only broken through to the foundation building initial stage. Great-grandfather, is there anything you need? Seeing Wu Hao visit again, Wu Yifan asked curiously. However, the next moment, when his eyes landed on the imperial cauldron in Wu Hao's hand, his breath involuntarily quickened. The look in his eyes turned eager, silently seeking answers, until Wu Hao finally spoke. That's right. You previously told your great-grandfather that you wanted a cauldron, so I got one for you. Saying that, Wu Hao directly handed the cauldron to Wu Yifan. As Wu Yifan accepted the imperial cauldron from Wu Hao's hands, he still felt that this moment was somewhat surreal. After all, in Wu Yifan's estimation, an imperial weapon was something one could only hope to encounter by chance, one that was extremely rare. Throughout the entire Xintian realm, there were only 4 in existence. Thank you, great-grandfather, Wu Yifan said emotionally, his face filled with gratitude. Wu Hao, however, waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a tone of nonchalance. When you ascend to the upper realm someday, your great-grandfather will get you something even better. Yes, great-grandfather. Wu Yifan silently vowed within his heart to cultivate diligently and absolutely not co Wu Hao's expectations. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted an imperial cauldron and have obtained 1 million fragments of an imperial cauldron. Would you like to synthesize them? Yes. Without hesitation, Wu Hao clicked to synthesize. Ding, synthesis successful. You have obtained 10,000 immortal cauldrons. Immortal cauldron, the ultimate choice for suppressing fortune, striking enemies, refining all things, and defending against attacks. Compared to the imperial cauldron, the immortal cauldron did not have significantly improved functions, but its effects were more than 10 times stronger than the imperial cauldron. After all, the author couldn't really think of any more strange and novel abilities. Alright, cultivate well. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave first. After leaving Wu Yifan, Wuhao returned to Su Qiaoran. When Su Qiaoran and the others saw that what Wuhao held in his hand was no longer the previous imperial cauldron, but an even more terrifying immortal cauldron, their eyes couldn't help but change. Su Qiaoran could sense that the item in Wu Hao's hand was on the same level as the sword he had given her earlier, meaning, had Wu Hao just upgraded the imperial cauldron moments ago? Father, what is this? Wu Rulong looked at Wu Hao with a questioning gaze, but Wu Hao merely waved his hand and spoke. Nothing much, just upgraded the imperial cauldron a bit. Take it, and get everything arranged quickly. I won't be making an appearance. Receiving Wu Hao's affirmation, Wu Rulong walked over with a flatteringly expression and sweetly said, Father, why don't you also upgrade my imperial sword? However, looking at Wu Rulong, a grown man, acting so sweetly and flirtatiously, Wu Hao couldn't help but strike him once, sending him flying with a single punch. As Wu Rulong screamed in pain while flying off, Su Qiaoran asked with concern, Husband, was that really okay? Don't worry. I controlled the force, just knocked him out. He's so old and still acting childish. Wu Hao waved his hand dismissively and said casually. Upon seeing this, Su Qiaoran could only suppress her concerns. Indeed, even she had almost lost her temper and punched Wu Rulong just now when she saw him acting sweet. Wu Rulong, so, we're not in love anymore then? Chapter 94, The Wu Clan's Craze for Cultivation. Last time I went up to the upper realm, I forgot to look for a celestial flame. That was my mistake. I'll take care of that next time I ascend. Wu Hao mused inwardly. Judging by his current situation, he probably wouldn't return to the upper realm until he broke through to the rank of celestial sovereign. Otherwise, if he encountered an opponent as strong as a celestial emperor, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong, after being sent flying by Wu Hao's punch, finally came to a stop after crashing through several mountains. As he rubbed his sore rear end, a deeply resentful expression filled his eyes. If you didn't want to give it, just say so. Why hit me? Though muttering complaints, Wu Rulong didn't say anything else. He adjusted his body posture, stood up, and prepared to bring up the matter of the celestial cauldron and relay the Wu clan's upcoming policies. Soon, summoned by Wu Rulong's message, the current high-ranking members of the Wu clan, including Wu Qianquan, arrived at the clan's ancestral hall. Seeing Wu Rulong's somewhat disheveled state, Wu Qianquan couldn't help but ask curiously, Father, what happened to you? Nothing, Wu Rulong replied. He coughed once, then became serious. Then, he brought out the celestial cauldron. Nowadays, our Wu clan is already a formidable force in the Xintian realm, so naturally we need something to stabilize our clan's fortune. This is a celestial cauldron refined by your grandfather. From today onward, it will be placed in the clan's plaza to secure our clan's prosperity. Furthermore, your grandfather and I have discussed and decided that any clan member who makes outstanding contributions to our family may inscribe his name on this cauldron. Additionally, every 100 years, we will hold a competition among our clan's younger generation. Participation is limited to those under 100 years old. The top 3 contestants will also have the privilege to inscribe their names on the cauldron. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianquan and the others couldn't help but breathe rapidly. To have their names engraved on the celestial cauldron would allow them to etch themselves as great figures in the hearts of future generations of the Wu clan. At this thought, Wu Qianquan and the others nodded without hesitation, readily accepting the idea. Seeing them agree, Wu Rulong nodded with satisfaction. Then, suddenly recalling something, he added, the very first Wu clan competition will be held immediately after the Four Saints competition. Spread this word throughout the clan. Yes, we understand, Father. With that, Wu Qianquan and others quickly exited to relay the message throughout the Wu clan. And within less than an hour of this announcement, Wu clan disciples were stirred into a frenzy, each loudly proclaiming their intention to engrave their name on the celestial cauldron. It seemed, however, that they had all forgotten Wu Qianquan and the others hadn't yet reached 100 years of age. In fact, following the Four Saints competition, they might have just passed that age limit. Suddenly realizing this, Wu Qianquan and others hurriedly went to Wu Rulong and earnestly requested that the Wu clan competition be moved forward before the Four Saints competition. But Wu Rulong rejected their proposal each time. You all are meritorious figures in expanding our clan's domain. You are naturally entitled to inscribe your names on the celestial cauldron without the need to participate in the competition. Although they would miss out on the thrill of battle, the chance to leave their names behind was enough to satisfy them, so they didn't push further. At this moment, Wu Rulong took action. He flew directly above the Wu clan's territory, his hands forming seals rapidly. With a few incantations, the celestial cauldron under his control began to rapidly expand in size. Within just a few hours, it grew from the size of a fist to one that stood 100 meters tall. Then, it descended toward the Wu clan's plaza. Heaven and earth are boundless. Cosmic laws are ever-changing. With this celestial cauldron, I shall secure the fortune of our Wu clan. Begin. At the moment Wu Rulong's voice fell, a mysterious power spread from the cauldron outward in all directions, subtly affecting the clan members. This was the fortune energy, an invisible and intangible force that nonetheless truly existed. Without a powerful artifact like the cauldron anchoring their fortune, the Wu clan's growth ceiling would have been inherently limited. However, now that the celestial cauldron had been put into place, the clan was destined to reach unprecedented heights. Once the deed was completed, Wu Rulong wore a satisfied expression and looked toward Wu Hao standing nearby. Wu Hao had observed everything. Given the current state of the Wu clan, using the cauldron to seal their fortune was more than sufficient. However, once the clan eventually transcended into the upper realm, the cauldron would no longer be sufficient. Of course, aside from Wu Hao himself, none of the current clan members had even reached the rank of Celestial King, so the cauldron remained more than adequate for now. Eventually, though, they would need a far more powerful celestial artifact to stabilize their growing fortune. But those were matters for the future. The immediate priority was the Four Saints competition. Before long, The registration period for the Four Saints competition arrived. Before departing, Wuhao gathered Su Qiaoran and the others together. For this Four Saints competition, I don't expect you all to claim first place. I only hope you can earn the qualification to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. Do you have confidence in yourselves? Wuhao's expression was solemn. He knew there were many opportunities within the Chaos Secret Realm, and if Su Qiaoran and the others could obtain them, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to their cultivation paths. Wu Qianquan stepped forward without hesitation and declared, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will definitely secure a place among the top 100. Forget I said that. Just do your best." After sensing Wu Qianquan's mere Saint King level cultivation, Wuhao fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. The remark didn't hurt much, but it was deeply humiliating. Wu Qianquan felt deeply offended. Based on Wuhao's perception, all those participating in this Four Saints competition were extraordinary geniuses of the Xiantian realm. In this gathering of talents, a mere saint was nothing special. Even great saints were plentiful, and there were definitely many Saint Kings as well. Alright, it's almost time to leave. Let's go. At this moment, Wu Rulong stepped forward to mediate. The 5 representatives from the Wu clan for the Four Saints competition were Wu Qingquan, Wu Yifan, Wu Rulong, Su Qiaoran, and Wu Qitian. Wuhao himself was more than qualified to enter the Chaos Secret Realm, but he had no intention of going in. After all, with Wuhao's current strength, even the inheritance of a Chaos Emperor no longer interested him. Moreover, if Wuhao personally entered the competition, it would undoubtedly be too overbearing and unfair to the other contestants. After deep and careful consideration, he decided against entering. Meanwhile, at Zhantian's sect, Wu Li looked hesitant as he turned to his master and asked, "Master, do I really have to go with my senior brothers to the Four Saints competition?" Chapter 95, Registration, the Omen of Xiantian Realm. Wu Li, you must understand that as my disciple, Chen Pingyan's disciple, your name will never be obscure in this life. Your 2 senior brothers and sisters have already reached the Great Sage Realm, so this time they will represent our Zhantian sect to participate in the grand competition of the Four Sages. And since you are too young to join the competition, you might as well take this opportunity to observe the prodigies of the Xiantian realm. Chen Pingyan said seriously. Hearing this, Wu Li couldn't refuse any further and had no choice but to agree. Although Wu Li's talent wasn't as terrifying as Wu Yifan's or Wu Yidao's, it was still pretty good compared to ordinary people. After receiving the help of the Holy Vial, his cultivation progressed rapidly. In a very short period of time, he had advanced to the refinement of Void stage, and it was estimated that he would break through to the Tribulation Crossing stage soon. Meanwhile, Wu Yidao also ended his retreat, opened his eyes, and muttered softly to himself. Now that I've broken through to the Sage King stage, I should be able to achieve a decent ranking in the grand competition of the Four Sages. Back at Tianwu Holy Land, Wu Yidao was already at the peak of the Great Sage stage. Now, after a period of consolidation, he had broken through to the Sage King stage. Disciple, it's time to prepare for departure. After Wu Yidao exited his retreat, Wu Xingna appeared quietly outside his cave dwelling and said softly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yidao released the barrier and walked out, his white robes accentuating his extraordinary and otherworldly aura. Wu Yidao nodded lightly and followed Wu Xingna away from the cave dwelling, arriving in front of Chen Wushuang. Beside Chen Wushuang stood 4 disciples, all of whom were chosen to represent Tianwu Holy Land in the grand competition of the 4 sages, 3 boys and 1 girl. They were all unfamiliar to Wu Yidao, as with his status, there was no need for him to know many people within Tianwu Holy Land. Although Wu Yidao didn't recognize them, they knew him. Therefore, when they saw Wu Yidao, their eyes lit up involuntarily, and they quickly stepped forward to introduce themselves. Greetings, Holy Air. My name is Kong Shifu. Holy Air, just call me Shiiji. Holy Air, please call me Jiboda. My name is Lu Ruyan. Soon, Wu Yidao learned all their names and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In Wu Yidao's perception, the 4 of them were all in the Great Sage stage. Among them, Lu Ruyan was the strongest, peaking at Great Sage stage. Jiboda and the other 2 were at the late stage of Great Sage. Holy Air, these 4 will accompany you in this grand competition of the 4 sages. You may issue orders to them directly. Chen Wushuang added beside them. Wu Yidao nodded, then turned to look at his master beside him and asked softly, Master, are you not coming with us? Wu Xingna hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then shook his head. A master belongs to Tianwu Holy Land. I won't leave unless it's absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Wu Yidao didn't insist further. Soon, under the guidance of Chen Wushuang, Wu Yidao left Tianwu Holy Land heading toward Myriad Flowers Sacred Land. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Wu Xingna gazed at the direction Wu Yidao had left in, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if lost in thoughts. But the next moment, Wu Xingna's expression changed slightly, and he furiously stomped his foot. Fiendish beast, dare not act recklessly. As Wu Xingna stomped his foot, a low growl emerged from beneath Tianwu Holy Land, sounding extremely eerie. However, only Wu Xingna could hear it. After subduing the beast, Wu Xingna sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Disciple, you must grow up quickly, for my cultivation is no longer sufficient to suppress this fiendish beast for long. Unfortunately, Wu Yidao didn't witness this scene. Elsewhere, Wu Yifan and others had also arrived outside the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land, led by Wu Hao. Outside the venue by now, many large exhibition areas had been set up. Inside them were miniature realms constructed by the masters of the Myriad Flowers Sacred Land especially for participants of the grand competition of the 4 sages. After all, among the participants in the grand competition of the 4 sages, there were even holy sages and great sages. If such level of experts fought in the Xiantian realm, the destruction would be tremendous. Therefore, unavoidably, battles involving experts above the holy sage stage must occur within the miniature realms. By the time Wu Hao and others arrived, a large crowd of prodigies who came for the grand competition of the 4 sages had already gathered around the venue. Alright, handle the rest on your own. Unless necessary, I won't intervene. Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yifan and the others before leaving. Although he was the sect elder, he wouldn't get involved in every detail personally. Besides, he sensed that some intriguing changes were happening in the Xiantian realm. Alright, let's go confirm our identities first. After Wu Hao left, Su Qiaoran naturally assumed the role of the team leader and led Wu Rulong and others toward the registration area. Each faction's vote had been distributed in the form of invitation letters, and all they needed to do was bring their invitations to the registration desk for verification. After arriving at the competition venue, Lin Zixing bid farewell to Wu Yifan and hurried back toward the Roxue Holy Land. At the registration area, Wu Yifan suddenly sensed something, his brows slightly furrowing as he looked into the distance. But after carefully observing, he found nothing unusual and could only shake his head, assuming it was just his imagination. What Wu Yifan failed to notice was that, beyond his field of vision, 5 cultivators dressed exactly like the blood soul sexer he had previously slain were moving stealthily throughout the competition venue. As they stopped briefly in one location, after leaving, a deep crimson mark faintly appeared on the ground before disappearing beneath the earth, leaving no trace at all. They were none other than the blood soul sexer sent specifically by the blood soul sex holy heir to act during the grand competition of the 4 sages. The formation has been set up. Now we only need to wait until the grand competition of the 4 sages begins to activate the formation and transport all of them into the Valley of the Buried Gods. Quickly, with the final formation base set in place, looking down from above the grand competition venue, one could see eerie scarlet beams of light stretching and interconnecting between the formation bases, creating a terrifyingly strange sight. Unfortunately, Wu Yifan and the others did not sense it at all. After all, since Shui Yuan had chosen to act during the grand competition of the 4 sages, he had naturally made flawless preparations, so thorough that even a quasi-emperor would struggle to detect the presence of the blood soul sexo, let alone a true emperor. Of course, Wuhao was an exception, but at this moment, Wuhao was no longer at the grand competition site. He had already arrived at the heart of the central domain, or more precisely, at the very center of the entire Xintian realm. Chapter 96. The first appearance of the 3 chosen ones of fate together. Fascinating. So this is the Chaos Secret Realm. Looking at the Secret Realm's gate slowly emerging before him, Wuhao's deep eyes gazed intently at it, as if attempting to peer into whatever lay beyond. But soon, Wuhao lightly shook his head. He could sense that the Chaos Secret Realm was constantly evolving, meaning its current rank was no longer that of a typical Emperor-level secret realm. Such secret realms were extremely rare, and even in the upper realm, they were seldom found. There was only one possible explanation for this phenomenon, that it was personally set up by the Chaos Emperor himself. I wonder whether this Chaos Emperor is the same person as the founding ancestor of the Chaos Holy Land in the upper realm, but the time frame is too distant. Otherwise, I could have checked. Wuhao shook his head. Earlier, while in the upper realm, he had learned from Qi Liangsek's sect leader that the Chaos Holy Land had existed for at least 10 billion years, while the Chaos Emperor had only ascended to the upper realm 5 billion years ago. Judging by the timeline, it seemed unlikely they were the same person. Unless, of course, the Chaos Emperor of Xintian World was a reincarnation of the Chaos Emperor from the upper realm. But that seemed highly improbable. Well then, this should be Wu Yidao's opportunity. I hope he can seize it. After sensing the general condition inside the Chaos Secret Realm, Wu Hao turned and left. Although the Chaos Secret Realm was evolving, due to the limitations of Xintian World, the power of the beasts inside hadn't increased significantly. Essentially, the opportunities had improved, but the risks hadn't increased much. However, when he returned to the venue of the Fortune Great Contest, Wu Hao detected formations surrounding the arena and felt a hint of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected the Blood Soul Gate's emissary to be so bold as to sabotage the Forsung Great Contest. Yet, upon sensing the formation's functions, Wu Hao understood their confidence. So they're planning to transport everyone away? The destination seems to be the Valley of Dead Gods. I'm afraid there's something truly terrifying hidden within. Looking across the vast distance at the Valley of Dead Gods in the western region, Wu Hao's expression also turned grave. Evidently, he hadn't anticipated that within Xintian World there actually existed places even his great Luo immortal cultivation level couldn't penetrate. But then again, considering there were now no fewer than 5 chosen ones of fate, it wouldn't be surprising for Xintian World to be anything but simple. After accepting this, Wu Hao examined the formation again and, upon learning its exact effect, decided against personally intervening to destroy it. This was the chosen one's moment of destiny. How could he, as the family's grand elder, possibly steal the spotlight from his own great-grandson? Meanwhile, Wu Yifan sneezed suddenly, rubbing his nose with slight confusion. He wondered why he had sneezed like that for no reason. Could it be that his wife missed him? Wu Yifanji, are you okay? Wu Yidao beside him, noticing Wu Yifan's reaction, asked curiously. Wu Li asked similarly. Wu Yifan merely shook his head, and then looked at them both, asking curiously. It's nothing. But you two, are you both here for the Forsung Great Contest? Yes, I'm representing Heavenly Martial Mountain. Wu Yidao admitted openly, while Wu Li gave a wry smile. Wu Yifanji, don't tease me. My cultivation is so weak, I'd probably be defeated in the first round if I stepped up. I'm just here accompanying my senior brothers and sisters to observe. Hearing this, both Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao nodded in understanding. Indeed, according to their perception, Wu Li's cultivation was only at the peak of the refinement void stage, while the participants in the Fortune Great Contest were all at least at the Heavenly Ascension stage. If Wu Li were to compete, there was no doubt he would lose badly. This was the first time the 3 chosen ones of fate had appeared together. As Wu Li looked at Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao before him, his gaze involuntarily showed admiration. After all, both Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao had long been cultivating outside the clan, so Wu Li had never had the chance to meet them. Within the Wu family, though, he often heard stories about them. Now that he finally met them, Wu Li could only say one thing. These two truly represented the Wu family's prestige. Both were over 100 years old, yet their cultivation level was so high that he couldn't even catch up to them even with 100 more years of effort. However, neither Wu Yifan nor Wu Yidao noticed Wu Li's thoughts. They had come here merely to briefly check in on each other after learning each would be participating in the Forsung Great Contest. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest early. See you in 3 days. If you face me, I won't go easy on you. Standing up, Wu Yifan glanced playfully at Wu Yidao. In return, Wu Yidao's eyes gleamed with burning fighting spirit. Same for me. As for Wu Yidao's current cultivation level, he was still far from being a match for Wu Yifan. After all, Wu Yifan had cultivated for over a decade longer, and with his deep foundation, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. Not far away, Wu Rulong watched the scene quietly and shook his head lightly. These 3 grandsons were all the pride of the old Wu family. Unfortunately, due to his age, Wu Li was still unable to participate in the forcing great contest. Otherwise, Wu Rulong would very much like to witness the sight of all 3 of them seizing top 100 positions. Just now, Wu Rulong had already fully understood the rules of the Forsung Great Contest. 3 days for registration, and anyone registering after that would be disregarded. After registration, 1 day would be used to randomly assign opponents. Then battles would begin: elimination, reassignment, fighting again, and elimination. This process would continue in turn until only 100 competitors remained. These 100 prodigies would then continue battling to determine the ultimate prodigy king, who would then receive generous rewards from the 4 great holy lands. Meanwhile, within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Lin Yaoan hesitated for a moment as she looked at Lin Tianyi before finally couldn't help but ask, "Holy Master, really, I can't participate in this Forsung Great Contest." Looking at Lin Yaoan before him, Lin Tianyi sighed and shook his head. "You should know that among the Forsung Great Contest participants, our people from the 4 holy lands absolutely cannot fall beyond the top 100. But your cultivation is only at the late Saint King stage. This time, there are more than 200 great saints competing. If you participate, you'll only end up eliminated." Although Lin Yaoan had worked hard after becoming the Holy Maiden, her talent had become a limitation. That was why Lin Yaoan, still at the Saint King stage, couldn't join the current Forcing Great Contest. Though deeply disappointed, Lin Yaoan could only reluctantly accept this decision. Looking at Lin Yaoan's gloomy back figure, Lin Tianyi helplessly sighed. However, soon, as if thinking of something, he quickly called out to her again. Chapter 97, The Doshuan Continent. If you wish to enhance your strength, I do have a rather good suggestion. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Tianyi finally spoke. As the Holy Master of the Manhwa Holy Land, he naturally wouldn't ignore his disciples' desire for power. Upon hearing Lin Tianyi speak, Lin Yaoan's eyes lit up and she quickly responded. "May I ask what the Holy Master's suggestion is?" "You may follow me." After saying that, Lin Tianyi turned and walked toward the forbidden rear mountain of the Wanhua Holy Land. Seeing this, Lin Yaoan didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. With Su Qiaoran and Morong Shui, 2 extremely monstrous holy maidens, already ahead of her, if she didn't work harder, she would probably struggle to gain the respect of others. Soon, following Lin Tianyi, Lin Yaoan arrived in front of a large mountain. Before long, an opening appeared within the mountain. Seeing Lin Tianyi walk inside, Lin Yaoan gritted her teeth and followed. Seeing Lin Yaoan follow, Lin Tianyi finally began to explain. "Do you know why our Wanhua Holy Land is called the Wanhua Holy Land?" Lin Tianyi's sudden question made Lin Yaoan pause for a moment, but she quickly recovered and searched her memory, soon recalling the relevant knowledge. "I remember that the founding ancestor of our Wanhua Holy Land wasn't from our Zhantian domain, but came from another world." "Correct. The founding ancestor of our Wanhua Holy Land was an extraordinary expert named Tang Yan, who originated from a world called the Doshuan Continent. He accidentally arrived in our Zhantian domain due to a fierce battle with other experts. Unable to return home temporarily, he established the Wanhua Holy Land in our Zhantian domain." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Lin Yaoan nodded in understanding. However, she suddenly seemed to recall something and her expression turned curious. "But I remember that the founding ancestor passed away due to the end of his lifespan. Why have you brought me here, Holy Master?" Lin Tianyi halted his steps and turned to face Lin Yaoan. His expression was serious as he spoke. "That's right. Our founding ancestor indeed passed away due to the end of his lifespan. However, before his death, he left behind a legacy for the future generations of our Wanhua Holy Land. Only those who pass his trials may receive his inheritance. I myself only learned about this after becoming the Holy Master. But sadly, after the founding ancestor passed away, many people from the Wanhua Holy Land attempted to obtain his inheritance, but all failed. As time went on, we eventually treated this legacy as merely a joke left by the founding ancestor, and no one tried again." At this moment, an enormous thought arose in Lin Yaoan's mind. That was, the Holy Master had brought her here for her to enter and take the trial to obtain the inheritance. As expected, the next moment Lin Tianyi continued. "I only want you to take this chance because I sensed your urgent desire to grow stronger. Thank you, Holy Master. I will do my best to obtain the founding ancestor's inheritance for the Wanhua Holy Land." At this point, excitement filled Lin Yaoan's eyes. As a holy maiden of the Wanhua Holy Land, she naturally understood the might of the founding ancestor. Without exaggeration, the founding ancestor had once been the strongest emperor in Zhantian domain, overpowering countless geniuses of his time. At that time, the Wanhua Holy Land was regarded as a force that countless people could only dream of joining. However, after Tang Yan passed away, the Wanhua Holy Land lost its former glory. "Yes, just do your best." Lin Tianyi nodded, though from his tone it was clear he didn't truly expect much from Lin Yaoan. After all, countless people far more gifted than her had tried and failed to obtain the founding ancestor's inheritance. As for Lin Yaoan, it was uncertain. But these discouraging thoughts Lin Tianyi did not voice. Instead, he quickly led Lin Yaoan to the entrance of a small world. Feeling the waves of energy radiating from within the small world, excitement arose within Lin Yaoan. She knew nobody had faith in her, but she would prove them all wrong. She, Lin Yaoan, truly deserved to be a holy maiden. As they arrived at the entrance of the small world, Lin Tianyi formed a hand seal, and his holy master's badge floated up from his body. As Lin Tianyi channeled power into the badge, the next moment, threads of dark red energy emerged from the holy master's badge and drifted toward the entrance of the small world. When the power from the badge made contact with the entrance, the seals blocking it were immediately unlocked. Although the people of the Wanhua Holy Land, due to the long passage of time, weren't very convinced that the founding ancestor's inheritance still existed inside, what if it did? Therefore, to ensure safety and prevent outsiders from obtaining the power of the founding ancestor of the Wanhua Holy Land, a supreme holy master from the Wanhua Holy Land had personally imposed restrictions long ago. These could only be removed by the power of another supreme level expert or with the holy master's badge. As the restrictions were lifted, Lin Tianyi looked at Lin Yaoan and spoke. "Well then, the seals have been removed. Go inside now." "Yes, holy master. I will not disappoint you." Lin Yahuan nodded solemnly, her expression serious, before stepping firmly into the small world. Lin Tianyi stayed for only a brief moment before turning and leaving. As the Holy Master of the Manhwa Holy Land, he naturally had to personally attend the 4 Holy Lands Grand Competition. On the other side, as time passed, the information about the participants was soon sorted, and suitable opponents were assigned. The matching was unusually fair, too fair perhaps. Those at the early stages of a cultivation level could only face opponents of the same level. There would be no situations where a Saint King fought a great saint, or a great saint faced a saint. After seeing their respective opponents, many participants groaned in despair. Either their opponent was far too strong, or they themselves were too weak. However, the 4 Holy Lands Grand Competition was known to be the fairest and cleanest of all martial contests, leaving no room for interference. Therefore, regardless of any complaints, the 4 Holy Lands would never reassign opponents. Interesting. My opponent is a mid-stage great saint named Wu Rulong. On the side of the Tianwu Mountain, Kai Tianquan looked slightly surprised after seeing the name of his opponent. After all, he himself was at the peak of the great saint realm. Normally speaking, he should have been matched with another peak great saint. Why had he ended up against someone only at the middle stage? But an easy opponent served on a silver platter was not to be refused. In the end, all he wanted was to enter the primordial chaos secret realm. However, when Wu Li saw the name, Wu Rulong, his mouth twitched slightly. He had clearly never expected that his senior apprentice brother would be matched against his own grandfather in the very first round. One was his senior apprentice brother who had always cared for him, and the other was his own grandfather. For a moment, Wu Li felt the pain of being caught between heaven and earth. After a long pause, Wu Li sighed and finally spoke, offering a reminder. Senior apprentice brother, please still be careful. That opponent is no simple opponent. Whatever. Young apprentice brother, aren't you eager to see my sword techniques? This time, I will let you witness my true power. Kai Tianquan was completely unfazed as he smacked his chest proudly, full of youthful confidence. Seeing this, Wu Li could only remain silent. He could do nothing but hope his senior apprentice brother would have good fortune. Chapter 98 Running in the Sunset, that was my lost youth. In the blink of an eye, the day of the preliminary contest arrived. Do you all have confidence? Wuhao came before Wu Yifan and others as usual to give them a final encouraging speech. Wu Yifan patted his chest with extreme confidence and said, "Don't worry, great-grandfather. I have absolute confidence." Wu Qinquan and others also nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Wuhao finally allowed them to proceed. When they arrived at the competition venue, the side of the 4 holy contest had already started, with many people competing. After all, the matches arranged for the day were meant to be completed on the same day, without any time limits. As for Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin, they had few opponents. After all, in the Xintian world, those who could break through to sovereign before the age of 1,000 were already extremely rare, let alone a quasi-emperor. Therefore, at the beginning, Lin Zixin didn't even have an opponent, so she was matched up with a genius at the peak of sovereign. The young genius at the peak of sovereign originally thought he had a guaranteed top 10 place in this 4 holy contest. However, when he learned that his opponent was the quasi-emperor early-stage Lin Zixin, his face turned as black as a stove. Still, he did not give up and was instantly defeated in one move by Lin Zixin. Wu Yifan's opponent was also a sovereign peak genius named Feng Tatan. When Wu Yifan entered, the way Feng Tatan looked at him was filled with appraisal, but soon he scornfully remarked, "You are not my match. Do you step down by yourself, or should I send you down?" "Oh, interesting. This is the first time I've ever encountered someone this arrogant." Wu Yifan couldn't help but be surprised by Feng Tatan's words, as since he entered the arena, no one had ever spoken to him like this before. "Well, you do now." Feng Tatan slowly stood up and could tell that Wu Yifan didn't have any intention of stepping down either. He guessed Wu Yifan wasn't going to give up until the bitter end. Since that was the case, he would let him see who was the real prodigy. With that thought, Feng Tatan walked step by step toward Wu Yifan, speaking as he went. "I, Feng Tatan, could speak as soon as I was born, walk at 1 week, and run within a month. Started cultivation at 8 years old, and reached chi-condensation peak within a week. Foundation building at 10, spiritual C at 15, golden core at 25, soul formation at 40, transformation at 60, void refinement at 70, tribulation crossing at 90, sage at 110, great sage at 150, and sage king at 200. And now, 930 years old, at sovereign peak. Such talent. Tell me, how can you be my match?" "How?" Feng Tatan hadn't even finished his last sentence when Wu Yifan suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him a shock. Before he could even react, the fist in front of him grew larger and larger. Then everything went pitch black. "Too much talking. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so many words?" Winner, Wu Yifan. The referee overseeing their fight was a mid-stage quasi-emperor elder. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't tell exactly how Wu Yifan had struck, how terrifying Wu Yifan was. Only after Wu Yifan left did Feng Tatan slowly awaken from his unconsciousness. Lying on the cold ground, he stared blankly at the sky, finally letting out a bitter smile after a long silence. "It seems I lost after all. I remember the run in the sunset that day. It was my lost youth. Wu Yifan, right? I'll remember you. After I break through to quasi-emperor, I must find you for another match." Unfortunately, Feng Tatan's words never reached Wu Yifan's ears, and even if they had, it wouldn't have mattered. Feng Tatan's achievements were nothing before Wu Yifan. By the time Feng Tatan achieved quasi-emperor status, Wu Yifan might have already become an emperor. On the other side was Kai Tianquan, similarly lying on the ground with a dazed gaze. He couldn't understand how a mid-stage great sage could wield an imperial artifact and defeat his cherished sword technique with just one strike. "It seems I need to become stronger. Wu Rulong, right? Once I grow stronger, I will definitely seek revenge." Wu Li, watching his senior apprentice brother's miserable state, silently mourned for a few seconds beside him. As for Su Qiaoran and the others on the other side, they also didn't encounter any particular issues. After all, they themselves had outstanding talents. With Wu Hao's guidance, winning a simple match wasn't a problem. "Husband, I won." After defeating her opponent, Su Qiaoran happily ran to Wu Hao's side, smiling as she proudly displayed her victory, just like a child who had scored a perfect grade and was looking for candy as a reward. Wu Hao smiled and gently patted Su Qiaoran's head. That's great. My wife is indeed the best. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiaoran felt extremely pleased deep down, but her face turned red as she softly spoke. Why are you doing this? There are so many people watching, don't you feel shy? What's to be shy about? You're my wife after all. Wu Hao replied with such confidence that Su Qiaoran felt even more happiness bubbling inside her. Luckily at this moment, Wu Rulong spoke up. Father, mother, maybe we should head back first. After all, it's broad daylight and this kind of scene might not look good. Wu Hao slightly frowned, just about to say something, when he suddenly turned his gaze toward the outside of the four holy contest venue. The very next second, several beams of light shot up from around the competition ground, forming blood-red barriers that enclosed all the young elites participating in the four holy contest. Everyone present instantly changed expressions upon witnessing this scene, as they all sensed the immense power of this formation. Who on earth dared to do this? How audacious! The four holy masters were also present at this moment. When the formation was activated, they nearly appeared above the venue in an instant, but still weren't quick enough to prevent its completion. After all, considering Blood Soul Sect's methods, it was quite reasonable that the four holy masters had been unable to intervene in time. As the formation solidified, panic arose among everyone present. After all, if even the four holy masters couldn't stop it, could it be that they would all perish here? Yet the four holy masters themselves remained relatively calm. Firstly, they still had imperial artifacts in their hands. Though this formation was powerful, if they combined their efforts with the imperial artifacts, it might still be possible to break through it. Secondly, they all knew there was someone here, a genuine emperor, or perhaps even more than one. As long as that person stepped in, this formation would definitely be destroyed. Everyone, how about we join forces to break this formation first? Li Taibai looked toward Lin Shiru, Lei Wanyun, and Lin Tianyi as he spoke. However, Lin Tianyi gently shook his head. Esteemed guests, our Holy Master's imperial artifact in Manhwa Holy Land was unfortunately damaged recently due to an accident, so please forgive me for being unable to assist. Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Taibai and others couldn't help but be shocked again. One must know, imperial artifacts were famous not only for their terrifying attack power, but also for their incredible defensive abilities. Unless attacked by a great emperor or another imperial artifact, they were virtually indestructible. So, had Manhwa Holy Land really encountered a great emperor? Chapter 99. The expressions of the four great holy lords changed. Although the Sanctuary of Myriad Flowers no longer possessed an imperial-level weapon, Li Taibai and others had no intention of attacking it. The first reason was that attacking the sanctuary would bring them little benefit. More importantly, that expert who had slain Murong Huang might have already taken control of the sanctuary. Lin Tianyi was likely just a puppet placed by that person. Otherwise, how could someone with only the cultivation at the early stage of Quasi-Emperor become the new holy lord of the sanctuary? Therefore, without absolute certainty, none of them would attempt to attack the sanctuary. I wonder who would win between the expert who defeated Murong Huang and my father-in-law's powerful friend. Lin Shower looked into this possibility at this moment. However, they now had no time to dwell on this matter. Once the formation was completed, they must destroy it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the formation activated, none could foresee what calamity might occur. If that's the case, then let the three of us take action. As Li Taibai spoke, the imperial sword within his body emerged, radiating terrifying emerald sword chi. Seeing this, Lei Wanyun and Lin Shower summoned their respective imperial artifacts as well. Although Lin Shower currently wielded a much stronger immortal sword, it was her ace card, and she had no intention of revealing it unless absolutely necessary. Go! With Lin Shower and the other two controlling the imperial weapons and directing them toward the barrier formation, they collided with it in the next instant. The residual shockwaves swept outward in all directions. Witnessing this, the nearby Quasi-Emperor experts immediately stepped forward without hesitation to block the backlash. However, the immense force made even these defensive Quasi-Emperors pale with effort. Right now, the three holy lords were unleashing combat power equivalent to true emperors. Although both Quasi-Emperor and Emperor belonged to one cultivation stage apart, the disparity in strength between them was like heaven and earth. 100 Quasi-Emperor peak experts combined might still fall short of a single early-stage Emperor expert. And this was just residual force. If the three holy lords were to directly strike at them using their imperial weapons, resisting for even a single second would be considered quite impressive. Under such terrifying attacks, everyone present believed the formation would be shattered, especially considering it was a common consensus that there was no emperor-level expert in the Xintian realm at present. Yet in the next second, an unimaginable scene unfolded before them. After a moment of resistance, the three imperial weapons were actually repelled. What? This can't be happening. Even the attack of the three holy lords couldn't deal with this. Humph. Could it be that this formation cannot be broken unless a real emperor strikes it? Witnessing the setback of the three holy lords, the hearts of everyone present grew heavy. After all, if the holy lords failed to resolve the situation, then most likely all of them might end up perishing here. Li Taibai and the others also wore grim expressions upon witnessing this unexpected result. Damn it! Who dares to lay a trap against so many powerful experts in Xintian realm? From what I know, there shouldn't be such a powerful faction existing here in the first place. Lei Wanyun raged, unable to contain his fury, but Li Taibai shook his head slowly. I don't know either. However, whoever laid down this formation must be here nearby. I would like to ask that person to step forward and meet us. Jie, indeed, you are worthy of being the Holy Lord of Azure Lotus Sanctuary, always sharp as ever. Right after Li Taibai finished speaking, 5 envoys dressed in Blood Soul Gate robes appeared outside the formation. Upon seeing the envoys from the Blood Soul Gate, everyone present could not help but feel surprised. After all, none among them had any clue about such an oddly dressed faction existing in Xintian realm. But very soon, Lin Shower spoke, calm and composed. You laid down a formation targeting our Xintian cultivators, and this formation exudes a heavy demonic aura. I assume you are indeed demonic cultivators. However, I've sensed no immediate lethal energy in this formation, so I wonder, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? Jie, since you all are about to die anyway, I don't mind telling you. Unfortunately, my master forbids me from revealing everything, so you shall learn everything shortly. One of the envoys from the Blood Soul Gate let out a grating laughter, sending a wave of unease surging through the hearts of everyone present. Li Taibai and the others felt their hearts sink even further. Although separated by the formation, they could still sense that the 5 outside figures were all at the peak stage of quasi-emperor cultivation. Even at the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation, one would be capable of establishing a top-tier power within the Xintian realm. Yet, even such powerful individuals still had someone behind them, which showed how formidable that hidden figure must be. Whoever could make quasi-emperors at their peak willingly serve must be at least an emperor-level expert. In other words, the person behind them must have reached the emperor stage. I wonder if that person is our match. Lin Shower and the others couldn't help but consider this possibility, but soon, they dismissed the thought. Right now, their priority was to break through the formation first. Although they didn't know exactly what the formation was for, if they allowed it to proceed unchecked, a situation beyond their control would certainly occur. Thinking of this, Li Taibai sneered coldly and spoke. I admit your plan is thorough. Even our 3 holy lords attacking together couldn't shatter the formation, but from my estimation, if our strength were just a bit stronger, we would have broken through, right? Although the imperial weapons had been repelled, Li Taibai and the others still sensed that if their power were just slightly greater, the formation could be destroyed. But just now, they had unleashed their strongest attacks and still failed to break through. Therefore, their last hope now rested on Wuhao. Upon hearing this, the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys also let out mocking sneers. That's right. Indeed, as long as your strength were just a bit stronger, you could break this formation. But once this formation is fully formed, unless it's struck by someone at the mid-stage of Emperor Cultivation, there's absolutely no chance of breaking it. So you just wait. Wait for the formation to send you away, and then welcome your deaths. At the Blood Soul Gate envoy's words, Li Taibai and the others couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The envoy had obviously realized he had let something slip and immediately fell silent. Once the Blood Soul Gate revealed itself as their envoys, they would undoubtedly become the focal point of the sect's attention and rise to great heights. Chapter 100. Please, Senior, eliminate the evil. Grandfather, can you break through this formation? After the formation was completed, Wu Qingquan came to Wu Hao with a curious expression. Although the scene before them looked extremely terrifying, as a member of the Wu family, he naturally knew how powerful his grandfather was. The formation before them should be nothing to fear. Even Wu Rulong and others were not overly concerned. After all, Wu Rulong had personally witnessed his father forging an imperial artifact with just one hand. His strength was at least at the emperor level. As for Su Qiaoran, having spent day and night with Wu Hao, she naturally knew how formidable the man in front of her was. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao gently nodded. I naturally can break through it, but there's no need for me to do so. The formation can be broken already. Grandfather, what do you mean? Could it be that there is someone here even stronger than the 4 holy masters? Wu Qingquan's expression turned puzzled, but Wu Hao only smiled slightly, and then said no more. After all, Wu Qingquan would know soon enough. Wu Yifan, after hearing what Wu Hao said, became restless and eager to act. It was clear that he understood the great-grandfather likely wanted him to take action. Meanwhile, in Wu Yidao's group, Lu Ruyan and others saw the sudden turn of events and involuntarily wore terrified expressions on their faces. I just came to participate in the great contest of the 4 saints. Why am I caught up in something like this? Ji Boda scratched his head, speaking with an emotional tone. Kong Shifu and others also wore gloomy expressions. Clearly, they too believed the current situation would lead to their deaths without a doubt. After all, even the 4 holy masters tried and failed to break through the formation. They also heard the 5 messengers of the Blood Soul sect outside, clearly here to take their lives. Lu Ruyan, although her heart was filled with panic, could not help but glance toward Wu Yidao nearby, only to see that his expression remained calm as usual. She couldn't help but curiously approach and ask, Holy Son, are you not afraid of this situation? Scared? Why should I be scared? After all, we won't really be in danger. Wu Yidao spoke in a calm tone, as if what was happening before them was nothing more than an ordinary daily event that would not threaten their lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was about to retort, about how if the 4 holy masters couldn't solve this, could it really still end safely? But Wu Yidao looked at Lu Ruyan and the confidence in his eyes made her involuntarily shut her mouth. Well then, at this point, there was nothing to do but entrust their fates to heaven, and perhaps the Holy Son truly had some confidence that led him to say such words. As for Wu Li's group, when the unexpected event occurred, Kai Tianquan and Nan Gongya involuntarily wore expressions of panic, each yelling about how they were going to die, how they hadn't even lost their virginity yet. Upon hearing their unbearable words, Wu Li couldn't help but sigh and then speak. What good is your fear? Rather than that, think about how to survive. I don't know where the formation will take us. Although he spoke like that, deep in his heart Wu Li wasn't too worried. Earlier, he had also seen the great-grandfather, and believed that when necessary, he should take action. Although the great-grandfather had never before them personally taken action, inside Wu Li's heart he still believed that the great-grandfather was powerful, not for any other reason. But this was his intuition. Even when facing his master, who was at the peak of a near emperor, Wu Li had never felt the same sense of oppression from the great-grandfather. Wu Li's growth to his current level wasn't just by intelligence and talent alone. More importantly, it was by his sixth sense. Thinking of this, Wu Li involuntarily looked toward where Wu Hao was, hoping to see the great-grandfather take action. In the arena sky at this moment, Lin Shiru and others were still confronting the 5 messengers of the Blood Soul sect, attempting to extract more information from their mouths. Unfortunately, each of the messengers had seals on them. Speaking would mean death, unless, as Wu Yifan previously encountered, otherwise, they wouldn't reveal any information about the Blood Soul sect. You're all wasting your time. Just wait. Soon you will know the truth, but that will also be the day of your deaths. One of the Blood Soul sect messengers sneered coldly. Hearing this, Lin Shiru and others couldn't help but sigh, a trace of disappointment appearing on their faces. But there was no time to dwell on this now. The priority was to ask the elders to eliminate the evil and break through the formation to avoid an even worse situation. Thinking of this, Lin Shiru turned her gaze to the messengers of the Blood Soul sect outside the formation and spoke, her tone filled with mockery. You really are quite interesting, actually tricking so many experts from the Xintian world into this. But it's a pity, among them, there still exists a variable. Variable? What do you mean? Blood Soul Sect Messenger, upon hearing these words, slightly frowned, puzzled. Lin Shiru, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh. What do you mean? I mean there's a real emperor among us. What? Upon hearing Lin Shiru's words, not only the 5 Blood Soul Sect messengers, but everyone else present was shocked beyond measure, for they had no idea that there was still an emperor in the Shantian world. After a moment of hesitation, the Blood Soul Sect messenger couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, as soon as he recovered, he sneered coldly. You're joking around. The Emperor Dao laws in Shantian world have already been sealed. How could an emperor appear now? Upon hearing this, Lin Shiru and others were also filled with astonishment. What did it mean that the Emperor Dao laws had been sealed? But there was no time to think about it now. Lin Shiru glanced at Li Taibai and others. Then, all at once, they shouted in unison, with utmost respect. Senior, please eliminate the evil. Although they didn't know whether Lin Shiru and the others were bluffing the Blood Soul Sect messengers, or if there really was an emperor, the rest of the people clearly understood they must follow along. There might still be a sliver of hope for survival. Before long, everyone present began to shout loudly, their attitudes extremely earnest. Senior, please eliminate the evil. Upon hearing their words, Wu Rulong and others couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Wuhao behind them. Yet they hadn't expected Wuhao to gently shake his head and say, this crisis doesn't require my personal involvement. Wu Yifan handling it alone will suffice. Upon hearing the great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan couldn't help but have his eyes brighten. Sure enough, he was the one to take action. Wu Qingquan, on the other hand, momentarily showed a hesitant expression, filled with doubt. Grandfather, it's not that I don't believe in Yifan, but in the current situation, can Yifan really resolve it? Whether he can or cannot will be determined the moment he takes action, won't it? Wu Hao's tone remained calm, and in his gaze toward Wu Yifan, there was a full measure of trust. Wu Yifan also took a deep breath, as if shouldering a heavy burden. In that case then, great-grandfather, I shall act. Chapter 101. Why is it this brat again? What the hell? Hearing the determined attitude of Lin Shiru and the others, the hearts of the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys couldn't help but tremble slightly. But they soon thought of something and couldn't help smirking coldly. How could that be possible? There's no emperor in Shantian realm at all. This formation can only be damaged by strength at the middle stage of emperor level. You guys have absolutely no chance. That's right. If you really could break through this formation, even if I commit suicide right here, it wouldn't be a problem. One of the envoys from the Blood Soul Gate arrogantly shouted, which caused the Shantian realm cultivators trapped inside the formation to feel deeply humiliated, wanting nothing more than to go out and tear that Blood Soul Gate envoy apart with their bare hands. Damn it, cheating counts as what? If you have the guts, just let me go out and challenge you one-on-one. That's right. Do you Dark Path cultivators only know how to fight underhandedly? Could it be out of fear? That's correct. If you're scared, just shout it out loud. We Dark Path cultivators only know how to fight dirty. Then we won't hold a grudge. The cultivators within the formation angrily spoke, even using chicken sauce tactics. But unfortunately, the 5 outside remained unmoved. To them, as long as the end result is victory, the process doesn't matter. Even if it's dark, only the final victor has the right to speak. Just when everyone was falling into despair, the next moment, a figure appeared above the formation. His proud posture drew the attention of everyone. It was clearly Wu Yifan, who had stepped forward under Wu Hao's instructions. When the others saw that the person who had stepped forward was merely a peak Zun level, their hearts involuntarily sank again. If even the 3 great holy masters couldn't resolve this problem, how could a mere peak Zun solve it? Lin Shiru and the others, upon seeing Wu Yifan step forward, couldn't help but twitch their lips. They could clearly tell that Wu Yifan was at the peak Zun level. They naturally couldn't sense that Wu Yifan's imperishable ancient body had already reached its 9th stage, his aura thoroughly suppressed. Even a near-emperor expert at the peak couldn't sense it unless they were in battle. No one could perceive anything unusual about Wu Yifan without engaging him. Ha! Even a peak Zun has stepped forward now. Has it really come to a point where you have no one else? One of the Blood Soul Gate envoys couldn't help but mock. Wu Yifan merely shrugged and looked unruffled. What of it if he's a peak Zun? Even a peak Zun might have a chance. Even a peak Zun might break through this formation. Hearing Wu Yifan's words, the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! If you really could break through the formation, I'll commit suicide right before your eyes. If you can do it, I'll kneel here and pledge loyalty to you. But too bad. I never thought that a great peak Zun could become a fool like this. After hearing the words of the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys, everyone from the Shantian realm felt a stinging sense of embarrassment across their faces. They never imagined that, even under these circumstances, there was still someone making them lose face. Lin Shiru and others couldn't help but look toward Wu Yifan, hurriedly saying, Yifan, with your talent, becoming an emperor someday is not a problem, but you really can't solve this problem right now. So quickly, oh damn it. Before Lin Shiru could finish her sentence, everyone saw Wu Yifan, standing tall in the sky, clench his right fist, take a deep breath, and then unleash the Heaven Emperor fist straight toward the formation. That seemingly ordinary punch, wrapped in a terrifying power capable of obliterating everything, directly shattered the formation. At this sight, Lin Shiru and the others stood frozen on the spot, their worldview utterly shattered. Are you kidding me? Is this really a peak Zun? This must already be at the Emperor level. Mother-in-law, did you say something? Wu Yifan withdrew his fist, turned around, and looked at Lin Shiru with a slightly puzzled expression. Lin Shiru stammered. Nothing. I just said, having a son-in-law like you must be the result of 3 lifetimes of blessings. Thank you for the mother-in-law's approval. Wu Yifan also nodded happily. At this moment, the hearts of Lin Shiru and others were storming with shock. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Wu Yifan, who was only at peak Zun level, could actually break the formation, which their 3 great holy masters together had failed to break. Does this mean that even without Wu Hao's involvement, Wu Yifan alone could now make their 4 great holy lands completely powerless to resist? However, a few people noticed the deep and powerful aura of blood chi in Wu Yifan's body the moment he moved. His blood energy surged like dragons, shining brighter than the sun, making even their near-emperor-level physical bodies pale in comparison, like comparing the faint light of stars to radiant moonlight. The imperishable ancient body has reached the 9th layer? Who would have thought that Wu Yifan's talent could be so terrifying? Looks like our Roshui Holy Land really struck gold this time. Lin Shiru had originally felt a bit heartbroken about sending her daughter and grandson away, but now even that last bit of sorrow vanished completely. A son-in-law at the emperor level. This was undoubtedly an enormous gain for their Roshui Holy Land. Moreover, if she hadn't misremembered, Wu Yifan was barely over 100 years old. A 100-year-old emperor. If he didn't ascend to a higher realm, she wouldn't believe it. His future was definitely full of promise. All the people on the scene remained frozen for a long time after witnessing Wu Yifan punch through the formation with just one strike. How could this moment be described? It was like the staggering transformation of a beggar suddenly becoming an emperor-level expert. Soon after, the location erupted into deafening cries of excitement from everyone. Damn it, so powerful. Wu Yifan is awesome. I never imagined that Wu Yifan could actually resolve a problem that the 4 great holy masters couldn't solve. Does this mean that right now, Wu Yifan alone could wipe out the 4 holy lands by himself? In any case, I hereby declare that there is only one true genius in Xiantian realm now, and that's none other than Wu Yifan. Compared to the excited crowd from Xiantian realm, the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys had expressions of utmost displeasure. They clearly hadn't expected such a catastrophic twist, but right now, they had no time to dwell on it. With their plan failing, their only option was to escape. Facing someone like Wu Yifan, who had just shattered with one punch a formation only those at the middle emperor level or above could destroy, they had absolutely no chance of victory. In fact, even without Wu Yifan, they wouldn't have had a shred of hope against any holy master wielding an imperial artifact. Realizing this, the 5 Blood Soul Gate envoys didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately turned to flee. Meanwhile, the moment the formation was broken, Lin Shiru and the others were already closely watching the Blood Soul Gate envoys. As soon as they saw them attempting to escape, they didn't say a word and attacked without hesitation. Wu Yifan had already taken the spotlight, but they couldn't let him steal all the glory in what came next. Chapter 102, Wu Yifan, I'll remember you. Events prove that although the 3 holy masters appeared somewhat underwhelming when facing formations, it was only because they had chosen the wrong target. When they confronted the 5 envoys of the Blood Soul sect, they handled them easily. Within only a few minutes, the 5 envoys were gravely wounded by Lin Shiru and the others and dragged before everyone. Talk. Who exactly is behind you? If you were able to cultivate beings capable of reaching the peak of Quasi-Emperor, the strength behind you surely cannot be anything simple. Lin Shiru and others stared coldly at the Blood Soul envoys. If they ever learned of the existence of the Blood Soul sect, they would undoubtedly make plans to strike against it. The Blood Soul envoys clearly anticipated this reaction and thus responded with a cold laugh. Is this the way you hope to gain intelligence from us? If your attitude was better, I might have told you everything you want to know. However, the envoys' words hadn't finished when they were suddenly interrupted by a fist from Wu Yifan, which struck them down instantly. This sudden act startled the other 4. Clearly, they hadn't expected Wu Yifan to act so abruptly. Even Lin Shiru and the others cast confused glances until Wu Yifan slowly began to explain. There is no need to gain intelligence from their mouths. I know their origin. They are envoys from the Blood Soul sect, which resides within the Burial God Valley. Previously, the envoys who attacked me and Zixin also belonged to the Blood Soul sect. Based on the current situation, the strongest individual within the Blood Soul sect is a supreme being surpassing the Emperor level. Upon hearing Wu Yifan reveal such shocking news, everyone fell silent involuntarily. After all, they hadn't even encountered an Emperor before today, yet now beings even surpassing the Emperor had appeared, and as their enemies. Hearing this, the other 4 Blood Soul envoys also couldn't help but be startled, clearly shocked that Wu Yifan knew so much about their sect. Before they could say anything else, Wu Yifan continued. Among the Blood Soul sect, envoys are merely the lowest rank, only fit for running errands. You won't get much useful intelligence from them. It's better to eliminate them directly. Having said that, Wu Yifan wasted no time, mercilessly attacking the remaining 4 Blood Soul envoys. At full strength, the envoys weren't even a match for a single move from Wu Yifan, let alone after having been severely wounded by the 3 holy masters. Faced with Wu Yifan, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter, instantly struck down with a single punch. Soon, the last 4 envoys lay dead, save for one. The remaining one, seeing Wu Yifan attack, screamed in terror. Disciple Prince, save me. As his voice echoed, the next moment his eyes rolled back, and a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from his body, causing everyone to tremble in alarm. Another expert? Frowning slightly, Wu Yifan did not stop his assault and rushed toward the last Blood Soul envoy. At that moment, the envoy opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yifan, choosing to strike back with a single punch. A terrifying ripple spread outward from the impact. As they felt the ripple's power, the expressions of the 3 holy masters changed dramatically. They immediately activated their imperial artifacts to block it. They could tell that only an emperor-level being could withstand such power. That meant the Blood Soul envoy had somehow ascended to the emperor level and was able to fight evenly with Wu Yifan. Funny, has he been possessed? Wuhao, standing at the back of the crowd, noticed something odd in the demeanor of the last Blood Soul envoy. With a quick sensing probe, he quickly determined that the envoy must have been possessed by a powerful being from the Blood Soul sect. Still, even if possessed by a strong figure from the Blood Soul sect, the situation could not be changed. Wu Yifan's 9th layer of the Huanggu holy body ranked among the mightiest of the emperors, invincible among those below the Red Dust Immortal. Although the Blood Soul envoy had gained a tremendous power boost by being possessed, he barely reached the strength of a late-stage emperor and remained no match for Wu Yifan. Thus, after an intense clash, Wu Yifan easily crushed him with a single punch. However, no one noticed the strange glint flickering briefly in the envoy's eyes at the moment of death. At that moment within the Blood Soul sect, watching the transmission formation before him explode violently, Shui Yuan's originally calm face visibly darkened with fury. After a long pause, he roared furiously. Damn it! Who the hell ruined our Blood Soul sect's plan? Also, isn't the Emperor Dao forbidden in the Xiantian realm? How is it possible for someone to break through to the Emperor level? Very soon, Shui Yuan received the final memories of the Blood Soul envoy slain by Wu Yifan, and his expression darkened notably. As the saint son of the Blood Soul sect, he had always taken precautions. Therefore, before sending the 5 envoys out, he had secretly placed a fragment of his power within one of them. Once that fragment was activated, it could grant strength equal to a late-stage emperor. However, the price was the user's lifespan being drained completely, resulting in death and soul dispersion. At the same time, Shui Yuan would gain access to the user's memories. From the memories of the slain envoy, Shui Yuan discovered the name of this unexpected threat. Wu Yifan, you say? I'll remember you. Once our Blood Soul sect breaks free from its seal, I will personally hunt you down first. The blood of the Huanggu holy body shall serve only as a stepping stone to my strength. Shui Yuan's enraged voice echoed throughout the Burial God Valley, causing everyone to tremble in fear, none daring to step forward to comfort him. Meanwhile, after finishing off the last Blood Soul envoy, Wu Yifan remained calm, clearly not the least bit pleased or proud at having slain a powerful figure at the level of a late-stage emperor. To Wu Yifan, defeating a mere envoy of the Blood Soul sect meant nothing. Only defeating true geniuses could give him a sense of accomplishment. To him, the Blood Soul envoys were simply trash. However, others clearly did not see it this way. To the cultivators of the Xintian realm, Wu Yifan had become nothing less than their savior, the only true genius they revered. Therefore, after witnessing Wu Yifan kill the last Blood Soul envoy, many people rushed to him, hoping to get closer and make acquaintances. Senior Wu truly is the strongest expert in the entire Xintian realm. We are deeply in awe. Senior Wu, do you happen to be interested in taking a few concubines? I have several descendants of above-average beauty who have long admired you. Would you consider giving them a chance? Out with you. A few isn't enough. He should at least have dozens, no, hundreds. Chapter 103. Participating seems completely pointless. Cough cough. Gerwait, Sunla Wowomo Kershur Zhanxing Zhurun. Timakunung Jiesho, Nimendek Haui. Feeling the chill and jealousy radiating from nearby, Wu Yifan's heart shivered, but he coughed once and resolutely declined the generous suggestion of taking hundreds of concubines, even though he secretly found it quite tempting. The crowd felt disappointed but didn't voice anything. After all, their purpose was to befriend Wu Yifan, not to oppose him. Just at this moment, Lin Shiru stepped forward. If she didn't come out now, her good son-in-law would be poached. Clearing her throat, Lin Shiru spoke without hesitation. Fellow cultivators, I believe that Yifan no longer needs to participate in the Four Saints competition anymore. With Yifan's strength, not only would the current genius contestants stand no chance, even the 3 of us combined wouldn't be his match. What do you all think? Although unsure whether Wu Yifan had shown his full power earlier, from the strength displayed publicly, Wu Yifan was undeniably the undisputed strongest in the Xintian realm. Li Taibai and Lei Wanyun stepped forward and nodded in agreement, particularly Lei Wanyun, who was immensely grateful that Wu Yifan had spared his son back then. Judging from the current power disparity, if Wu Yifan were to kill his son, he would have to smile and apologize to Wu Yifan himself. Compared to his son, the latter was nothing but trash, no good. He must discipline him thoroughly when he returned. Meanwhile, Lei Jingzhan, who was still recovering in the Thunder Indeed, sneezed unexpectedly for no apparent reason. Could it be my father is thinking of me? No, I must work harder and grow stronger. I must take Zuxin back. Probably Zuxin pleaded for me back then, which means Zuxin still loves me. At that thought, Lei Jingzhan's determination to grow stronger intensified once again. On the other side, Lin Zixin had no idea that Lei Jingzhan was still obsessed with her. Right now, as she looked at Wu Yifan surrounded by a crowd of admirers, a slight smile appeared on her lips. This was her man, a peerless genius in the world. As Lin Shiru spoke, everyone quickly agreed to advance Wu Yifan directly to the next round. After all, if even Wu Yifan couldn't qualify, what hope did they have? Seeing this, the geniuses participating in the Four Saints competition couldn't help but sigh in relief. If they had to face Wu Yifan, they'd definitely end up in defeat. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic suggestion, Wu Yifan wore an expression of helplessness and finally shrugged his shoulders in reluctant agreement. Fine then, if you insist so much, I guess I'll have to reluctantly accept. Seeing Wu Yifan finally agree, all the geniuses' hearts that had been hanging in anxiety finally landed safely. After this matter was decided, everyone inevitably recalled the previous incident, and their expressions grew heavy. But they also knew this wasn't the right time to discuss it. Moreover, the one most familiar with the Shuoan sect among them was Wu Yifan himself. However, judging from Wu Yifan's current silence, he clearly wasn't inclined to reveal anything at the moment. Therefore, Lin Shiru and others intended to privately seek information about the Shuoan sect from Wu Yifan later. After all, knowing your enemy and yourself ensures 100 battles without defeat, especially when it came to a sect like the Shuoan sect that had survived within the Valley of Fallen Deities. After this brief incident, the crowd departed from the Four Saints competition grounds with heavy hearts. Of course, the competition must continue. It was still a huge temptation for everyone due to the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. As for Wu Yifan, he returned with Wuhao and others to the residence that the Four Sacred Lands had prepared in advance for them. Shortly after Wuhao and others returned, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Senior, may we come in? Come in. Wuhao responded indifferently. In the next moment, Lin Shiru and others entered. Along with Lin Shiru were Li Taibai, Lei Wanyun, and Lin Tianyi. Seeing the 4 of them, except for Su Qiaoran and Wu Yifan, Wu Rulong and others planned to leave for now. The matters ahead were likely beyond their involvement. But Wuhao glanced at them and said, "There's no need for you to leave. The following matter isn't any secret." Hearing this, Wu Rulong and others halted their steps and remained. Seeing this, Lin Shiru spoke first, looking toward Wu Hao and asking, "Senior, could you tell us about the Shuoan sect?" Wu Hao looked at Wu Yifan briefly, who immediately understood. Stepping forward, Wu Yifan slowly revealed everything he knew about the Shuoan sect to them. After hearing the intelligence about the Shuoan sect, Lin Shiru and the others wore extremely grave expressions. They had expected that any force capable of surviving within the Valley of Fallen Deities would be powerful, but they hadn't anticipated its strength would reach such a terrifying level. Quasi-Emperor level experts and Emperor-grade artifacts, rare treasures barely found outside, were described as countless within the Shuoan sect, clearly revealing its immense foundation. It was undeniably far beyond the strength of any faction in the Xintian realm combined. Indeed, if the Shuoan sect were to mobilize entirely, even the combined forces of all the Xintian realm's factions would stand no chance against it. Senior, may I ask, are you capable of dealing with the Shuoan sect? Thinking along these lines, Li Taibai couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Wuhao, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Shiru and the others shared the same anticipation. After all, Wuhao was Wu Yifan's ancestral senior. Considering that even Wu Yifan had reached the level of emperor, Wuhao's power should be even greater than Wu Yifan's. Wuhao gently nodded. Though he didn't know what was happening within the Shuoan sect, he was currently at the peak of the Deluo Jinxian stage. Dealing with a faction like the Shuoan sect, entrenched in the Xintian realm, would be effortless. But as always, Wuhao refused to easily interfere with the course of fate. The Shuoan sect was destined to be a stepping stone for the chosen one. Therefore, Wuhao would not interfere in the conflict between the Shuoan sect and Wu Yifan unless Wu Yifan was truly unable to handle it. So, after nodding, Wuhao then shook his head slightly and softly spoke. Although I am capable of eliminating the Shuoan sect, I won't intervene. Yifan, this matter is between you and the Shuoan sect. Great-grandfather is entrusting this task to you, as a trial for your growth. Tell me, do you accept? Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up involuntarily. Originally, he had wanted to say that defeating the Shuoan sect didn't require his great-grandfather's involvement, and that he himself would be enough to handle it. Now, with Wu Hao giving him the opportunity, naturally, he would not refuse. Thus, Wu Yifan nodded solemnly with a determined expression. Rest assured, great-grandfather, the Shuoan sect is merely a tiny threat. I will destroy it within 1,000 years and report back to you, great senior. Hearing this, Wu Hao felt a slight oddity deep within his heart, yet he simply nodded and didn't speak further. Though he was at the Deluo Jinxian level, he could still sense something unusual about the Shuoan sect. For example, the red mist within the Valley of Fallen Deities had actually hindered even his Deluo Jin Xian great spiritual awareness. Furthermore, considering that even Wu Yifan had already reached the strength of an emperor, things were developing far too quickly. The matter wouldn't be this simple. Thus, an audacious idea surfaced in Wu Hao's mind, that the Shuoan sect was definitely not an indigenous sect within the Xintian realm, but more likely had descended from a higher realm. Chapter 104, Wu Yidao, the Remarkable One. After receiving Wu Hao's assurance that Wu Hao could eliminate the Blood Soul sect, everyone involuntarily exhaled in relief and calmed down internally. Senior Wu, since that's the case, we will take our leave first. Oh, our Azure Lotus Holy Land's Holy Heir and Holy Princess are quite outstanding. If there are any unmarried prodigies in the Wu clan, our Azure Lotus Holy Land would be honored to form an alliance with you. Li Taibai, while wanting to leave, suddenly recalled something and looked earnestly at Wu Hao. The same thought was shared by Lei Wanyun. After all, the marriage of the Ro Water Holy Land's Holy Princess to Wu Yifan of the Wu clan had been a source of envy for a long time. If their Holy Heir or Holy Princess could marry into the Wu clan, it would bring great prestige to their Holy Land. Even if they couldn't be as exceptional as Wu Yifan, merely having a connection with the Wu clan would suffice. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao simply smiled and waved his hand. Let the younger generation handle these matters themselves. I will not interfere arbitrarily with their decisions. Seeing that Wu Hao hadn't outright rejected or accepted the offer, Li Taibai and Lei Wanyun's minds raced. They hurriedly took their leave, determined to send word to their Holy Lands immediately. They needed to dispatch the Holy Lands prodigies to the southern region as soon as possible. If they could form a marital alliance with the Wu clan, it would surely strengthen their Holy Land's power immensely. Wu Hao wasn't lying either, since nowadays he really didn't want to interfere much in the marriages of the younger generation, as long as they weren't going to be heartbreakers. Currently, there were hundreds of people cultivating within the Wu clan, and even without effort, Wu Hao's cultivation base continued to rise uncontrollably, albeit slowly, since he had already reached the great golden immortal sage level. Based on his current progress rate, Wu Hao estimated that he would become a king immortal within a century. Then, he would be the youngest king immortal ever, achieving the status before even turning 300. Soon, the courtyard once again returned to tranquility. Wu Yifan, after setting his goals, returned to his cultivation, while Wu Rulong, Wu Qianquan, and Wu Qitian, upon learning of the formidable force Wu Yifan was facing, focused themselves on training, hoping to lend him support when the time came. After seeing everyone leave, Su Qiaoran finally leaned into Wu Hao's embrace, her voice filled with undeniable concern. Husband, is the Blood Soul sect really that powerful? Others might not have noticed, but having been with Wu Hao for a long time, Su Qiaoran had caught Wu Hao's momentary change in demeanor, though fleeting. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao smiled slightly. Indeed, you saw through me. Yes, the Blood Soul sect is indeed somewhat troublesome, but for Yifan and the others, it's nothing serious. After all, Yifan and the others are exactly the kind of people who create miracles. I believe in them too, but I'd rather put my faith in you. Su Qiaoran smiled and looked at Wu Hao, her eyes sparkling with complete devotion. After all, from the very beginning, her marrying Wu Hao had never been because of his talent, but rather because of Wu Hao's affection and care for her. Moreover, Su Qiaoran also knew that although Wu Yifan's talent was terrifying, already possessing emperor-level combat strength at barely 100 years old, Wu Hao wasn't much older than Wu Yifan, yet had already transcended the emperor level. Seeing Su Qiaoran nestled tenderly in his arms, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Lowering his head, he kissed Su Qiaoran's lips passionately. Su Qiaoran was momentarily startled, obviously not expecting Wu Hao to suddenly kiss her like that, but she wasn't displeased and actively deepened the kiss. For a long while, their lips parted. Su Qiaoran's face was already flushed with shyness, clearly stirred with desire. Seeing this, Wu Hao didn't hesitate at all. He scooped Su Qiaoran into his arms and stood up, heading toward the bedroom. What are you doing? The children are living right next door, do you want them to hear us? Su Qiaoran lightly punched Wu Hao's chest and spoke shyly. Wu Hao, however, replied with a serious expression. What am I doing? I'm obviously doing this for the prosperity of our Wu clan. Rulong doesn't have any siblings, and must be very lonely. We must work hard and give Rulong a younger brother or sister as soon as possible. But what if they hear us? I'm embarrassed even thinking about it. Oh, don't worry, I'll set up barriers so they can't hear anything. After saying this, Wuhao had already carried Su Qiaoran into the bedroom, flicking his hand to set up a soundproof barrier. Though they were already an old married couple, Su Qiaoran's appearance hadn't aged and remained as enchanting as when they had first met. Wuhao knew very well the importance of foreplay. It led to Su Qiaoran begging him to stop. Stop teasing me with your tongue already. Just do it already. Time quietly passed in the blink of an eye. After the incident with the Blood Soul sect, the great contest of the Four Saints did not come to an end. In fact, the fighting spirits of the young elites who participated only grew stronger. For them, realizing the existence of such a powerful dark sect in the Shantian realm made them keenly aware of the looming danger. The great contest of the Four Saints was, without doubt, an excellent opportunity to grow stronger. Even those who could not make it into the top 100 and earn the qualification for the primordial chaos secret realm could still benefit greatly from fighting against other geniuses and gaining insights for their own cultivation. After all four holy emperors publicly announced that Wu Yifan was directly qualified to enter the primordial chaos secret realm, Wu Yidao unexpectedly emerged as a new dark horse. A Saint King level expert at about 100 years old, possessing strength rivaling that of a supreme being, and bearing the same surname Wu. It was hard not to associate Wu Yidao with Wu Yifan. Of course, upon hearing the news, Wu Yifan straightforwardly appeared on the battlefield and announced that Wu Yidao was his cousin, and that both were members of the Wu clan. Junior brother, could it be that you are also from the Wu family? Upon learning this news, Kai Tianquan eyed Wu Li with great scrutiny. Although Kai Tianquan had narrowly lost to Wu Rulong, Nengongya had not. She remained a great sage expert, and so had not encountered particularly powerful enemies in the ongoing great contest of the Four Saints. Upon hearing the words, Wu Li yawned lazily, and then replied, "How could that be, senior brother? You have to believe me. My talent is mediocre. How could I possibly be a member of the Wu clan? How could I possibly be cousins with Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao? What you said makes sense too. After all, Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao are at least Saint Kings, but you're merely at the refinement void stage. There's a pretty huge gap indeed." Kai Tianquan, failing to detect the flaws in Wu Li's clearly deceptive response, simply nodded in agreement. Of course, this might also be because he had been touched on the head by Nangongya. After realizing that his senior brother had no suspicion, Wu Li finally relaxed. But immediately after, he thought of something and felt a pang in his heart. If my senior brother wants to praise my cousin for being excellent, that's fine, but why bring me into the comparison? Although it was true that Wu Li currently fell short of Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao. Chapter 105. The final list, successful advancement. As time passed, the Four Holy Prodigies contest quickly reached its most intense phase. In this stage, the participants could no longer rely on luck to win. They had to bring forth their true, hard-earned strength. The members of the Wu family, thanks to their already considerable power and deep-rooted heritage, advanced steadily through the competition, successfully entering the top 100. As for Nangongya, she advanced into the top 100 through a combination of her own strength and sheer luck. Great! Second senior apprentice sister made it into the top 100. Upon seeing Nangongya enter the top 100, Wu Li exclaimed excitedly. Kai Tianquan beside him shared the same sentiment. Their Zhantian sect had sent 5 contestants, he and Nangongya, along with 3 holy geniuses from other peaks, but the other 3 had already been eliminated and returned to the sect first. Hence, only Wu Li and Kai Tianquan remained on site. Even Nangongya herself felt quite surprised at having advanced into the top 100. After all, according to her expectations, she shouldn't have qualified. However, since she had already made it, she chose to accept the situation calmly. Lin Zixin, as well as the other holy geniuses sent by the 4 great holy lands, also barely made it into the top 100, earning the qualification to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. Before long, the 4 Holy Prodigies contest approached its conclusion. As expected, Wu Yifan claimed first place, with Lin Zixin taking second. After all, Lin Zixin was a near emperor level expert. There were very few in the competition who could rival her. Even Wu Rulong and others were no match for her. As Wu Yifan's consort, no one would even dare challenge her with emperor-grade weapons. After the conclusion of the contest, Wuhao could sense that the Chaos Secret Realm in the Central Region was about to open, roughly half a month away. After that time, they would directly enter the Chaos Secret Realm. I wonder if I can go in as well. It seems the Chaos Secret Realm does not impose any cultivation level restrictions, right? Wuhao pondered inwardly. The only requirement for entering the Chaos Secret Realm was that the cultivator must be under 1,000 years of age. As for the number of participants, it was fixed at 100. This was precisely why the 4 great holy lands held the 4 Holy Prodigies contest. Monopolizing the Chaos Secret Realm indefinitely would inevitably provoke discontent among other factions in the cultivation world. Thinking about it, Wuhao decided to act immediately, but who should give up their place? Wuhao wasn't someone ruthless or cruel, so he naturally wouldn't resort to wiping out certain factions to replace their geniuses or forcefully coerce someone else to surrender their qualification. Senior, you're planning to enter the Chaos Secret Realm? Lin Shiru and others were astonished upon hearing Wu Hao's words, hardly able to believe what they had just heard. Although Wu Hao appeared quite youthful, there were many ageless beings in the Xintian realm. Combined with his formidable cultivation, none of them considered him genuinely young. Yet now Wu Hao claimed he was less than 1,000 years old. Who could possibly believe that? But looking at Wu Hao's serious expression, they found themselves unable to voice any doubts. After all, what if Wu Hao became enraged and eliminated them? Senior, one of my disciples has voluntarily decided to withdraw from entering the Chaos Secret Realm. Since that is the case, you may take his place instead. Li Taibai was the first to speak up within a moment's thought, causing Lei Wanyun to silently curse him as a sly old fox for having acted first. Although even the lowest achievement upon exiting the Chaos Secret Realm was the near emperor level, any perceptive individual could tell that cultivating a favorable relationship with Wu Hao was far more important than entering the secret realm itself. If Wu Hao felt inclined to help them break through to the emperor stage, that would be a massive gain. Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh, hesitating slightly as he asked, "Are you sure? Is this not troubling for you? If it bothers you, you can certainly decline." Seeing Wu Hao's expression, although Li Taibai inwardly felt he might be yielding to undue pressure, he quickly offered a kind, forced smile and hurriedly replied, "Of course not. Senior is a great benefactor of the Xintian realm. As long as Senior is pleased, everything is fine. Fine then. I'm not the kind of person who bullies others with power. Since one of your disciples from the Azure Lotus Holy Land is willing to give up the opportunity, then this pill shall be my token of compensation to your Holy Land. With that, Wuhao reached directly into the system space and pulled out a pill. The moment the pill appeared, the rulers of the 4 great holy lands could not help but breathe more rapidly. Though all of them were near emperors, they could still feel an extremely powerful allure radiating from the pill in Wuhao's hand. It was a sensation akin to the longing of the weak for strength. Swallowing hard, Li Taibai and the others suppressed the desire in their hearts before turning to Wuhao with a question. Senior, what is this? This pill is called the Blood Emperor pill. As the name implies, one only needs to swallow and refine it to become an emperor. However, it will have a significant impact on future cultivation and may even damage one's foundation. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I do not recommend you take it, Wuhao explained. The Blood Emperor pill would damage one's foundation and hinder future progress, but it wouldn't completely seal off the path of cultivation. But Wuhao would never allow members of the Wu family to take the Blood Emperor pill. Compared to this pill, he would rather they cultivated step by step until reaching the Emperor stage. Only in this way could they truly possess formidable strength. Upon hearing Wuhao's words, Li Taibai and others couldn't help but brighten. For them, breaking through to the Emperor stage was already a fantastic achievement. As for concerns about damaging one's foundation and affecting future cultivation, when one couldn't even surpass the Emperor stage, who had time to worry about the future? Thank you, Senior. If you ever have any needs in the future, our Azure Lotus Holy Land will do everything in our power to assist you. After receiving the Blood Emperor pill from Wuhao, Li Taibai bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, speaking with utmost sincerity. This was a moment to express loyalty to Wuhao. Of course, Li Taibai knew well that if there was ever a problem Wuhao himself couldn't solve, the Azure Lotus Holy Land definitely wouldn't be able to either. So this was merely a symbolic gesture. Wuhao didn't mind. After all, the more followers, the better. Meanwhile, Lin Shiru and the other 2 looked at the Blood Emperor pill in Li Taibai's hand with obvious longing in their eyes. However, since Wuhao was standing right here, they felt too embarrassed to speak up. They could only watch as Li Taibai put the Blood Emperor pill away, his gaze toward them filled with pride and arrogance. Chapter 106. The wife's background is not simple either. After acquiring the Blood Emperor pill, Li Taibai hurriedly made his way back to the Azure Lotus Holy Land without delay, fearing that the Blood Emperor pill in his possession might be snatched away. Within the Azure Lotus Holy Land, there were several twin emperor ancestors whose lifespans were nearing their end. Li Taibai's idea was to have them swallow the Blood Emperor pill and break through to emperor level, temporarily making the Azure Lotus Holy Land the strongest among the 4 holy lands. Why was it temporary? That was because Li Taibai fully understood that Lin Shiru had married her daughter to Wu Yifan. With this connection, the Roshui Holy Land would definitely receive more benefits from the Wu family than his Azure Lotus Holy Land. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if the Roshui Holy Land produced an emperor in the future. Senior Wu. Our Thunderclap Holy Land also has 2 Heaven Chosen who don't plan to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. I wonder if Senior Wu still intends to allow others from the Wu clan to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. Lei Wanyan approached Wu Hao with a fawning smile on his face. Wu Hao, however, waved his hand directly, refusing outright. Forget it. The other cultivators from my Wu clan don't plan to enter the Chaos Secret Realm either. Maybe next time if there's an opportunity. Although Wu Hao had refused, Lei Wanyan wasn't disheartened. As long as he could maintain a good relationship with Wu Hao, it would be fine. After obtaining the Ba to enter the Chaos Secret Realm, Wu Hao set off and returned to the residence of the Wu clan. However, not long after arriving, he received a message from Lin Tianyi. Wu Hao, I wonder if you still have any Blood Emperor pills left? My friend wants to ask you for 2 of them. Seeing the message from Lin Tianyi, Wu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. As for Lin Tianyi, the adoptive father of Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao deeply respected him. Therefore, unless the other party made an overly unreasonable request, Wu Hao wouldn't refuse. So Wu Hao replied, saying that he had some, and promised to send them over later. Moreover, Wu Hao also planned to ask Lin Tianyi whether he could obtain more information about Su Qiaoran's background, and possibly find Su Qiaoran's birth parents. Soon, Wu Hao arrived at the Myriad Flower Holy Land, and found Lin Tianyi, whose face was already beaming with joy. When Lin Tianyi saw Wu Hao, his joy became even more evident. You've arrived, Wu Hao? Please, quickly come in and sit down. Saying so, Lin Tianyi personally escorted Wu Hao inside and urged him to sit, and having the other address him by his name directly was something Wu Hao himself had insisted upon. After all, Lin Tianyi was Su Qiaoran's adoptive father. If he addressed Wu Hao as senior, it would seem too distant. After sitting down, Wu Hao retrieved 2 Blood Emperor pills from his system space and handed them directly to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi couldn't stop smiling after receiving the pills, clearly surprised and delighted that the Myriad Flower Holy Land could flourish so much under his leadership. Once Lin Tianyi had accepted the Blood Emperor pills, Wu Hao finally spoke, his expression serious as he asked, Father-in-law, I want to ask you, where exactly did you find Qiaoran when you adopted her? Hearing Wu Hao's question, Lin Tianyi's expression changed as well, his mood turning melancholic, as if recalling something. He sighed after a long pause before speaking. I found Qiaoran near the God-slaying mountains surrounding the Chaos Secret Realm. Back then, I was on a cultivation journey outside when I suddenly heard a baby crying. I followed the sound and found baby Qiaoran in a cave. And I also found a jade pendant on Qiaoran's body. It was engraved with the character Su. So that's why I gave her the surname Su and named her Qiaoran. Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Wu Hao's expression became extremely grave. So the origin of his wife was not simple either. After he broke through to the great immortal king realm, he had once used his powers to search the Xintian realm for Su Qiaoran's bloodline. Unfortunately, there was not a single person in the Xintian realm related to Su Qiaoran by blood, aside from the members of the Wu clan. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either Su Qiaoran's clan had been completely annihilated, leaving no survivors at all, although the probability of this was very low. After all, Lin Tianyi himself had been a supreme level expert in those days. When he discovered Su Qiaoran, He had already tried to help her find any blood relations, but had come up empty. The second possibility was that Su Qiaoran herself might not be from the Xintian realm at all. Compared to the first theory, Wuhao was more inclined to believe this second one. Because Su Qiaoran had shown Wuhao the jade pendant with the engraved Su character, Wuhao had been able to sense that it was genuinely a divine artifact, albeit one whose power had long since faded. In the Xintian realm, there was no power that could possess actual immortal treasures. Wuhao, I hope that if you have the ability, you can still help Qiaoran find her clanspeople. After all, I've seen that child sitting alone many times, lost in thought, with a deep longing for family visible in her eyes. Although I've given her the love of a family, I can still feel that in her heart, she still desperately longs for real family members. Lin Tianyi looked at Wuhao, his eyes filled with pleading. Wuhao nodded and made the promise. Rest assured, father-in-law, Qiaoran is my wife, and I won't let her be unhappy. After making the promise, Wuhao returned, but now was not the time to begin searching for his wife's clan. After all, he didn't want to ascend to the upper realm again so soon. Additionally, Wuhao wasn't even certain what level of power his wife's clan held in the upper realm. Furthermore, since Qiaoran had been sent to the Xintian realm, he could guess that the Su clan must have already encountered some kind of misfortune. Therefore, without absolute strength, Wuhao would not act recklessly. Chapter 107, Entering. Time passed quickly, and soon arrived at the day the Chaos Secret Realm was set to open. Those heavenly geniuses who had ranked among the top 100 in the 4 Holy Beasts competition wore expressions full of excitement and anticipation in their eyes, except for one particular genius from the Azure Lotus Holy Land, who had voluntarily given up his spot. Of course, as compensation, Li Taibai had also promised to help that genius break through to the late Quasi-Emperor stage, which finally convinced the latter to agree contentedly. Moreover, with the help of a Blood Emperor pill, it wouldn't be long before the Azure Lotus Holy Land nurtured a new emperor. With the aid of an emperor, the status of the Azure Lotus Holy Land would certainly rise to another level. In comparison, the resources invested to cultivate that genius to the late Quasi-Emperor stage was no longer considered a significant cost, especially since he was originally from the Azure Lotus Holy Land itself. The Chaos Secret Realm has opened. Inside his residence, Wuhao lay on the bed, opened his eyes, and gazed toward the direction of the Chaos Secret Realm. Despite the vast spatial distance, he could still see that in the colossal mountain at the central heart of the central region, a gigantic spatial gate was slowly opening while the surrounding restrictions gradually faded away. After the Chaos Secret Realm had opened, Lin Shiru and others appeared before Wuhao. Senior Wu, the Chaos Secret Realm has opened. May we ask whether you plan to go? Amen, let's go. Wuhao stood up and softly replied while looking at Lin Shiru and the others. He had not told anyone other than Lin Shiru and the other 3 holy masters about his intent to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. If Su Qiaoran and others found out he had entered, it would diminish the effect of their cultivation training. The moment he nodded, Wuhao disappeared from the sight of Lin Shiru and others. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived right before the Chaos Secret Realm. Gazing at the colossal spatial gate before him, Wuhao's expression held a hint of curiosity. After all, this was his first time entering a secret realm. Although, for most secret realms in the Xin Heaven world, with Wuhao's current cultivation, he could see clearly everything inside, even without entering. Wuhao did not speak, ignoring the Quasi-Emperor elders of the 4 Holy Lands stationed around the Chaos Secret Realm. He simply stepped forward and strode into the spatial gate. With Wuhao's cultivation, unless he actively released his aura, no one within the Xin Heaven world would be able to sense his presence at all. As Wuhao stepped into the spatial gate, the scenery around his eyes began to distort. But soon, within merely a few breaths, everything calmed down once again, though everything around him had completely changed. Wuhao had already entered the Chaos Secret Realm. Once inside, the powerful divine consciousness within Wuhao directly swept across the surrounding area. In an instant, everything inside the Chaos Secret Realm fell within his complete observation. He could see his wife, Su Qiaoran, not far away. She was fighting a supreme-level beast together with her son Wu Rulong and her grandson Wu Qianquan and Wu Qitian. Thanks to their formidable equipment and strong cultivation bases, it was only a matter of time before they defeated the supreme-level beast. He also saw Wu Yifan leisurely wandering inside the Chaos Secret Realm together with Lin Zixin, still appearing utterly relaxed. Even a beast at the Quasi-Emperor stage posed no challenge to Wu Yifan. He could kill it with a single slap. Perhaps even the Chaos Emperor himself hadn't expected someone could cultivate to such a mighty existence under 1,000 years old. Of course, this mighty referred specifically to Wu Yifan rather than Lin Zixin. After all, the Emperor's Dao laws in the Xin Heaven world had been sealed. Even the Chaos Emperor had only broken through to become a mortal Dao immortal in the Valley of the Dead and ascended to the upper world. The Chaos Secret Realm had been outlined by the Chaos Emperor when he resided in the Valley of the Dead and left behind in the Xin Heaven world before his ascension. As for Wu Yidao, he was currently guiding the 4 heavenly talents from the Tianwu Mountains through the Chaos Secret Realm for cultivation practice. It could be said that the 4 heavenly talents from Tianwu Mountain had been rather fortunate. They had all advanced into the top 100, earning them the opportunity to enter the secret realm alongside Wu Yidao. After fully perceiving everything within the Chaos Secret Realm, Wuhao retracted his divine consciousness. He already knew where the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor was located. Thinking of this, Wuhao immediately took a step and vanished from his spot. The Chaos Secret Realm was reputed as a growth-type secret realm. This meant the treasures within it could continue to grow, rather than the beasts or monsters growing stronger. Therefore, the Chaos Secret Realm contained numerous Emperor-grade, or even Immortal-grade treasures. However, even though Emperor and Immortal-level treasures existed, according to Cultivation World Law, there would usually be corresponding guardian beasts around each such treasure. Though these beasts could never grow to the Emperor level, most were at least Supreme level, and some even reaching the Quasi-Emperor stage. Thus, obtaining these precious treasures was certainly no easy feat. However, for Wuhao, this was nothing out of the ordinary. As he headed toward his intended destination, he did not overlook any rare treasures or beast cores along the way. Every last treasure within the entire Chaos Secret Realm had been collected by him. The guardian beasts were left behind, standing in confusion, but due to the preset program established by the Chaos Emperor, they could only remain in place, foolishly waiting for their destined person to arrive. After collecting all the rare treasures, Wuhao soon arrived at a large mountain located in the southwest of the Chaos Secret Realm. This must be the place. According to Ma Ying, the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor should be here. Wuhao thought inwardly, as he could sense that the spatial energy here was different from other areas inside the Chaos Secret Realm, prompting his guess that this place was likely the location of the Chaos Emperor's inheritance. Sure enough, after entering this mountain and conducting a thorough spiritual scan, Wuhao quickly discovered a cave entrance. Indeed, the Chaos Emperor's inheritance should be right here. Now, the next step is to guide Yi Dao here. As Wuhao sensed everything within the cave, his expression grew serious, and he thought to himself. There were two heaven-chosen geniuses who entered the Chaos Secret Realm, but only Yi Dao possessed the Chaos body identical to the Chaos Emperor's. Although Yi Dao had changed his path to cultivate his self-created Chaos Sutra, the fundamental principles between the two Chaoses were somewhat similar. If he could obtain the Chaos Emperor's inheritance, it would surely provide significant help in Yi Dao's path of creating his own Chaos Sutra. Thinking of this, Wuhao quickly left the mountain and sensed that Yi Dao was currently with Lu Rian and others nearby, which made things much more convenient for him. In the next moment, Wuhao directly retrieved a celestial sword, and a terrifying aura surged outward in all directions. As heaven-chosen geniuses, both Wu Yifan and Yi Dao immediately sensed the presence and displayed the innate trait of heaven-chosen, being instinctively drawn to treasures, directing their gazes toward the direction of the celestial sword. Yifan, what's wrong? Lin Zixi noticed Wu Yifan's reaction and curiously asked. Wu Yifan's expression remained serious, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. I sense something over there, something that calls to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zixin's eyes also lit up. Wu Yifan possessed the combat strength of an emperor. How could something that attracted him be ordinary? So what now? Let's go check it out. Whatever has caught my attention must be no ordinary treasure. If I can obtain it, it will surely provide me with great assistance. After speaking, Wu Yifan immediately led Lin Zixin toward the southwest direction of the secret realm. Chapter 108. Wu Dao arrives at the scene first. Divine Heir, what's wrong? Lu Rian was the first to notice Wu Dao's discomfort and gently asked. Hearing Lu Rian's words, Wu Dao finally snapped back to reality. He lightly shook his head, his eyes revealing a trace of seriousness as he gazed toward the southwest, and spoke. I just sensed something interesting. Let's go. With that, he hurried toward the southwest. Seeing this, Lu Rian and the others quickly followed. Thanks to Wu Dao's cultivation at the early Saint King stage, enhanced further by his chaos body, he could even stand against someone at the early Rizin stage. Soon enough, as the inheritor, Wu Dao arrived first at the Mountain of Inheritance. Upon entering the Mountain of Inheritance, it seemed as if something in the heavens was guiding Wu Dao toward a fated cave. Jiboda followed closely behind Wu Dao, slightly puzzled. Even with his late sage king-level cultivation, he couldn't sense anything unusual nearby. So what was the divine heir bringing them here for? Before Jiboda could ask, in the next instant, a cave appeared before them. Seeing this, Wu Dao didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately entered the cave, as if something inside strongly attracted him. Divine heir. Seeing Wu Dao vanish before their eyes, Jiboda and the others grew anxious. If something happened to Wu Dao while they were watching, Wu Xingna would definitely not let them leave alive. Thinking this, Lu Rian clenched her teeth and followed first. Jiboda quickly followed behind her, and both Kong Shifu and Shi Yiji hurried after. Soon, all five figures disappeared into the cave. Just as they vanished, Wu Yifan arrived with Lin Zixin, and the moment he appeared, Wu Yifan frowned slightly. Strange. According to my perception, it should be right here. How come they're gone? But even after thorough investigation, Wu Yifan could not find them, and could only leave this place, looking frustrated while bringing Lin Zixin along. This phenomenon is somewhat like fate, something belonging to the chosen child of heaven. Even if someone else finds it first, they can't take it. Only the destined person can obtain it. For example, when leaping off a cliff, out of 100 people, only one will survive and receive an immortal's inheritance, while the remaining 99 will be crushed to death. This is fate's arrangement. Seeing Wu Dao enter the place of inheritance, Wuhao, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally revealed a satisfied expression. A 1,000,000-fold inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. I wonder what he'll obtain. Wuhao mused inwardly. On the other side, the moment Wu Dao entered the cave, he was drawn by a spatial formation within to another dimension entirely. Staring at the magnificent golden hall before him, Wu Dao's heart leapt with joy. Apparently, he had truly discovered something extraordinary. Just as Wu Dao arrived, Lu Rian and the others gradually appeared inside the hall as well. Seeing Wu Dao, their hearts finally relaxed. But soon, their attention was drawn to their surroundings. Seeming to have just realized something, Jiboda spoke with visible excitement. Could this place be none other than the site of the Chaos Emperor's inheritance? As Jiboda finished speaking, in the next moment, points of light emerged from the ground, flying toward Wu Dao and the others. Within just a few breaths' time, an enormous phantom took shape, formed from countless rays of light before them. Young ones, you must be the destined ones. Welcome to my place of inheritance. The phantom's face carried a gentle, kind smile as it addressed Wu Dao and the others. Well, actually, it was less a statement addressed to everyone and more specifically aimed at Wu Dao alone. Upon entering, the phantom had sensed on Wu Dao's body a familiar aura, the chaos body. Kong Shifu's expression was filled with excitement. With evident hope in his voice, he asked, Senior, are you the Chaos Emperor? Correct. I am indeed the Chaos Emperor. However, rather than saying I am the Chaos Emperor, it would be more accurate to say that I am merely a fragment of his divine consciousness left behind. The Chaos Emperor before them frankly admitted his identity. Upon confirming that the figure before them was truly the Chaos Emperor, the other four, Lu Rian excepted, became visibly overjoyed, unable to suppress their excitement. After all, the Chaos Emperor was a legendary existence. He had once suppressed the entire Xintian realm for 10,000 years straight. If not for ascending to the higher realms, countless prodigies of Xintian might still have had no chance to rise. Many had also tried to compare the Chaos Emperor to Tang Yan. However, Since the two came from different eras, any comparison would be meaningless. However, based purely on publicly known feats, the Chaos Emperor was slightly more fearsome. Since you have all made it here, I presume you are here seeking my inheritance. If so, are you willing to take the trials I have set? Only by passing my trials may you obtain my inheritance. Looking at Wu Yidao, the Chaos Emperor softly spoke. Lu Ruyan and the others nodded without hesitation. Senior Chaos Emperor, we are willing to take the trial. Only Wu Yidao, after a moment of silence, softly replied. I am willing. Upon hearing this, joy spread across the Chaos Emperor's face. Was his inheritance, left behind in the Xiantian realm, finally about to be claimed? Although he was merely a sliver of the Chaos Emperor's divine consciousness, perceiving the situation of the five before him was no difficult task. From his perception, only Wu Yidao among the five was capable of receiving his inheritance. Kong Shifu and the others had absolutely no chance. Although Wu Yidao was clearly the most suitable candidate for his inheritance, he was, after all, just a program unable to act on his own will. He could not hand the inheritance over directly to Wu Yidao, so he had no choice but to make Wu Yidao take the trial. However, it would not be difficult for Wu Yidao. Only a little time would be needed. As the five nodded in agreement, the Chaos Emperor waved his large sleeve and directly transported all of them into his inheritance tower. Inside the tower, there were 5 levels, and each level represented a trial. Only by passing all 5 trials could one obtain the inheritance. Once Wu Yidao and the others entered the inheritance tower, the Chaos Emperor's expression grew heavy. He turned his gaze toward the outside of the inheritance space, looking unusually solemn. Friend Dao, since you have come, why not come inside for a conversation? As the Chaos Emperor's words fell, the next moment, Wuhao directly ignored the spatial restrictions, entering the inheritance space and appearing before the Chaos Emperor. Chapter 109, Xiaoshui Soul Spirit Gate. Not surprising for the Chaos Emperor to detect my presence. Wuhao looked at the Chaos Emperor before him, his expression somewhat grave. He himself was a De Luo Jin Xian, yet even so, the Chaos Emperor had still sensed his existence. Just what level of power was the Chaos Emperor at now? Friend Dao, you flatter me. Achieving such a level in less than 1,000 years, Friend Dao is truly no ordinary individual. The Chaos Emperor's expression was also heavy. If it weren't for Wuhao accidentally leaking a tiny bit of aura, he wouldn't have even detected his presence. What shocked him most was Wuhao's cultivation level, reaching beyond the Emperor stage before 1,000 years had passed. Even he himself had never attained such an unbelievable achievement. After the words faded, an eerie silence fell between the two. After a long while, Wuhao finally spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. I must admit, I'm quite curious to know what cultivation stage you, the great Chaos Emperor, have reached after ascending to the upper world. Upon hearing that, the Chaos Emperor's aura also turned quiet. After a long silence, he sighed and replied, I myself don't know. I have long lost contact with my original body. But before losing contact, my original self was at the peak of Xianzun. Wuhao was internally shocked. Peak of Xianzun? Even he at present was merely at the middle stage of De Luo Jin Xian. While he could stand against a Xian Huang in full power, even a Xian Huang would leave him with no chance of survival whatsoever. That meant if the Chaos Emperor's true form appeared in person, there was no way Wuhao could win. However, hearing that even the immense power of the Chaos Emperor, who was at the peak of Xianzun, was also tested, Wuhao was astonished and his expression grew heavier. Could this be related to the main quest? Main quest? Rescue the Chaos Emperor and investigate the truth behind the mystery. For some reason, this thought arose within Wuhao. Can you tell me why the Chaos Emperor lost contact? Unable to resist asking, Wuhao spoke. Before him, the Chaos Emperor merely shook his head lightly. I do not know, for I am only a fragment of divine consciousness. Unless the original body reveals it intentionally, I will learn nothing. Upon hearing this, Wuhao sighed, realizing that he could extract no information from this consciousness fragment and could only proceed step by step. Yet just at that moment, Wuhao suddenly recalled something and asked seriously, do you know anything about the Shui Hunmen? Shui Hunmen? I do remember a bit. It is a force in the upper world, and even possesses a CND expert. However, during its prime, something occurred, and it just disappeared from the world. The Chaos Emperor looked grave as he searched his mind, and barely managed to retrieve a small amount of information regarding Shui Hunmen. Upon hearing that, Wuhao's heart sank. He hadn't expected Shui Hunmen to still have a CND expert within. Clearly, he couldn't rashly go to Shui Hunmen for now, and would have to let Wu Yifan and the others handle it. After all, the Chosen of Heaven can do anything they want, and still survive, even triggering a near-death strength-boosting passive skill. Is something wrong? Could it be you have some history or enmity with the Shui Hunmen? The Chaos Emperor grew curious, while Wuhao simply shook his head lightly. Not really. It's just that the Shui Hunmen have appeared within the Xintian world, and are threatening its very safety. What? The Shui Hunmen have appeared in the Xintian world? If that's the case, friend Dao, you must be extra cautious. Unfortunately, this fragment of my divine consciousness cannot leave here and possesses merely Emperor-level strength. Otherwise, I might have been able to offer some assistance. The Chaos Emperor's expression grew heavier before finally sighing. Wuhao waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Just a mere Shui Hunmen. I'm not worried about them. Also, for some reason, they seem restricted in the Xintian world and cannot freely operate there for now. This eased the Chaos Emperor's concern slightly. After all, even if his original body intervened, it likely wouldn't stand a chance against the Shui Hunmen. Since the Shui Hunmen were temporarily immobile, perhaps it was acceptable to just let things remain this way. Later on, Wuhao exchanged a few more words with the Chaos Emperor before preparing to leave, as the intelligence gained from the conversation had been limited, so remaining there was no longer useful. Besides, the Chaos Emperor had reached the peak of Xianzun before severing communication. That meant Wu Yi could obtain an inheritance of peak Xianzun power, which would translate into 10,000 units of CND inheritance after synthesis. Friend Dao, may I ask who that other person is to you? As he saw Wuhao preparing to leave, the Chaos Emperor couldn't help but bow and ask. Wuhao didn't turn around, speaking calmly with a serene expression. He's just an inferior junior of mine. I hope you, senior Taoist, can look after him a bit. Upon hearing this, the Chaos Emperor's lips twitched slightly, internally scoffing. Asterisk inferior? You call this inferior? Asterisk. From the Chaos Emperor's perception, Wu Yi was far more outstanding than he had been in his younger days, and most likely would ascend to emperor before reaching 300 years of age. Yet, recalling that the Wuhao before him was an even more terrifying existence than Wu Yi, it didn't seem all that strange anymore. Wuhao departed, and seeing this, the Chaos Emperor also fell into a slumber. He would automatically awaken once Wu Yi obtained the inheritance. After leaving the inheritance site, Wuhao started pondering over his next course of action. The Chaos Secret region would automatically close after 5 years upon its opening, at which time everyone inside would be forcibly transported outside. Of course, that would only be the case if no one obtained the inheritance. If someone succeeded in obtaining it, the secret region would not only close automatically, but also vanish completely, never appearing again. Such was the destiny of the inheritance secret region. Its sole purpose was to serve as a vehicle for the inheritance. Once the inheritance was gone, the region itself would hold no further meaning. 5 years should be sufficient for Yi Dao to obtain the inheritance. But I wonder, who will become an emperor first, Yi Dao or Yi Fan? As these thoughts passed through Wu Hao's mind, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he turned his gaze toward the direction where Wu Yifan was. At that moment, Wu Yifan, as though sensing something, gravely spoke to Lin Zixian. Zixian, I'm about to break through to Quasi-Emperor. Without even finishing the sentence, before anyone could react, Wu Yifan sat cross-legged on the spot, his powerful aura erupting outward. The entire secret region's spiritual energy was drawn toward him, surging in his direction. Chapter 110. Wu Yifan breaks through to Quasi-Emperor. Wu Yidao receives the inheritance. A terrifying aura. Could it be some sort of treasure appearing? Such a horrifying commotion. Could it be that the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor is emerging? Whoa, if it really is the Chaos Emperor's inheritance, then I, Qin Hanqing, will definitely go for a share. As Wu Yifan broke through to Quasi-Emperor with terrifying force, in an instant, all the experts inside the Chaos Secret Realm became aware of it. Their faces brimmed with excitement as they hurried towards the direction of Wu Yifan. Lin Zixin didn't care much about their arrival. After all, they were mere ants. Even if they teamed up, they still wouldn't be a match for her. At this moment, she was staring in Wu Yifan's direction, eyes filled with shock. She was also quite curious about what kind of monster Wu Yifan was, such a young age, yet reaching the level of Quasi-Emperor, and also possessing a physical body on the level of an emperor. Originally, Lin Zixin had the advantage over Wu Yifan in cultivation, but now, both in cultivation and in physical strength, she would be completely dominated and trampled upon by Wu Yifan. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoran and others also sensed the energy here, so they were heading towards this direction together with Wu Rulong. As for Wu Yifan himself, he was completely immersed in the process of breaking through to Quasi-Emperor. However, this process wouldn't be quick, it required some time. During this period, Wu Yifan couldn't move at all and was helpless, vulnerable to attacks. Of course, even if he stood there motionless, no one in this entire secret realm would manage to penetrate his defenses. Soon, the first fortunate spectator arrived, but upon seeing Wu Yifan, the excitement in his heart felt like being drenched by icy water, finally extinguished. Lin Zixin also appeared before him, calmly saying, "Leave. This matter is none of your concern." "Yes, holy maiden." After seeing Lin Zixin and feeling the terrifying energy radiating from her, the young expert immediately decided to turn around and leave. But in the next second, several figures appeared around them, the young experts who had sensed the energy and rushed here. However, when they saw it was Wu Yifan breaking through, their excitement immediately cooled down. Without waiting for Lin Zixin to speak, they already intended to leave. After all, they had no personal grudges with Wu Yifan, and there was no need to interfere with Wu's progress out of mere envy. Moreover, even if they were to team up against him, there was still Lin Zixin here watching closely. Among all the experts in this secret realm, only Lin Zixin was a quasi-emperor. Combined together, they wouldn't even stand a chance against her. But just as they were about to leave, several terrifying auras rushed over from not far away, intermingled with fierce roars. Before they could react, countless fierce beasts rushed over from a distance, mostly at the Saint King and Drijin levels. Moreover, Lin Zixin could even sense quasi-emperor level energy among them. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces paled as they turned to look at Wu Yifan, who was still in breakthrough. If Wu Yifan didn't take action, even combined, they likely wouldn't withstand the wave of monstrous beasts before them. Seeing this scene, Lin Zixin's expression couldn't help but turn grim. Did the energy from Yifan's breakthrough attract all the fierce beasts in this secret realm? Looks like things are getting tough. Lin Zixin could sense several quasi-emperor level beasts among the monster wave. If it was only one, she could benchang handle it and deal with the rest. But if there were several, even fighting them would not ensure victory. She might even risk death. At that moment, Su Qiaoran and others appeared as well, coming to where Lin Zixin stood. "Dad, Grandpa, you've arrived?" Seeing Su Qiaoran and others, Lin Zixin's heart didn't settle, since even Su Qiaoran was only at the middle stage of Saint King. Nodding, Su Qiaoran looked at the surging beast wave nearby, and pulled out a fairy sword from his storage ring. "Senior ancestor, what is this?" Upon seeing the fairy sword Su Qiaoran had pulled out, Lin Zixin couldn't help but breathe quickly. As the holy maiden of the Softwater Holy Land, she had seen many things. The moment she saw the sword, she sensed something unusual about it. Su Qiaoran's face turned serious as he said, "No time to explain. Take it first, and quickly defeat the wave of beasts before you." Receiving the fairy sword from Su Qiaoran's hands, Lin Zixin was deeply moved, clearly not expecting Su Qiaoran to hand her such a high-grade weapon. With such a high-level weapon, Lin Zixin presumed that even the senior ancestor probably only had one such item. Thinking about it, Lin Zixin's face showed concern as she asked anxiously, "Senior ancestor, if you've given me the weapon, then what about yourself?" "As for me, it doesn't matter." Su Qiaoran's expression remained calm as she pulled out another fairy sword from her storage ring. Well, it seemed Lin Zixin had underestimated how wealthy the senior ancestor truly was. As Wuhao's beloved, Su Qiaoran naturally received special treatment. Wuhao had given her more than one fairy sword, and considering Wuhao's immense wealth, having one for each family member was not an issue. After sensing the immense power contained within the fairy sword, the worry in Lin Zixin's eyes gradually subsided. With the power of this sword, victory was guaranteed. "Everyone, please follow me and help resist the beast wave. Holding the fairy sword high, Lin Zixin charged forward toward the beast wave. The other young elites, witnessing this, gritted their teeth and followed her into battle. After all, they were currently fighting to protect Wu Yifan. If they survived, they would surely be remembered by Wu Yifan, and perhaps in the future, they would receive his favors. Wu Rulong and the others joined the fight as well. As for Wu Hao, he watched the scene unfold from the shadows with a satisfied expression. Indeed, it seemed Wu Yifan had gained considerable favor in the Xintian realm. Of course, Wu Hao wouldn't allow anything to happen to them. After all, there were still many great sage-level cultivators inside, while the beast wave contained hundreds of Saint King-level beasts, not to mention countless great sage-level ones. If left unchecked, this battle would surely result in massive casualties. Although they had been passively dragged into this situation, none of them chose to ignore Wu Yifan's current predicament. On both emotional and moral grounds, Wu Hao could never stand idly by. In the next second, the group of young elites, led by Lin Zixin, plunged directly into the heart of the beast wave. Chapter 111. Advancement to Quasi-Emperor. With the support of the immortal sword, Lin Zixin plunged into the beast tide as if she had found her element. Even when facing Quasi-Emperor level beasts, she could sever their heads with a single sword slash. This feat would already be possible with an Imperial level artifact, let alone with an immortal sword that surpassed even such power. In just a few breaths, Lin Zixin had beheaded all the Quasi-Emperor beasts within the tide. After eliminating the Quasi-Emperor level beasts, Lin Zixin wasted no time and plunged straight into the tide of Emperor level beasts. Turning to the other Emperor level geniuses, she issued instructions. You deal with the Saint King level beasts, and have the others take care of the great sage level ones. We understand. Upon hearing her words, the 3 Emperor level prodigies nodded. Although there were hundreds of Saint King beasts, they were emperors themselves. Fighting hundreds of Saint King beasts would at the very least end in victory. With the elimination of the Quasi-Emperor level beasts by Lin Zixin, the pressure upon the group significantly lessened. The other geniuses now faced the beasts without falling into great embarrassment, though there were still some who suffered injuries. Soon enough, the tens of thousands of Ao beasts that formed the tide were all stopped and destroyed by Lin Zixin and the others, and not even a single beast got close to Wu Yifan. Just as the beast tide was eradicated, a terrifying aura exploded from Wu Yifan nearby, sending chills down everyone's spines. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. From Wu Yifan's direction, they felt an oppressive pressure they could not possibly overcome. Lin Zixin especially felt this. She too was a quasi-emperor at early stages, yet when sensing Wu Yifan's aura, she couldn't help but feel an overwhelming helplessness, sufficient proof of how profound Wu Yifan's cultivation base truly was. Before they could even react, suddenly the sky above the secret realm darkened. When they looked up, a dense mass of storm clouds was gathered. The quasi-emperor thundered tribulation. We should leave now, to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lin Zixin cast a glance at the group before taking the lead, withdrawing everyone present from the area. In the second they left, a bolt of lightning, 1 kilometer in diameter, suddenly struck down, directly aiming at Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan then suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the descending tribulation with sharp light in his gaze before dashing upward without hesitation. In an instant, terrifying thunder devoured Wu Yifan entirely. Observing this from afar, even Lin Zixin and the others could not help but feel concern. He should be okay, right? He should be fine. His physical body is already equal to that of an emperor. This level of lightning tribulation should cause him no harm. Su Qiaoran's expression remained calm, her tone revealing no great anxiety. As Wu Hao's wife, Su Qiaoran naturally knew that Wu Yifan's ancient divine body had already reached the 9th stage. A mere quasi-emperor lightning tribulation would cause him no real harm. Even so, the concern in Lin Zixin's heart remained difficult to conceal. Seeing this, Su Qiaoran inwardly felt satisfied. It seemed that her great-grandson and great-granddaughter-in-law's relationship had been developing quite nicely. While Lin Zixin was immersed in worry, Wu Yifan, enduring the lightning tribulation, saw his own cultivation power rapidly growing, like a progress bar surging from 1 to 100. Finally, when reaching 100, Wu Yifan's bottleneck was shattered. His cultivation base solidified completely at the early stage of quasi-emperor. The moment the tribulation vanished, brilliant light beamed from the heavens, shining down upon Wu Yifan. At this moment, he appeared as if a divine being descended upon the mortal world, the sole immortal amidst humanity. Simultaneously, as Wu Yifan achieved the quasi-emperor stage, an immense power flowed back to Wu Hao, advancing his cultivation from the middle stage of great immortal to late stage, bringing him a step closer to the immortal king. This is the power of the quasi-emperor stage? With this strength, would I stand a chance against the Blood Soul sect? However, maybe not. Since great-grandfather entrusted me with the destruction of the Blood Soul sect as a trial, the sect must not be simple to deal with. I should wait until I advance to emperor before proceeding. Feeling the immense power pulsing within, Wu Yifan contemplated, before quickly shaking his head. The chosen of heaven was no fool, and without complete certainty, he wouldn't rashly rush into the Blood Soul sect. Just as Wu Yifan lifted his head, Lin Zixin abruptly flung herself into his arms. The suddenness caught Wu Yifan slightly off guard, yet he gently patted her back, speaking softly. There, what's wrong? Did someone bully you again? Tell me, I'll handle it for you. However, Lin Zixin didn't say anything, simply holding Wu Yifan tightly in silence. Seeing this, the nearby geniuses showed great tact and silently withdrew. Of course, they didn't forget to take some beast corpses with them when leaving. After all, these Shungso corpses contained thick and rich blood energy, which would greatly benefit their physical bodies if consumed. After holding Wu Yifan for quite a while, Su Qiaoran, standing nearby, could finally no longer contain herself and coughed lightly. Ahem, there are still people around. Lin Zixin immediately sprang away from Wu Yifan as though shocked by electricity. She didn't know why either. When she saw Wu Yifan successfully pass the tribulation earlier, she couldn't control her emotions any longer and impulsively hugged him tightly. Now that she had regained her senses, even though Lin Zixin was already a quasi-emperor, her face still flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but feel sentimental. This was youth. Back when she was young with Wu Hao, they had similar experiences too. But now that both of them were older, Those kinds of beautiful moments no longer came so easily. Alright, just now nearly half the beasts in the secret realm must have been attracted here. Now that the secret realm should be safe, we'll take our leave first. After saying this, Su Qiaoran intended to lead Wu Rulong and the others away. However, at this moment, Lin Zixin suddenly remembered something and quickly stepped forward, directly taking out the immortal sword. Grandma-in-law, now that the beast tide has been dealt with, you should take this immortal sword back. For Lin Zixin, the value of this immortal sword was simply too high. It was beyond her capability to keep. But since Su Qiaoran had given it to Lin Zixin in the first place, naturally she had no intention of taking it back. She gently shook her head and said, "Keep it. I hadn't prepared an initiation gift for you back then, so consider this sword your initiation present." Upon hearing this, Wu Rulong, who was standing aside, had nearly popped his eyes out. His entire expression practically screamed, "I'm jealous. I want one too." Hearing this, Lin Zixin hesitated inwardly, still wanting to decline, but then she saw Su Qiaoran pull out 10 immortal swords at once. Don't think a sword of this quality is something valuable to me. In fact, I still have quite a few more like it. As Su Qiaoran ostentatiously flaunted her wealth, Lin Zixin could only helplessly accept the sword. Meanwhile, Wu Rulong couldn't hold himself back anymore. Approaching Su Qiaoran with a fawning expression, he said eagerly, Mom, I want one too." Chapter 112. Obtaining the Chaos Emperor's inheritance. Naturally, in the end, Su Qiaoran still rejected Wu Rulong. After all, considering Wu Rulong's current cultivation level, the imperial sword Wuhao had forged for him was already sufficient. Though Wu Rulong felt somewhat disheartened inside, he didn't say anything, considering it understandable. Just as Su Qiaoran was preparing to take them away, Wu Qianquan suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression growing extremely serious. "That's right, where's that kid Wu Yidao?" As Wu Qianquan spoke, everyone present suddenly remembered that Wu Yidao hadn't appeared here at all earlier. That kid must be busy with something. Otherwise, he should have come over to take a look too. Wu Yifan frowned slightly before speaking. However, the moment his words ended, a terrifying aura came from the southwest corner of the secret realm, causing Wu Yifan and others to instinctively look in that direction. Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin's faces subtly changed expressions, as they had just arrived from that direction. "What exactly is this aura?" Wu Rulong asked solemnly, his expression serious. Wu Yifan lightly shook his head. He could feel how powerful that aura was. Even in his current state, he might not be its match. As if recalling something, Wu Yifan and a few others exchanged glances, and in their hearts, they already had the same answer. The next second, they unconsciously blurted it out together. "It's the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor." As soon as they confirmed it was the Chaos Emperor's inheritance, Wu Yifan didn't hesitate and immediately led everyone toward the location of the inheritance. Meanwhile, the other young elites who had just left noticed the aura and rushed to the southwest of the Chaos Secret Realm. When they arrived, they saw a massive tower rising within the original mountains, an unmistakable sight, the inheritance tower of the Chaos Emperor. Yet just as they approached, they spotted Lu Ruyan and others appearing before them. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others wore expressions full of frustration. They had just been taking the test. They barely passed the second level before being transported out. "It's you guys. Where's Yidao?" The next second, Wu Yifan led Su Qiaoran and others before Lu Ruyan and the group. Of course, Wu Yifan knew these young elites from Tianwu Mountain who had followed Wu Yidao, so upon seeing them, he couldn't help but ask. When Lu Ruyan and others saw Wu Yifan, they quickly recounted the details of entering the inheritance site with Wu Yidao to receive the Chaos Emperor's inheritance. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wu Yifan finally wore an expression of realization. "No wonder I felt a familiar aura when we arrived here just now. It turns out Yidao was already here. If that's the case, then likely Yidao has obtained the inheritance, which is why the Chaos Emperor transported all of you out." Wu Yifan explained to Lu Ruyan and others. Although they had already suspected this possibility, knowing it outright still brought a trace of disappointment in their hearts. After all, who hasn't dreamed of obtaining the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and suddenly soaring to unimaginable heights? It's just that such a great inheritance wouldn't fall into the hands of mediocre people. After confirming that Wu Yidao was the one to inherit it, Wu Yifan and others didn't feel any jealousy within their hearts. They each had their own path to cultivation. The Chaos Emperor's path wasn't suitable for them. Well then, let's stay here and guard for Yidao. After all, there may be someone coveting the Chaos Emperor's inheritance. If they discover Yidao has it, attacking him wouldn't be unexpected. After speaking to Su Qiaoran and the others, Wu Yifan sat down cross-legged on the spot. Su Qiaoran and others did the same, for this was a matter of grave importance. If Wu Yidao could truly obtain the inheritance, his cultivation would surely soar. For the Wu family, it was undoubtedly excellent news. But Wu Yifan and others overestimated the danger. They had no idea just how unlikely it was for anyone to dare act against Wu Yidao if they knew he had obtained the inheritance. Though the Chaos Emperor's inheritance carried enormous allure, it still required time to grow stronger. And within the Wu clan, there stood a clearly visible emperor. Only fools would dare oppose an emperor. Thus, when the young elites arrived and saw Wu Yidao and others sitting calmly at the scene, the excitement in their hearts was as if doused by a bucket of cold water. The good news, the Chaos Emperor's inheritance has appeared. The bad news, it's already claimed by the Wu family. They have no chance to compete for it. Upon seeing Wu Yifan and others, all the young talents who had arrived wisely left one after another, and the entire area fell into an eerie silence. I wonder how long Yidao will need to fully obtain the inheritance. Wu Yifan couldn't help but think inwardly as his gaze fell upon the inheritance tower, his divine consciousness slowly spreading toward it. However, the moment it touched the tower, it was instantly repelled. Looks like there was no choice but to wait for Wu Yidao to come out. Inside the space of the inheritance tower, Wu Yidao did not disappoint the Chaos Emperor's expectations. In merely a month, he had advanced to the 5th level and effortlessly passed through the mirror trial on that level with overwhelming dominance. One must understand, the mirror trial was known as the most difficult trial. The reason? The replicated copy created during the trial possessed the same cultivation and same thoughts as the original. In other words, fighting oneself. That's why many cultivators would fail during this trial, as defeating oneself was extremely difficult. However, what the Chaos Emperor didn't know was that Wu Yidao had already walked his own path, a path that could not be copied. This was precisely why the replicated copy created by the trial stood no chance against him. After completing the 5th level's trial, Wu Yidao was immediately transported before the Chaos Emperor. Looking at Wu Yidao with an expression of knowing expectation, the Chaos Emperor revealed visible satisfaction. Well then, since you have passed this sovereign's trials, naturally you qualify to obtain this sovereign's inheritance. Additionally, there's one request I wish to make of you. Once you ascend to the upper realms, will you go and find this sovereign? Then, the Chaos Emperor recounted the details of losing contact with his true self in the upper realms. Upon learning the Chaos Emperor had already reached the peak of the Xianzun realm, Wu Yidao's heart grew heavy. He hadn't expected the Chaos Emperor to be this prodigy. Still, despite this, Wu Yidao felt no fear within him. As long as time was given, even if it was the Chaos Emperor, what difference did it make? He would surpass even him. Thus, after only a brief hesitation, Wu Yidao still nodded in agreement. Seeing Wu Yidao's agreement, the Chaos Emperor gave a nod himself, then spoke. Brat, you clearly aren't cultivating this sovereign's Chaos Dao. Instead, you've walked your own path of Chaos Dao. If that's the case, you must not cultivate this sovereign's Chaos Dao. However, you may draw some reference from it. So, brat, brace yourself. Having said that, the Chaos Emperor directly extended one finger. In the next instant, a ball of light shot forth from his fingertip, directly plunging into Wu Yidao's mind. Chapter 113. 10,000 sets of Immortal Emperor Inheritances. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for investing a peak Immortal King inheritance into the destined son of fate. The system has reacquired the Master with 1 million sets of peak Immortal King inheritance. Would you like to synthesize? Ding! Congratulations to the Master for investing a peak Emperor inheritance into the destined son of fate. The system has reacquired the Master with 1 million sets of peak Emperor inheritance. Would you like to synthesize? As these two system messages rang out, Wuhao felt a bit disappointed, though he thought it was understandable. After all, what was left was only a divine consciousness fragment of the primordial emperor. Therefore, the assets were naturally calculated based on the emperor peak before his ascension, while the inheritances would improve in accordance with the enhancement of the primordial emperor. Without any hesitation, Wuhao immediately clicked to synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 10,000 sets of early-stage Immortal Emperor inheritance. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 10,000 sets of early-stage Mortal Immortal assets. Within the inheritance resided corresponding combat experience and cultivation knowledge. In other words, as long as one obtained the inheritance of an Immortal Emperor's level, reaching the Immortal Emperor stage would not be difficult given sufficient resources. As for the assets, 10,000 sets of early Mortal Immortal assets represented 10,000 sets of resources sufficient to nurture a Mortal Immortal cultivator. This meant that Wuhao could now cultivate 10,000 Mortal Immortals, though it would require an immense amount of time. The resources for Mortal Immortals were nothing special to Wuhao. The only thing that sparked a little interest for him was the early stage Immortal Emperor inheritance. It's worth considering giving this to my wife and Wu Mingdai to use. Anyway, their rate of growth will never match mine. Wuhao mused inwardly. How could a reincarnated expert with power possibly rival someone with an unfair advantage? By the time they break through to the Immortal Emperor level, Wuhao would likely have advanced to a realm unimaginable. As Wu Yi absorbed the Primordial Emperor's inheritance completely, he gained a deep understanding of the Primordial Dao. He raised his eyes and, bowing to the Primordial Emperor, said, "Thank you, Senior. Since I have received your inheritance, I will naturally ensure your name is spread throughout the entire Shintian realm again. Furthermore, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. In that case, young friend, we shall meet again when fate permits." After speaking, the Primordial Emperor's body began to fade, quickly vanishing completely before Wu Yi's eyes. Wu Yi himself felt nothing. After all, he was originally just a fragment of divine consciousness left behind by the Primordial Emperor. His existence served merely to allow others to obtain the inheritance. Now that the inheritance had been passed on, there was no reason for him to remain. As the Primordial Emperor disappeared, the inheritance tower around Wu Yi slowly dissipated and soon vanished entirely. Wu Yifan and others witnessed everything. Upon seeing Wu Yi emerge from the inheritance tower, Wu Yifan wore a knowing look on his face. As for Lu Rian and the others, they quickly stepped up in front of Wu Yi, their faces filled with anticipation. "Your Highness, Saint's son, have you obtained the inheritance?" I was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance of the Primordial Emperor." Wu Yi nodded humbly. Hearing this, the eyes of Lu Rian and others lit up. Wu Yi obtaining the Primordial Emperor's inheritance meant that Tianwushan would rise from now on and become the 5th Great Holy Land. Putting aside everything else, the inheritance should contain Emperor-tier weaponry, right? Right now, the only thing preventing Tianwushan from becoming a Holy Land was the lack of an Emperor-tier weapon. With one, Tianwushan could ascend directly to the rank of Holy Land. Okay, let's leave first. You've received the inheritance, and the secret realm will be closing soon. At this moment, Wu Yifan noticed something and glanced around as he spoke softly. Wu Yi and the others finally snapped back to reality, noticing that the surroundings were gradually vanishing, and a force of expulsion had already begun to act upon them. The next moment, everyone inside the primordial secret realm was teleported out. Other outstanding young experts showed no signs of anomaly. Upon seeing Wu Yifan appear around the inheritance tower, they had prepared themselves to be expelled at any time. But the expressions of Lin Shiru and others changed slightly. The time hadn't elapsed yet, so why were they forced out? Soon enough, they thought of a possibility. Their breath quickened involuntarily as they turned to disciples from their respective sects to ask, "You came out so quickly. Could it be that the primordial emperor's inheritance has already been obtained?" As soon as these words fell, everyone also prepared themselves for battle. After all, the temptation of the primordial emperor's inheritance was too great. Whomever obtained it could ascend to become the 5th major holy land, and who wouldn't be tempted? But very soon, they learned that the inheritance of the primordial emperor had been taken by the Wu family. The heart's desire to fight instantly shattered. How could anyone possibly change it? The Wu family already had a great emperor, and besides, their strongest member hadn't even made a move yet. Although the inheritance of the primordial emperor was incredibly tempting, there was a prerequisite, surviving after obtaining it, not to mention that it was practically impossible to seize in the first place. Therefore, upon learning that the Wu family had obtained the inheritance of the primordial emperor, many factions quietly left with dejected expressions. Lin Shuru and others, however, stepped forward with smiles to offer their congratulations to Wuhao, who merely remained expressionless and politely waved them off. Alright, since the Four Saint Grand competition has ended, we shall take our leave now. Seeing this, Lin Shuru and the others had no intention of stopping them, and after a few flattered words, they turned and departed. But just at that moment, Wu Yifan stepped forward. Great-grandfather, I won't be returning with you all. I want to go out and undergo trials. If I remain within the Wu family, it will only limit my growth. I want to become stronger, as soon as possible, to eliminate the Blood Soul sect. Wu Yifan's expression was extremely solemn. He then turned to look at Lin Zixin, his face showing traces of apology as he spoke. Sorry, I have my reasons that I must go. Upon hearing this, although Lin Zixin felt reluctant inside, she still nodded in agreement. You may go with peace of mind. I will wait for you at home. But I need your promise. You must ensure your own safety and avoid placing yourself in danger. Don't worry, I will. Wu Yifan took a deep breath, his expression filled with seriousness as he solemnly agreed. Wuhao, what can I say? Go ahead. No matter what, home will always be your harbor, and if you find things difficult out there, just come back home. Yeah, I understand. Great-grandfather, then I'll be on my way. Wu Yifan's nose tingled with emotion. No matter how powerful he had become, before Wuhao, he would always remain that little boy. As for Wu Qingquan beside him, as a father, he had no intention of saying anything. Perhaps more accurately, Wu Yifan could already guess what his father would say, so there was no need for further words. Soon, under the watching eyes of Wu Hao and others, Wu Yifan gradually disappeared from sight, step by step, until he was gone. Chapter 114, Wu Yidao notices something amiss. Great-grandfather, do you have a moment? There's something I'd like to ask you. Not long after Wu Yifan's departure, Wu Yidao appeared before Wu Hao, respectfully inquiring with a courteous tone. Wu Hao, in turn, softly replied, I know why you've come. You've probably sensed something unusual about the Shantian realm, haven't you? Wu Yidao's expression shifted slightly, surprised that his great-grandfather had guessed his purpose. His curiosity towards Wu Hao increased further. After acquiring the inheritance from the primordial emperor of chaos, Wu Yidao now possessed the experience and insight of a peak Xinzuan-level expert. Yet when facing Wu Hao, he still couldn't determine his great-grandfather's true abilities. It was evident that this great-grandfather of his must have surpassed the Shantian realm long ago. That's correct, Wu Yidao replied solemnly. After emerging from the inheritance, I noticed that the imperial Dao laws within the Shantian realm seem to have disappeared. Returning to the main topic, Wu Yidao's gaze was heavy with concern. After obtaining the primordial emperor of chaos's inheritance, he understood that every world contained imperial Dao laws, representing the very foundation for a world to nurture its strongest possible cultivation realm. In other words, if these imperial Dao laws were abnormal, sealed, or vanished, then the path to transcendence in that world would be obstructed, making it impossible to ascend to the imperial realm. The strength of the imperial Dao varied. Lower realms referred to the great emperor, while higher realms referred to the immortal emperor. Although the Dao couldn't be seen or touched, it definitely existed. Only because Wu Yidao had advanced to the peak of the Saint King realm and inherited the power of the primordial emperor of chaos had he been able to sense the anomaly within the Shantian realm. Upon hearing Wu Yidao's words, Wu Hao nodded briskly and concisely. Indeed, the imperial Dao laws in the Shantian realm are abnormal. They have been sealed. Hearing this from his great-grandfather, Wu Yidao's breath quickened. Sealing the imperial Dao laws of a lower realm was no easy feat. Destroying a lower realm only required the strength of a golden immortal. But to seal imperial Dao laws, even a Deluo golden immortal would likely be powerless. Only a cultivator at or above the Xianwang level could possibly achieve such a feat. Therefore, upon learning that the Shantian realm's imperial Dao laws had been sealed, Wu Yidao's heart grew heavy. Though he did not know who had sealed the Dao laws, he was determined to break through that seal. Otherwise, unless they left for another lower realm, cultivation in Shantian would reach a dead end. Yet to travel to another lower realm would require the combat strength of a red dust immortal at the very least. Otherwise, crossing the perilous star ocean to another world would be impossible. This matter has gotten troublesome. I wonder, great-grandfather, whether you can resolve this sealing matter. Furrowing his brow, Wu Yidao clearly regarded this issue as quite difficult. Yet almost immediately, he recalled something, and a hopeful gleam lit his eyes as he gazed at Wu Hao. Wu Hao merely nodded. Naturally, I can remove the seal. However, I won't interfere in matters you can handle yourselves. This is a trial for you all. If you overcome it, you will become stronger and able to walk further in the future. Unless you encounter a life-threatening crisis, I will not intervene personally. Upon hearing these words from his great-grandfather, Wu Yidao respectfully clasped his fists together and bowed deeply. If that's the case, then thank you, great-grandfather. I shall take my leave now. This was exactly what he had hoped Wu Hao would say. The only thing that had troubled him was the enigmatic cultivator who had placed the seal upon the Shantian realm's imperial Dao laws in the first place. But as for breaking the seal, that was still within his capabilities. Now, with his great-grandfather backing him up, he no longer needed to fear that mysterious cultivator. Sighing inwardly, Wu Yidao thought to himself, I still don't know which cultivation realm my great-grandfather is in. Whenever I ask, he refuses to tell me. With this thought in mind, Wu Yidao departed alongside Lu Rian and the others, heading back toward Tianwu Mountain. Meanwhile, Wu Hao stood watching the receding figure of Wu Yidao, his expression oddly complex. He could naturally guess at Wu Yidao's thoughts just now. I wonder if I myself would be strong enough to withstand that mysterious cultivator when the time comes. Still, Yidao is the chosen one of fate. He shouldn't meet any misfortune. Well, perhaps we'll just have to play it by ear. If things really get too dangerous, by the time Yidao ascends to the Great Emperor level, I myself will likely have advanced to the Shinzuan stage. By then, I should be capable of handling a few ghosts and monsters. Shaking his head, Wu Hao ceased further thought, and promptly led Su Qiaoran and others back into the Wu family estate. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan, after departing from Wuhao and the others, quickly arrived at the eastern region. Following the map's guidance, he soon arrived at the entrance of the Burial God Valley, which was shrouded in crimson mist. So this must be the Burial God Valley. It said that nearly everyone who enters never returns. But as for me now, I have no other choice. If I stay in the Xintian realm, my cultivation progress will only slow down. I have no option but to gamble my chances here. Wu Yifan murmured inwardly. He was now at the early Dindi stage, and with the enhancement of his desolate ancient sun body, he could rival anyone below the red dust immortal level. Staying within the Xintian realm would only delay his growth. If he wanted to become stronger quickly, entering the Burial God Valley was clearly the best option. Although the Blood Soul Gate was also inside the valley, Wu Yifan believed that, as long as he was cautious, he could avoid any confrontation with them. With this thought in mind, Wu Yifan decisively took a step forward and strode directly into the Burial God Valley, vanishing into the crimson mist. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wuhao quickly brought Su Qiaoran back to his room after returning to the Wu family estate. Once back in the room and seeing Wu Hao's hurried demeanor, Su Qiaoran thought he had other intentions. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she softly whispered, "Even in the daylight, are you really in such a rush?" Wu Hao. Could the matter of passing on the inheritance not be urgent? But Wu Hao didn't explain. After pulling Su Qiaoran into the room, he simply extended a finger and shot a primordial emperor-level inheritance into her mind. Chapter 115, Pure Yang Dao Sutra and the Devouring Heaven Dao Method. Husband, is this an emperor immortal-level inheritance? After Wu Hao had injected the emperor immortal inheritance into Su Qiaoran's mind, her breathing involuntarily quickened. Having accepted the emperor immortal inheritance, she now also understood the realm beyond the Grand Emperor. Wu Hao gently nodded. Correct, this is indeed the emperor immortal inheritance. Husband, what realm are you truly at? As Wu Hao brought out the emperor immortal inheritance, Su Qiaoran's heart began to tremble with fear. She was worried she was unworthy of him, afraid that one day Wu Hao might leave her behind. As if sensing her worries, Wu Hao suddenly pulled Su Qiaoran into his arms and spoke in a voice of utmost tenderness. I told you already, I'm merely slightly stronger than you all. There's no need to feel burdened by this. I've said it before, my only lover is you. This is simply what I should do. I'm still dreaming of spending an eternal life with you. As she listened to the affectionate words spoken by Wu Hao, Su Qiaoran couldn't help but blush faintly and quietly lowered her head with a soft Actually, Wu Hao himself hadn't thought much about it. His mind was fixed on one simple idea, to become strong enough to have no enemies, to stay forever with Su Qiaoran, and to make the Wu clan powerful. That was all. After passing on the Emperor Immortal Inheritance to Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao sought out Wu Mengdai, Wu Rulong, and others, also bestowing them with the Emperor Immortal Inheritance. After all, it would help them grow strong quickly. Especially for people like Wu Rulong, as his own juniors, the faster they grew stronger, the more quickly his own cultivation could accelerate as well. Used to experiencing rapid breakthroughs before, the slower progress after reaching Great Luo Immortal was now something Wu Hao found rather uncomfortable. The difference between the Emperor Immortal Inheritance and the Emperor Saint Peak Inheritance doesn't seem that big. Should I also give one to Yi Dao? Wu Hao thought of Wu Yi Dao and mused inwardly, but then quickly shook his head. Currently, the Emperor Saint Peak Inheritance would be more than enough for Wu Yi Dao to use. It wasn't that Wu Hao was unwilling to give it, but giving it would make the inheritance from the Primordial Emperor seem like a joke. As for Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu, Wu Hao had no intention of giving it to them either, since they themselves were reincarnations of Emperor Immortals and naturally would look down on the Emperor Immortal Inheritance. Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu. 6. As for Wu Yifan, Wu Hao was just about to consider giving him a portion when he suddenly noticed that Wu Yifan was no longer in the Xian Heaven realm, and his last trace was seen before entering the God-bearing Valley in the eastern region. Has that kid actually entered the God-bearing Valley? Well, with his current cultivation, plus being the chosen one, even if he did enter, he probably won't face much danger. But I'm different. I have far more things to consider than the chosen one. Thus, Wu Hao thought to himself, abandoning the idea of delivering the Emperor Immortal Inheritance to Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan, what can I say? But the other two little ones will soon begin cultivation as well. It's about time I prepared some techniques for them. The previous one hadn't been fully refined yet. Might as well continue this time. After giving some final instructions to Su Qiaoran, Wu Hao entered his immortal cave and began to refine the suitable techniques for Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu. On the other side, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu were already over 7 years old, nearly 8. Both of them, due to their extraordinary constitutions and having inherited the excellent bloodline of the Wu family, had already grown up to appear like little adults at such a young age, looking every bit like a handsome boy and a pretty girl. However, who knew whether it was because of their past life enmity, they often play-fought a little. Although never too seriously, Wu Qinlong and his wife Lu Anren didn't take much notice, thinking it was simply a sign of sibling affection. Indeed, Wu Xian'ai always took pride in being the elder brother, having been born 1 minute earlier than Wu Mo Wu, irritating her to no end, yet she could do nothing about it. Never had she imagined that the great devouring heaven demon emperor would fall to this state. If it ever got out, how could she still hold her reputation in the upper realm? But it didn't matter, just wait. Once she started cultivation, she would let Wu Xian'ai know who was the real boss. Wu Xian'ai held the same thoughts. After all, he was the older brother. How could his cultivation speed be slower than his sister's? He definitely would become strong earlier to protect his younger sister well. Because he had no family in his past life, Wu Xian'ai cherished this precious familial bond even more in this life. Meanwhile, deep in concentration, Wu Hao had finally refined the cultivation techniques suitable for Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your refinement of the technique has resulted in Pure Yang Imperial Method. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your refinement of the technique has resulted in Devouring Heaven Method. Finally managed to deduce it after all. These two cultivation techniques can at least lead one to the Immortal Emperor level. Now let's see what new techniques I can obtain as feedback. Spending half a year in deduction made Wu Hao feel a bit of a headache, so he gently shook his head to relax himself. This technique of deduction was truly exhausting. After successfully deducing the cultivation methods, Wuhao once again appeared before Wu Jiqiang, showing the strange scene of inserting 2 techniques and then taking out 2 new ones. But in Wu Jiqiang's mind, Wuhao seemed even more unfathomable than before. The ancestor must have his reasons, releasing 4 terrifying techniques in such a short time. Indeed, he deserves to be called the ancestor. Wu Jiqiang sent Wuhao off with deep admiration in his heart. Unaware of Wu Jiqiang's thoughts, Wuhao was already heading toward Wu Qinlong's residence. If he didn't hurry up, those 2 little ones would soon begin their cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the master, the pure yang imperial method has been successfully passed on, and 1,000 pure yang imperial methods have been fed back. Would you like to synthesize them? Ding! Congratulations to the master, the devouring heaven method has been successfully passed on, and 1,000 devouring heaven methods have been fed back. Would you like to synthesize them? As the synthesis completed, Wuhao received 2 even more advanced cultivation techniques, the Pure Yang Dao Sutra and the Devouring Heaven Dao method. Don't underestimate the additional Dao. In fact, they were much more powerful than before. Wuhao estimated that these 2 cultivation techniques would at least help Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo break through to a realm beyond the immortal emperor and allow them to progress quite far. When Wuhao arrived at Wu Qinlong's mansion, Wu Qinlong was in the middle of guiding Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo in their cultivation, but the 2 children appeared quite impatient. They already had their own cultivation methods, so naturally, they looked down on the Wu clan's techniques. As they were considering how to tell Wu Qinlong about their own cultivation techniques, Wuhao arrived. Qinlong, leave the guidance of these 2 children to me. Chapter 116, The Prison Floor of Changing Faces. After seeing Wuhao open his mouth, Wu Qinlong agreed to his request without hesitation. After all, under Wuhao's guidance, both Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao had already become renowned geniuses within the Wu family, whose combat strength completely overwhelmed their elder generations. It was precisely because of this that Wu Qianquan and Wu Xianyuan had acted arrogantly in front of them for quite some time. If their grandfather could guide his own 2 sons, he wouldn't necessarily expect them to reach the level of easily defeating Wu Yifan and Wu Yidao, but at least they could become comparable. After handing Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo over to Wuhao, Wu Qinlong left for other business. Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo planned to secretly focus on cultivating their past life cultivation techniques after receiving some martial arts methods from Wuhao, confident in their abilities to keep the Wu family from finding out. Alright kids, next, Great-Grandpa will teach you a powerful cultivation method, so listen carefully. Wuhao looked at Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo with a pleasant expression, speaking as a kind elder. Although inwardly unmoved, since they did not believe that the Wu family could possess an emperor-grade cultivation method, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo still pretended to look excited. Yay, new martial arts! Then, after receiving the Pure Yang Dao Jing and the Tian Dao method, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo were momentarily stunned, their hearts immediately shaken. With their discerning eyes, they could naturally tell that the cultivation method Wuhao had taught them was far superior to their previous techniques. Even with their past life strength, they would probably never have obtained such a terrifying cultivation method. If I cultivate with the help of this method, I will definitely recover to the immortal emperor realm very quickly, and then kill my way back to the upper realm. Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo couldn't help but think to themselves. Wuhao then looked at them with a smile. Well then, do you kids think the martial arts I gave you are acceptable? At this moment, both Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo subconsciously remained silent, becoming increasingly unable to read Wuhao before them. To have a cultivation method even more terrifying than the emperor level, Wuhao definitely wasn't ordinary. Could it be that Wuhao was a hidden expert? At this thought, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo couldn't help but quicken their breathing. If Wuhao really was a hidden expert, was there a possibility that he had already discovered their identities as reincarnated experts? However, seeing that Wuhao didn't show any sign of exposing them, they could only suppress their inner unease. Perhaps Wuhao hadn't noticed after all, and for them, this might not be a bad thing. Great-Grandpa, what realm exactly are you in? Wu Mo approached Wuhao, pouting slightly as she curiously asked. Wuhao gently patted Wu Mo's head with a smile and softly replied. Great-Grandpa here is just slightly stronger than you kids. If you put in a bit more effort, you'll soon catch up with Great-Grandpa. Is he truly a master above the immortal emperor? After hearing Wuhao's reply, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo couldn't help thinking, their expressions growing even more serious. What Wuhao said next was nothing much, as although he knew that Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo were reincarnated immortal emperors, he didn't have mind-reading abilities and thus naturally didn't know their thoughts. Prompted by Wuhao, Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo finally began cultivating the techniques given to them. Both of them already had excellent innate talent. Coupled with their immortal emperor-level insights, it only took a few breaths for them to channel chi into their bodies and successfully break through to the foundation building chi, followed by the middle, late, and peak stages. They stopped only at the peak of foundation building. In their past lives, both had advanced too quickly in their early cultivation, neglecting to solidify their foundations. That's why, after becoming immortal emperors, they had been stuck at that stage. This time, given the chance of a second life, they naturally wanted to thoroughly build their foundation and definitely surpass the immortal emperor level. Yet after breaking through to the peak of foundation building, the expressions between Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo appeared extremely solemn. Originally, they thought that once cultivation started, one of them would surge ahead and finally let the other recognize who was the true leader. But they hadn't expected the other would break through so quickly as well, which meant that they themselves would have to work harder. Didn't expect my older brother to progress so quickly, indeed letting your little sister see some new sights. Wu Mo almost said through gritted teeth, while Wu Xian'ai waved his hand with a self-satisfied look and said, basic moves, nothing too shocking. I am your older brother. If I get outdone by my younger sister, how would I protect you? If that's the case, how about we spar a little? Wu Mo immediately couldn't hold back anymore and, after assuming a stance, charged straight at Wu Xian'ai. Wu Xian'ai also didn't show weakness, and thus the two started fighting head-on. However, the scene where both sides imagined effortlessly defeating the other did not come to pass. After all, they each possessed combat experience at the immortal emperor level, so within the same cultivation realm, they should have been able to completely dominate their opponent. Yet, they ended up in a draw. You must work harder. Only when you become stronger can old great-grandpa become even more powerful. Seeing Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu training so diligently, Wu Hao felt satisfied in his heart and then silently left. His goal was simply to pass on the cultivation techniques to Wu Xian'ai and Wu Mo Wu. As for the rest, they would handle it themselves. Meanwhile, Wu Dong, as Wu Yifun's son, revealed an extremely terrifying talent after beginning his cultivation journey. At merely 18 years old, he had already reached the refinement of the void stage. This made Wu Rulong, who was still at the spirit sea stage at 18, feel extreme shame. Fortunately, he was already at the late Saint King stage now, and after exiting the Chaos Secret region, he had ed to the late Saint King stage. My current cultivation base still isn't secure enough. I'll wait until I deploy to the peak of the Saint King realm before heading to the Li Imperial clan for revenge. Wu Rulong secretly thought. Although he possessed the Imperial sword, his current strength wasn't enough to fully unleash its true power. Only after reaching the Sovereign King level with the aid of the Imperial sword would he have the confidence to seek revenge against the Li Imperial clan. At the same time, inside the Burial God Valley, the moment Wu Yifan entered, many fierce beasts sensed his presence and rushed toward him. Just how vast is this Burial God Valley? I've walked this far and still haven't reached its edge. After once again slaying a beast at the Emperor realm, Wu Yifan finally couldn't help but complain. At his current level, he could cross the entire Xintian world in just 3 short days. Yet inside the Burial God Valley, after advancing for a full 15 days, he still hadn't seen the edge, only encountering many fierce beasts. Within just 15 days, Wu Yifan had already faced attacks from 10 beasts. At first, they were only at the quasi-emperor level, but starting from the 7th, they were all Emperor realm experts. But even so, they were still nothing in the face of Wu Yifan. Such arrogance was precisely because of his 9th layer of the ancient divine body. Chapter 117, Surpassing the Emperor's Presence. But the vicious beasts within the Valley of Buried Gods seemed to have lost their self-awareness, as if they exist solely for slaughter. Wu Yifan recalled the 10 vicious beasts he had slain, his expression extremely grave. There were several differences between vicious beasts and Aoshog, 2 of which were the most important. The first was that powerful beasts possessed intelligence, whereas vicious beasts knew only slaughter. Secondly, vicious beasts felt no fear. All living beings would feel dread and retreat when encountering a powerful presence, but vicious beasts did not. Even if it were an Xian Emperor, they would still charge forward fearlessly upon seeing it. Forget it, let's keep searching. I don't know why so many people are eager to enter the Valley of Buried Gods. If not for wanting to enhance my cultivation, I might not have entered this valley either. Wu Yifan thought inwardly before continuing his exploration within the Valley of Buried Gods. However, he remained unaware that a vicious beast beyond the Emperor level had already begun heading in his direction. Disciple, you really obtained the inheritance of Chaos Emperor? At Tianwu Mountain, Wu Xingna's eyes lit up with joy upon learning that Wu Yidao had obtained the inheritance of Chaos Emperor. Wu Yidao nodded gently. I was just fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of Chaos Emperor. This is no mere luck. Chaos Emperor is the most powerful prodigy our Xintian realm has ever seen. His inheritance is not something one obtains purely by fortune. It is something you deserved. Wu Xingna lightly shook his head, genuinely feeling happy for his disciple from the depths of his heart. However, Wu Yidao wore a grave expression and softly asked, Master, exactly what lies beneath Tianwu Mountain? Wu Xingna first stiffened in surprise, but then let out a faint, helpless smile. You've sensed it, huh? Yes, I hadn't sensed it before, but after obtaining the inheritance of Chaos Emperor and returning, I felt it. Wu Yidao nodded. After acquiring the inheritance and returning to Tianwu Mountain, he had sensed a powerful presence below, something possessing an aura surpassing even that of an emperor. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingna sighed helplessly. Well then, since you already know, it's time I told you about this. In truth, I had planned to inform you eventually, only earlier than expected. Beneath our Tianwu Mountain, there lies a powerful beast not of our Xintian realm, perhaps better said as an ancient beast from another world entirely. As he spoke, Wu Xingna's expression became extremely solemn. Wu Yidao subsequently learned the full story from Wu Xingna. Countless years ago, the Quan emperors within Tianwu Mountain were even more numerous than those of the 4 holy sects, making it truly the 5th holy sect outside the 4 great sects. But one day, the sky above Tianwu Mountain split open, and an ancient beast of terrifying power appeared. The entire Xintian cultivator world had sensed that event. The holy lords of the 4 holy sects brought their emperor-grade treasures to Tianwu Mountain to offer aid, but even so, the Xintian realm paid a heavy price, and was still unable to destroy it completely. Eventually, with no other choice, a Grand Formation Master deployed a formation at Tianwu Mountain, mobilizing the full strength of the entire Xintian realm to finally seal the beast away. However, the key to the formation was the Master of Tianwu Mountain himself, which was why, even though Wu Xingna worried greatly, he could not leave Tianwu Mountain when Wu Yidao was in danger. Master, if this matter is so important, then why does no one in the Xintian realm know about it? Wu Yidao seemed to have realized something, asking gravely. An ancient beast surpassing the emperor level could wipe out the entire Xintian realm. Surely they shouldn't be unaware of it. If that were truly the case, Wu Xingna shook his head gently. In order to allow the cultivators of the Xintian realm to continue their cultivation undisturbed, we Tianwu Mountain, the 4 holy sects, and the top forces together chose to suppress the news. Over the past 3 million years, that event has been forgotten by all, except for the successive masters of Tianwu Mountain. More importantly, I can sense that the formation is beginning to lose its control over the beast. If he were to break free, Tianwu Mountain would surely fall into ruin. Hearing his master's words, Wu Yidao remained silent for a long time, before eventually raising his eyes with an unshakably resolute gaze. Master, how long do you think you can suppress the beast for? Wu Xingna was momentarily taken aback, but honestly replied, approximately 5,000 years. After 5,000 years, I will no longer be able to hold it. At that point, the beast will be freed. 5,000 years, huh? I understand. I will break through to the emperor level within 5,000 years. By then, I will deal with that vicious beast. Wu Yidao first lowered his head in thought, then spoke with an extremely determined gaze. He had absolute confidence in breaking through to the level of a red dust immortal within 5,000 years. Although he couldn't determine the vicious beast's cultivation realm through the formation, in the entire history of Xintian realm, besides Chaos Emperor, there had only been a handful of emperors. In other words, that vicious beast was probably at the middle or late emperor stage. Otherwise, even if a true emperor wielding an emperor artifact tried to fight it, he absolutely wouldn't last long enough to seal it away, not to mention those quasi-emperors wielding emperor artifacts. Upon hearing this, Wu Xina felt a surge of melancholy and nodded slightly. Do your best. I believe in you. After setting their goals, Wu Yidao returned and began cultivating even harder. Wu Xina gazed at his disciple's retreating figure, feeling helpless and sorrowful. At that moment, Chen Wushuang appeared beside him, wearing a slightly worried expression. Master, do you really not need to inform the holy child that you yourself only have 5,000 years left to live? There's no need to tell him. Telling him would only burden him unnecessarily. This is my fate. Prepare yourself. During these 5,000 years, I will help you break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor stage as soon as possible, and then you will inherit my burden. Wu Xina gently waved his hand before speaking. Chen Wushuang remained silent for a moment, then solemnly nodded. I understand, master. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2.5 years had passed. Within those 2.5 years, Wuhao's cultivation had advanced from late-stage Great Golden Immortal to its peak. Aside from that, nothing else of importance occurred in the entire Xintian realm. Another crucial event was that Qinglian Holy Land and Manhwa Holy Land specially invited all major powers in Xintian realm to celebrate the fact that their sects had produced an emperor. And that was all. In the Valley of Buried Gods, Wu Yifan finally couldn't resist fate and encountered a vicious beast beyond the emperor level. Chapter 118. Just became invincible not long ago, now chased and hunted again, a celestial king. What the hell? Is this still the Xintian realm? How come existences above the level of emperor have appeared? Wu Yifan couldn't help but curse loudly, glancing behind at the monstrous beast chasing him relentlessly. The reason was that the ferocious beast right behind him had already reached a cultivation level beyond that of an emperor, the level of a red dust immortal. As for Wu Yifan now, he had barely achieved invincibility among emperors. He still needed to train to even stand a chance against a red dust immortal. Thus, as soon as the red dust immortal level beast appeared, the instinct deep within Wu Yifan's body immediately kicked in, prompting him to flee. Hence, the current scene, Wu Yifan fleeing, chased by the red dust immortal beast, helplessly unable to fly away. Wu Yifan just became invincible not long ago, and already chased and hunted again. This isn't sustainable. Plus, since entering the Valley of Buried Gods, I've lost my bearings completely. I can't find my way out at all. Wu Yifan glanced back at the beast approaching him quickly and thought inwardly. Inside the Valley of Buried Gods, there was only blood-colored mist that blocked out the sky, and his spiritual sense was also suppressed. As a result, inside the valley, Wu Yifan's spiritual sense could only function at 1/10 its normal capability. Of course, because the beast knew only how to fight and hadn't cultivated any body techniques or escape methods, it couldn't catch up to Wu Yifan immediately. But with time, it was only a matter of time before it did. What is that? While running, Wu Yifan suddenly noticed something. His eyes lit up instinctively. He no longer hesitated. After all, he had no other choice. Anything was better than being torn apart by the beast behind him. Before long, a massive palace appeared before Wu Yifan's eyes. Without caring about the palace's origins, a voice inside him told Wu Yifan clearly that he would be safe inside. Without any hesitation, therefore, Wu Yifan stepped directly into the palace gates. Just a second after Wu Yifan entered, the red dust immortal beast also chased over, eyes bloodshot, rushing in behind him. However, the instant it crossed the threshold of the gate, a terrifying force suddenly acted upon the beast, causing it to explode violently. Wu Yifan stared in shock at the scene behind him. Wow, so powerful. Wu Yifan widened his eyes, whispering in amazement. An existence that he himself could not deal with had now been eliminated just like that, without him even understanding what had happened. This made Wu Yifan shudder inwardly. What kind of cursed place was this? He still had family waiting for him back home. If he had known this would happen, he should have stayed in the Xintian realm. Even if the cultivation progress was slower, at least there was no life-threatening danger. But obviously, it was too late for regrets now. When I entered, nothing abnormal happened, but when the beast entered, it exploded immediately. So perhaps there is a restriction here specifically against beasts, forbidding them from entering. Of course, maybe it's a rule-based phenomenon. If a single entity enters, nothing happens, but if two entities enter, an explosion occurs. After taking some time to calm down, Wu Yifan finally regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. He dared not wildly speculate, yet regardless of the truth, staying inside the palace for now was undoubtedly the safest decision for him. Outside, even a red